Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. Jiang Qin, once a prodigious youth of Yulong City, lost all his beast companions overnight, plummeting from glory to despair. Determined to reclaim what was rightfully his, he faced relentless challenges. Just as he was about to give up, the divine beast system unexpectedly activated, offering him a glimmer of hope. With the beginner's gift pack, mythic beast templates, and beast seeds, Jiang Chun reignited his fighting spirit and resolved to rise again. In the slums, Jiang Chun used the power granted by the system to form a bond with an ordinary rock turtle, which he then evolved into the formidable flame devourer, Anton, using the mythic template. In his duel with Zhou Xing, Jiang Chun showcased his newfound strength, defeating his former subordinate and earning respect. His growing power caused quite a stir in Yulong City, marking him as a potential threat. Jiang Chen's adventure didn't stop there. He left the city and ventured into the beast plains, hunting beasts and collecting crystal cores to strengthen his companions. During this time, he encountered a fierce honey badger, a high-potential elite beast. After a tough battle, he successfully subdued it. Jiang Chen's beast team grew stronger, and so did his own abilities. In an unexpected encounter, Jiang Chen met Zhou Yin, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, one of the 4 major families in Yulong City. Their meeting was fraught with misunderstandings and conflict, but Jiang Chen's strength and wisdom earned Zhou Yan's respect, leading to a cooperative agreement. Jiang Chen's reputation and influence began to spread throughout Yulong City. As his power increased, Jiang Chun caused a sensation at Yulong First High School. He not only demonstrated his beast mastery but also earned the status of a top-grade student, gaining access to the school's best resources. However, his success also attracted jealousy and hostility, with figures like Wei Xingchen eyeing him warily. During an expedition in a secret realm, Jiang Chen encountered a demon lizard from the demon realm. Leading his group with cunning and bravery, he managed to outsmart the formidable enemy and escape. His leadership and combat skills won him widespread recognition. In the secret realm, Jiang Chun also formed a bond with the sunflower, further boosting his strength. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time here, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. Jiang Chan stared impassively at the 2 men before him, known as the Black and White Demons, silently mocking their foolishness. It was only then that the 2 men seemed to wake from a dream, hastily pulling out a pre-prepared gift from their Paketsa card loaded with 2 billion union credits. "Young Master Jiang, this is our apology. We hope you can forgive us," they said, respectfully handing over the card. A flicker of disdain flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he thought, "Do they really think they can buy me off with mere money? How shallow." Just as he was about to refuse, the Black and White Demon spoke again. "Young Master Jiang, the card contains 2 billion union credits. Please accept it." This statement hit Jiang Chun like a sledgehammer, shattering his words of refusal. His mind buzzed as he calculated. 2 billion? I've been working hard for so long, and haven't even earned 1 billion. These 2 golden tier guys clearly can't afford this amount. It must be from their boss, Master Kue. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. He took the card without a change in expression, muttering to himself, "Well, it does smell good." He then coldly warned, "If you bother me again, money won't solve your problems." The Black and White Demons, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, nodded and bowed repeatedly. "Yes, yes, we won't dare to trouble you again." "Then go back and thank your boss for the money," Jiang Chun said, issuing a clear dismissal. Now that he had the money, it was best to get rid of these troublemakers quickly. Besides, knowing he was part of the pioneering army, they likely wouldn't dare cause more problems in the future. After sending off the Black and White Demons, Jiang Chun began forming a new plan. His top priority was to bond with the dragon egg. If successful, he would have a flying beast companion. He wouldn't easily give up the chance to enter the military's secret realm either. After all, his storm dragon needed a large number of crystal cores to mature quickly, and 2 billion union credits wouldn't be enough if he had to buy them all. It was better to get them directly from the military's secret realm. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but show a sly smile, which sent a chill down the spines of Hu Tian and the other security guards. They couldn't help but wonder why such a young man would have such a sinister expression. Of course, they only dared to think this and not voice it. After all, even the Black and White Demons had knelt and begged before him. They certainly couldn't afford to offend him. "Captain Hu, I'll be leaving now," Jiang Chun casually said as he headed home with enthusiasm. "Take care, young Master Jiang," Hu Tian responded warmly. Little did Jiang Chun know that as he was heading home, his principal, Lu Xingyu, was facing an unprecedented dilemma. Sitting in his office, Lu Xingyu was startled by a sudden phone call. He quickly answered, and a voice on the other end said, "Hello, I'm a professor from Yanhuang University. We've discovered a highly promising student at your school. and we wish to offer him direct admission. Lu Xingyu was instantly alert, his face full of disbelief. If this were true, it would mean their school had produced a super talent. He asked cautiously, "Is it really possible to offer direct admission?" The reply was firm and swift. "Student Jiang Chun from your school has the talent, strength, and courage to join Yanhuang University. We are willing to offer him a spot." Lu Xingyu's hands trembled with excitement. It had been years since their school had a student receive such an offer. Admission spots at prestigious universities were extremely scarce. The top 10 universities combined only offered 50 spots each year. In a country with billions of people, getting one of these spots was incredibly difficult. Despite his eagerness to accept immediately, Lu Xingyu restrained himself. "I'm sorry, but I can't make this decision on my own. I need to consult with Jiang Chun first." "Of course, that's understandable. If possible, we can send a representative to discuss this further," the admissions officer from Yanhuang University said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xingyu grew even more excited. The admissions process hadn't even started, and they were already willing to send someone. Jiang Chun was truly a surprising talent. "All right, I'll consult with Jiang Chun right away. Please get back to us as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lu Xingyu still felt like he was dreaming. This time, their school had really struck gold. Jiang Chun was the first student ever to be directly admitted, a rare honor even among their top-tier students. Just as Lu Xingyu stood up to find Jiang Chun, the phone rang again. "Hello, this is Lu Xingyu, principal of Yulong City First High School." The caller got straight to the point. "Hello, Principal Lu. I'm from the admissions office at Great Wall University. We sincerely invite Jiang Chun to enroll at our university, offering him excellent conditions and a direct admission spot." Lu Xingyu was stunned. Another top university, and this one ranked even higher, second among the top 10. Graduates from Great Wall University often became high-ranking military officers. Like the military god university, they rarely recruited externally. Yet, here they were, making a call. Lu Xingyu's heart raced, but he forced himself to stay calm. After several deep breaths, he said, "I'm sorry, but I need to discuss this with Jiang Chun first. Once I have his decision, I'll get back to you." The admissions officer from Great Wall University remained patient. "All right, please highlight the advantages of our university to Jiang Chun. Trust me, he won't regret joining us." "Of course, I will relay your message." After hanging up, Lu Xingyu sat back in his chair, feeling overwhelmed. He thought, "This is too exciting." But before he could fully process it, the phone rang again. This time, Lu Xingyu's hand trembled as he answered. "Hello? What? Military God University is offering a spot too. Hello? Magic City University also extends a sincere invitation to Jiang Chun." In just 1 hour, Lu Xingyu received 10 calls. Each one was from a top 10 university, all extending offers to Jiang Chun. Lu Xingyu felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe it was all real. Jiang Chun had no idea of the principal's troubles. At this moment, he was carefully placing the Gale Storm Dragon's egg on his bed, contemplating how to form a contract with it. His goal was clear. If he successfully bonded with the egg, he could add it to his myriad beast nest. With this thought, Jiang Chun unhesitatingly summoned his last silver-grade beast seed. The seed, shimmering with golden light, easily merged into the egg. Jiang Chun held his breath, waiting, but there was no response. Did it fail? Or is the egg not fully developed yet, lacking intelligence? Jiang Chun muttered to himself, ready to retrieve the beast seed. Just then, something unexpected happened. Jiang Chun sensed a faint life force lightly touching the beast seed before quickly retreating. He immediately realized it was the consciousness of the Gale Storm Dragon. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jiang Chun decisively exerted his mental power to forcibly establish a connection with the little creature. Moments later, a weak consciousness appeared in his mind. A smile of joy spread across Jiang Chun's face, knowing the contract was a success. Though uncertain when the little one would hatch, Jiang Chun wasn't worried. After all, it was now his contracted beast and couldn't escape. Next, Jiang Chun prepared to try placing the Gale Storm Dragon egg into his myriad beast nest. Though a bit anxious, he soon found his worries unfounded. Even an egg, as long as it was his contracted beast, could enter the myriad beast nest. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Jiang Chun transformed. A vast valley appeared, with the Gale Storm Dragon egg lying safely at its center. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an endless storm erupted. Jiang Chun was alarmed, only to find that the egg was not only unharmed, but was rapidly developing by absorbing the storm's power. Various forms of wind hurricanes, tornadoes appeared in succession but posed no threat to the egg. On the contrary, each storm provided nourishment, promoting its growth. Watching for a while, Jiang Chun lost interest and exited the myriad beast nest. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chun's phone rang. The notification, "Big Brother is calling," made him a bit puzzled. Answering the call, an unfamiliar and urgent voice spoke. "I'm your principal. Come to the school immediately, hurry." Jiang Qin instantly recognized the voice of Principal Lu Xingyu. Hearing the urgency in his tone, Jiang Qin jumped out of bed and rushed to the school. Even though he had skipped class in the morning, he wasn't worried about being summoned back. He believed Lu Xingyu wouldn't make things difficult for him. Meanwhile, in another location, a conversation between brothers was taking place. "Brother, you have to stand up for me," Ma San, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted to a middle-aged man. This man was Ma Er, the leader of the Lone Wolf mercenary group, one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Yulong City, and a powerful gold-tier beastmaster. Seeing his brother's miserable state, a flash of murderous intent crossed Ma Er's eyes. He roared, "Who did this?" Ma San, with tears and snot flowing, cried, "Today, I saw an egg I wanted to buy at the Beastmaster Alliance, but someone forcibly took it and broke my leg." Hearing this, Ma Er's face darkened. As a seasoned mercenary leader, he couldn't believe someone dared to bully his brother like this. "Tell me who it was, and I'll avenge you." Ma San's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, "The most hateful one was that fat supervisor at the Beastmaster Alliance, and there was also a young kid." Ma Er's body trembled upon hearing this, and he slapped Ma San across the face. "You fool. We can't mess with the Beastmaster Alliance. Even if you don't like that fat supervisor, you better keep it to yourself." Being well informed, Ma Er knew the terrifying power of the Beastmaster Alliance, which even the strongest mercenary groups from the myriad beast battlefield wouldn't dare to provoke. Seeing his brother's aggrieved expression, Ma Er felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they had depended on each other since childhood. "What did the young kid look like? Do you know anything about him?" Ma San shook his head. "He looked young, probably a high school student." "That's all I know." Ma Er nodded, pushing the wheelchair toward Yulong High School. "Let's go. We'll see if you recognize him." "Brother, where are you taking me?" Ma San asked, puzzled. "Shut up and follow me," Ma Er commanded, leaving no room for argument as he pushed his brother away. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Xingyu paced back and forth in his office, visibly anxious. He kept checking his watch frequently, his brows furrowed. Does Jiang Qian even remember he's a student? Skipping class like this, he muttered through gritted teeth. "When he gets here, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind." Just then, the phone rang again. Lu Xingyu knew it had to be one of the top 10 universities calling. Lately, their admissions offices had been unusually proactive, fearing Jiang Qian might get scooped up by another school. Rumor had it that some of these universities even had representatives en route to Yulong City. The Great Wall University? 100 million alliance credits in scholarships each year. Lu Xingyu was taken aback by the voice on the other end of the line. All right, I got it. I'll pass on the message." After hanging up, he couldn't help but marvel, wow, 100 million alliance credits. That's enough to buy a platinum-grade beast core. Over 4 years, with some luck, you could cultivate a platinum-tier beast and become a team leader on the battlefield of myriad races. Lu Xingyu continued pacing, growing increasingly impatient. Where is that rascal Jiangchen? The top 10 universities are upping their offers, and I can't hold out much longer. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Xingyu quickly stepped forward and yanked it open. Seeing Jiang Qian standing there, his worried expression vanished, replaced by a broad smile. "Jiang Qian, you finally made it. You've really hit the jackpot today." Jiang Qian was startled, but soon realized something was off. The principal's smile didn't match the tone of his words. He muttered softly, "Principal, don't scare me. If you keep this up, I'll drop out." Lu Xingyu's smile froze, and his face darkened. After a moment, he sighed and said, "You really can't take a joke, can you?" "I was kidding. You've hit some good fortune." Jiang Qian shrugged. "I'm not good with scares. Please don't joke like that." Though deep down, he had a hunch it wasn't bad news. After all, he had strong backing and wasn't afraid at all. Lu Xingyu, feeling his blood pressure rise, quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. The college entrance exams are approaching, and your grades are excellent. Some top universities want to offer you a special admission." Jiang Qian was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. Special admission? Isn't that a guaranteed spot? He was taken aback, knowing how rare such an opportunity was. "Which university?" "The top 10 universities," Lu Xingyu replied with a smile. Jiang Qian was a bit exasperated. "I know it's a top university. Which one is offering me the spot?" Lu Xingyu's expression turned a bit odd. "The top 10 universities." Jiang Qian started to get annoyed, but then remembered the principal was a platinum-tier beast tamer and held back. "Principal, I'll say it one more time. I know I'm being offered a spot by a top university, but which one?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he trembled. "No way." Jiang Qian couldn't help but exclaim. He never imagined all 10 top universities would open their doors to him at the same time. This was unprecedented, like something out of a dream. Lu Xingyu chuckled. "Shocking, right? When I first heard, I thought it was a joke. How could all 10 top universities extend an olive branch to one person?" Jiang Chun snapped out of his daze, realizing he might not need to take the college entrance exams. He had already decided to go to Yinhuang University, not for any particular reason, but because it had numerous secret realms and abundant rare beasts. Have you made up your mind? Lu Xingyu asked. Jiang Chun nodded firmly. I'm planning to go to Yinhuang University. Lu Xingyu was taken aback, a bit puzzled. Are you sure? There are 2 universities better than Yinhuang. Jiang Chun shook his head and explained. I've thought it through. I want to explore. Yinhuang University might not have the best resources, but it has the most optimal ones. There are numerous secret realms, and the university itself is located in a beast forest. People have found spatial and temporal beasts there, not to mention countless rare treasures. He also mentioned his current strength and future plans. Lu Xingyu nodded approvingly. All right, since you've made your choice, I won't say more. Then, his expression turned serious. Jiang Chun, I have a favor to ask. Seeing the principal so serious, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, Principal, just say the word. If I can help, I definitely will. Lu Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Chen's attitude was more than enough. Smiling, Lu continued, Actually, you're guaranteed a spot already, but I want you to take the college entrance exam. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Lu Xingyu quickly explained, We want to leverage your fame to boost Yulong High School's reputation. Given what he knew about Jiang Chen, he was confident that Jiang's exam scores would be outstanding, possibly even securing the top spot in the region. Of course, the school will also offer rewards. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Chen agreed. Ever since he arrived at the school, both the principal and the teachers had treated him well. Even if they had ulterior motives, it was understandable. In this world, who isn't driven by some purpose? All right, Jiang Chen agreed. The college entrance exam is only 2 days, 1 day for theoretical exams and the second day for practical assessments. I might as well experience the tension of the exams since I've prepared a lot anyway. Thank you so much. On behalf of all the teachers and students at Yulong High, I thank you, Lu Xingyu said joyfully. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, It's my duty. As a member of Yulong High, helping out a bit is no problem. At that moment, a loud, beastly roar echoed through the sky. Both of their expressions changed as they exchanged a glance and quickly rushed outside. As they reached the stairs, they saw a massive shadow in the sky, a griffin with an eagle's head and a lion's body. Name, Storm Griffin. Quality, Leader. Rank, Platinum Peak. Skills, Description: a terrifying beast that controls storms and possesses incredible flying speed. Evolution path: a platinum-ranked beast. Lu Xingyu was startled and prepared to jump out the window. Suddenly, a voice called out, I'm Zhao Jun from the admissions office of Great Wall University. Is Principal Lu here? Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was just an admissions officer. They're probably here for you. Shall we go down together? Lu Xingyu suggested, turning to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, thinking it wouldn't hurt to make a good impression. Just as they were about to head downstairs, another change occurred outside. A piercing screech rang out, and Jiang Chen quickly looked up to see a massive eagle, several meters in length, with a figure standing on its head. I'm Lu Yishou from the admissions office of Mordor University. Is Principal Lu here? The appearance of these powerful beasts left the students in awe. That's a golden-winged eagle, a platinum-ranked beast. So impressive. That's nothing. Look at that storm griffin. Not only is it platinum-ranked, it's also of leader quality. That's truly amazing. The students whispered among themselves. Soon after, another shadow appeared, a white dragon soaring through the sky. I'm Hua Mengyue from the admissions office of Yinhuang University. I'd like to see Principal Lu. One after another, enormous beasts appeared and hovered over the school. Eventually, admissions officers from the top 10 universities all arrived. Both the school staff and the residents of Yulong City were stunned. What day is it today? Why are there so many flying beasts? I think I just saw a dragon. The residents buzzed with curiosity, unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, a large group of people approached the school gate. Seeing the platinum-ranked flying beasts in the sky, they nearly stumbled in shock. Yulong High really has hidden talents. I need to change my plans, Ma Lauer muttered, feeling his scalp tingle. With 10 platinum-ranked beasts present, causing trouble would be a death sentence. Ma San hadn't said much, but his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, and he was filled with rage. Brother, it's that kid. If it weren't for him, my leg wouldn't have been broken. He pointed angrily at a young man inside the school. Ma Lauer's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to look, seeing a group of platinum-ranked powerhouses surrounding the boy. Are you sure it's him? He asked instinctively. Brother, it's him. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. Ma San nodded fervently. Hearing this, Ma Lauer's expression darkened. Without a word, he grabbed Ma San's uninjured leg. Brother, what are you doing? Ma San asked, confused. Without answering, Ma Lauer punched Ma San's leg hard. Crack. With the sound of breaking bones, Ma San let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah, brother, why did you break my leg?" Ma Lauer ignored him and told his men, "Take this kid and let's go." What a joke. With a group of platinum-ranked powerhouses around, they were like small fry. Moreover, anyone surrounded by such elites must either have an extraordinary background or exceptional talent, both of which he couldn't afford to provoke. To top it off, he recognized Huang Mingyue from Yinhuang University among them, a top-tier powerhouse with a diamond-ranked beast. This was clearly a gathering of big shots, and it was best for small fry like them to stay out of sight, lest they meet an untimely end. Jiang Chun had no idea that a group of enemies had been scared off by the display. At that moment, the admissions officers were all vying for his attention. "You must be Jiang Chun. I'm Zhao Jun from the admissions office of Great Wall University. We would be honored to have you join us." "Zhao Jun, have some decency. This isn't your territory. You have no right to speak here." "Yeah, get lost." Several admissions officers retorted angrily. "What, got a problem, old Zhang? Want to settle it with a few moves?" Zhao Jun shot back, unyielding. As the argument escalated and the admissions officers seemed ready to fight, Lu Xingyu, fed up with the noise, finally spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Why don't you all hear what Jiang Chun has to say?" All eyes shifted, their gazes piercing like arrows towards Jiang Chun. In that moment, Jiang Chun felt like prey, targeted by a pack of hungry wolves. He coughed awkwardly, calculating his next move. "Ahem. I haven't decided yet," Jiang Chun said, feigning calmness, though he already had a target in mind. Revealing his choice now would only lower his value. Since he was in high demand, why not leverage it for better benefits? At the very least, he wanted Yinhuang University to offer substantial resources for his development. Upon hearing this, the admissions officers perked up. Their biggest fear was that Jiang Chun had already chosen a school, leaving them no chance to compete. Now, hope remained. It was time to show their sincerity. Almost simultaneously, offers began to pour in. Great Wall University, 50 million alliance coins per year in scholarships. Modu University, 100 million in scholarships. Longjiang University, 110 million in scholarships. Listening to these astronomical figures, Jiang Chun felt a bit disappointed. They were all offering alliance coins, which he didn't need at the moment. Besides, a year from now, he would be at least a gold-rank beast master, capable of slaying platinum-rank beasts. By then, alliance coins would merely be numbers to him. "Is that all?" Jiang Chun asked, his tone tinged with disappointment. His words left everyone stunned. Even Lu Xingyu looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. To them, these were already top-notch offers. Amidst their shock, a cool voice rang out. "Yinhuang University, one beast of your choice, any type." The words exploded like a bomb, leaving everyone in shock. They stared incredulously at Huang Mingyue, who had made the offer. Such a condition was something even the top 10 universities wouldn't dare to propose lightly. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Finally, someone was willing to make a significant offer, and it was from his preferred Yinhuang University. But he restrained himself from accepting immediately. He needed to clarify the details. "Excuse me, are all beasts available for selection?" Jiang Chun asked cautiously. Huang Mingyue nodded lightly. "Yes, but some pacifist species are off-limits, only those involved in conflicts." Hearing this, Jiang Chun's heart raced. Although not all beasts were available, the selection was still vast, numbering in the tens of thousands, more than enough for him to choose from. "All right, I'll join Yinhuang University," Jiang Chun decided decisively. The other admissions officers were anxious, complaining that Yinhuang University was being unfair. The instructor from Junshin University even promised a direct commission as an officer after graduation, but Jiang Chun still shook his head. He had made up his mind. After advancing to gold rank, he would need a spatial beast, and Yinhuang University, located near the beast forest, offered a higher chance of capturing one. "That's settled then," Huang Mingyue said with a smile, then turned to the other instructors. "All right, you can all leave now. Jiang Chun is already a student of Yinhuang University. Any further pestering, and you'll have to deal with me." Hearing such assertive words from a seemingly delicate young woman was a bit incongruous, but surprisingly effective. Though unwilling, the other instructors left under Huang Mingyue's stern gaze. Once everyone had left, Huang Mingyue called Jiang Chun over. "Come here, I have a welcome gift for you." Jiang Chun approached, and Huang Mingyue handed him an alliance card. "There's 500 million alliance coins in here, spend it as you like." Those other guys were too stingy, trying to compete with Yinhuang University. Jiang Chun's hand trembled, eyes wide in astonishment. 500 million? Such generosity? He had just received 200 million yesterday, and now another 500 million today. Did these people not value alliance coins? Seeing Jiang Chun in a daze, Huang Mingyue grabbed his hand and placed the card in it, smiling. "It's just a small amount. Once you're powerful enough, You can earn 500 million in no time by hunting a few platinum-ranked beasts on the battlefield. Looking at Huang Mengyue's cheerful expression, Jiang Chun knew he had made the right choice. Yinhuang University was indeed a wealthy and generous institution, and he had hit the jackpot. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Chun said sincerely. Huang Mengyue then turned to Lu Xingyu. Principal Lu, could you please find us a room? I need to sign a contract with Jiang Chun. Lu Xingyu quickly led the way, taking the two to make further arrangements. He finally remembered the identity of the woman in front of him. This prominent figure, known as the Dragon Lady, had a formidable reputation. Rumor had it that she commanded 5 incredibly powerful dragon beasts, each capable of defeating opponents several levels higher, even those at the diamond rank. He couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Jiang Qian had managed to attract the attention of such a heavyweight. With a sigh, he thought to himself that his little girl might end up being taken away. The three of them quickly arrived at the principal's office. Huang Mengyue took out a form, with the bold words admission contract at the top. Jiang Qin glanced at it and roughly understood the contents. If he wanted to back out after signing, he would have to pay a massive penalty in league currency. The amount was astronomical 10 billion, a figure with 10 zeros. Even for an ordinary platinum-ranked beast tamer, it would take years to pay off. Jiang Chun suddenly realized why Yinhuang University dared to make such a bold move. They had nothing to fear. Their stance was clear. They welcomed him to attend, but if he backed out halfway, he would be financially ruined. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chun quickly signed his name. Seeing this, Huang Mengyue gave a satisfied smile and patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Welcome to Yinhuang University. But I must remind you, although you have great talent, our school doesn't lack geniuses. It's best to keep a low profile during your freshman year. She patted his shoulder again, leaving Jiang Chun looking innocent. He thought of himself as a good kid who never caused trouble and believed he was quite low-key. If Huang Mengyue knew his thoughts, she would probably burst out laughing. Low-key? She had heard of his exploits in the beast forest, defeating a gold-ranked beast while still at the silver rank, and possibly even taking down a platinum-ranked beast. How is that low-key? Alright, enough chit-chat. I have to head to the battlefield, Huang Mengyue said, opening the window and jumping out. A white dragon appeared out of nowhere. Report to Yinhuang University in 2 months. If you dare not show up, you'll pay through the nose. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's face darkened. Huang Mengyue nodded lightly and rode the white dragon into the sky. I'm off. Don't forget to report to Yinhuang University in 2 months. Goodbye, teacher. On the battlefield of myriad races, a resolute-faced man stared at the note in his hand, his brows furrowing as he read. His expression darkened, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Who would have thought that sparing that little brat back then would lead to this disaster? He muttered under his breath, crushing the note into powder with a sudden force. The man stood up and called out, Jiang Xingchen. Almost immediately, a young man hurried in and respectfully asked, Second brother, what's the matter? The resolute man, his face stern, replied, I need to go back to Yulong City to handle some matters. Keep an eye on things here. If things get out of hand, stay in the camp until I return. The young man was momentarily puzzled and asked, Isn't Big Brother at home? Why are you the one going back? Umph. The man grunted in displeasure. That guy thinks he's the face of the Jiang family and refuses to get his hands dirty. He leaves all the messy work to us. The young man understood and solemnly said, All right, second brother Baichuan, take care. This resolute man was none other than Jiang Baichuan, the second in command of the Jiang family and the younger brother of the family head. Jiang Baichuan gave a few more instructions, all right? Take care of things here. I should be back in about 7 days. With that, he left. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already said goodbye to Lu Xingyu. The school hadn't punished Jiang Chun for skipping classes because there was nothing more they could teach him. For such a student, staying in school would be a waste of time. The principal's attitude was straightforward. No objections. If every student were like Jiang Chun, he'd be even happier. As Jiang Chun walked home, he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. He muttered to himself in confusion, Is someone thinking about me? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No distractions. Focus on beast taming. He nodded resolutely. At that moment, Jiang Chun sensed a faint mental fluctuation. This familiar yet strange feeling made him recall something instantly. His consciousness quickly entered the nest of myriad races, arriving above a vast valley. In the center of the valley, a storm dragon egg had developed fine cracks that were rapidly expanding. Soon, the cracks covered half the eggshell. Is it hatching? Jiang Chun was startled, leaning against a utility pole by the roadside, ready to wait for the storm dragon to emerge. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he expected. The little creature seemed to have exhausted its strength, and after breaking the shell, there was no further movement. If not for the mental fluctuations from the egg, Jiang Chun would have thought it was dead. Damn, this little guy isn't even as strong as an unevolved skeleton. This is too weak, Jiang Chun thought helplessly. Once it's out, I'll need to get it some powerful supplements. Too weak. After waiting a while longer with no signs of movement, Jiang Chun shook his head and continued walking. His changing expressions didn't escape the notice of Wu Di and Lang Jun, who were following him. They exchanged puzzled glances. Does this kid have a mental problem? He's happy one moment and worried the next, Wu Di whispered. We should inform the boss. If he's really a nutcase, we definitely can't recruit him, Lang Jun agreed. What they didn't know was that, unlike ordinary beast rings that couldn't show the condition of the beasts inside, Jiang Qin's nest of myriad races had no such limitations. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, he sensed something again and re-entered the storm valley. This time, he saw the egg was empty, and beside the eggshell was a small blue lizard, about 20 centimeters long, still covered in egg fluid. Jiang Chun was stunned. Is this a storm dragon? The little creature had started devouring the eggshell, finishing it off in a few breaths. Jiang Qin immediately summoned the storm dragon, and a blue lizard appeared in his hand. The sudden appearance startled the little creature, but it quickly recognized Jiang Chun and affectionately nuzzled his finger. With mixed feelings, Jiang Chun checked the little creature's information. Name: Storm Dragon Infant Stage. Quality: Epic. Description: a massive dragon capable of considerable destruction and impressive flight speed. Its adult form can reach the platinum tier. After reading the description, Jiang Chun was even more bewildered. Isn't it supposed to fly? Where are the wings? He examined the little creature and confirmed it had no wings. Jiang Chun was speechless. People often joked that Western dragons were just lizards. Now he believed it. The storm dragon's wings must develop later. Wu Di and Lang Jun, who were watching, were equally dumbfounded. A dragon species. It's actually a dragon species, Wu Di exclaimed. When did he get a dragon species? And a powerful storm dragon at that. Lang Jun couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that egg? Lang Jun suddenly recalled the blue egg Jiang Chun had bought earlier. Wu Di thought it was possible. If that's the case, it's even more astounding. This kid could identify it as a storm dragon egg. Both of them gasped in unison. Identifying a beast egg before it hatched was incredibly difficult, given the myriad types of beast eggs. Yet Jiang Chun had clearly recognized it. This kid is a real treasure, they both said simultaneously, then smiled at each other. At that moment, Jiang Chun rubbed the little blue lizard, feeling exasperated. Is this really a storm dragon? It looks more cute than fierce. His worldview was shaken. He had seen dragons before, like the frost dragon, which was truly majestic. But his own dragon was more cute than imposing. Jiang Chun sighed. Since he had already formed a contract, he couldn't abandon it. Looking at the little creature's blue body, he decided, from now on, you'll be called Xiaoqing. Given its adorable appearance, the name seemed fitting. Since Xiaoqing had just been born, Jiang Chun immediately started considering its nutritional needs. As a wind affinity beast, Xiaoqing's growth rate would directly affect its power development. Jiang Chun knew that wind elemental cores were the best choice, but the hard cores were obviously not suitable for the newborn. He decided to prepare some more digestible snacks for Xiaoqing. With this in mind, Jiang Chun took out his phone and called Zhang Man. At that moment, Zhang Man, who was in the middle of a class, glanced at her phone curiously and signaled her students to be quiet before answering the call. Jiang, what can I do for you? Zhang Man's voice had a hint of excitement, clearly aware of Jiang Qin's recent recruitment by the top 10 prestigious schools. Jiang Qin paused, then said helplessly, Teacher, you don't need to be so formal. Just call me Jiang Chun. All right, Jiang Chun. What do you need? Zhang Man asked, trying to suppress her excitement. I want to purchase a batch of wind elemental cores, preferably from bronze to gold tier. Additionally, if there are any wind affinity treasures, that would be even better. Jiang Chun explained his request directly. Zhang Man readily agreed. No problem. I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. Though curious about Jiang Qin's intentions for these materials, she wisely refrained from asking further. After the call ended, Zhang Man turned to her students and announced Jiang Qin's recruitment. The classroom erupted with gasps of disbelief as the students stared at the podium. Among the stunned crowd, Lu Chunyin clenched and unclenched her fists. She finally understood why Jiang Qin had rejected her, but she was unwilling to give up. A bold idea formed in her mind. She would prove to Jiang Chun that she was just as exceptional. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was unaware that he had inadvertently sparked the girl's resentment. He was focused on a note that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Want to know about your parents? Head 10 miles south of the city in 2 days. Wait for me under the ancient 1,000-year-old tree. Jiang Chun squinted his eyes, sensing potential danger. It was clear someone wanted to lure him out of the city. Though he didn't know the identity of the sender, Jiang Chun was certain it was a trap. However, to gain information about his parents, he decided to take the risk. Wu, come here, Jiang Chun called out. A moment later, Wu Di appeared with a stern expression. Kid, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to act like we don't exist? This could expose us. Jiang Chun awkwardly smiled and handed the note to Wu Di. Brother Wu, take a look at this. After reading the note, Wu Di looked at Jiang Chun with a peculiar expression. How did you manage to make so many enemies? Jiang Chun joked lightly. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Makes people jealous. Wu Di exchanged a resigned glance with Lang Jun beside him and eventually agreed to accompany Jiang Chen. 2 days later, as Jiang Chen prepared to leave, his beast, the rogue rabbit, had already gained new materials and significantly boosted its strength. Despite this, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, knowing he was still no match for a platinum-tier beast tamer. Meanwhile, near Yulong City, a team of mysterious individuals halted. The leading man issued 2 orders, one to investigate the newly recruited student and the other to find Elder Hua's whereabouts. The group removed their badges and quietly headed toward Yulong City. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and the day for Jiang Chun to keep his appointment finally arrived. Meanwhile, the advancement materials for the rogue rabbit had also been delivered. However, this advancement process needed to be gradual and couldn't be rushed. Just the 10 pounds of wind chimes grass would keep the rogue rabbit full for days. Reaching the gold tier would at least have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Chun decided not to wait any longer. With Wu Di and Lang Jun as his guards, safety was assured. He summoned Flathead as his mount with a mere thought. Until Shao Qing grew up, Flathead was the most suitable. The other beasts were either too small or too conspicuous. Let's go, Jiang Chen commanded in a low voice, riding Flathead out of the Wanlu community and heading straight to the agreed meeting place after leaving the city. Unbeknownst to him, someone sneaky started following shortly after he left. As Jiang Chen exited Yulong City, the person's eyes lit up and he pulled out his phone, whispering, "Old Jiang, let's go fishing. The fish are biting well today." He hung up and followed closely behind. Witnessing this, Wu Di remarked helplessly, "I told you. Look at how fast the bait catches fish. We just threw it in, and they're already biting." This made Lang Jun smile wryly, finally understanding why Wu Di had arranged things this way. It was to lure their targets out. In Yulong City, the Shinkong members had many restrictions, but out in the wild, they had fewer concerns. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 6 people started chasing in the direction Jiang Chun had gone. Lang Jun wanted to act, but Wu Di stopped him. "Don't rush. What's the point in catching small fry? Let's wait for the big fish." Lang Jun had no choice but to comply. Thanks to Flathead's speed, Jiang Chun reached the ancient tree at the meeting place in less than 10 minutes. However, the place was deserted, with only a solitary ancient tree standing there. Am I being stood up? Jiang Chun couldn't help but mutter, feeling a bit uncertain. But he resisted the urge to leave and decided to wait a little longer. He summoned the little skeleton Yang Shun and had it go into stealth mode. The little skeleton's keen sense of murderous intent would undoubtedly be a great asset in this situation where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. Before long, several figures appeared in the distance. Each was clad in a black robe and wielded alloy weapons, clearly not coming in peace. Are they here? Jiang Chun murmured to himself. The 6 approached, and the leader asked coldly, "Are you Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chun nodded in affirmation while sizing up the group of gold-tier warriors, thinking he could handle them with his current strength. "Who are you?" he countered. The leader snorted and ordered his men, "Show him our honor badges." The 6 of them simultaneously revealed their badges, and Jiang Chun instantly recognized them as level 2 star disciples from the Shinkong organization. This puzzled him. How did these Shinkong members know about his parents? Or perhaps they didn't, and this was just a ruse to lure him out of the city? With this thought, Jiang Chun acted without hesitation. With a mere thought, the massive figure of Antown appeared behind the 6 gold-tier warriors. Before Jiang Chun could even give a command, Antown had already made his move. A high-temperature magma blade erupted from the ground, slashing towards the 6 gold-tier warriors. The searing heat alerted the leader, who turned to warn his subordinates, but it was too late. 2 gold-tier warriors were cut in half in an instant, the high heat sealing their wounds without a drop of blood spilling. The remaining ones looked at Jiang Chun in horror. "Flathead, join in," Jiang Chen commanded, and Flathead leapt into the fray. In no time, only one member of the Shinkong 6 remained. The leader, eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, "How can you be this strong? You're just a silver-tier beast tamer." Jiang Chen shrugged, feeling a bit disappointed. He had hoped to get some clues, but it turned out they were just a bunch of frauds who knew nothing about his parents. Realizing he couldn't defeat 2 powerful beasts alone, the last Shinkong member shifted his focus to Jiang Chen. "If I kill you, these beasts will be easy to handle," he thought, charging at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. As the 3rd-level star disciple wondered why Jiang Chun wasn't panicking, a cold glint flashed across his neck. "Stop struggling. With your strength, you can't do anything to me," Jiang Chen said disdainfully, looking at the fallen disciple. 6 gold-tier warriors, 5 at the primary level and 1 at the advanced level, dared to ambush him. They must have been out of their minds. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, a voice rang out, "Chun'er, your strength has grown." The voice made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. He turned sharply to see a middle-aged man staring at him from a tree. Jiang Qin instantly recognized him as Jiang Baichuan, the Jiang family's second-in-command. Isn't this guy supposed to be on the battlefield? What's he doing here? Jiang Qin wondered. Jiang Baichuan jumped down from the tree, seemingly reading Jiang Qin's thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's simple. I came back for you. I didn't expect that even after being crippled, you could come this far. No wonder Big Brother had me rush back to deal with you." He had watched the entire fight. Even as a platinum tier expert, he couldn't help but be impressed by Jiang Qin's tactics. He showed no mercy to his enemies, giving them no chance of survival. The Jiang family head must really think highly of me to send you to assassinate me, Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile, while calculating his next move. Whether he could find out about his parents today depended on his acting skills. He decided to put on a show, suddenly displaying a sorrowful expression, and said, "It looks like I'll really die here today. But before that, I want to know about my parents. We've come this far, and I'm going to die anyway. Can you at least let me die knowing the truth?" Jiang Qin asked tentatively, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Jiang Baichuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of internal struggle visible in his eyes. Jiang Qin noticed this subtle change and quickly pressed on. "Are you, a platinum tier powerhouse, really afraid of me? A mere silver tier beastmaster? Killing me would be as easy as a flick of your wrist. My life is in your hands now, and I promise I won't resist after you tell me." Jiang Baichuan snorted disdainfully. "Your current strength is impressive, but you're still too green in my eyes. I could crush you effortlessly. Since you want to know, I'll let you die understanding, if only to give your dead parents some closure." Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, contemplating the peculiarities of his own identity. Jiang Baichuan took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Jiang Qin as he began to explain. "Actually, I don't bear the surname Jiang. Neither does Jiang Baiyue. You are the only one in the Jiang family who actually carries the Jiang name." The revelation hit Jiang Qin like a sledgehammer. He suppressed his shock and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?" With a mocking smile, Jiang Baichuan replied, "It's simple. We're not from the Jiang family, but you are a legitimate Jiang. As for my identity, I was the head of the Jiang family's guard. Jiang Baiyue was the butler. If he didn't hold something over me, I wouldn't have traveled so far to kill you." Jiang Qin's heart sank as he began to piece together the truth. Coldly, he asked, "Did you kill my parents?" "No," Jiang Baichuan said flatly, "your parents died in the demon cavern. We only stepped in to manage the Jiang family because you were too young." Rage flared up inside Jiang Qin, and he gritted his teeth. "You deserve to die." Seeing through Jiang Qin's anger, Jiang Baichuan continued, "You're probably wondering why we didn't act when you were younger. It's simple. We wouldn't have earned respect by overthrowing our superiors. We initially took control of the Jiang family under the guise of raising the young master. This way, no one would speak ill of us. Besides, you became a golden tier beastmaster at 16, which shows our dedication." Jiang Baichuan's tone grew urgent. "But your talent was too great, even surpassing your parents. We were scared, so we contacted assassins in the dead of night. We intended for you to die, but your beasts fought desperately to protect you until the law enforcement arrived. We thought you would fall without your beasts, but you rose again." As Jiang Qin's fury reached its peak, Jiang Baichuan burst into laughter. "All right, now that you know, it's time to send you off." Before Jiang Baichuan could finish, he lunged at Jiang Qin like a bolt of lightning. At the critical moment, Antun's massive form shielded Jiang Qin. Jiang Baichuan sneered, "Your strength is impressive, but you're too slow." With that, he effortlessly leaped over Antun's back. Suddenly, the little skeleton appeared, its black-marked blade slashing at Jiang Baichuan. With a clang, Jiang Baichuan blocked the attack with an alloy saber that had appeared in his hand. "Your beasts are strong, even capable of threatening weaker platinum tiers, but I'm at the peak of platinum tier. You're still not good enough." Jiang Baichuan scoffed, easily deflecting the skeleton's attack. Flathead became the last line of defense. Despite its thick skin, it couldn't match Jiang Baichuan's speed. A single slash left a bloody mark on Flathead, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it charged at Jiang Baichuan with bloodshot eyes. All the beasts felt their master's intense anger, their ferocity magnified. Even the little skeleton, having exhausted itself in a previous attack, staggered back up, its hollow eyes burning with green flames. However, against the peak platinum tier Jiang Baichuan, the beasts were ultimately too weak. Moments later, Jiang Baichuan broke through their defenses, coldly declaring, "Young Master Jiang, time to join your parents." At that critical moment, Jiang Qin suddenly smiled, a look of disdain in his eyes. "Why do you think a silver-tier beastmaster like me dared to come here alone?" Jiang Baichuan hesitated, but his alloy saber still swung toward Jiang Qin. "Brother Wu, time to work." Jiang Qin's voice rang out. Jiang Baichuan felt an ominous premonition, as if striking would mean his death. He quickly dodged aside. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhang Baichuan. Instinctively, Zhang Baichuan swung his saber backward. With a clang, a disdainful voice said, "Bullying the kid is one thing, but your strength is nothing to me." Zhang Baichuan was shocked. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a heavy blow to his head. With a thud, his consciousness began to fade. Jiang Qian stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment. After a while, he slowly extended his right hand, giving a thumbs up and sincerely praising, "Wu Gu, you're incredible." To think that a strike at the same level didn't even scratch Wu Di. "I have to say, you're really impressive," Wu Di sneered, brushing the dust off his shoulder. "This kind of trash can only show off in front of people like you. On a real battlefield, they'd barely be better than cannon fodder." Jiang Chun excitedly shouted again, "Wu Gu, awesome." This earned him a rolling eye from Wu Di. Wu Di turned to Zhang Baichuan, speaking calmly, "Do you want to handle this guy? Or should I take care of it?" He had already made up his mind to act himself. After all, Jiang Chun was still a student, and it wouldn't be good for him to get too much blood on his hands. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate and immediately said, "I'll do it myself." He had already decided not to kill Zhang Baichuan, but to make him suffer. His gaze fell on Zhang Baichuan's alloy battle knife, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Di nodded slightly and took a couple of steps back to avoid the blood splatter. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun picked up the alloy battle knife from the ground and slashed at Zhang Baichuan's shoulder. Blood splattered instantly, and the intense pain brought Zhang Baichuan back to his senses, making him groan in agony. "Ah!" He looked at Jiang Chun in terror, shouting, "No!" But Jiang Chun had already raised the knife again, and with another strike, Zhang Baichuan's other arm was severed. You! Zhang Baichuan was filled with fear, unable to believe he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. At the same time, he was shocked at how Jiang Chun had such a powerful ally. Jiang Chen coldly discarded the knife and said to Zhang Baichuan, "Go back and tell Zhang Baiyue to wash his neck and wait for me to cut it." He needed a pawn to provoke Zhang Baiyue and let him know that revenge was coming, while also conveying that he had strong allies. "You're ruthless," Zhang Baichuan roared. Jiang Chen's gaze turned murderous again, but thinking of his plan, he restrained himself. "You can choose not to leave, and I'll cut off your head right now," Jiang Chun said calmly. Zhang Baichuan trembled all over, stood up in fear, and said, "Jiang Chun, don't be so smug. I'll make you regret this." With that, he turned and fled. Jiang Chun didn't care. A cripple had no right to say such things. With his cultivation speed, Zhang Baichuan wouldn't live long. When he reached the platinum level, it would be the day he flattened the Zhang family. At that moment, Lang Jun suddenly appeared. "Kid, you just let him go like that?" Jiang Chen explained. "Someone like him who uses a knife will be greatly weakened without his hands. Letting him go back will scare that old bastard Zhang Baiyue. When I reach the platinum level, I'll naturally take their lives." Lang Jun gave Jiang Chen a strange look. "You're a cunning one." Wu Di suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Kid, I have to say, we're here to fend off people from the stars. Helping you with the Jiang family is already pushing it. Our team has rules against getting involved in personal vendettas." Jiang Chen nodded. "I understand. This time was enough. Zhang Baiyue probably won't dare send anyone to assassinate me again." Wu Di added, "You should still improve your strength as quickly as possible. Your subordinates are good seedlings." He was particularly impressed by Jiang Chen's beast companions, especially Anchuan. "Thanks for the reminder, Wu Go. I'll strive to reach platinum within a year," Jiang Chen said. The two of them rolled their eyes at him. Wu Di explained, "You have talent, but saying that is a bit overconfident. The difficulty spikes after the gold level. It might take 10 years, and some people get stuck at that level for life." "All right, enough talk. Be careful these next couple of days. Lang Jun and I might have some business to attend to," Wu Di said. "I understand, Wu Go. Don't worry, I value my life," Jiang Chen assured him. The Mirage Fox appeared again, and the two of them vanished instantly. Jiang Chen envied this ability and thought that when he reached the gold level, he must catch one. As he thought about this, he headed towards Yulong City. Not long after, a man in a black robe appeared at the scene. Seeing his dead subordinates, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As expected, the special recruits are not simple. "It seems I need to take action myself." Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. "Take action yourself? You won't get the chance." The black-robed man turned around in shock to see two people staring at him from the treetop. Madmen from the Pioneer Army. "Looks like this kid is not simple." He suddenly laughed weirdly. Wu Di frowned, jumped down from the tree, and punched. With a poof, a straw doll fell to the ground. As expected, the Starry Sky people are all cowards, Wu Di said, looking at the straw doll and shaking his head helplessly. It was clearly a clone of the man. Zhang Baichuan had yet to return, and Zhang Baiyue's face was as dark as a stormy sky. Half a day had passed with no news, leaving him uncertain whether the mission had succeeded. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from outside the door. Master, Master, something terrible has happened. Zhang Baiyue's expression changed instantly. He kicked the servant who rushed in, sending him flying, and coldly snorted. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Why are you panicking? The servant, though a warrior of the golden rank with a physique far superior to ordinary people, was still left in pain by the kick. He struggled to his feet, knelt before Zhang Baiyue and stammered, Master, second master is injured. Zhang Baiyue spun around, grabbed the servant by the collar, and shouted incredulously, What did you just say? He knew Zhang Baichuan's mission was to kill a silver rank beast master. How could a platinum rank warrior like him get injured? Second master is injured, the servant repeated, his voice trembling with fear. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhang Baiyue strode towards the door. Before he could step out, a team of enforcers carrying a stretcher entered. The leader of the team bowed slightly to Zhang Baiyue and said, We've brought second master back. We won't disturb you further. With that, they turned and left. Zhang Baiyue's eyes were fixed on Zhang Baichuan lying on the stretcher. He let out a roar, Baichuan. He picked up Zhang Baichuan and rushed into a room, slamming the door behind him. The onlookers in the courtyard quickly dispersed. Zhang Baiyue placed Zhang Baichuan on a chair, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He slapped the unconscious Zhang Baichuan hard, finally waking him up. If Zhang Baichuan weren't a platinum rank warrior, he would have bled to death several times over by now. What happened? Zhang Baiyue demanded coldly. Zhang Baichuan gave a bitter smile. We were wrong. We never should have provoked that guy from the beginning. Or rather, we should have killed him when he was a child. Now it's too late for everything. Seeing Zhang Baichuan so dejected, Zhang Baiyue's anger flared again. He slapped him once more. Cut the nonsense. Tell me what you encountered. Zhang Baichuan muttered. Zhang Chun is no longer the little thing anyone can push around. He has a colossal force backing him, one that our Jiang family cannot afford to provoke. That being can annihilate the Jiang family without lifting a finger. And it's not just one person protecting Jiang Chun. There are others in the shadows. Zhang Baiyue saw that Zhang Baichuan was like a lifeless shell, unresponsive to his continuous slaps, and he grew even more enraged. Suddenly, Zhang Baichuan burst into mad laughter. Ha ha, we're all going to die, all going to die. Zhang Baiyue frowned deeply, thinking, if Jiang Chun truly has the power to defeat a peak platinum rank, he might have already killed his way to our doorstep. The only possibility is that he has found a powerful backer, with experts guarding him. In just 1 month, Jiang Chun has gained such strength. It's truly frightening. At that moment, Zhang Baichuan suddenly stood up and crashed into the wall. A shadow flashed, and Zhang Baichuan's eyes lost their spark instantly. Yet, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he struggled to utter his final words. Zhang Baiyue, you will regret this? Cut off his head for me. Zhang Baiyue ordered coldly. The shadow reappeared, and Zhang Baichuan's head fell to the ground in an instant. Zhang Baiyue sneered. I want to see what Jiang Chun is capable of. He immediately posted a bounty on the Assassin's Guild, willing to spend 5 years' worth of the Jiang family's savings just to see Jiang Chun dead. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, who had just returned to his villa, suddenly felt a surge of comfort and broke through to become a golden rank beastmaster. 3 system notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching golden rank. You have received 3 beast seeds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching golden rank. You have received a special reward. Reflective fur. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. It seemed that each level increase would indeed grant him 3 beast seeds. But what exactly was this reflective fur? Jiang Chun curiously examined the reflective fur in his hand, his brow furrowed. What kind of strange thing was this? With a thought, the item's information immediately appeared before his eyes. Reflective fur, legendary quality. A peculiar type of fur that can bounce back damage? Jiang Chun read aloud, feeling even more puzzled. How was he supposed to use this? Devil fruits could be fed to beasts, but was he supposed to swallow this fur? He couldn't help but imagine the comical scene of his beast struggling to swallow the fur. System, how do I use this? Do I just eat it? Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask. The system seemed stumped by the question, pausing for a moment before responding. Ding! Select the beast you want to fuse with the reflective fur. The system will assist you in completing the process. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he wouldn't have to force his beast to swallow the fur. Alright, fuse the reflective fur with Ping-Tu. Ding! Are you sure you want to fuse the reflective fur with Ping-Tu? Once confirmed, this cannot be changed. Confirm. Ding! Fusion process beginning. Ding! Friendly reminder. The beast cannot engage in combat during the fusion. Jiang Chun nodded in understanding. After dealing with Ping-Tu, he summoned Liu Meng Tu, who immediately started hopping around him, seemingly showing off its advancement. Jiang Chen helplessly grabbed the excited rabbit. Upon closer inspection, it hadn't changed much except for growing taller, now standing about a meter high, and its fur had become a deeper blue. He quickly pulled up the rabbit's information. Name, Liumong 2, Shockwave Rabbit King. Quality, Epic. Rank, Low Gold Tier. Skills, Shockwave Strike LV3, Speed Burst LV2, Bone Crushing Blow LV1. Description, contains mysterious energy within its body, which, though not fully mastered, has significantly enhanced its abilities. Evolution Path, 1 Platinum Wind Attribute Crystal, 10 Gale Crystals to evolve into the Stormshock Rabbit King Legendary. Jiang Chen noticed that Liumong 2 had gained a new skill and immediately checked the details. Bone Crushing Blow concentrates a large amount of shockwave energy to deliver a devastating strike to the enemy. After reading the skill description, Jiang Chen didn't feel much different. After all, it would take actual combat to truly understand its effect. At that moment, he was in his villa, and his only potential test subject, Ping Tu, was undergoing fusion and evolution, making it unavailable for testing Liumong 2's new abilities. As Jiang Chen pondered, he felt a tug on his clothes. Looking down, he saw Liumong 2 staring up at him with a pitiful expression. Jiang Chen was momentarily baffled, unsure of what the rabbit wanted. Do you want to eat a crystal core? Jiang Chen asked, remembering the wind attribute crystal cores he had bought for Xiaoqing. Although they shared the same attribute, Liumong 2 had never shown interest in them before. Liumong 2 shook its head, clearly not the case. Jiang Chen grew even more confused. The rabbit couldn't communicate telepathically and struggled to express even simple words, which was quite frustrating. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed Liumong 2 using its ears to gesture at a certain height, as if hinting at something. Realizing what it might mean, Jiang Chen immediately summoned Xiaogu. Xiaogu appeared ready for battle, but quickly became docile upon seeing Jiang Chen, like a soldier awaiting orders. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Liumong 2 hopped in front of Xiaogu, rubbing its ears on Xiaogu's shiny head and prancing around proudly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. This rabbit was truly obnoxious, summoning Xiaogu just to show off its height. It was both amusing and exasperating. Xiaogu looked up at its big brother in surprise, its green soul fire burning brighter. Though it couldn't speak, its actions seemed to say, "Big bro. Awesome." Jiang Chen shook his head, wanting to tell Xiaogu not to be so respectful to the cheeky rabbit, but seeing how well they got along, he decided not to interfere. Forget it. Let those two have their fun, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then summoned Xiaoqing. After 2 days of consuming crystal cores, Xiaoqing had noticeably grown, now over half a meter long and resembling a lizard. It ran to Jiang Chen's feet and nuzzled against him before noticing Liumong 2. Its eyes lit up, and it quickly scampered over. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the scene before him. Xiaoqing was affectionately nuzzling Rogue Rabbit, then turned to nuzzle Little Skeleton. Rogue Rabbit slightly lifted its head, gently brushing Xiaoqing's head with its soft, long ears. This heartwarming sight brought a vivid image to Jiang Chen's mind. Flathead being ganged up on by all the other beasts in the future. Flathead, oh Flathead. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you're just too hopeless. You can't even form alliances. If this goes on, you'll definitely get ganged up on. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking about how difficult it was to manage his beasts. The only ones not involved in this drama were Anchuan and Yangshan. These two acted like outsiders, completely indifferent to the conflicts between Rogue Rabbit and Flathead. Forget it, Jiang Chen thought to himself. If worst comes to worst, I'll find a mate for Flathead. At least someone will be there to take the hits with him. He decided not to worry too much. If a fight did break out, he could step in and stop it. He was confident that these two would give him some face. Xiaoqing, come here. It's feeding time, Jiang Chen called out. Hearing his master's call, Xiaoqing reluctantly nuzzled its big brother, Rogue Rabbit, and second brother, Little Skeleton before running over to Jiang Chen. It quickly reached his feet, looking up expectantly. Jiang Chen took out a small stainless steel bowl and, with a thought, summoned 4 or 5 bronze tier wind attribute crystals, placing them in the bowl. As he set the bowl on the ground and was about to say, "All right, dig in," Xiaoqing blocked his path. "What do you want now, you little rascal?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat exasperated. Xiaoqing approached the bowl, looking at its contents with a hint of anticipation in its eyes. Jiang Chen immediately understood and added a few wind attribute fruits to the bowl. Seeing the tasty fruits added to its meal, Xiaoqing perked up and happily began to feast. Watching Xiaoqing devour its meal, Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, "So young and already relying on handouts. You've really got some nerve." In the blink of an eye, the day to enter the secret realm finally arrived. Jiang Chen stood in his room, feeling a bit anxious. Over the past few days, the fusion evolution of Ping Tu had yet to complete, which made him uneasy. By all accounts, the fusion should have finished already, but every time he tried to summon Ping Tu, The system warned him not to interrupt the special fusion evolution. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, accompanied by a familiar voice. Jiang Chun, I'm here to pick you up. Jiang Chen opened the door to see a burly figure standing there. It was Chu Xiong. As Chu Xiong was about to speak, he suddenly froze, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. You've reached the gold tier? Jiang Chen smiled smugly. Just got lucky, really. Pushed a bit too hard and accidentally broke through. Chu Xiong's eyebrows twitched, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound. Kid, don't get cocky. Nobody who shows off in front of me ends up well. Jiang Chen quickly took 2 steps back and explained. Come on, brother Chu. I'm not showing off. I'm telling the truth. It was really an accidental breakthrough. Still skeptical, Chu Xiong listened as Jiang Chen explained that it was his beast companion that helped him rapidly advance, not his hard work alone. Chu Xiong inwardly cursed this kid's good fortune. It had taken him 3 whole years to advance from silver to gold tier. All right, enough chit-chat. Chu Xiong interrupted. I'll send you into the secret realm shortly. You'll be there for 3 days. Remember what the boss said. There are not only beast companions inside but also many rare treasures. Don't just focus on capturing beasts. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Brother Chu, are there Tiangang wind crystals and storm stones in there? Never been inside, so I don't know. Chu Xiong answered decisively, but then added, there should be. Most wind attribute treasures are found in that realm. Whether you find them or not depends on you. Jiang Chen nodded, determined to find advancement materials for Shaoqing. When they arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Chen saw a military truck and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Noticing his expression, Chu Xiong teased, not happy, huh? Still a truck? Jiang Chen quickly denied it, but Chu Xiong gave him a disdainful look and complained. I've had my fill of trucks. Those height-ear beast companions, I can't get my hands on them. I wanted to get Feilong Xiao Shuang to pick you up, but that bastard is out on a mission. After they got into the truck, Chu Xiong drove at breakneck speed, causing chaos within Yulong City. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Brother Chu, are we in a hurry? Chu Xiong shook his head, his expression suddenly turning serious. You've become quite the figure. From your villa to the city outskirts, I spotted 5 groups tracking you, 2 of which had killing intent. Jiang Chen was shocked and hadn't had time to process this when Chu Xiong lit a cigarette with one hand and smirked. Someone's following us. Hold on tight. The veteran driver is about to take off. The truck bolted out of the city gates like a wild horse, speeding across the beast plains. 3 middle-aged men who had just left the city stared in disbelief at the receding truck. The leader of the group frowned. What a madman. The other 2 asked worriedly. That guy seems to be from the military. Are we really going to make a move? The leader sneered. We're assassins. How can we pass up a job that comes to us? The military truck roared down the road, and Jiang Chun had lost track of time. When the truck finally stopped, he stumbled out and couldn't help but vomit. Is that all you've got, kid? How long has it been? Chu Xiong, standing nearby, lit a cigarette and sneered. Jiang Chun, recovering, looked at Chu Xiong in exasperation. Chu Gu, hasn't anyone ever told you something? What? Chu Xiong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Other people drive to make money. You drive to take lives. Chu Xiong's face darkened instantly. If you're so tough, don't ride in my truck on the way back. Jiang Chen immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. The journey was at least a few hundred miles, and riding his beast back was unrealistic. His only suitable mount was still evolving, and walking or riding Anton would attract too much attention. Stop babbling and go inside. Chu Xiong waved impatiently. Even though the area has been cleared, there might still be platinum-grade beasts. Be careful not to get yourself killed. Got it, Chu Gu. Jiang Chen nodded and was about to leave when a middle-aged man in military uniform approached. Comrade, please show me your identification. The man saluted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen handed over his credentials, and after a quick inspection, the man nodded. Here's your ID, comrade. Please follow me. Sure. Jiang Chen responded, then turned to Chu Xiong. Chu Gu, I'm heading in. Get lost. Chu Xiong retorted irritably. After Jiang Chen left with the middle-aged man, Chu Xiong was also assigned a place to stay. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, and the sounds of roaring beasts and a flying dragon came through. Chu Xiong, has Jiang Chen entered the rift? He just went in. Chu Xiong replied succinctly. Get Wu Di and Lang Jun. I'll send you the coordinates shortly. You 3 need to provide support immediately. The voice on the other end said urgently. Captain, what's happening? Chu Xiong's expression changed as he asked. A team of renegades is trying to breach a spatial rift, led by an alien beast tamer. Understood, Captain. I'll contact Wu Di and the others and head over right away. Chu Xiong ended the call and quickly reached out to Wu Di. Wu Di was supposed to bring Jiang Chun, but a last-minute scouting mission had kept them away. Chu Xiong rushed out, got back into the military truck, and floored the gas pedal, speeding off once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, unaware of Chu Xiong's departure, was led to a spatial rift. Comrade, you have 3 days to capture beasts inside. You need to return after 3 days. Here are the supplies you'll need. The middle-aged man handed Jiang Chen a backpack. Thanks, brother. Jiang Chen grinned, taking the backpack and stepping into the rift before the man could respond. As his vision cleared, Jiang Chen found himself in a valley. The wind howled against his face, and he promptly summoned his rogue rabbit and little skeleton. Scanning the area, he spotted a group of wind element beasts not far away. Though they weren't of high quality, Jiang Chen wasn't picky. Perfect food for Shao Qing. Jiang Chen muttered, checking the beast's information. Name, wind bird. Quality, common. Grade, bronze. Description, a fast-moving beast with no attack power. There were at least 17 or 18 wind birds. Rogue rabbit, take down that flock of wind birds, Jiang Chen ordered. The rogue rabbit raised its head slightly, and its ears formed a basketball-sized shockwave, which it hurled at the wind birds. The shockwave exploded, shattering the birds' wings and sending them plummeting to the ground. Jiang Chen drew a small knife, ready to harvest the crystal cores, but then changed his mind and summoned Shao Qing. He wanted the dragon to see how hard he worked for every meal. Shao Qing nuzzled Jiang Chen upon appearing, then excitedly ran to the rogue rabbit and little skeleton. The rogue rabbit, happy to see its younger sibling, patted Shao Qing with its ears. Jiang Chen felt a bit annoyed. I brought you out to see how hard I work, and you run off to hang out with your brothers. Shao Qing, get over here. Shao Qing obediently trotted to Jiang Chen's feet, looking up at him with wide eyes. Jiang Chen wondered if scolding the dragon more would make it cry. You're a dragon, not a cute lizard, Jiang Chen said, trying to clarify the creature's identity. As soon as he spoke, he saw tears welling in Shao Qing's eyes. At that moment, the rogue rabbit and little skeleton stepped in front of Shao Qing. What the? Jiang Chen was both amused and exasperated. You guys are teaching me a lesson in sibling loyalty? Are you planning a rebellion? The 3 little creatures shook their heads in unison, but continued to look at Jiang Chen. All right, fine. I won't scold it anymore, Jiang Chen conceded, shaking his head. He briefly considered sowing discord among them, but quickly dismissed the idea. Most people hoped their beasts would get along, and his thoughts were indeed problematic. In the end, Jiang Chen decided not to reprimand Shao Qing further and focused on harvesting the crystal cores. As Jiang Chen ventured deeper, more and more wind attribute beasts came into view. Although some of them had decent attributes, they were nothing compared to the mighty dragon, Shao Qing. This led to a group of wind attribute beasts being effortlessly slain by Shao Qing's elder brothers, who then stripped their crystal cores, turning them into Shao Qing's food. The number of wind attribute crystal cores in Jiang Chen's possession grew steadily, with over 100 silver tier cores amassed. Jiang Chen casually pulled out a bronze tier wind attribute crystal core and tossed it to Shao Qing. Shao Qing swallowed it in one gulp, but displayed a look of extreme reluctance. This left Jiang Chen speechless, thinking, this is a crystal core, the favorite thing of both beasts and spirit beasts. He shook his head slightly, thinking that only a well-off creature like Shao Qing would be so picky about crystal cores. Anyone else would be eager to eat as many as possible. Despite this, Jiang Chen continued to feed Shao Qing several more crystal cores. Although Shao Qing acted resistant, it obediently ate them under Jiang Chen's command. No matter what, Jiang Chen's authority as the leader was still effective, and even with Shao Qing's 2 elder brothers backing it up, it didn't dare to resist, or else it would face consequences along with its brothers. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed around them, making Jiang Chen's head buzz. It was clearly the roar of a gold-tier beast. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, saying, finally, after all this time, we've encountered our first gold-tier beast. He immediately gave instructions, little skeleton. You go ahead first. Don't let that guy get away. Wait for me before you make a move. Little skeleton nodded in agreement and went into stealth mode, quietly heading towards the source of the sound. Jiang Chen quickly followed. Soon, Jiang Chen spotted a leopard covered in black spots with wings, perched on a large tree. He quickly checked its information. Name, Sky Leopard. Quality, Elite. Tier, Mid-Gold Tier. Skills, Windblade LV2, Gale Flight LV1. Description, a leopard with wings that can fly for short periods, extremely fast. Evolution path, 1 wind attribute platinum tier crystal core, 1 wind eye crystal, can evolve into a wind eye leopard. Jiang Chen was about to instruct little skeleton to attack, but received a message from it. Too high? Jiang Chen then realized that the height of over 10 meters was indeed challenging for little skeleton. Even a gold-tier beast could only jump about 7 to 8 meters high at most. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Rogue Rabbit, thinking that its jumping ability was strong enough to easily reach dozens of meters. However, its large size made it easy to spot. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Rogue Rabbit losing the fight, but rather that the Sky Leopard, with its wings, would fly away if it sensed danger. A single, fatal strike was necessary to take down the sky leopard. An idea struck Jiang Chun. He turned to Rogue Rabbit with a mischievous smile and said, "Rogue Rabbit, it's time for you to show off your acting skills." Rogue Rabbit immediately sensed something was wrong and took 2 steps back. Jiang Chun smirked. "Do you think you can run away, fat rabbit?" He thought to himself. Such a plump and juicy rabbit would make anyone's mouth water, let alone the leopard's. Seeing Jiang Chun's expression, Rogue Rabbit gulped nervously and took a few more steps back. Jiang Chun impatiently said, "Enough hiding. You're not weaker than it, you're just bait." Rogue Rabbit looked at Jiang Chun pitifully, hoping he would retract the order. But Jiang Chun had made up his mind and kicked Rogue Rabbit's backside, sending it flying. This immediately caught the sky leopard's attention. The sky leopard's eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of Rogue Rabbit. What a fat rabbit! It stood up, seemingly ready to hunt. Jiang Chun was overjoyed, thinking his plan was about to succeed. However, the sky leopard seemed to have recently fed and lacked a strong hunting urge. It merely glanced at Rogue Rabbit before lying back down on the tree, licking its paws and looking drowsy. Jiang Chun couldn't let his prey slip away. He commanded through their contract, "Rogue Rabbit, go provoke that leopard." Reluctantly, Rogue Rabbit sulkily walked to the base of the tree. The sky leopard noticed Rogue Rabbit approaching and opened its eyes in confusion. Just as it was pondering what the fat rabbit intended, Rogue Rabbit suddenly struck. With one ear, Rogue Rabbit formed a fist-sized shockwave ball and slammed it against the ancient tree, thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. The sudden vibration caught the sky leopard off guard. It barely clung to the tree, almost falling off. Though it didn't fall, its eyes were now filled with rage. Roar! A low growl came from the tree. The sky leopard stood up again, thoroughly enraged. "A fat rabbit dares to challenge me?" It leaped from the tree, diving straight for Rogue Rabbit, determined to tear it to pieces. Seeing this, Jiang Chun nearly burst out laughing. It took the bait. This time, it really took the bait. Rogue Rabbit, seeing the sky leopard pounce, was also furious. "A mere leopard dares to show off in front of me? He'll smash your head." Both ears gathered shockwave energy, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the reckless leopard. Just as the sky leopard was about to reach Rogue Rabbit, a shadow flashed. Little Skeleton appeared in front of the sky leopard in an instant. In the next second, a burst of blood erupted from the sky leopard's neck. Little Skeleton had struck first, delivering a fatal blow. The Rogue Rabbit stood still, its ears still trembling from the shockwaves. It stared intently at the little skeleton, a hint of displeasure in its eyes, as if saying, "You stole my kill?" The flying demonic leopard struggled to rise from the ground, letting out a deep growl. Despite being severely injured, it refused to fall. Hearing the sound, the Rogue Rabbit vanished in an instant. Before the leopard could react, a sharp pain hit it, and its head was smashed into the ground, dead on the spot. After delivering the final blow, the Rogue Rabbit immediately went to the little skeleton's side, using its ears to rub the skeleton's bald head. This time, the force was noticeably stronger, clearly venting its frustration. The little skeleton, however, seemed unaware, simply turning to look in Jiang Chen's direction. Mission accomplished. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen emerged from the bushes, glanced at the 2 little creatures, and said nothing. He took out a dagger, preparing to extract the crystal core. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared. The Rogue Rabbit leapt up instantly, and with a dull thud, the shadow was knocked back. Jiang Chun looked up to see a giant eagle, over 5 meters in length, circling overhead. It had apparently set its sights on the flying demonic leopard's corpse, but was repelled by the Rogue Rabbit's strike, now likely questioning its own existence. A system prompt appeared. Name: Gale Eagle. Quality: Leader. Rank: Peak Gold Tier. Skills: High Altitude Strike LV2, Gale Spin LV1. Description: a fierce aerial predator capable of hunting beasts of the same tier. Evolution path: 1 Storm Crystal, 10 Wind God Fruits, can evolve into Tempest Eagle Epic. Jiang Chun was taken aback, realizing that this eagle had impressive attributes. If he didn't already have a contract with Shaoqing, he might have considered taming it. But now, this eagle would only become food for Shaoqing. The Gale Eagle let out a piercing cry, clearly angry at being blocked by a mere rabbit. Gray whirlwinds formed on its wings as it flew towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate and immediately started running. The whirlwinds descended, shredding the surrounding leaves and branches. If they hit a person, it would result in severe injuries or even instant death. Seeing this, the Rogue Rabbit quickly used its ears to form a large shockwave ball and hurled it at the whirlwinds. The collision produced a powerful shockwave, causing even Jiang Chun to stumble. This time, the Rogue Rabbit faced a true challenge. The Gale Eagle could fly, had high agility, and formidable attack power. A single mistake could result in severe injury for the Rogue Rabbit. Jiang Chun frowned at the Gale Eagle in the sky, thinking it was indeed a tough opponent. He had no effective aerial beasts, and the only one that could fly was a bronze tier baby. The Gale Eagle, seeing its attacks blocked, became even more furious. Whirlwind after whirlwind descended, while the rogue rabbit fought back relentlessly with shockwave balls. The two were locked in a stalemate. Jiang Qin watched, wanting to help but feeling powerless. He turned to the little skeleton and asked, "Little skeleton, do you think your big brother can win?" The little skeleton nodded seriously. "You've got a lot of faith in your big brother," Jiang Qin said, smiling as he rubbed the skeleton's bald head. The sound of explosions continued, causing nearby beasts to flee. The fierce battle lasted for 3 minutes, leaving both sides exhausted. The Gale Eagle seemed to waver, a look of fear in its eyes. It hadn't expected a mere rabbit to be so formidable. As a top predator in the secret realm, it couldn't defeat the rabbit. The Gale Eagle let out an unwilling cry, glaring at the rogue rabbit before turning to leave. It had realized that it couldn't defeat the rabbit with its current strength, and the rabbit posed no threat to it. Seeing the Gale Eagle leave, the rogue rabbit jumped up and down in frustration, wishing it could sprout wings and chase after it. But it could only watch as the eagle's silhouette disappeared into the distance. Jiang Qin walked over to comfort it. "Don't bother, that guy can fly. We can't catch it." Hearing this, the rogue rabbit jumped a few more times in anger. Then, it approached a 50 or 60 turtle tree and smashed it with a shockwave ball. The ancient tree fell with a crack, clearly venting its frustration. Jiang Chun looked in the direction the Gale Eagle had flown, shaking his head slightly. "This grudge is probably settled," he thought, "but now's not the time. We'll have to wait until Shao Qing grows strong enough to fly." The rogue rabbit, still upset, walked over. Jiang Chun knew it wouldn't be satisfied until the Gale Eagle was dead. He comforted it. "When your little brother can fly, he can take you to kill that Gale Eagle." Hearing this, the rogue rabbit looked up at Jiang Chen in surprise, using its ears to gesture. Jiang Chen immediately understood its meaning. "Summon Shao Qing?" The rogue rabbit nodded eagerly. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what the rabbit was up to, he trusted that it wouldn't harm its little brother. So, he summoned Shao Qing. The rogue rabbit immediately went to Shao Qing, patting it with its ears before gesturing energetically. Jiang Chen was utterly confused, having no idea what the rabbit was trying to convey. After a series of gestures, the rogue rabbit ran off. "What's with this rabbit? Has it lost its mind?" Jiang Chen said, puzzled, as he watched the rogue rabbit leave. After thinking for a while and getting nowhere, he decided to stop worrying about it. Jiang Chen took out a crystal core and tossed it to Shao Qing, chuckling, "Eat up, buddy. Your big brother got beaten today." Shao Qing looked at Jiang Chen innocently. Jiang Chen had just finished dealing with the corpse of the sky leopard when Liu Tu came rushing back. The rabbit tugged at Jiang Chen's pants with its long ears, clearly wanting to show him something. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, wondering what mischief the bunny was up to this time. But seeing its earnest expression, he decided to follow. 3 or 4 minutes later, Jiang Chen saw a body with a noticeable dent on its head, clearly Liu Tu's handiwork. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you do this? Planning to make it food for your little buddy?" Liu Tu nodded vigorously, looking quite proud of itself. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen realized it was a silver-deer swift badger. He patted Liu Tu on the head with a smile. "Well done." He then crouched down to extract the crystal core. However, Liu Tu didn't let Jiang Chen keep the crystal core. Instead, it pointed toward Xiao Qing with its ears, as if saying, "Let it eat this." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned and then explained helplessly, "Xiao Qing is still young and can only handle bronze-tier wind attribute crystal cores. Eating a silver-deer one could be too much for it." But Liu Tu wouldn't listen. Determined to make Xiao Qing stronger to take on the Storm Eagle, it grabbed the crystal core and marched over to Xiao Qing, who cowered in fear. Liu Tu glared at Xiao Qing, making it open its mouth in terror. Before Jiang Chen could stop it, the silver-deer crystal core was shoved into Xiao Qing's mouth. "Whoa!" Jiang Chen exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene, but it was too late. He clearly heard the sound of swallowing as Xiao Qing ingested the crystal core. Almost instantly, Xiao Qing's body began to tremble violently, growing at an abnormal rate. 2 small buds emerged from its back, and its body length reached 2 meters within moments. Xiao Qing whimpered in pain, trying to scratch its back with its paws. Seeing this, Liu Tu immediately restrained Xiao Qing, emitting a low warning growl. Despite the pain, Xiao Qing, under Liu Tu's intimidating presence, dared not move and could only endure the agony. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Qing's transformation finally stopped. Its skin was now a vibrant green. Its body length had reached 3 meters, and 2 miniature wings had sprouted from its back, though they were far too small to allow it to fly. Liu Tu released Xiao Qing and patted its head with its ears as if in praise. Xiao Qing, excited by its transformation, began circling Jiang Chen, letting out youthful roars, clearly showing off its new form. Jiang Chen opened Xiao Qing's status panel. Name: Gale Dragon Growth Stage. Quality: Epic. Tier: Silver Deer Low. Skills: Explosive Wind Blade LV1. Description: a large dragon with formidable destructive power and impressive flight speed. Its tier can reach platinum upon maturity. Evolution path: 1 Tiangang Wind Eye Crystal and 10 Storm Crystals can evolve it into a Storm Dragon. As Jiang Qian had expected, Xiaoqing had reached the Silver Deer, but its tiny wings were still incapable of flight. Not bad, Xiaoqing, keep it up, and soon you'll be able to fly, Jiang Qian said, patting Xiaoqing's head. At this point, Xiaoqing stood at a height of 1.5 meters. Jiang Qian estimated that it would be able to fly once it reached the gold tier. For now, it was just a ground dragon. Pointing to a large tree nearby, Jiang Qian instructed, use explosive wind blade on that tree. Xiaoqing turned to look, its small wings flapping excitedly. Moments later, a meter-long, curved wind blade formed and shot towards the tree at high speed. With a heavy thud, a deep dent appeared on the trunk of the tree, thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. Although it didn't cut the tree in half, the power of the attack was impressive enough to deal significant damage even to a gold-tier beast. Xiaoqing excitedly circled Jiang Qian again, showing off its newfound strength. But before Jiang Qian could say anything, Liu Mengtu rushed over, stepped on Xiaoqing's head, and began smacking it with its ears, evidently displeased with Xiaoqing's performance. Whimper. Xiaoqing cowered on the ground, looking pitifully at Jiang Qian for help. Jiang Qian walked over and grabbed Liu Mengtu. I know you're upset, but you can't take it out on Xiaoqing. Besides, Xiaoqing is still young. Even if you hit it, it won't learn to fly instantly. Instead of beating it, why not help it gather more crystal cores to boost its strength faster? Liu Mengtu glared at Xiaoqing one last time, but eventually nodded. Jiang Qian then let it go. Moments later, Liu Mengtu charged back into the forest, looking unusually enthusiastic. Seeing Liu Mengtu's newfound diligence, Jiang Qian couldn't help but laugh. This rabbit, which usually only fought as a last resort, was now actively hunting because Xiaoqing couldn't fly. Jiang Qian took a silver ear wind attribute crystal core from his backpack and tossed it to the bullied Xiaoqing. This time, Xiaoqing didn't hesitate and swallowed the core in one gulp, then looked at Jiang Qian expectantly for more. Jiang Qian gave Xiaoqing a curious look, thinking that the creature had become more sensible after a bit of discipline. Maybe Liu Mengtu should keep it in line more often. He tossed another crystal core to Xiaoqing and then chased after Liu Mengtu into the forest. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy thuds echoed throughout the secret realm. Jiang Qian looked helplessly at Xiaoqing beside him and said, your big brother is getting your food again. It had been a day since Jiang Qian entered the secret realm, and a lot had happened. The rogue rabbit had turned into an efficient killing machine, slaying any beast it encountered without regard for age or size. It only cared about killing and extracting the crystal cores, leaving the carcasses behind. Ground-dwelling beasts were almost entirely wiped out, with only the flying ones managing to escape. Following the rogue rabbit, Jiang Qian stepped over the littered bones, feeling a bit anxious. He worried that the military might come after them for the large-scale slaughter. After all, this place was supposed to be for capturing beasts, not a crystal core wholesale market. His backpack was already filled with over 200 silver deer wind attribute crystal cores, and Jiang Qian feared they wouldn't be able to carry much more. He considered asking the rogue rabbit to slow down since they already had enough to feed Xiaoqing. Thanks to the high-intensity feeding, Xiaoqing had advanced another level, reaching mid-silver tier. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached gold tier. However, the continuous eating was making Xiaoqing feel bloated, and it had tried to refuse several times, only to be educated by the rogue rabbit. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled, and the rogue rabbit emerged. It barked at Jiang Qian, then turned and continued forward. Jiang Qian understood immediately there was another prey to collect. He followed and found the latest victim was a green rabbit. He looked at the rogue rabbit, thinking how ruthless it was to kill even its distant relatives. Sensing the cruelty of its actions, the rogue rabbit turned away as Jiang Qian extracted the crystal core. Xiaoqing reluctantly swallowed the brain-smeared core. Watching Xiaoqing struggle to swallow, Jiang Qian felt a pang of guilt. He thought about how Xiaoqing was still just a child, not even 10 days old, yet already going through this ordeal. But then he envisioned riding a mighty dragon in the sky and steeled his resolve. He mentally praised the rogue rabbit, thinking its education method was correct. Suddenly, an eagle's screech pierced the sky. The rogue rabbit looked up, spotting a swift figure in the sky, and was about to chase it. Jiang Qian quickly stopped it, explaining that it was a flying beast and would easily escape. After being scolded, the rogue rabbit's gaze fell on Xiaoqing again. Feeling the hostile stare, Xiaoqing shivered and looked to Jiang Qian for help, but he ignored it. Jiang Qian thought, for the dream of riding a dragon, Xiaoqing would have to endure. After another round of feeding, Xiaoqing tearfully swallowed 2 more crystal cores. At that moment, a spatial passage suddenly appeared not far from Jiang Qian. Almost simultaneously, a group of armed individuals emerged. Leading them was a young woman, who, despite her age, exuded a commanding presence. The woman surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, "This should be the wind attribute beast realm controlled by the Long Kingdom military. Our orders are to capture as many beasts as possible. There's also a powerful flying beast here, which is one of our targets." The others nodded in agreement. The woman continued, "Remember, no matter what, we must leave in a day, or the Long Kingdom might catch us." "Understood, Captain." "Good, now spread out." With her command, the group dispersed. Jiang Chun was unaware of the events unfolding nearby, but the rogue rabbit and the little skeleton turned their heads in that direction, sensing something unusual. Noticing their reaction, Jiang Chun frowned and asked, "What's over there?" The little skeleton nodded and said in a garbled voice in Jiang Chen's mind, "Several strong presences appeared over there." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's frown deepened. Anything that could make the rogue rabbit and the little skeleton feel threatened was likely platinum tier. And from what the little skeleton implied, there were several of them, which puzzled Jiang Chun. He remembered being told they could stay in the secret realm for 3 days without anyone else entering. So, these people were either intruders or beasts. But the latter seemed unlikely since the realm had been cleared. Missing one platinum tier beast was plausible, but several? That seemed impossible. A sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Chen's heart. The little skeleton then said, "One presence is approaching." Not daring to be careless, Jiang Chen hid in a nearby thicket to observe. Soon, a burly man in armor walked by. Jiang Chun was stunned upon seeing him. The man had dark skin, clearly not from the Long Kingdom. Could he be a smuggler? Jiang Chun wondered, cautiously using his scanning skill. Name: Jim Allen. Cultivation: late platinum tier. Combat skills: unknown. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He scrutinized the opponent carefully and quickly realized this person wasn't from Longhua. As a military secret realm, this place should only be accessible to Longhua elites. The presence of this warrior broke all conventions. Jiang Chen swiftly deduced that the person had likely smuggled in through some special means, evading the perimeter patrols. Recognizing the disparity in strength, Jiang Chun refrained from a hasty confrontation. He knew that a direct confrontation could lead to his capture or death. Even if he could hold his own for a while, the odds of victory were slim. Moreover, the opponent's teammates were nearby, and once a fight broke out, he would be surrounded. Jiang Chun chose to hide. He held his breath, pressed his body against the ground, and waited silently for the other person to leave. The black man scanned the area, frowning slightly and muttering in an unintelligible language. This only solidified Jiang Chen's judgment. This person was indeed not from Longhua, not even knowing basic Longhua language. After a few minutes, the black man hurried away. Jiang Chun cautiously stood up, contemplating his next move. He needed to contact Chu Xiong and the others. He couldn't handle this elite squad alone, at least at the platinum level. Suddenly, an angry beast roar interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. It was the roar of a golden tier beast, which quickly faded but made Jiang Chen wary. He decided to follow the black man and look for an opportunity to take him down. At that moment, a system notification sounded, announcing that Jiang Chen's beast, Ping Tu, had completed its advancement. Jiang Chen quickly checked Ping Tu's attribute panel and found that not only had its quality improved, but it had also gained a new skill called Reflective Fur. This skill could reflect 50 of physical damage and reduce incoming damage by 25. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a surge of confidence filled him. With this skill, his chances against the black man had greatly increased. He decided to wait until the opponent was farther away before making a move, ensuring he had enough time to subdue the target. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned Ping Tu. A 7-meter-long giant beast appeared instantly, extending its pink tongue and enthusiastically licking Jiang Chen. The sudden affection caught Jiang Chen off guard, leaving half of his body drenched. Looking at the eager Ping Tu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit annoyed. He lifted his foot to give Ping Tu a lesson, only to trigger the reflective effect, causing himself to cramp and fall to the ground. Lying there, Jiang Chen looked at Ping Tu with a mixture of frustration and amusement, thinking this creature was like a walking reflective machine. Seeing this, the rogue rabbit and little skeleton gave Ping Tu hostile looks. Jiang Chen quickly stepped in to mediate, fearing the two little ones might attack Ping Tu and get hurt instead. He reassured them, all right, it wasn't Ping Tu's fault just now. It's stronger now, and we should be happy about that." Although the rogue rabbit and little skeleton were still displeased, they obediently retreated behind Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decisively recalled the massive Ping Tu to avoid exposing their position. He decided to summon Ping Tu during the battle and focus on tracking the black man for now, waiting for the right moment to strike. The black man strode resolutely into the depths of the valley, his steps firm and vigilant. As he ventured further, the quality of the surrounding beasts noticeably improved, all of them at the gold tier, with many at the late stages of this rank. This sight brought a slight smile to his lips, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he accelerated towards a nearby winged tiger. The flying beast sensed the intruder, letting out a low growl in an attempt to intimidate the uninvited guest. However, the black man showed no fear, instead quickening his pace. In a flash, his fist struck the flying tiger's head like a cannonball. The hard skull shattered instantly, his fist piercing through. The beast let out a piercing wail, its life force rapidly draining away. The black man's face lit up with excitement as he rummaged through the beast's brain, quickly extracting a fist-sized crystal core. Disgustingly, instead of being repelled by the filth on his hand, he licked it with his tongue. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen from a distance, who almost vomited on the spot. Although he didn't oppose hunting beasts, such primitive behavior made him uncomfortable. The surrounding beasts were alarmed by this sudden attack, warily eyeing the black man. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and then lunged at the nearest beast. Jiang Chen didn't rush to act, choosing to observe and wait for the right moment. With several loud crashes, the black man brutally killed the surrounding beasts, extracting their crystal cores one by one. Jiang Chen realized it was time for Pingtu to make an appearance. He silently summoned Pingtu, positioning it behind a nearby rock, and conveyed the attack command. As soon as Pingtu emerged, it let out a whimper, catching the black man's attention. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, apparently puzzled by this sudden appearance. But he quickly dismissed his doubts, preparing to deal with this intruder as he had with the other beasts. Muttering a string of incomprehensible sounds, the black man charged at Pingtu, ready to use his skull-cracking fist. However, when his fist landed heavily on Pingtu's head, he felt a surge of pain, his pupils contracting in disbelief as he stared at the unscathed Pingtu. Regaining his senses, Pingtu immediately counterattacked, pinning the black man to the ground and opening its jaws to bite down. The black man panicked, struggling desperately and kicking Pingtu in the abdomen. Yet, the kick had no effect, only causing him more pain. Realizing the dire situation, the black man gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to headbutt Pingtu's jaw. Though he ended up with a bleeding head, he managed to temporarily free himself from Pingtu's grasp. He scrambled to his feet, retreating rapidly, fear evident in his eyes. As he prepared to flee, Jiang Chen secretly summoned Little Skeleton and Rogue Rabbit, hiding them nearby to await the opportune moment. The black man, now only thinking of reaching his teammates for help, stumbled away. As he passed by, Rogue Rabbit suddenly leaped from the bushes, slamming a shock ball into him. Despite his quick reaction to counterattack, the impact left him spitting blood and retreating. Stunned by the strength of the small rabbit, he was caught off guard as Little Skeleton appeared, its sharp blade-like arm slicing through the air. Although he instinctively protected his vital areas, his fingers were cut off at the base. The excruciating pain made him scream, muttering incomprehensible words. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen and his group of beast companions couldn't understand the black man's words. The skeleton on the ground gathered its strength again, readying a lethal strike. Sensing the impending danger, the black man painfully kicked out with all his might. At that moment, the rogue rabbit appeared in a flash, blocking the attack hidden. As the black man stood in shock, the skeleton seized the opportunity, bringing its arm blades together and slashing fiercely at his neck. Instinctively, the black man raised his hand to block. Losing a hand was survivable, but a severed neck meant certain death. With a crunch, the arm blade cut into his arm but was stopped by bones as hard as alloy. A platinum-level warrior's body had been strengthened countless times. Just as the black man breathed a sigh of relief, the rogue rabbit's ears condensed into basketball-sized shockwaves, smashing into his legs. With a crack, his legs deformed, and he let out a blood-curdling scream from the intense pain. Toppling forward, he forced the skeleton to withdraw its blade and step aside. Jiang Chen was stunned by their seamless cooperation. Though the two little creatures' nests were not connected, their teamwork seemed like it had been practiced countless times. Jiang Chen marveled inwardly but didn't dwell on it. Seeing the skeleton's arm blades light up again, the fallen black man quickly shouted in dragon language, "I surrender. Don't kill me." The skeleton halted, turning its head toward Jiang Chen's direction. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. As a lowly gold-level fighter, being caught by a platinum-level warrior could lead to a counterattack. But this was also a chance to learn about the opponent. He squinted his eyes, formulating a plan. With a thought, Jiang Chen commanded the rogue rabbit through their contract, shatter his limbs. He didn't believe anyone could retaliate with broken limbs. If someone could, he'd find a piece of tofu and knock himself out with it. The rogue rabbit approached the black man without hesitation. Seeing this, the black man wriggled in terror, shouting, "Wait! I surrender! I surrender! Stop your beast!" His pleas were ignored, and the rogue rabbit crushed his arms. Only then did Jiang Chen emerge from the bushes. Tears glinted in the black man's eyes as he cried out, "I surrendered." Why did you still let your beast attack? He knew he was completely ruined. His limbs had suffered comminuted fractures, and without the intervention of a diamond-level healing beast, he would never stand again. Jiang Chun stood 5 meters away, remaining cautious. Even at this distance, the rogue rabbit could intercept any hidden weapons. He spoke coldly, "Your identity and name. Speak honestly." The black man's eyes shifted before he said, "Pioneer Army, name Zhao Dashan." Jiang Chun almost laughed. "You, a Pioneer Army member? Seems like you're not being honest." Skeleton, cut a piece of his flesh. The skeleton nodded and cut a piece of flesh from the black man, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead from the pain. "Last chance, name and identity," Jiang Chun warned. The black man gritted his teeth but repeated, "Pioneer Army, Zhao Dashan." Jiang Chun sneered, revealing a Pioneer Army token in his hand. "Jim Allen, should I just say your real identity?" The black man's expression changed drastically, not expecting Jiang Chun to know his identity. Seeing the genuine Pioneer Army token, he finally relented. "Name, Jim Allen. Identity, member of the White Eagle Nation's Falcon Task Force." Jiang Chun's heart raced. A member of the White Eagle Nation's Special Forces, Dragon Nation's arch-nemesis, was someone he only saw on TV, and now he had captured one alive. "What's your mission? Sneaking into this secret realm?" Jiang Chun pressed on, hiding his astonishment. Jim Allen fell silent. Jiang Chun, seeing this, commanded, "Skeleton, cut all the flesh off his legs." The black man shuddered but remained silent. The skeleton began its task, causing Jim Allen to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Jiang Chun coldly said, "If you speak truthfully, they'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, have you ever heard of Dragon Nation's Lingqi? They'll make sure you experience it." This made the black man's scalp tingle. As a Special Forces soldier, he knew about various countries' punishments. The idea of being executed by Lingqi drove him to the brink of madness. Finally, his psychological defense crumbled. I'll talk, make it stop," Jim Allen shouted. The skeleton immediately ceased its actions. "Our mission is to hunt and capture the beasts in this secret realm. If we can't capture them, we kill them. We came in a team of 5, a standard squad. The leader is called Fallen Angel." "Cut the crap," Jiang Chun interrupted. "Say that again? Fallen Angel? And I'm supposed to be God." "Ahem, Fallen Angel is a code name. Real name Danilissa, deputy commander of the Falcon Task Force, and at the peak of platinum level strength." Jiang Chun finally understood, realizing it was just a code name. He couldn't help but mock inwardly, who would pick a code name like Fallen Angel? Maybe there's someone with the code name God too? "Who is the beast tamer in your team?" Jiang Chun asked eagerly, his eyes glinting with anticipation. This question was crucial for him because beast tamers were often the strongest combatants in a team, capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly. "The beast tamer is Malabak, a mid-platinum level tamer," the other person replied. "He commands 4 beasts, a flame lizard, an armored rhino, a flying blade wolf, and a berserk gorilla. Each one is mid-platinum level." Hearing this lineup, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He would rather face the so-called Fallen Angel than confront Malabak. With the strength of those beasts, he had no chance of winning, and even escaping seemed impossible. Just as Jiang Chun was about to inquire about the other team members, his small skeleton companion suddenly communicated, "Someone is approaching." Jiang Chun was taken aback and quickly confirmed, "Are you sure it's a person and not a beast?" The small skeleton nodded seriously. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun leaped onto Flathead and darted towards the forest. Behind him, the black man shouted desperately, "You said you'd kill me. Just do it already." But Jiang Chun ignored him and left. He had his own plan. Leaving a disabled enemy alive was more valuable than killing one. This way, the enemy would be forced to take care of their injured teammate, reducing their numbers and easing the pressure on him. Not long after Jiang Chun departed, a white man emerged from the forest. He looked around and soon spotted Jim Allen lying on the ground. "My good brother, why are you lying here?" He quickly approached the black man. The black man looked uneasy and said hurriedly, "Brother, you're here. Please save me." The white man didn't help immediately, but instead asked with a smile, "Brother, what happened to you? Tell me everything." "A member of the Pioneer Corps," the black man explained. "But he's just a kid, probably a reserve member." The white man was initially surprised, but then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You don't mean to tell me you were taken down by a kid, do you?" The black man was furious but still warned, "Paranoia, don't underestimate him. Listen to me, wait for the captain, and then you can chase him together." This angered the white man. "Do you think I'm as useless as you?" he sneered. "You're a member of the Flying Eagle Squad, an elite special unit, and you got taken down by a reserve member. If I were you, I'd die right here out of shame." The black man's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily, "Paranoia, what are you planning to do?" The white man gave a sunny smile, but to the black man, it was filled with malice. "You worthless fool, if it weren't for you, my loved one wouldn't have died. It's all because of you that he died. Saying this, he crouched down and punched the black man twice. Now I can finally avenge him. The black man's pupils contracted. Although he had anticipated this, he still couldn't believe it. You dare to kill me? The white man quickly waved his hand. Don't put it that way. The one who killed you is a pioneer corps member from Longwa. I just found your body. Just as the black man was about to shout for help, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. The next moment, his head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. After finishing the deed, the white man took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked in the direction Jiang Chun had fled and muttered, "Kid, I owe you a thank you." He knew that if Jiang Chun was merely a reserve member, escaping their pursuit would be nearly impossible. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Chun before the others caught up, so he could frame Jiang Chun for Jim Allen's death. With that thought, the white man chased after Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, holding the small skeleton, was speeding forward on Flathead's back. "Little skeleton, is he still chasing us?" he asked. The small skeleton nodded vigorously, and Jiang Chun's expression turned grim. If the pursuer wasn't Malabak, it might be manageable. But if it was, he had no chance of escaping. Jiang Chun patted Flathead and ordered a full sprint. He wanted to see if the pursuer would continue the chase. If the pursuer gave up, that would be ideal. Otherwise, running would only exhaust his beast's stamina, making it even harder to deal with the enemy. Behind him, the white man grinned menacingly. The kid runs fast, but unfortunately for him, I'm a speed-type warrior. With that, his speed surged again. The small skeleton quickly relayed. He's incredibly fast, almost catching up. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's face grew even darker. Damn, we can't keep running. He had to find a place to hide. Otherwise, the pursuer could easily execute a decapitation strike. Stop, Jiang Chun ordered. He quickly found a bush to hide in and had Flathead face the direction they had come from, ready for battle. The white man soon spotted their location and a hint of disdain flashed across his face. Heh, what a bold kid. As soon as the white man appeared, Flathead charged at him like a tank. The white man easily dodged, and Flathead's head slammed into a tree. The white man smirked. A peak gold-level beast, and at least of leader quality. Impressive. In the next moment, the white man dodged a shockwave ball and drew a dagger from his waist, blocking in front of his chest. Clang! With a clear sound, the small skeleton's form appeared. Jiang Chun's pupils contracted as he quickly scanned the white man's information. Name: Paranoia. Level: late platinum. Skills: although Paranoia and Jim Allen were both late platinum level, one specialized in strength while the other in speed. Without speed, only strength, Jiang Chun's beast could manage. But Paranoia's speed far outstripped his beast's, making Jiang Chun's heart race with anxiety. Paranoia let out a cold sneer and moved swiftly. All right, time to send you on your way. His voice was chilling. Almost simultaneously, the rogue rabbit and the little skeleton reacted, launching their attacks. The rogue rabbit's shockwave ball whizzed towards Paranoia, but he easily dodged it. The little skeleton's blade strike was also deftly blocked by Paranoia's dagger. I told you, while your beasts are impressive, they are far from being a match for me. With a sudden burst of strength, Paranoia sent the little skeleton flying into a nearby tree trunk. Despite the two beasts' efforts, Flathead had positioned itself in front of Jiang Chun, letting out a low growl. However, Paranoia seemed unfazed. To him, Flathead was too slow, and he could break through its defenses in no time. Jiang Chun was acutely aware of this. Without hesitation, he summoned a massive figure behind Paranoia. Intense heat surged forth immediately. Paranoia reacted quickly, leaping backwards just in time. The spot where he had stood erupted with scorching lava. Even a platinum-ranked warrior would shudder at the sight. Despite his extraordinary physique, contact with the lava would be devastating. Paranoia continued to leap, landing on a sturdy tree branch. He glanced warily at the enormous turtle that had appeared, sensing a deadly threat from it. Such a powerful beast, its quality must be at an epic level, he thought. Even he couldn't help but be impressed by Antun's presence. Antun, control the lava and suppress him, Jiang Chun ordered decisively. The descending lava seemed to come alive, surging towards Paranoia. Even a platinum-ranked warrior had to retreat. However, Paranoia's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chun. You've certainly surprised me. It's a pity this turtle, though fast, must be draining your energy to control the lava. I'll just wait it out, Paranoia said with a sneer. Jiang Chun frowned, realizing that Antun could only temporarily restrain Paranoia. Once Antun's energy waned, he would be in grave danger. He faced a choice. Let Antun hold Paranoia while he and his other beasts escaped, or stay and fight to the death. Damn it! Jiang Chun cursed inwardly. Do I have to make another tough decision? He remembered his first batch of beasts, who had fought to the death without a choice. At that moment, The little skeleton's voice echoed in Jiang Qin's mind. Someone else is coming? Jiang Qin's heart sank. He was already struggling against Barnoya, and now more were on their way. Despair began to creep in. However, Jiang Qin didn't notice Barnoya's change in expression. Barnoya also sensed the approaching presence and cursed inwardly. Damn, they're here already. I can't let them find this guy. Barnoya hatched a plan. He deliberately slowed down, allowing his leg to be struck by the lava, letting out a pained cry. This sound made Jiang Qin pause. Looking up, he saw Barnoya's right leg hit by the lava, a sight that stunned him. What the hell? With Anton's speed, there's no way he could catch him. How did he get hit? Carelessness? That's a joke, Jiang Qin thought, highly skeptical. The Flying Eagle Squad, a special unit of the Bald Eagle Nation, would never make such a basic mistake. Jiang Qin didn't have time to ponder why Barnoya was injured. Now was his chance to escape. Killing Barnoya wasn't an option. With more enemies arriving, it would be a death sentence. Jiang Qin made a quick decision, recalled Anton, and leaped onto Flathead's back, fleeing swiftly. Watching Jiang Qin's retreating figure, Barnoya breathed a sigh of relief. His injury wasn't severe, but it would appear to others that it slowed him down. If questioned, he could claim he was caught off guard and struck by Jiang Qin. Soon, 3 figures arrived beside Barnoya. Where is he? The leader, known as the Fallen Angel, asked coldly. Barnoya sighed. He got away, but he shouldn't have gone far. The others' expressions changed. As teammates, they knew each other's capabilities. While Barnoya's strength wasn't top tier, his speed was unmatched, even among platinum-ranked warriors. The Fallen Angel glanced at Barnoya's lava-scorched leg, frowning. Consider yourself lucky to have encountered a rookie from the Pioneer Corps. If it had been a real maniac from the Corps, you'd be a corpse by now. Barnoya remained silent, hanging his head like a chastised child. Which way did he go? The Fallen Angel knew it was the best time to chase and didn't want to waste words with Barnoya. Without hesitation, Barnoya pointed in a direction. However, it was slightly off from Jiang Qin's actual escape route, but not by much. Stay here. We'll handle the pursuit. The Fallen Angel ordered coldly, ready to leave. Captain, let me go too. I want to kill him myself, Barnoya said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with hatred for Jiang Qin. Can you manage? The Fallen Angel glanced at Barnoya's injured leg. Barnoya quickly took out a small bottle and sprayed it on the wound. The injury began to heal rapidly, the bleeding wound clotting and scabbing over. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Satisfied that Barnoya was fine, the Fallen Angel nodded in agreement. Inside, Barnoya prayed that Jiang Qin would run as far as possible and not get caught. Otherwise, he was doomed. Or, if they encountered Jiang Qin, they should kill him immediately, leaving no chance for him to speak. This mission must succeed. The Fallen Angel knew that if their actions were exposed, they would face many enemies. This was the Dragon Nation's secret realm, and the Bald Eagle Nation had infiltrated it to plunder resources. If this got out, even with powerful backing, they wouldn't be spared. Damn, what a bunch of tagalongs, Jiang Qin cursed, his eyes flickering with a hint of despair. He never expected that entering a secret realm would lead to such a predicament. Jiang Qin had just asked the little skeleton when the pursuers caught up. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ears, "You can't escape. Stand still, and I'll make your death quick." This sent a shiver down Jiang Qin's spine, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. He gritted his teeth, preparing to turn and face his pursuers in a final showdown. At that critical moment, something caught his eye, and he froze in place. In front of him appeared an information box. Name, Stormrock Beast. Quality, Epic. Grade, Platinum Peak. Skills. Description. A very sleepy beast with both rock and wind attributes, possessing terrifying strength. Evolution path. Jiang Qin instantly understood why this creature hadn't been cleared out during the cleanup of the secret realm. The storm rock beast must have been asleep, narrowly escaping destruction. If I can't run, I might as well go big. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. The beast's strength was formidable, and rather than fleeing in vain, he decided to take a bold risk. With this thought, Jiang Qin signaled Flathead to stop. Seeing Jiang Qin suddenly halt, the 4 pursuers behind him were visibly delighted. "Ha ha ha, kid, don't worry. I'll make sure you die without suffering," one of them said smugly. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and sneered. "For guys who aren't even diamond rank dare to act tough in front of me? I could crush you with one hand." The 4 were instantly taken aback, staring at Jiang Qin in disbelief. How could a mere gold rank beastmaster be so arrogant? "I've changed my mind," the fallen angel said with a sinister smile. "I'll torture you slowly until you die in despair." "Fine by me." Jiang Qin's smile froze, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. An epic quality beast with peak platinum strength was definitely a trump card. Almost simultaneously, The shock ball from Jiang Qin's rogue rabbit flew towards the Stormrock beast. Seeing this, the Falcon squad first hesitated, then burst into laughter. Haha, kid, are you here to make us laugh? You can't even aim your beast skills properly. One of them laughed, doubling over. That rabbit of yours is better off in a pot. Even the usually stoic fallen angel couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. He wondered how someone like this could have ever harmed Balnoa. Boss, let me handle this. One of the pursuers volunteered. The fallen angel nodded lightly. Don't underestimate him. Got it, boss. The man walked towards Jiang Chun. At that moment, Jiang Chun felt awkward. The Stormrock beast showed no reaction. Could the system have a bug? Was it just a big rock? This thought made Jiang Chun feel like he'd swallowed a fly. But he quickly composed himself. Maybe it's just sleeping too deeply to wake up. I'll try a few more times. Jiang Chun commanded the rogue rabbit to attack again. This time, the rabbit didn't attack from a distance, but leaped directly above the Stormrock beast, smashing down a shock ball the size of a meter. Watching Jiang Qin's clownish behavior, the pursuer couldn't help but laugh again. However, an angry roar suddenly echoed. Roar. This roar made Jiang Chun feel the air around him tremble. The Falcon squad's faces instantly turned pale. Jiang Qian quickly recalled the rogue rabbit, mounted Flathead, and urged it to run for its life. The others snapped back to reality and tried to continue their pursuit. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a massive crack appeared. Moments later, a colossal beast emerged from the place where the rogue rabbit had attacked. The four pursuers instantly realized Jiang Qin's intention. This was a beast they had never seen before. Its whole body a greenish hue, standing 7 to 8 meters tall and over 20 meters long. Each breath it took stirred a gust of wind. This big guy can't be diamond rank. We hit the jackpot in this Dragon Country's secret realm. One of them murmured, platinum rank beast cores are strategic resources, usually unattainable unless you have significant merit. George, you go after the kid. We'll take down this beast, the fallen angel ordered. A white man nodded slightly and chased after Jiang Chun. At this moment, the Stormrock beast felt a bit frustrated. It just wanted to sleep peacefully. Just trying to get some sleep. Who did I bother? The Stormrock beast fumed with unbridled anger. The first time it was disturbed, it chose to endure, thinking it was just a random bump. But just as it thought the incident was over, a second, more forceful impact nearly injured it. This time, the Stormrock beast could no longer bear it. It sprang up from the ground, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings until it locked onto 3 members of the Eagle squad. A deafening roar erupted from its throat. Seeing this, the fallen angel immediately ordered, Buck, release your beasts and engage it. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a short man nodded slightly. Almost simultaneously, 4 figures materialized in the Airblaze lizard, armored rhino, skyblade wolf, and rampaging gorilla. Though these beasts were sizable, they appeared minuscule compared to the Stormrock beast. However, in the world of beasts, power isn't solely determined by size. Buck commanded decisively, take out its limbs. The 4 beasts sprang into action. Blaze lizard spewed a massive fireball, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, while armored rhino charged directly at the target. Their attacks rained down on the Stormrock beast, producing a cacophony of thunderous impacts. Yet, these attacks did not harm the Stormrock beast in the slightest. Instead, they further enraged it. It let out an earth-shaking roar, summoning a colossal wind blade from thin air. With a sickening thwack, blood sprayed everywhere as the rampaging gorilla's head was severed instantly. The Stormrock beast then transformed into a massive vortex, whipping up fierce winds around it. In the blink of an eye, the armored rhino was swept into the air, shredded to pieces by the violent gusts. The 3 Eagle squad members stood in stunned silence, unable to react. The Stormrock beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a howling wind cannon that struck the Skyblade wolf dead. The impact sent the Skyblade wolf flying, instantly severing its mental link with its master. In just a single exchange, they had lost 3 beasts. The fallen angel finally snapped back to reality, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. This wasn't just a leader-quality beast. It was an epic-quality beast. With that realization, the fallen angel didn't hesitate for a moment. She shouted, retreat, and turned to flee without waiting for a response. Manobak, suffering from a severe backlash from his beast control, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning ashen. Seeing this, the fallen angel didn't dare waste any time. She hoisted her barely conscious companion onto her shoulder and prepared to flee. Bok, have your fire lizard block that thing, she shouted while running. The Stormrock beast is too powerful. If we don't buy some time, we're all dead. Manobak trembled at her words, hesitation flashing in his eyes. If the fire lizard fell too, he'd be left with nothing. Seeing his reluctance, the fallen angel barked, do you want to die here? Order the fire lizard to attack now. Despite his inner turmoil, Manobak gritted his teeth and gave the command. The fire lizard roared angrily, launching a massive fireball at the storm rock beast. However, the beast's tough exterior easily deflected the attack. Almost simultaneously, the storm rock beast opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful wind blast. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the fire lizard collapsed, losing its combat capability. Manobak spat out more blood and fainted, his eyes rolling back. The fallen angel, paying no heed, clutched him tightly and dashed toward the forest. The storm rock beast, seeing its prey trying to escape, let out an earth-shaking roar. Countless sharp wind blades materialized around it, raining down on the fallen angel like a storm. Sensing the imminent danger, the fallen angel dived to the ground. The fierce wind roared above her, slicing through the trees ahead, toppling them like dominoes. Both of them swallowed hard, terror flashing in their eyes. This beast had the strength of a diamond-tier creature. But soon, their professional instincts kicked in, and they quickly calmed down. Seizing the moment, they continued their mad dash into the forest. Once inside the dense woods, the storm rock beast's large size would hinder its pursuit. Behind them, the storm rock beast roared again, launching several more wind blasts. Each strike created a massive vortex on the ground. Thanks to the fire lizard's sacrifice, the two managed to reach the forest. Gasping for breath, they had pushed themselves to the limit. Another step might have been too much for their bodies to handle. In the distance, the storm rock beast let out one last frustrated roar before giving up the chase. Finally, they could relax, collapsing to the ground to recover their strength. Damn that kid. I won't let him get away with this, the fallen angel muttered, her eyes cold with murderous intent. Because of Jiang Chun, they had suffered heavy losses. Two battle-hardened elites, including a high-level beast tamer. Training a beast tamer often required resources equivalent to several warriors of the same level. She never thought she'd be bested by a mere child. I hope George doesn't kill him. I want to do it myself, she said through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse with anger. Meanwhile, George, who was chasing Jiang Chun, laughed maniacally. Kid, you can't escape. Just surrender peacefully. Jiang Chun frowned at the taunt, stole a glance back, and was momentarily stunned. Really? You're chasing me alone? Just you, he exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it. Jiang Chun quickly scanned George's information. Name, John George. Cultivation, mid-platinum tier. Combat skills. Initially planning to flee, Jiang Chun abruptly changed his mind. A lone birdman, daring to chase me? And you're only mid-platinum tier. Today, I'll beat you senseless. Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Chun showed no concern for others catching up. The epic-quality platinum tier beast he had left behind was more than a match for 3 opponents. George, seeing Jiang Chun halt, was puzzled at first but then smirked. Kid, have you come to your senses? Good, come quietly with me. Come quietly, my ass. Jiang Chun, already fuming from the chase, retorted. A mid-platinum tier guy dares to chase me alone? You must be dreaming if you think you can handle me. With a thought, Jiang Chun shouted, all units assemble. Anton, Rogue Bunny, Little Skeleton, Flathead, Yangshan, and even Little Green appeared. Jiang Chun had one goal today, to beat George to a pulp. Seeing Jiang Chun summon so many beasts, George was initially taken aback, then sneered. A talented beast tamer, I see. Too bad these are just gold tier. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun cut him off. Get him? With Jiang Chun's command, all the beasts charged forward. George's eyes glinted with disdain. As a member of the Flying Eagle squad, he could handle opponents a tier above himself. These gold and silver tier beasts were child's play to him. Drawing an alloy combat knife, George smirked. I'll cut down your beasts first, then deal with you. He lunged at the beasts. Rogue Bunny hurled a long-charged shock orb at George. He sneered, ready to slice it apart with a casual swipe. Snap! The alloy knife shattered in his hand. What the? George was stunned. In that instant, Little Skeleton appeared, delivering a fierce slash. George barely managed to block it. The assault wasn't over. Scorching magma spewed from behind him. Sizzle! The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Arg! George screamed in pain. At that moment, Little Green's wind blade targeted his arm. George knew that even a silver-tier beast's attack could render his arm useless if it hit. Thinking quickly, he dropped the broken knife and retreated. In a single exchange, George was overwhelmed. He couldn't believe that gold and silver-tier beasts could hurt him. But these beasts didn't feel like ordinary gold tier at all. Damn it, what are these monsters? He finally understood why Black Jim Allen had fallen to Jiang Chun. These were not ordinary creatures. Kid, you're strong, but we're a team. Surrender now, and I'll make it easier for you, George said coldly. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's anger flared even more. Surrender, my ass. Hit him harder. Flathead charged forward. It had been a step behind earlier, and was eager to make up for it by giving George a thorough beating. Humph! George thought Flathead resembled a slow tank, assuming its attack power was low. He planned to punch it away to show Jiang Chun he wasn't to be trifled with. Flathead, tongue out and full of excitement, barreled toward George with all its might. "Get lost, you beast!" George roared, clenching his right fist and swinging it at the Flathead man. Thud! A dull sound echoed as George's expression froze. Then, a cracking noise followed, and his arm felt like it was about to give out. Despite quickly stepping back, George's face turned grim. "Damn it! My arm is broken," he cursed under his breath, looking up at the Flathead man. Even after taking a direct hit from a platinum-level warrior, the Flathead man only wobbled slightly, looking a bit dazed. However, he quickly recovered, let out a furious roar, and charged at George again. Seeing this, George's composure shattered completely. "Damn it, I broke my own arm with that punch, and he's not even phased," he raged internally, turning to flee without a second thought. Jiang Qin's beasts are monsters, not just some gold-tier creatures. The rogue rabbit and the little skeleton saw him trying to escape and immediately gave chase. The two little creatures were fast and quickly caught up to George. "Damn it, if you touch me, the fallen angel won't let you off." George's eyes flashed with panic. The rogue rabbit's shock ball slammed into his face, while the little skeleton aimed to sever his legs. "No!" George screamed in terror. A sickening crack echoed as his legs were cut off, causing him to lose balance. Almost simultaneously, the rogue rabbit's attack followed, smashing into his face. In an instant, George's brain turned to mush, and he died on the spot. "Spit! You think you can chase me, you idiot?" Jiang Chun spat on the ground in disgust. If he were a speed-type platinum warrior, I'd have avoided him. But a mere strength-type fighter dares to show off in front of me? Clearly, he hasn't faced the harsh reality of life. Looking at George's lifeless body, Jiang Chun didn't linger. He quickly recalled Anton and Xiaoqing. He knew the commotion might have alerted the fallen angel, and he needed to leave quickly. Mounting the Flathead man, Jiang Chen sped deeper into the valley. Not long after, the fallen angel and another team member arrived at the scene, only to find George's corpse. The fallen angel broke down instantly, screaming hysterically, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will catch you and tear you to pieces." She never imagined that a simple supply raid would cost her 3 team members. "Bastard! Just wait." The fallen angel's eyes were bloodshot with rage. All she wanted now was to tear Jiang Chun apart. "Captain, what should we do now?" the team member asked cautiously. The fallen angel's face was grim. "You stay with Buck. I'm going after that kid." With that, she set off to hunt Jiang Chun, determined to avenge her fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had found a cave to hide in. He knew what was coming next. After losing 2 team members, the enemy would stop at nothing to find him. But now wasn't the time for a direct confrontation. Jiang Chun was waiting for nightfall. That was when the little skeleton would shine, and even facing Bananoa, it wouldn't flinch. After ensuring the entrance was secure, Jiang Chun leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. He needed all the energy he could muster for the challenges ahead. The fallen angel was losing her mind, scouring the valley all afternoon, but failing to find any trace of Jiang Chun. She kept screaming, "Coward! Come out and fight! Is this the Dragon Nation's pioneering army? Pathetic! Truly pathetic!" Jiang Chun remained focused on resting, knowing that the more the fallen angel exhausted herself during the day, the better his chances would be at night. The fallen angel's roars echoed throughout the secret realm all afternoon. Her voice grew hoarse, but she found nothing. At this point, she felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage. Jiang Chun had become her obsession. "Captain, it's dark. Let's continue the search tomorrow," Bananoa suggested cautiously. The fallen angel shot him a cold look and snorted. The day's intense search had worn her out, and she indeed needed to replenish her energy and recover. A wind elemental bird was instantly slain and placed over the fire to roast. Moments later, the enticing aroma of cooked meat filled the air. "Captain, it's ready," the fallen angel said, nodding slightly as she took the roasted meat and began to devour it. She was completely unaware that the man she constantly thought about had quietly appeared. Jiang Chun cautiously poked his head out of the ground, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Once he confirmed it was safe, he emerged fully from the earth. With a thought, a small skeleton appeared at his command. In an instant, the small skeleton underwent a remarkable transformation. Black patterns emerged on its once white bones, as if it were entering some kind of charged state. Even more striking were its arms, which had turned completely black, making them nearly invisible in the night. What a powerful feeling, Jiang Chun marveled, sensing the skeleton's consciousness in his mind. He smiled slightly and gently patted the skeleton's head. "Being strong is good. It means you can help me with more tasks." The small skeleton nodded solemnly, its eye sockets burning with green soul fire, staring intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had initially thought finding the fallen angel and her companion would be a challenge. But when he looked up, he was stunned. Not far away, a thin wisp of smoke rose, indicating someone was cooking. Chasing me all day must have tired them out, and yet they still have the leisure to cook, Jiang Chen said with a sinister smile, his words dripping with murderous intent. He hadn't had a drop of water all day, while the others were leisurely enjoying a barbecue. How could he not feel a surge of anger? Pointing in the direction of the smoke, Jiang Chen commanded the small skeleton, over there. Find an opportunity and kill. To avoid alerting his enemies, Jiang Chen chose to wait where he was. He added a warning, be careful. If there's no opportunity, come back. The small skeleton nodded lightly and silently crept towards the fallen angel's location. Captain, you should rest first. I'll take the watch, Baeknoa said, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. The fallen angel nodded slightly, exhaustion washing over her like a tide. She found a flat rock and prepared to sleep. The day's relentless pursuit had left her utterly drained, and all she wanted now was to close her eyes and regain her strength. Stay alert. That guy might try to ambush us, she warned, frowning slightly. Although they hadn't seen any sign of Jiang Chen all day, she knew that cunning adversary was lurking somewhere, waiting for the right moment to strike. Understood, Captain, Baeknoa replied with a solemn nod. With that reassurance, the fallen angel finally closed her eyes. However, Baeknoa's mind was in turmoil. He hadn't anticipated that letting Jiang Chen go would have such severe consequences. This decision not only endangered himself, but could also implicate his family. Kid, I hope you make a move tonight, Baeknoa whispered to himself. As a speed-type warrior, he excelled at night assassinations. In fact, his abilities in the dark were even stronger than during the day. But as the minutes ticked by, the surroundings remained eerily silent. An hour passed, and Baeknoa began to feel uneasy. If he couldn't capture Jiang Chen tonight, it would be much harder to succeed when the fallen angel took the night watch tomorrow. After another half hour, Baeknoa's anxiety peaked. Damn it, that coward. Could he really be too scared to come? He cursed inwardly, realizing that if Jiang Chen didn't show up, his own situation would become extremely precarious. Just then, a strong sense of danger washed over him. His scalp tingled, and he instinctively dodged to the side. A shadow flashed past him, moving so fast it was almost a blur. What the hell was that? Baeknoa's heart raced, grateful that his years of honed danger sense had saved his life. He looked up and saw a sight he would never forget. A small skeleton floating in the air, its hollow eye sockets burning with a ghostly green flame. It was an undead, the very skeleton he had fought before, but its power seemed to have increased significantly. A faint smell of blood reached his nose. Baeknoa turned his head and was horrified to see a thin red line across Beastmaster Mark's throat had been slashed. The fallen angel's eyes snapped open, and she leaped to her feet. Baeknoa, there's blood, she shouted angrily. The small skeleton moved again, its speed astonishing. Even Baeknoa, a speed-type warrior, was taken aback. He barely managed to raise his dagger to block, but felt a tremendous force transfer through the weapon to his arm. With a crack, the alloy dagger broke. Baeknoa's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing. How is this possible? Pain erupted in his arm as his clothing tore and blood spurted out. The small skeleton, having completed its strike, turned and fled without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness in a few steps. The fallen angel, who had rushed over, witnessed the final scene and was stunned. She remembered that during the day, the skeleton wasn't nearly as powerful as Baeknoa, but now, if she had woken up a moment later, Baeknoa might have been dead. A chill ran down her spine. What kind of genius beast master had they provoked this time? An elite special unit being decimated by a single gold-ranked beast master was a terrifying realization. We must kill that kid, or he could become a major threat to our White Eagle Nation, the fallen angel resolved. She then shouted to Baeknoa, Baeknoa, treat your wounds quickly. He might come back. Baeknoa snapped out of his shock and hurriedly took out medical supplies to bandage himself. Fortunately, the alloy dagger had blocked some of the attack. Otherwise, his arm might have been severed. Even so, the wound was deep, and without a high-level healing beast, it would take months to fully recover. At that moment, Baeknoa felt both fear and awe. He never imagined that the small skeleton would be so formidable at night, rendering him unable to face it heat. Meanwhile, the small skeleton hid behind a tree not far away, carefully observing the two's every move. The little skeleton knew full well that even if it went all out, taking on two people simultaneously was extremely risky. As a rogue, it inherently possessed extraordinary patience, not to mention it was an assassin. To complete its mission, it could lie in wait for days without moving. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no time for a long wait. The little skeleton watched the two carefully. 2 whole hours passed, and the opponents showed no signs of weakness. Frustrated, it silently turned and sped off in the direction of Jiang Qin. Shortly after the little skeleton left, the grass in front of the fallen angel rustled slightly. She reacted swiftly, throwing several diamond-shaped projectiles in an instant. A pained squawk sounded, and a bird fell to the ground. Confirming it wasn't the target, the two continued to scan their surroundings vigilantly. By then, the little skeleton had quietly returned to Jiang Qin's side. Seeing it come back safely, Jiang Qin finally relaxed. He reached out and gently patted the little skeleton's bald head, smiling as he asked, "You're back. Was the mission successful?" The little skeleton nodded emphatically, and Jiang Qin's face lit up with joy. "How many did you kill?" he pressed. The little skeleton thought for a moment and conveyed a single word: "One." Although it had only killed one person, Jiang Qin was still very pleased. If that person was a beastmaster, he would be even more thrilled. "The person you killed, was it the speed-type warrior? Was it a woman?" Jiang Qin asked eagerly. The little skeleton was taken aback, then lowered its head in deep thought before responding telepathically, "No, it was probably a man." Jiang Qin's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened. Since it wasn't the speed-type warrior, that ruled out Bananoa. Since it wasn't a woman, it couldn't be the fallen angel. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that the little skeleton had killed the Beastmaster? At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry shattered the sky. Jiang Qin looked up to see a massive silhouette in the air. It was the fearsome storm eagle. He quickly sought cover, thinking to himself, "Until Shaoqing advances to the gold rank, I must avoid provoking such formidable enemies." The enormous figure swooped past, and just as Jiang Qin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something caught his eye. It was a crystal, clear and radiant, emitting a faint glow. Holding his breath, Jiang Qin carefully identified it. Name: Tiangang Wind Eye Crystal. Quality: legendary. Description: a powerful crystal formed from a massive concentration of wind elements. Using it can instantly advance a wind attribute beast. Jiang Qin's breath quickened, a fiery gleam in his eyes. He hadn't expected to find the Tiangang Wind Eye Crystal here. With this and a storm crystal, Shaoqing could advance to the legendary level. After some hesitation, Jiang Qin decided to follow the storm eagle and investigate. At this moment, his skeletal minion, enhanced by dark power, had grown significantly stronger. If he could seize the opportunity, there was a chance for a decisive strike. With this in mind, Jiang Qin summoned his flathead companion and quietly followed. As for the fallen angels, they were likely on high alert due to the earlier attack, so there was no need to worry about them for now. Along the way, the storm eagle continuously let out loud cries, as if warning other beasts to stay hidden or face certain death. Jiang Qin saw several trembling beasts on the ground. Even those of the gold rank dared not make a move. This clearly demonstrated the storm eagle's dominance in this secret realm, except for the lethargic storm rock beast. Jiang Qin calculated silently. Once he returned, he would discreetly inform Fai Long about the storm rock beast. Contracting that wild, epic-quality beast would be a tremendous asset. After following the storm eagle for about 10 minutes, it finally stopped. Confirming no other beasts were around, the storm eagle descended slowly. Jiang Qin then took in his surroundings. Ahead was a cliff, towering over 300 meters high. The storm eagle paced back and forth beneath the cliff, looking around cautiously. After some time, it approached the cliff's edge. Jiang Qin held his breath as he saw the storm eagle lightly flap its wings, revealing a 7 to 8 meter wide crack in the cliff face. Jiang Qin was astonished. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined such a hidden entrance here. He couldn't help but admire the storm eagle's cunning, using the rock to cleverly conceal the crack. But no matter what it hid inside, Jiang Qin was determined to uncover it all. He resolved to empty the place of its treasures and, if possible, eliminate the storm eagle. After a moment's pause, Jiang Qin ordered his companion to rush toward the crack at top speed. Within seconds, they reached the crack's entrance. Jiang Qin immediately summoned Rogue Rabbit, the skeleton, and Yang Shan. Due to its large size, Anchuan couldn't fit through the narrow crack. Just then, the storm eagle seemed to sense something amiss and let out a sharp cry, attempting to escape. However, Rogue Rabbit, recognizing its old adversary, charged without hesitation. Seeing Rogue Rabbit, a flicker of fear crossed the storm eagle's eyes, clearly remembering this troublesome rabbit. Several shock balls whizzed through the air, forcing the storm eagle to halt. It shrieked in frustration, desperately trying to break free. Jiang Qin calmly ordered, "Skeleton, draw some blood." The skeleton immediately went into stealth mode. Sensing the impending threat, the storm eagle struggled even harder to escape the crack, but Rogue Rabbit blocked its path relentlessly. Shock balls continued to bombard it, and a shadowy figure flashed by, causing blood to spurt from the storm eagle's body. The eagle's cry turned into a mournful wail. Jiang Qin, expressionless, continued directing Rogue Rabbit and the skeleton to attack. Within a minute, the storm eagle's gray feathers were stained blood-red, and its resistance weakened noticeably. Suddenly, the storm eagle lowered its head in a submissive gesture, surprising Jiang Chun. Usually, gold-rank beasts were extremely proud and rarely accepted humans as masters. While there were exceptions, those required long-term emotional bonding to successfully form a contract. Such immediate submission was rare. Jiang Chun shook his head and said, "You're too weak to be my beast." The storm eagle was stunned. As the ruler of this secret realm, it was deemed too weak? The reason for Jiang Chen's rejection was simple. He already had Shaoqing, a dragon with greater advantages. More importantly, he didn't want to offend Rogue Rabbit, the gang leader. At that moment, Jiang Chun could feel Rogue Rabbit's anxious heart. Its eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun, fearing he might take the storm eagle as a subordinate. If that happened, Rogue Rabbit would never let go of its grudge. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's refusal, Rogue Rabbit bared its teeth in a cruel smile. While the storm eagle was still in shock, Rogue Rabbit charged, smashing a 1 meter-wide shock ball into its body. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of bones breaking, the storm eagle let out a despairing wail. Realizing it was doomed, it used its last strength to try and kill Jiang Chen. However, a figure stood in front of Jiang Chen. Flathead roared as if saying, "You can hurt me, but not my brother." It charged forward, engaging the storm eagle in a fierce battle. The already severely injured storm eagle quickly fell under the relentless attacks of the flathead. Its wings weakly flapped against the ground, feathers scattering everywhere. The Rogue Rabbit seized the opportunity and launched another shock ball, striking down hard. Boom! This blow utterly crushed the storm eagle. Its beak opened wide as a torrent of blood gushed out, and its body collapsed to the ground as if it had lost all support. Jiang Chun cautiously observed the scene, not rushing forward. He knew that to survive in this world, he had to maintain extreme vigilance. "Little skeleton, hit it a few more times," he ordered. The little skeleton nodded vigorously, its joints creaking, and launched a fierce assault. Each strike brought a spray of blood, but the storm eagle remained motionless. The Rogue Rabbit followed up with 2 more attacks, and still, there was no response. "Looks like it's really dead," Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of a platinum-tier peak beast. Even when surrounded, it had held out for several minutes before falling. In an open field, victory might have been unattainable. After waiting a few more minutes to confirm the storm eagle was indeed dead, Jiang Chen approached. Flathead remained vigilant, pressing down on the corpse just in case. Jiang Chen extracted the core and then headed deeper into the cave, curious about what the storm eagle had been so diligently guarding. The group advanced slowly, with Flathead leading the way, Rogue Rabbit guarding Jiang Chen's side, and Little Skeleton bringing up the rear. This formation ensured that they could respond to any sudden threats. After nearly 3 minutes of walking, Jiang Chen finally spotted a glimmer of light and quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at a spacious cavern, roughly the size of a basketball court. In the center stood a massive nest, inside which lay a giant bird egg about 1 meter in diameter. Jiang Chen suddenly understood and hurried over to examine it closely. In the nest, he not only found a heavenly wind eye crystal but also over a dozen storm crystals. Overjoyed, Jiang Chen immediately summoned Shaoqing. Upon emerging, Shaoqing nuzzled Jiang Chen affectionately before being drawn to the giant bird egg, nearly drooling. Jiang Chen patted Shaoqing helplessly. "I didn't summon you to eat the egg." Shaoqing lay down sulkily, but kept its eyes fixed on the egg. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate any longer and ordered, "Open your mouth." Shaoqing obediently opened its mouth wide, and Jiang Chen tossed in the heavenly wind eye crystal and 10 storm crystals. "Swallow them." Shaoqing gulped them down in one bite, then lay on the ground panting heavily, occasionally letting out pained groans. Jiang Chen knew that Shaoqing was undergoing a transformation to a higher level and waited patiently. The Rogue Rabbit and Little Skeleton also moved closer to inspect, only relaxing once they confirmed there was no danger. An entire night passed, and Shaoqing's transformation was still ongoing. Its body had grown over 10 meters long, and its breathing had gradually steadied. Meanwhile, the condition of the fallen angels was far from ideal. Exhausted from a sleepless night, they were worn out, with the fallen angel cursing Jiang Chun through gritted teeth. "Captain, what do we do now?" Bananoa asked. Though his wounds were bandaged, he was in no condition to fight. The fallen angel remained silent for a moment before finally deciding, "Let's leave this secret realm." At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed throughout the secret realm. Instantly, nearly all the beasts trembled on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. "How dare you!" Jiang Chen roared, his voice echoing through the cave and making his head buzz. He dashed forward and delivered a series of fierce kicks to the newly awakened Shaoqing. Startled by the sudden assault, Shaoqing looked down at Jiang Chen with a hint of confusion in its eyes. now grown into a massive dragon over 12 meters long. Xiaoqing made Jiang Qin seem insignificantly small. Gently, Xiaoqing nudged Jiang Chun with its head, but misjudged its strength. Jiang Chen stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, gasping in pain. Seeing him fall, Xiaoqing panicked, attempting to nuzzle him in apology, but Jiang Chen stopped it. Stop, stop, Jiang Chen shouted, realizing Xiaoqing still lacked control over its strength. He didn't blame the dragon and instead opened its information panel. Name: Xiaoqing Storm Dragon. Quality: Legendary. Rank: High Tier Gold. Skills: Rapid Wind Blade LV2. Skybreaking Wind Strike LV1. Child of the Storm LV1. Description: a gigantic flying dragon with immense destructive power and impressive speed. As an adult, it can reach diamond rank. Evolution path: requires 1 Skywind Stone, 10 Wind Eye Crystals, and 1 Millennial Wind Crystal to evolve into the Storm Dragon King mythical. Jiang Chun was astonished to find that Xiaoqing had not only reached gold rank but also mastered 2 new skills. Specifically, the Child of the Storm skill enhanced the power of wind-based abilities and provided immunity to wind damage, making Xiaoqing a formidable force both offensively and defensively. With his mood lifted, Jiang Chun decided to try riding the dragon. He summoned Xiaoqing back into the nest of all races, exited the cave, and blocked the entrance with a large stone. He planned to take the Storm Eagle's egg back as his own tamed beast to exchange for supplies. Outside the cave, Jiang Chun released Xiaoqing. The eager dragon waited patiently for his permission to take flight. Once given the go-ahead, Xiaoqing spread its nearly 20-meter wingspan and soared into the sky, letting out a roar that reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. While circling in the air, Xiaoqing spotted 2 fallen angels fleeing. It glanced curiously at them before returning to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen stroked Xiaoqing's scales, causing the dragon to shiver with pleasure. Then it gently tugged at his clothes, indicating he should mount. Excited, Jiang Chen leaped onto the dragon's back, followed by his companions, the little skeleton and the rogue rabbit. Due to its size, Flathead was stored away by Jiang Chen. Xiaoqing gracefully took off, carrying Jiang Chun and his friends through the sky. As Jiang Chun reveled in the thrill of flight, Xiaoqing suddenly dove down, blocking the path of the fallen angels. Both parties were stunned when they met on the ground. Jiang Chun was the first to react, laughing heartily. Haha, what a stroke of luck running into you here. The fallen angels frowned at his words, clearly not expecting the massive dragon to be Jiang Chen's mount. An awkward silence fell over both sides. Jiang Chen stood in the forest clearing, still plotting his revenge when, unexpectedly, his enemies from yesterday, the 2 fallen angels, appeared before him. With a smile on his face but a threatening tone in his voice, he said, "Thanks for yesterday. Today, I'll make sure to take care of you properly." The fallen angels' faces immediately darkened. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun summoned Ping Tu, Anchuan, and Yang Shan. This time, he was determined to give it his all. As a member of the Pioneer Corps, he wouldn't hold back against the enemies from the White Eagle Nation. The fallen angels scowled, trying to intimidate him. "Kid, think carefully. We're from the Falcon Squad. If we go missing, you'll definitely—" Jiang Chen interrupted with a cold laugh. "Save your breath. Weren't you planning to kill me in this deserted place? Now, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." He flashed a chilling, predatory smile, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. The fallen angels were taken aback, not expecting such decisiveness from what seemed like an ordinary high school student. One of them quickly shouted to his comrade, Barnoya, "Run, I'll hold them off. You must report this to our superiors." Barnoya turned to flee immediately. Jiang Chen sneered. "Think you can get away?" He noticed Barnoya's arm was heavily injured, likely from the little skeleton's attack the previous day. "Xiaoqing, don't let him escape." With a heavy roar, Xiaoqing spread its wings and flew after Barnoya. Just then, one of the fallen angels attacked. His right arm, clad in a black gauntlet, shot towards Xiaoqing like a rocket. Sensing the danger, Xiaoqing unleashed a 5-meter-long wind blade. The fallen angel punched through the wind blade, shattering it, but lost his momentum. Jiang Chen quickly commanded, "Don't worry about here. Go catch that guy. Don't let him run." Meanwhile, his other beasts had surrounded the fallen angel. The fallen angel scoffed. "You think a bunch of beasts can stop me?" He tied back his golden hair, revealing a scarred yet striking face. With a flick of his left hand, a dagger appeared. Suddenly, the fallen angel looked at Jiang Chun, his tone seductive. "Kid, you're impressive. Join us, and I'll offer you the highest treatment." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He was thriving in Longhua. There was no way he'd become a traitor. Seeing this, the fallen angel's eyes filled with murderous intent. He moved swiftly, and the raging rabbit, who had been charging up, launched a 1-meter shockwave ball. The fallen angel punched, causing the shockwave ball to explode without being touched. Both Jiang Chun and the raging rabbit were stunned. It was the first time they'd seen such a technique. The fallen angel smiled darkly. No matter how high the quality, a golden tier beast can't stop me. He dodged the little skeleton's lightning-fast strike and delivered a powerful kick, forcing Ping 2 back several steps. Despite the counterattack, there was no sign of pain on the fallen angel's face. For a moment, the fallen angel held the upper hand against multiple opponents. Jiang Chun had to reassess the strength of this Falcon Squad deputy commander. The precision with which he controlled his body alone was something Jiang Chun could learn from for a long time. Anchuan let out a low growl, spewing molten lava that formed a giant hand reaching for the fallen angel. Unfazed, the fallen angel used a cheap palm technique, blasting a hole through the high-temperature lava, rendering Anchuan's control ineffective. Jiang Chun watched in astonishment, thinking, what kind of techniques are these? Every move the fallen angel made was beyond his understanding. Time ticked by, and the battle raged on. Jiang Chun felt a bit frustrated as he realized he couldn't defeat his opponent. The fallen angel's strength far exceeded his expectations, with an unparalleled mastery over her own abilities. This intense battle made Jiang Chun aware of one critical issue. His coordination with his beast companion was not yet perfect. As the battle reached a stalemate, Jiang Chun couldn't help but think that capturing her today might be impossible. Just then, an opportunity presented itself. Boom! With a dull thud, the rogue rabbit's shock ball finally landed a precise hit on the fallen angel. A clear crack followed, and Jiang Chun distinctly heard the sound of her left arm breaking. Yet, the female agent gritted her teeth and stifled her scream, only a slight frown betraying her immense willpower. The fallen angel quickly counterattacked, delivering a fierce sweep that sent the rogue rabbit flying. Cough! The rogue rabbit spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the fallen angel's face turned pale, and her speed visibly slowed. The fight had been raging for nearly 20 minutes, and it seemed the fallen angel's body could no longer sustain such high-intensity combat. Jiang Chun keenly observed that her composed exterior might just be a facade, masking her exhaustion. At that moment, Flathead charged like a human tank. Without a moment's hesitation, it clenched its right fist and struck the fallen angel hard. Boom! Another dull thud echoed as Flathead was forced back several steps by the recoil before stabilizing. This blow bent the fallen angel's arm into an unnatural shape. She could no longer stand and collapsed heavily to the ground, ceasing to struggle. It's almost over. Barney should have already left the secret realm, the fallen angel muttered softly, a wry smile creeping onto her face. As the deputy commander of the Falcon Squad, she hadn't expected to fall at the hands of a young man. What was supposed to be a simple mission had turned into the end of her journey. Kid, don't get cocky. The power of the Bald Eagle Nation is beyond your imagination, the fallen angel said with difficulty, her wry smile deepening. Suddenly, Jiang Chun noticed the fallen angel swallowing something. Realizing the danger, he tried to stop her, but it was too late. She had already taken poison, and almost instantly, her body began to convulse violently. Moments later, the fallen angel stopped breathing, dead on the spot. Roar! The dragon's cry echoed through the valley, deafeningly loud. Bananuya huddled behind a thick tree trunk, his face as pale as a sheet. He had just fled for his life, and the already torn wound was now bleeding profusely, soaking through the bandages. He held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Xiaoqing's sharp dragon eyes scanned the dense forest but couldn't locate Bananuya. This only made it more agitated, roaring continuously. Its enormous size hindered its movement through the thick forest, further aggravating its frustration. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's nose twitched slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in its eyes. It slowly turned its head and started to move in a particular direction, its mouth slightly open, eyes gleaming. In this critical moment, Bananuya suddenly dashed out, sprinting in the opposite direction. Years of flirting with death had given him an almost instinctive sense of danger. Just as he dodged, a massive tornado erupted where he had been, obliterating everything within a dozen meters. Fear flashed in Bananuya's eyes. By rights, a gold-tier dragon should still be in its growth phase, and its attacks shouldn't be this powerful. But Xiaoqing's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. Cold sweat drenched his back as he silently prayed not to get hit, knowing that such a terrifying storm would shred him instantly. Seeing its prey appear, a glint of joy flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. It flapped its wings, and several massive wind blades shot out, heading straight for Bananuya. Along the way, trees were sliced in half, creating a terrifying scene. Bananuya barely ducked in time, the wind blades grazing his scalp. Just as he was about to flee again, he noticed a massive shadow looming overhead. The sense of imminent danger made his scalp tingle. Looking up, he saw Xiaoqing's mouth gathering a blue energy, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. A blue tornado with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters descended with a crash. No! Bananuya could only let out a desperate cry. Moments later, blood rain began to fall from the sky. At that moment, Jiang Chen arrived, riding Pingtu. He frowned, smelling the strong scent of blood in the air, but paid it no mind. Xiaoqing landed immediately upon seeing Jiang Chun and nuzzled him with its large head. All right, where's that guy? Jiang Chun gently patted Xiaoqing's head and asked. Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then raised a front claw and pointed ahead, then in a few other directions. This series of actions left Jiang Chen puzzled. What do you mean? Can Bananuya split himself? Stop messing around and tell me where he went. Hearing this, Xiaoqing showed a look of grievance. Jiang Chen suddenly realized and looked at Xiaoqing in shock. He's gone? Xiaoqing nodded heavily. Jiang Chun was speechless. He had intended to keep someone alive, but now, the entire five-member team was wiped out. He doubted anyone would believe him if he claimed to have killed 5 members of the Flying Eagle squad. Shaking his head in resignation, Jiang Chun soon realized something else. The Secret Realm expedition wasn't over yet. There were still many gold-tier beasts around. Previously, he had refrained from going on a killing spree, worried about causing trouble. After all, this was a military district's beast-taming secret realm, and killing too many would surely be inappropriate. But now, the situation had changed. Are you sure it was me who killed them? No, it was the Flying Eagle squad members. When I found them, they had already slaughtered many wind element beasts. Jiang Chun muttered to himself. Xiaoqing, lie down. We've got big things to do. Xiaoqing immediately lay down. Jiang Chun put away Pingtu and mounted Xiaoqing, taking off into the sky. Soon, they were soaring at high altitude, searching with purpose. Before long, a group of strange birds appeared ahead. The leader was a massive creature, 7 to 8 meters in size. Name, two-headed vulture. Quality, common. Rank, lower gold tier. Skills, wind borrowing LV2, wind blade combo LV1. Description, a scavenging flying beast with a poor reputation. Evolution path, platinum tier requires 3 highly decomposed corpses, 1 wind element platinum tier crystal core, can evolve into two-headed vulture king. Due to its preference for carrion, this beast was very unpopular, almost on par with dark element beast tamers. However, Jiang Chun didn't mind at all. Jiang Chen's objective was straightforward, to hunt for Xiaoqing, a young beast, and gather as much food as possible. Consuming crystal cores of the same attribute over a long period would allow Xiaoqing to rapidly increase its strength. For this reason, Jiang Chun had to resort to underhanded tactics against the military, essentially exploiting their resources. He was too poor to have any other choice. Although the military supplies were enough to allow Xiaoqing to advance to the platinum rank, sustaining a platinum-ranked beast progress required a vast amount of same attribute crystal cores. This was the rationale behind Jiang Chen's actions. Additionally, there was another reason he could act so boldly. Someone else would take the blame for this operation. This thought made Jiang Chen secretly pleased. Suddenly, the path ahead was blocked. 7 or 8 two-headed vultures hovered in the air, their eyes gleaming with hostility. These scavenging beasts were generally unwelcome and often bullied, so they had learned to stick together for protection. They were intelligent enough to know who they could mess with and who they couldn't. For instance, they would never provoke the Storm Eagle, the overlord of this secret realm. However, Xiaoqing's appearance reminded them of the lizards they could bully. Immediately, a series of strange cries echoed, attempting to scare Xiaoqing away. Instead, these cries only infuriated Xiaoqing. Feeling its status challenged, it let out a resounding dragon roar. The dragon roar was earth-shattering, causing all the two-headed vultures to tremble and nearly fall from the sky. But Xiaoqing did not stop there. It opened its mouth, and green energy flickered within. In the next moment, a devastating windbreak attack surged forth. The sudden assault gave the vultures no time to react. In an instant, the windbreak engulfed them. Feathers flew, blood sprayed, and in just a heartbeat, the entire flock plummeted from the sky. The abrupt turn of events left Jiang Chun stunned. He knew Xiaoqing was powerful, but the scene before him far exceeded his expectations. Even a typical platinum-ranked beast would struggle to withstand such a formidable attack. A deep, low growl pierced the silence as a winged white tiger pricked up its ears in alert. It had sensed a powerful presence invading its territory, causing it to frown in displeasure. Just as it was about to investigate, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over its entire body. The white tiger looked up in confusion, and upon seeing what was above, its nearly 6-meter-long body trembled involuntarily. Its tail tucked tightly between its legs, and it crouched down, emitting whimpering sounds of submission. Jiang Chen looked at the once roaring white tiger, now shivering in fear, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He had expected a tough opponent, but it turned out to be a paper tiger. Clearly, upon seeing Xiaoqing, the white tiger lost its fighting spirit altogether. Jiang Chen thought that with Xiaoqing's advancement, apart from the storm rock beast, it could almost roam this secret realm unchallenged. Curiously, he checked the white tiger's information. Name, Winged Sky Tiger King. Quality, Leader. Rank, Mid-tier Gold. Skills, Wind Blast LV2, Storm Assault LV1. Description: it is rumored to be a descendant of the white tiger and has the potential to become a sacred beast. Evolution path: 1 metal attribute crystal, 1 storm crystal, can evolve into Winged Sky Tiger Emperor Epic. After reading the white tiger's description, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. This beast was quite a rare find, but unfortunately, he already had something even better. With this in mind, Jiang Qin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sensing Jiang Qin's change in expression, the Winged Sky Tiger King felt a sudden tightness and an ominous premonition. It instinctively began to back away, but at that moment, Jiang Qin patted Xiao Qing and said, "Let's go." Jiang Qin thought it would be a waste to use such a rare creature as food, especially since it was a military resource. Leaving the Winged Sky Tiger King behind might allow someone to form a contract with it in the future. Hence, he decided to spare this little kitty. Xiao Qing glanced at the white tiger before soaring into the sky without hesitation. The white tiger watched Jiang Qin leave and fell into deep thought. Moments later, it resolutely followed after them. Jiang Qin turned back in confusion, seeing the white tiger trailing closely behind Xiao Qing. After waiting for a moment and realizing it had no intention of attacking, Jiang Qin ignored it and continued flying towards the storm eagle's nest. Today was the third day, and the exit would soon open. It was time to leave. Before leaving, he planned to take the bird egg with him. Soon, Jiang Qin arrived at his destination. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path, letting out a series of wah sounds. Jiang Qin, seeing the Winged Sky Tiger King in his way, felt annoyed. He coldly said, "Move aside. If you don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, the Winged Sky Tiger King called out twice more but quickly backed off when it sensed Xiao Qing's hostile gaze. Jiang Qin and Xiao Qing then landed, and Jiang Qin released Ping Tu to clear away the rubble. The stones were stacked firmly to prevent theft, and even with Ping Tu at full power, it took a full 3 minutes to clear the way. Not far away, the white tiger peeked cautiously, occasionally glancing up as if waiting for something. After a while, it finally saw Jiang Qin emerge with a giant bird egg. The Winged Sky Tiger King recognized the familiar aura from the egg, and its eyes widened in disbelief. It remembered a fierce bird once resided here, but now the nest was empty, and the bird was nowhere to be seen. Could it have fled in fear? With this thought, the tiger's eyes grew even brighter, as if formulating a grand plan. Xiao Qing, seeing Jiang Qin with the seemingly delicious egg, couldn't resist sticking out its tongue to lick it, but Jiang Qin stopped it. "This isn't your food. No need to lick it." Xiao Qing, hearing this, retracted its neck in slight embarrassment. Jiang Qin then said to Ping Tu, "You've done well. You can go back now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ping Tu was retracted into the myriad beast's nest. It had wanted to stay close to Jiang Qin, but now it pondered, "Am I just a tool beast?" Jiang Qin, not giving it much thought, stood on Xiao Qing's back and flew towards the secret realm's exit. He hadn't flown far when he sensed something following them. A figure silently appeared behind Jiang Qin, following him quietly. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly, thinking that this white tiger must have a few screws loose, always tailing him. Though a bit annoyed, he had no intention of harming the creature and chose to ignore its presence. Soon, the glowing exit came into view. Considering that Xiao Qing's presence was too conspicuous, Jiang Qin decided to put it away as he approached the edge of the secret realm. He softly said, "Xiao Qing, take a rest now." He patted Xiao Qing's head, feeling it nuzzle against him affectionately before he stored it away. Reflecting on the past half-day, Xiao Qing had indeed been quite helpful. Jiang Qin glanced at the golden-grade beast cores in his hand, now numbering over 50. He regretted not having enough time to gather 100 before leaving. "Never mind, I'll come back another time," he thought, shaking his head as he stepped out of the secret realm. After a brief moment of dizziness, Jiang Qin exited the secret realm. The officer who had sent him in was still standing at the entrance. Just as Jiang Qin was about to speak, he noticed the officer staring at him in shock. "Sir, I have something to report." Jiang Qin's voice snapped the officer back to reality. The officer responded, "You can tell me. I am the acting commander here." Jiang Qin didn't hesitate and said directly, "A squad from the Eagle Nation appeared in the secret realm. I have eliminated all 5 members." The officer was visibly stunned, his face full of disbelief. The Eagle squad from the Eagle Nation was known for being elite, with each member having platinum-level strength. How could a golden-level beast master take down the entire squad? Sensing the officer's doubt, Jiang Qin wordlessly pulled out 4 badges bearing the Eagle Nation's emblem and handed them to the officer. Jiang Qin slowly explained, "There are 5 people in total. One of them is completely gone, so there are only 4 identity badges." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a force push him from behind, causing him to stagger and almost fall. In an instant, Jiang Qin realized something was wrong. Behind him was the secret realm, which meant a monster had broken through. With his scalp tingling, Jiang Qin quickly summoned his rogue rabbit and little skeleton. The officer beside him also assumed a defensive stance, clearly not expecting a monster to escape the secret realm. At this tense moment, a familiar wow sound made Jiang Qin freeze. He turned to see a pair of bright, watery eyes staring at him. It was the winged Sky Tiger King, following him out of the secret realm. Jiang Qin was speechless, and the officer also sensed something was off, puzzled as to why the monster wasn't attacking. Jiang Qin hurriedly explained, "Sir, I know this guy. Please don't harm it." The officer's expression was strange. He had heard of non-aggressive monsters, but those were mostly neutral herbivores. This one was clearly a carnivorous beast. It shouldn't be able to resist the temptation of human flesh. "Kid, you're breaking the rules a bit," the officer said sternly. "According to the regulations, you can only capture one monster. Now, he suddenly burst into laughter. "The military badge you gave me should be genuine. If the investigation confirms what you said, you can take both of your beasts." Jiang Qian wanted to argue, but the white tiger affectionately rubbed its head against his face. Even if he denied it, no one would believe him. The officer thought to himself, "They're this close, and he says they aren't familiar? Usually, it takes months of careful nurturing to achieve this level of bond with a beast. Can you keep some distance? Are we that close?" Jiang Chun pushed the white tiger's head away, but the thick-skinned creature immediately snuggled up again. Jiang Chun helplessly patted his forehead. "You're just like that shameless guy." This scene looked bizarre to the officer. As a high-level beast tamer, he could tell this white tiger was a rare and valuable beast, highly sought after anywhere. But why did this kid look so disdainful? Such arrogance. As the officer shook his head in confusion, a soldier hurriedly ran over, holding a satellite phone. "Sir, someone is looking for you." The officer took the phone and soon heard a loud voice. "Hey, old Zhao, we've got a situation here. I need you to send Jiang Chen back." Jiang Chan recognized it as Chu Xiong's voice. The officer was about to respond when a burst of swearing erupted from the other end. "Damn it. Young people these days have no sense of honor, ambushing me." The officer reluctantly held the phone away from his ear. A moment later, Chu Xiong calmed down. "Old Zhao, I wasn't talking about you. Some shameless guy ambushed me, but I took him down." "What were you saying?" "Your team member has done something remarkable." "Just letting you know," the officer said concisely. Chu Xiong was stunned. He thought Jiang Chan was just out catching beasts. Dismissing it, he said, "That's normal. The kid has some talent, not as good as me, but with some effort, he might surpass me." The officer's mouth twitched, barely resisting the urge to curse. "Some talent? You need to drink less. If you had a single peanut, you wouldn't be talking nonsense." A gold-rank beast tamer wiped out an elite squad. Such an achievement is rare even among platinum ranks. Chu Xiong wanted to argue but was interrupted by an angry shout. "Shut up and listen." Jiang Chun wiped out a White Eagle Nation's Falcon squad. The room fell silent. After a few seconds, Chu Xiong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Old Zhao, are you trying to kill me with laughter and inherit my property?" The officer's face turned dark. "Give the phone to Fai Long. I don't have time for your nonsense." Realizing old Zhao was serious, Chu Xiong quickly replied, No, don't get mad. Old Zhao, let's talk this through. Are you serious?" "Not entirely sure, but I'm 90% confident. These military badges are a soldier's honor. They wouldn't part with them lightly. The fact that they're in Jiang Qin's hands speaks volumes. I'm planning to send people in to investigate." Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then firmly said, "If Jiang Chan said it, it must be true." From the other end of the line came an excited shout. "Boss, Jiang Chan just made our pioneering army proud." Fai Long looked at the scene before him with confusion. A humanoid figure with a wolf's head stood ahead, surrounded by a horde of wolf-like beasts. When he heard someone had single-handedly wiped out the entire Flying Eagle squad, even the usually calm Fai Long was stunned, turning to Chu Xiong in disbelief. "It's true. Old Zhao told me himself." Chu Xiong insisted. Fai Long was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "All right, tell Jiang Chan to prepare a celebration for him when he gets back." Although the Flying Eagle squad wasn't the top team in the Whitehead Eagle Nation, they were still elite, and being taken down by one person was hard to believe. Just then, old Zhao's voice came through. "Jiang Chun has something to say." He handed the phone to Jiang Chun. "Captain, I've discovered a secret." Jiang Chun began straightforwardly. "Is your beast roster full?" He was thinking about the epic quality Storm Rock beast, anxious about missing the opportunity. Chu Xiong jumped in. "The boss still has one beast slot left." "What are you getting at?" Jiang Chun was overjoyed. After making sure no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and said, "The reason I could take down the Flying Eagle squad was that I encountered a powerful beast. It held off 3 of them, giving me a chance to escape. That beast is at least of commander quality." He deliberately didn't mention it was of epic quality, as determining a beast's quality usually required a successful contract or precise instruments. All right, I'll check it out, Phylong responded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. Humans, I only want revenge. Hand over the one who killed my son, and I will leave immediately. It was the voice of the humanoid with the wolf's head. Phylong coldly replied, Humph, you're attacking human territory. If you don't retreat, don't blame us for being ruthless. The wolf-head figure's eyes flashed with a cold light, his killing intent rising. Since we can't negotiate, I'll kill you all first, then find the murderer. Jiang Chun, we're about to engage. We'll talk later. Chu Xiong hurriedly ended the call. Phylong and the others wore grim expressions. What they thought was just a squad turned out to be an entire tribe of humanoid beasts. Someone had killed their prince, enraging their king. As far as the eye could see, there were wolf-like beasts everywhere, numbering in the thousands. Hold the line. Reinforcements will arrive soon, Phylong said calmly, with several fearsome giant beasts by his side, ready for battle. Remember, the one who kills you is the White Wolf King, the humanoid leader declared. Chu Xiong couldn't help but curse. Damn mutt, acting tough because you have numbers. But he knew their opponent was a platinum-ranked powerhouse, not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun handed the phone back to old Zhao, thanking him sincerely. Old Zhao smiled and said, no need to be formal. Just call me Brother Zhao. Jiang Chun readily agreed, expressing his willingness to return alone. Despite old Zhao's reminder about the long journey, Jiang Chun insisted. Before parting, old Zhao advised him to tell Chu Xiong that arrangements had been made to send him back, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chun understood and agreed with a smile. At the same time, Yulong City welcomed 3 exchange students from the Whitehead Eagle Nation. The blonde girl, Annie, complained about the place being run down, and the 2 boys with her also looked displeased. They had hoped to go to a big city like Nandi City, not an obscure place like Yulong City. Principal Lu Xingyu personally greeted them. After introductions, Annie requested to meet the students who would be taking the college entrance exam with them. Principal Lu happily agreed and prepared to take them to Yulong No. 1 High School. At this moment, a class was engaged in a practical session. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed student noticed that the principal seemed to be walking in from outside with a foreign girl. This news spread like wildfire through the classroom, instantly piquing the interest of many students. They turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the strikingly attractive foreign girl. Principal Lu Xingyu quickly approached and gestured for teacher Lu Yu to come over. Lu Yu immediately jogged over and asked, Principal, is there something you need? Lu Xingyu succinctly explained, these 3 are exchange students from the Eagle Nation. They will be taking their college entrance exams at our school. Please help them get acquainted with our students. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Xingyu added, I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave them in your care. With that, he hurried away. Turning to face the 3 foreign students, Lu Yu smiled and said, new students, follow me. I'll introduce you to your classmates. However, the 3 did not respond. They merely glanced at Lu Yu indifferently. Annie's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she began to speak in a language they assumed Lu Yu couldn't understand. Can a mere golden rank warrior teach us? I doubt it. This small-town school is trash. Forget it. Another one chimed in. The bishop said it's just a 2-week stay. Let's endure it. This blatant conversation made Lu Yu's face darken instantly, and he struggled to control his anger. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Annie looked up at Lu Yu with a hint of insincere apology and said, sorry, Mr. Lu. We've always had a high level of education, so it's a bit hard to adjust to being in long country. Please believe that we didn't mean to offend you. Hearing this, the other 2 couldn't help but laugh, further angering Lu Yu. He narrowed his eyes, his military background making him highly sensitive to such provocations. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a figure stepped in front of him. Mr. Lu, I'll take over this class. You can attend to other matters, said Zhang Man. Seeing her, Lu Yu nodded slightly and left, suppressing his anger. Zhang Man turned to the 3 foreign students and briefly introduced herself. I am Zhang Man, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. For the next 2 weeks, I will also be your homeroom teacher. To her surprise, this introduction sparked disbelief among the 3. They began conversing in their language again. The homeroom teacher here isn't even a platinum rank. Can a golden rank really teach students well? This place is so disappointing. Maybe we should ask the bishop to transfer us. Their unrestrained conversation was overheard by the surrounding students, sparking a wave of anger. How could these proud students tolerate such arrogance from foreigners on their turf? Hey, what did you just say? One student couldn't help but shout. This question left the 3 stunned. Both Reiser and John's expressions changed but quickly reverted to smiles. Reiser clenched his fist and said provocatively, Ms. Zhang, I'd like to get to know our new classmates better. Could you introduce us? Hearing this, Zhang Man felt a surge of anger. Although she was only a golden rank warrior, as a teacher, she couldn't lose her temper. She had initially thought that Lu Yu, with his military background, was more prone to anger. But now, even she could hardly hold back the urge to teach these arrogant foreign kids a lesson. All right, Zhang Manman said, suppressing her displeasure and leading the three to the group of students. Please introduce yourselves, she said. Annie chuckled disdainfully and arrogantly said, Teacher, the weak don't deserve to know our names. She then swept her gaze contemptuously over everyone present. Her words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The students of Class 1, Grade 3, rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. Who do you think you are, you foreign brat? Lucky for you, I don't hit girls, or you'd be crying by now. Yeah, foreigners are the worst. No manners at all. The angry murmurs grew louder, and Zhang Manman's face darkened further. Enough, she snapped. Though the students fell silent, their eyes still burned with rage. Just then, Riser covered his mouth in a mocking laugh. A bunch of useless, angry fools. If you're so upset, come fight us. We're ready anytime. This provocation completely ignited the students' fury. They eagerly volunteered, each trying to be the first to teach the arrogant foreigners a lesson. Let me at them. I'll do it. Wait your turn. I've never fought a foreigner before. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Zhang Manman's face grew even darker. She could sense that these three foreign students were quite strong, especially the girl in the middle, who was definitely at the late stage of the golden rank. If it came to a fight, her students would undoubtedly lose. In the entire third grade, there were only a handful of silver rank students, let alone anyone at the golden rank. Realizing this, Zhang Manman felt a sense of foreboding. If a conflict broke out, these three foreign students would surely embarrass the others. Clearly, they were deliberately provoking. Stop this nonsense. Zhang Manman finally couldn't hold back and angrily ordered. These words were not only directed at her students, but also aimed at the three foreigners. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom fell into a brief silence, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, a student broke the silence. Teacher, how can we tolerate this? I want to beat those three foreigners. Zhang Xiran said coldly, standing up without hesitation. Zhang Manman's gaze fell on this young man, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed. She knew well that Zhang Xiran only had 2 latest-stage silver-level beasts, which were far from enough. All right, I'll play with you, Lei Se said with a playful smile upon seeing the challenge. Zhang Xiran spoke again, his tone firm. If I beat you, you must apologize for what you just said. Lei Se shrugged indifferently. You think you can beat me, loser? These words completely enraged Zhang Xiran. He immediately summoned his 2 beasts, a rampaging bear and a soaring eagle, both latest-stage silver level. Tisich, you dare to summon such trash? Lei Se said disdainfully. Before the words even finished, his figure had already flashed in front of the rampaging bear, delivering a punch. Boom! The clash of fist and paw produced a deafening sound. Everyone thought Zhang Xiran had won, but in the next second, the rampaging bear was sent flying. The students were stunned, finding it hard to believe that a single punch could send a latest-stage silver-level beast flying. Before they could recover, a piercing screech cut through the air. They saw that the soaring eagle had lost a large patch of feathers, which were now in Lei Se's hand. Trash like this shouldn't even be summoned. It's a total waste of time, Lei Se said contemptuously. This scene caused everyone's faces to change dramatically. Someone couldn't help but say, "You're so ruthless, attacking a fellow student like this." Upon hearing this, Lei Se laughed nonchalantly. If you think you're stronger than me, you can be ruthless too. These words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. They knew clearly that Lei Se's strength was obviously at the gold level, far beyond what they could handle. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Is that a promise? The sudden sound made everyone turn their heads. A young man riding a white tiger slowly approached, his presence like a beam of light instantly brightening the eyes of the surrounding students. It's Jiang Chun, one student exclaimed in delight, his voice filled with hope. That shout seemed to open the floodgates, and the other students' faces lit up with joy. To them, as long as Jiang Chun was back, these foreigners were nothing to worry about. Jiang Chun wore a radiant smile that made the 3 foreign students momentarily uncomfortable. They stood stunned for a moment before regaining their composure. Do you really mean what you say? Jiang Chun asked casually, his gaze sweeping over the 3. Riser snorted disdainfully. Of course, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one will go easy on you. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's smile grew even brighter. He had just returned to Yulong City and hadn't even had time to visit home when he received an urgent call from Principal Lu Xingyu. He had planned to come tomorrow, but upon hearing that students from the Bald Eagle Nation were causing trouble, he rushed over immediately. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was nothing good about the Bald Eagle Nation. They probably had their own schemes. But his plan was simple. Send them packing empty-handed. That makes things easy, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Let's skip the chit-chat. I've never fought foreign kids before. Let's take it to the ring. Jiang Qin's decisiveness left the three stunned. They exchanged glances and Riser, with a provocative tone, said, "There's something you should know. I don't hold back, so don't cry if your little kitty gets killed." Jiang Chun was unfazed and even proposed a more extreme suggestion. "What's the fun in using beasts? Let's sign a life and death contract. Life and death are up to fate." This proposal made the three's pupils contract in shock as they looked at Jiang Chen. They couldn't understand where such a young man got such a fierce spirit. Zhang Man, a teacher, originally didn't want to intervene in the students' conflict. But hearing talk of life and death, she had to step in. "No one is to be killed." Jiang Chen understood and asked with a smile. "So we can't kill, huh? But crippling them should be fine, right?" "Got it, teacher." Riser was about to speak, but Jiang Chen cut him off. "Enough talk. Let's settle this in the ring." "Arrogant." Riser snorted coldly. Zhang Man led the group towards the ring. The three students from the Bald Eagle Nation exchanged tactical glances, a glint of malice in their eyes. "Captain, what should we do?" one of them asked. Annie coldly replied, "Injure him severely." She analyzed. "Jiang Chen is probably the strongest here, with good talent. That white tiger is also a formidable beast. Severely injuring such a genius would surely hurt Yulong City." "Understood." Riser nodded lightly. Soon, the group arrived at the ring area. Jiang Chen patted the white tiger's head, and it obediently flew up and landed on the ring. The surrounding students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Jiang Chen, beat these foreigners, and you'll be my big brother." "Jiang Chen, if you defeat these foreigners, I'll be your girlfriend." "Jiang Chen, defeat these foreigners and show them this is Dragon Nation's territory." The shouts moved Jiang Chen, but he quickly regained his composure. These students were at an age of high spirits, easily angered. The actions of the three foreign students had thoroughly enraged the class. Riser stood on the ring and snorted coldly, "Humph! A bunch of weaklings. If you have the guts, come up and fight." His words turned the students' faces red with anger. They wanted to fight, but knew their strength was insufficient. "Go, Jiang Chen. Beat the foreigners," someone shouted, and others quickly joined in. Riser, irritated, turned to Jiang Chen and said coldly, "Do you plan to fight me with that little cat?" "Of course not," Jiang Chen replied calmly. "That guy's not my beast." Hearing this, everyone was surprised to realize the white tiger Jiang Chen rode was a wild beast without a contract. They instinctively stepped back, wary of the golden-tier beast. Riser was also taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Then stop wasting time. My time is precious. Release your beast. Today, I won't kill it, just cripple it." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't need to take the college entrance exam. I'm guaranteed admission." With a thought, Jiang Chen's contracted beast, Pingtu, appeared. Jiang Chen said to Pingtu, "Pingtu, someone wants to break your limbs. Handle it." Pingtu glanced at Jiang Chen, then at Riser. Riser frowned, feeling the pressure but still confident. "Go on. Don't keep them waiting," Jiang Chen said. Pingtu nodded and charged forward. Riser sneered, an arm guard appearing on his arm, and leaped onto Pingtu's back. Everyone's hearts sank, knowing the power of a warrior was formidable. "I thought you were tough? Is this it?" Riser taunted, clenching his fists and striking Pingtu's back. Jiang Chen looked at Riser with some pity, thinking to himself, "Good luck, buddy." As expected, with a dull thud and a scream, Riser was sent flying back, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Laser's right arm trembled violently as he retreated, his face contorted with pain. His eyes were fixed on Pingtu, cold sweat already dripping from his forehead. At this moment, his entire arm was paralyzed. Pingtu stood there, puzzled. It seemed to sense that someone had been giving it a massage just now, and it was quite enjoyable, though too brief to fully savor. This scene left the other two in bewilderment. They saw that Laser's attack had clearly hit its mark, yet it was Laser who ended up injured. They couldn't make sense of it. After a moment, Annie suddenly spoke up. "That guy's beast must have some kind of counter-damage ability. If we push it to its limit, we can defeat it. Go all out." A look of excitement flashed across Laser's face. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Kid, your beast is pretty good, but it's still no match for mine." Jiang Chen ignored the boastful remark and commanded, "Pingtu, go." Pingtu let out a low growl and charged forward like a raging bull. Laser didn't dodge. A cold smile appeared on his face as he spat out scorching flames, his martial skill, divine fire. The flames hit Pingtu Heaton, but to Laser's astonishment, the ancient technique he found in the ruins had no effect. While he was still in shock, Pingtu rammed into him with immense force, sending Laser flying. The battle ended, and the scene erupted into thunderous cheers. The students of Class 1 shouted, "Jiang Chen, you're awesome. Jianggu, you're the best." Jiang Chen paid no attention to the cheers or to Laser's condition. He knew that although he hadn't crippled Laser, His chest bones were likely all broken. Pingtu returned to Jiang Qin's side, glanced at the white tiger, and patted it on the back like a boss reassuring a subordinate, emitting a low growl. The white tiger was momentarily stunned, but quickly submitted upon sensing Pingtu's power. Annie and Roy rushed to the unconscious laser, glaring at Jiang Chun. How could you be so ruthless, severely injuring a fellow student? Jiang Qin shrugged, helplessly saying, sorry, I only go for the kill. The fact that he's still alive is already quite something. Everyone found the words familiar. Suddenly, a student named Wu Xian burst into laughter. Noticing the puzzled looks from others, she explained, don't you think that sounds familiar? That foreign guy said the same thing at the beginning. The crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha, what a quick turnaround. Jianggu, you're the best. Annie, furious, said, fine. Let's see how long you can keep this up. She turned to Roy, who lowered his head, too afraid to argue. Jiang Qin's voice suddenly rang out. You two might as well come at me together. Everyone was stunned. Annie was a beast master, and Roy was a warrior. Together, they could at least match 4 golden rank warriors. Many students quickly advised, Jianggu, play it safe. Take them down one by one. Annie, enraged, said, fine. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. Almost simultaneously, 3 powerful figures appeared beside her 3 high-grade golden rank earth bears. Jiang Chun scanned the earth bear's information, muttering to himself, beauty and the beasts indeed. Annie agilely jumped onto one of the earth bears, while the other 2 leapt high and stomped the ground fiercely. Zhang Man, witnessing this, looked worriedly at Jiang Chun. Roy also stepped onto the stage, threatening, kid from Dragon Country, you'll pay for your words. I'll make you kneel and beg. Jiang Qin squinted, considering whether to release Shao Qing, but ultimately decided to keep it as a trump card. Instead, he chose to release Rogue Rabbit and Little Skeleton, aiming to end the battle as quickly as possible. Seeing Jiang Chun summon a rabbit and a low-level skeleton soldier, Annie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you don't actually think you can defeat me with those pathetic creatures, do you? Annie mocked, her eyes gleaming with contempt. She continued, to us, a beast is always a beast, and food is always food. Even after the catastrophe, the people of the White Eagle Nation still prefer beast-type familiars. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, but the rogue rabbit bristled with anger. It angrily hopped to Jiang Chen's side, tugging at his pants with its ears. What now? Jiang Chun sensed the rabbit's fury, momentarily stunned before understanding. This rabbit had always been defiant and naturally felt insulted when looked down upon. Moreover, being the leader of the Iron Triangle, it couldn't tolerate such humiliation. You want to teach that woman a lesson? Jiang Chun asked in a low voice. The rabbit immediately nodded in agreement. Annie, noticing this scene, snapped coldly, courting death. A mere rabbit dares to act so arrogantly? Bear one, crush it for me. The earth bear beside her let out a deafening roar in response to her command. Jiang Chun could no longer hold back. He hadn't intended to harm the opponent's familiar, but their arrogance was too much. Well, there's no helping it. Attack. All out. No holding back, he ordered quietly. His 3 familiars nodded seriously, clearly displeased with the 3 earth bears. Teacher, can we start the match now? Annie asked impatiently. Zhang Man nodded gently, reminding once more, no fatal injuries. Now, let the match begin. With the command given, the battle erupted instantly. The rogue rabbit became a blur, moving at full speed. The skeleton soldier vanished into stealth mode. Only the honey badger seemed ordinary, but no one dared underestimate it. The 3 earth bears roared towards the sky, their bodies enveloped in a faint yellow aura. The rogue rabbit swiftly closed in, forming a shockwave orb. Although Annie looked down on the rabbit, she knew familiars had various abilities and didn't want to risk the earth bear. However, before she could issue an order, the rabbit had already accelerated and slammed the shockwave orb down. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, but the earth bear stood unscathed. Annie breathed a sigh of relief, mocking, so it's all show and no substance. The rogue rabbit turned sharply, its eyes so fierce that Annie instinctively took 2 steps back. By the time she regained her composure, the rabbit was already swaggering back to Jiang Chun. At that moment, a shadow flashed, and a cold gleam passed by. Splat! The earth bear's head was severed, blood spurting onto Annie's face. No, bear too. Annie screamed in agony. The honey badger charged in, slower but with impressive momentum. The earth bear, regaining its senses, smashed its thick paw into the honey badger. Thud! The honey badger was knocked back a few steps, but a flicker of fear appeared in the bear's eyes. Thud! 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 The continuous sound of blows echoed, yet the honey badger didn't retreat an inch. Bear 3. Crush that beast and then smash that skeleton. Annie's furious voice rang out, making everyone hold their breath. That honey badger is in danger. What's Jiang doing? He should send the rabbit to help, a student shouted anxiously. Not really, Jiang isn't helping because there's no need. If it can't handle the opponent, then this legendary honey badger would be a joke, another explained. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blows continued, causing many to turn away. Suddenly, the honey badger counterattacked. It leaped and crashed into the earth bear. Boom. Two earth bears fell simultaneously. Only then did the crowd notice a crack on Bear One's head. Its eyes turned white. It was dead. No. Annie finally lost it. Kill. Kill that brat for me, Roy. Everyone turned to see a dagger pressed against Jiang Chen's neck. Die. Roy sneered. Damn despicable man. If you dare harm Jiang, I'll fight you to the end. No, please. Let go of Jiang, the crowd cried out. Roy lightly cut Jiang Chen's neck, then turned around with a flourish, grinning at the crowd. Ha ha ha. This time, I've won. Killing a genius from the Dragon Nation. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out. Couldn't you try harder? You didn't even scratch my skin. Roy froze, stunned, and turned back. At that moment, a blur flew by. Splat, splat. Two spurts of blood erupted, and Roy lost his arms. The rogue rabbit rushed forward, shattering Roy's legs. Jiang Chen calmly said, dealing with someone like this, I feel like I've been too kind. I suggest handing him over to professionals for interrogation. We might get some unexpected information. Impossible. Annie watched in disbelief. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, as he had sensed something was off the moment Roy vanished, and had established a life link with the honey badger early on. Though his power wasn't strong now, his defense was formidable. Woo! Woo! A pitiful cry for mercy was heard. Annie then noticed the earth bears were covered in blood, clearly severely injured. You all deserve to die. Annie roared like a madwoman, her hair standing on end. I didn't want to use this move, but killing a genius like you is worth it. She grinned menacingly. Great Black Dragon King, I am willing to sacrifice my life to summon you. Annie whispered devoutly, her eyes tightly shut. Zhang Manman snapped out of her daze and urgently said to Jiang Chun, stop her, quickly. Before Jiang Chun could move, Annie's eyes flew open. Her eyes had turned completely black, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. Too late. The Great Black Dragon King will kill you all. Annie's voice was cold and menacing. As she finished speaking, a massive rift in space appeared behind her. From the rift emerged a fearsome dragon's head. A dragon. It's a black dragon. Run. The students from Class 1 screamed in terror and backed away. Everyone knew that even the lowest-ranked purebred dragon beast was of the gold tier, and even the weakest among them were of epic quality. This was why dragon beasts were so feared. Jiang Chun quickly used his scanning skill to assess the sudden threat. The scan returned the following information. Name, Dark Dragon Adolescent Stage. Quality, Epic. Tier, Peak Gold. Skills, Dark Body LV2, Dark Dragon Breath LV1. Description: a dragon living in the abyss, possessing a powerful body and a deep-seated hatred for all living beings. Evolution path: 1 Platinum Tier Dark Attribute Core and 10 Dark Flame Stones can evolve it into a Dark Dragon King Legendary. After reading the information on the Dark Dragon, Jiang Chun judged that he had a chance to take it on. Just then, Zhang Manman rushed onto the platform, her beast companion, the Scarlet Flame Eagle, by her side. Jiang Chen, you need to leave. I'll hold this thing off, Zhang Manman said resolutely, worry and determination flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chun felt a wave of gratitude. Zhang Manman's concern for him was obvious, but he had no intention of retreating. If you really want to thank me, then take the other students and get out of here. Seeing Jiang Chun still standing his ground, Zhang Manman said angrily, what are you waiting for? Go already. Jiang Chen snapped back and said seriously, teacher, you should take the others and leave. I think I can handle this dragon. Zhang Manman was stunned, looking at Jiang Chun in disbelief. What did you say? You can handle this dragon? Jiang Chun nodded firmly. It shouldn't be a problem. This thing is only at the peak of the gold tier. Even if I can't defeat it, I can hold it off until the principal arrives. Hearing this, Zhang Manman's mind buzzed with various thoughts. Could it be that Jiang Chen's beast companion hadn't died after all? Jiang Chun had already started moving. He gently pushed Zhang Manman towards the edge of the platform. Take the other students and leave. Leave this to me. He flashed a bright smile. Zhang Manman nodded instinctively. All right. If anything goes wrong, leave immediately, she added in a low voice. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, understanding her concern. If things went south, he would retreat without hesitation. Got it, he promised. With Jiang Chen's assurance, Zhang Manman left. Meanwhile, in the reception room of Yulong High School, Old Wang suddenly opened his eyes and turned towards the platform. That aura is so violent. It must be a black dragon, he muttered, recognizing the notorious unpredictability of black dragons. There were even rumors that black dragons would eat their own masters. I'd better check it out. Black dragons are too unpredictable. If something goes wrong, the school will be in big trouble, Old Wong thought as he hurried towards the platform, his seemingly leisurely steps actually quite urgent. By now, the black dragon had fully emerged from the rift. Its 8-meter-long body and massive wings made it a truly intimidating presence. Annie knelt on the ground, praying fervently. "Great Black Dragon King, please destroy everything before you," she implored. As she finished, the dragon lowered its massive head. Just when it seemed like it would nuzzle Annie, its jaws suddenly snapped open and bit down. Blood splattered everywhere as Annie was swallowed in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. Talk about annihilating everything in sight. The dragon started by eating its summoner. This dragon is ruthless, he thought, looking at the black dragon in disbelief. The black dragon then turned its gaze towards Jiang Chun. Its eyes filled with a predatory hunger, as if it was thinking, "You look delicious. I'd like a bite." Damn it. Jiang Chun was infuriated by the dragon's gaze and decided not to hold back. Instantly, his companions Rogue Rabbit, Little Skeleton, and Flathead launched their attack on the black dragon. The sudden challenge enraged the black dragon. In its eyes, these lower creatures daring to challenge a dragon was sheer folly. Roar. With a deafening roar, the black dragon gathered a dark energy in its mouth and unleashed it. Rogue Rabbit and Little Skeleton dodged nimbly, but Flathead wasn't so lucky and got hit by the dragon breath. Old Wong, who had just arrived, witnessed this and was shocked to see that the black dragon appeared to be an unbound beast. He was about to intervene to save Flathead when he saw the creature charging at the dragon, enduring the dragon breath Hedon. This scene left Old Wong and even the black dragon bewildered. The dragon seemed to be thinking, "Dude, this is dragon breath. How can you withstand it with your body? Unbelievable." "This youngster," Old Wong exclaimed. While the dragon's breath wasn't the most destructive, its corrosive power was unparalleled. Most beasts would lose their fighting capability after a few seconds of exposure, but this honey badger was charging through it. Such resilience was rare, even among platinum-tier beasts. "Hey, old man, here to watch the show?" Jiang Chun called out, spotting Old Wong. Old Wong coughed lightly, trying to maintain his composure. Ahem. He reminded himself that as an experienced senior, he needed to stay calm and collected as he approached Jiang Chen. "Kid, long time no see. It looks like you've improved a lot," Old Wong said, trying to sound composed. "Not bad," Jiang Chen replied casually. Since time was of the essence, he had flown in, avoiding Old Wong's notice. Old Wong's mouth twitched. "Not bad. The first time we met, you were just a bronze-tier beastmaster. Now look at you. Give it a few more days, and you'll be a platinum-tier beastmaster like me," he thought, keeping a smile on his face despite his inner frustration. "You're doing well. I have high hopes for you," Old Wong said with a smile, even though he was cursing Jiang Chun inwardly. Roar. The black dragon roared again, seemingly protesting being ignored. "Are you two seriously chatting right now? Can you please show me some respect?" A roar. The dark dragon's bellow instantly captured everyone's attention. Jiang Chun calmly ordered, "Beat it to death." The three beasts, as if energized, charged at the dragon with full force. Despite being a legendary creature, the dragon's tail struck Pingtu with a dull thud. Pingtu staggered back a few steps before regaining its footing, its eyes burning with even greater fighting spirit. The dark dragon quickly realized that Pingtu had strong magic resistance, and its attacks were ineffective. It switched to spewing dark energy, which the agile Rogue Rabbit easily dodged. In the next instant, Rogue Rabbit got close and smashed a shock ball onto the dragon's body. The dragon's body trembled violently, retreating several steps. A flicker of surprise flashed in its ferocious eyes, soon replaced by even greater rage. With a resounding dragon's cry, the dark dragon's body suddenly expanded. Old Wong warned, "Be careful, the dragon is going berserk." Before he finished speaking, Pingtu, who had charged again, was sent flying by the dragon's tail. Luckily, Pingtu's tough skin and flesh allowed it to get up quickly, its eyes now filled with fury. At that moment, Little Skeleton's stealth attack succeeded, causing a burst of blood on the dragon. Though the damage was minor, the harassment greatly enraged the dragon. It roared continuously, its wounds healing only to be struck again by Rogue Rabbit's shock ball. The two little creatures cooperated seamlessly, one distracting the dragon while the other seized opportunities to attack. They moved swiftly, retreating after each strike, leaving the dragon struggling to cope. The continuous harassment prevented the dragon from recovering, its injuries worsening and its anger growing. Finally, under the relentless assault, fear flickered in the dark dragon's eyes as its body shrank back to normal size. Rogue Rabbit seized the opportunity, landing a shock ball squarely on the dragon's head. As it was stunned, Pingtu pounced and pinned it to the ground. The dragon let out an unwilling roar but was too weak to struggle, Realizing its defeat was certain, Pingtu showed no mercy, venting its anger on the dragon. This scene happened to be witnessed by the newly awakened Roy, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Qin sneered. Heh, there's no such thing as an ordinary beast, only useless beast tamers. These three little guys are exceptional, Roy retorted. Heh, this time you just got lucky. You only summoned a growing dragon. If it were a platinum-tier dragon, all of you would be dead here. Without a word, Jiang Chun stepped forward and kicked Roy. Roy cried out in pain but still managed to threaten. I'm a transfer student. If you treat me like this, just wait. My country, White Eagle, won't let you off. Jiang Chun continued to kick him until Old Wang intervened. Kid, a couple of kicks to vent is enough. If you kill him, you'll likely get into trouble. Leave this to the professionals. Jiang Chun nodded but still gave Roy a couple more kicks, causing Old Wang to frown. Jiang Chun explained, Sir. Sorry, but I am the professional. He then pulled out his Frontier Army identification badge. Surprised, Old Wang reminded, even so, take it easy. This foreign kid doesn't seem like a good person. He feels like he's part of a terrorist organization, so you know? Jiang Chun suddenly understood, giving Old Wang a thumbs up for his insight. He then angrily shouted at Roy, you terrorists are really bold, daring to come to the dragon country. Don't you know this is a graveyard for terrorists? He then resumed kicking Roy. Roy panicked. You're slandering me. I'm not. Jiang Chun sneered. Your words don't matter. Your actions already prove you're part of a terrorist organization. Even if you're not, that's for the investigation to decide. He continued to threaten. It doesn't matter whether you are or not. Right now, I say you are, so you are. Look at what you've done. Provoking local forces as soon as you arrived, and even summoning a berserk dark dragon. All your actions point to something very wrong. So, I, Jiang Qin, have the right to arrest you. Everything you say will be used as evidence in court, and you'd better behave, or if you get beaten to death, it'll be on you. Because if a terrorist suddenly riots, I have the right to shoot on sight. These words completely terrified Roy. Recalling the fate of his two teammates, he dared not say another word, silently accepting his fate. After getting a thorough beating, Roy finally quieted down. Even though he had been hit, he didn't dare make a sound. This reaction made Jiang Qin feel bored, so he decided to hand Roy over to the law enforcement team to investigate his background. Jiang Chun didn't have time to waste here. He turned his attention to where the dark dragon was and strode over. Seeing Jiang Qin approach, the dark dragon struggled to stand. In its eyes, Jiang Chun was nothing more than an ant. It could lose, but never to such a small being. However, just as it tried to get up, it was firmly pinned down by Flathead. Fortunately, the dragon had already expended a lot of energy. Otherwise, Flathead alone wouldn't have been able to subdue it by sheer strength. The dark dragon let out a low, angry roar, eyes filled with rage. Jiang Qin shrugged and said disdainfully, save your impotent rage. Let's cut to the chasito. You want to live or die. Even though the dragon didn't understand human language, as a higher being, its powerful mental abilities allowed it to grasp the meaning behind the words. The dragon opened its mouth to retaliate, but was once again forcefully pinned down. Seeing this, Jiang Qin immediately understood that this creature hadn't yet submitted. As a top-tier combat force among beast tamers, a dragon's value was immense. Killing it outright would be a waste. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it. With this in mind, Jiang Qin decided to teach this unruly lizard a lesson. He turned to Old Wang and said with a smile, Sir, could you step aside for a moment? I need to have a private chat with this guy. Old Wang was taken aback for a moment, then snorted in displeasure, Humph. Always thinking the worst of people. Fine, I won't stay here any longer. With that, he waved his hand and left the arena. Jiang Qin didn't say much. Generally, he didn't like to reveal all his cards unless in a critical situation. Normally, he only used his three main forces, Rogue Rabbit, Little Skeleton, and Flathead. Anton and Shaoqing usually stayed out of sight. Watching Old Wang leave in a huff, Jiang Qin turned his gaze back to the dark dragon. He coldly said, I don't care how tough you were before. Now that you're in my hands, you have two choices, submit or die. As he uttered the word die, a pure killing intent emanated from Jiang Qin. This caused a flicker of panic in the dark dragon's eyes, quickly replaced by fury. It let out an angry roar. As a noble dragon, an apex predator, how could it be intimidated by a weak ant? Enraged, the dark dragon struggled to rise. Due to its anger, Flathead could no longer hold it down and was slowly being pushed up. Seeing this, Jiang Qin sneered, looks like this black dragon is still not convinced. Let's give it a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, two enormous beings appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Anton, already a mid-tier gold rank, stood over 20 meters tall, undoubtedly a giant beast. Shaoqing was 12 meters long, easily surpassing the dark dragon in sheer size. Not to mention their quality. Even Shaoqing alone could easily overpower the dark dragon. The moment Anton and Shaoqing appeared, the dark dragon's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them. It could sense that these two were far more powerful than itself, especially Anton, who instilled a sense of dread. Jiang Chen ordered Anton, "Pin this guy down." Before he finished speaking, a giant claw mercilessly stomped down, slamming the dark dragon back to the ground. This time, it had no will to resist, its eyes filled only with panic. He then said to Shaoqing, "Have a little chat with your distant relative." "This guy's being disobedient." Shaoqing nodded slightly, then shook its head, clearly not recognizing this relative. Nevertheless, it obediently approached the dark dragon, placing a claw on its head. A domineering roar echoed, its sheer force enough to crush the dark dragon. After being roared at, the dark dragon couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Shaoqing lifted its claw and smacked down hard, issuing another menacing roar. Under the oppression of these two superpowers, the dark dragon's eyes were filled only with fear. Anton and Shaoqing bullied the poor creature mercilessly. After a while, Jiang Chen felt it was enough and stepped forward. As he approached, the dark dragon showed a hint of agitation, wanting to attack. Anton applied a bit more pressure, causing bones to creak under the strain. Shaoqing's claw once again smacked the dragon's head, letting out a series of low growls, as if warning the dark dragon to behave. "What have you decided? Submission or death?" Jiang Chen's tone remained indifferent, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. The dark dragon froze at his words. Its eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, unable to respond immediately. This subtle reaction did not escape Jiang Chen's notice, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Seems like the punishment wasn't thorough enough, Jiang Chen thought. A few more rounds, and this creature will submit. Seeing the dragon's silence, Jiang Chen coldly declared, "Looks like you're a tough one, choosing death. I'll grant your wish. Shaoqing, send your distant relative on his way." As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoqing opened its massive mouth, green energy gathering within. Sensing the imminent threat, the dark dragon became agitated and restless. It struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. After several attempts, the proud creature finally lowered its head. "All right, this one's been beaten into submission," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Shaoqing, hearing this, retracted its power and affectionately nuzzled Jiang Chen with its large head. "Let's head back," Jiang Chen said. "These two shouldn't be exposed for too long. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them." With Jiang Chen's words, the binding force on the dark dragon vanished. It tried to stand up, but Jiang Chen's icy voice stopped it. "You can try and see if I won't cut you down." This statement sent a shiver through the dragon. Remembering the terrifying entities it had just encountered, it reluctantly lay back down, not daring to move. The once arrogant beast now seemed utterly defeated. At that moment, two figures rushed over. Seeing Jiang Chen unharmed, Zhang Manman and Lu Xingyu quickly landed. "Jiang Chen, I'm so glad you're okay," Zhang Manman said with relief. She had left earlier to find Lu Xingyu, and the two had hurried back to help, only to find the battle already over. Lu Xingyu's gaze fell on the dark dragon. Noticing an unbelievable sight there, seemed to be tears in the dragon's eyes. He rubbed his eyes, thinking it must be a trick of the light. How could a dragon cry? He wondered. In reality, the dark dragon was indeed crying. It felt utterly humiliated. It couldn't defeat the rabbit, the skeleton, or even the flathead creature, and now two more beings were casually toying with it. This made it deeply doubt its own strength, feeling like an unworthy dragon. The more it thought about it, the more aggrieved it felt, until it couldn't hold back its tears any longer. Lu Xingyu looked at the dark dragon with confusion, wondering what was going on. He turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "What did you do to this dragon? Why is it crying?" Jiang Chen followed Lu Xingyu's gaze and noticed tears streaming down the dark dragon's face. Speechless, he walked over and gave the dragon a few hard kicks. "Are you kidding me? A mighty dragon crying like a baby? Stop it right now," he scolded, kicking it again. This scene left Lu Xingyu and Zhang Manman utterly dumbfounded. They knew this dark dragon was a wild beast. Was Jiang Chen not afraid of being swallowed whole? After all, dragons were notorious for their bad tempers. The thought made their scalps tingle, and they quickly rushed forward to pull Jiang Chen back. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen asked, bewildered. They said nothing, their faces grim, as they dragged him back a dozen meters before stopping. "You've got some nerve," Lu Xingyu said earnestly. "We know you're talented, but you can't risk your life like that. If you want to discipline the black dragon, have your beast do it. Stay far away yourself. Why provoke the most temperamental creature?" Zhang Manman nodded in agreement. "Even if you defeat it, do you really think a wild beast will be obedient? Aren't you afraid it might suddenly attack and swallow you whole?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, the dark dragon roared angrily, glaring at Lu Xingyu as if to say, "Don't slander me. I'm very well behaved." The sudden roar made Lu Xingyu flinch. He glanced at the dragon, seeing its furious stare, and felt a rush of adrenaline. Jiang Chun, I'm telling you, it's a good thing we pulled you away. If the dragon had gone berserk, you'd be in big trouble. The dark dragon, feeling wronged, let out a series of loud roars. Nonsense. 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 I never intended to harm this boss. I'm very well behaved. No, I'm actually afraid of those two bosses. After being mistreated, the dragon had developed a psychological shadow. It silently vowed to remember this grudge and seek revenge someday. Zhang Man also chimed in. I agree with the principal this time. Don't be so reckless in the future. Even if you've defeated it, a wild beast is still wild and hard to tame. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, could only nod repeatedly. Yes, you're right, principal and teacher. I was reckless before. I shouldn't have done that. Seeing Jiang Chen admit his mistake, the two nodded in satisfaction. The dark dragon, noticing the situation, tried to cry more quietly, but inwardly it was screaming. I'm not like what they're saying. Yet, it didn't dare make a sound and continued to weep silently. Suddenly, Jiang Chun thought of something and said to Lu Xingyu, Principal, I need your help with something. Lu Xingyu patted his chest and smiled. Just say it. I'll do my best to help you. Jiang Chun pointed to the dark dragon nearby and said, That guy over there, I want to sell it. Both of them froze. Lu Xingyu, a bit agitated, asked, Kid, no matter how you look at it, that's a powerful dragon, a top-tier beast. Are you sure you want to sell it? Jiang Chun nodded without hesitation. To him, the dragon wasn't that attractive. With his system, he could turn any beast into a god, even a pig. Seeing Jiang Chen's determination, Lu Xingyu didn't say more. All right, let me make some inquiries for you. Hang tight, I'll ask around. He then took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. The dark dragon, hearing it was about to be sold, couldn't stop its tears from flowing. I'm a dragon. How can you not appreciate me? It curled up in self-pity, thinking of its majestic relatives far away. After a while, Lu Xingyu returned, looking a bit grim. Jiang Chun, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help you sell the dragon. Jiang Chun and Zhang Man were both surprised. Lu Xingyu explained, At first, when I mentioned selling a dragon, my old buddy wanted to meet in person, but as soon as I said it was a dark dragon, he hung up. Jiang Chun looked at the dark dragon speechlessly, wondering what to do. He couldn't just keep it. Although it was a dragon, it was far inferior to Shaoqing. Lu Xingyu added, Don't worry, Jiang Chun. The dark dragon itself might not be worth much, but its crystal core is quite valuable. If all else fails, you can sell the crystal core. At these words, the dark dragon, lying on the ground, lifted its head and glared angrily at Lu Xingyu. If it could speak, it would probably curse. I may not be human, but you're a real bastard. Lu Xingyu sighed again. He had taken Jiang Chen to several beast trading companies, only to receive the same response each time they wouldn't accept it. The merchants feared that a priceless dark dragon could become a liability, potentially jeopardizing the entire company's operations with the slightest mishap. Jiang Chen, if it doesn't work out, you could sell the crystal core, Lu Xingyu suggested. This dragon's core is worth at least a few billion alliance coins, possibly even over 10 billion. After all, dragons are top-tier beasts, and their cores are considered luxury items. Hearing this, Jiang Chun turned to look at the dark dragon. At that moment, the massive creature was gazing at him with a hopeful expression, as if understanding that its fate lay in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's heart softened. He thought to himself, Forget it. Since no one wants it, I'll keep it for now. I still have 3 unused golden tier beast seeds. One more dragon won't hurt. Even without special training, its current combat power is quite formidable. With this in mind, Jiang Chun walked directly toward the dark dragon. Seeing this, Lu Xingyu's face changed dramatically. He had just learned from the beast merchants that dark dragons are violent and prone to turning against their masters. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Jiang Chun, wait. Lu Xingyu finally said, You have many options. You'll definitely encounter other dragons in the future. Jiang Chun caught the underlying concern in his words and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have confidence in controlling it. Lu Xingyu sighed and said no more. The dark dragon, on the other hand, was overjoyed, wagging its tail like a giant husky. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless, but understood the creature's relief after facing such uncertainty. Do you want to follow me? Jiang Chen asked. Before he finished speaking, the dark dragon nodded repeatedly. To it, following Jiang Chen promised a bright future. The strength of those other little creatures had already earned its respect, not to mention top-tier beasts like Anton and Shaoqing. All right, I'll contract you now. Don't resist, Jiang Chen said as he embedded a beast seed into the dark dragon's mind. Thanks to the dragon's cooperation, the contract was instantly successful. Jiang Chen immediately felt the mental connection between them. From now on, you're with me, Jiang Chen said. If you dare to disobey, You know what will happen. The dark dragon affectionately rubbed its head against him. Jiang Chun turned and saw Lu Xingyu and Zhang Manman staring at him in shock. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? He asked, just as a large white cat appeared in front of him, making pitiful whimpering sounds. Jiang Chun suddenly remembered the winged flying tiger. Do you want to follow me too? He tentatively asked. The big cat eagerly nodded and nuzzled against his leg. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave in. Since you have white tiger blood, maybe you can evolve into a sacred white tiger someday. You can be my backup mount. With that thought, he released another beast seed and quickly established a connection with the white tiger. Lu Xingyu and Zhang Manman were utterly stunned. Is contracting beasts really this easy? Their worldviews were shattered. After the contract was successful, the white tiger tried to lick Jiang Chen, but he stopped it in time. You can do anything, just don't lick me. Jiang Chen felt conflicted. The two beasts he had intended to sell ended up staying with him. Sigh, I have one slot left. This time, I must get a space-type beast, he calculated silently. Jiang Chun, how many beasts do you have now? Lu Xingyu suddenly asked. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and replied, 6. He concealed the existence of Anton and Xiao Qing, but even so, the number was astonishing. Typically, a person could contract only one beast per realm, yet Jiang Chun had multiple. Lu Xingyu and Zhang Manman were left speechless, completely overwhelmed. When they finally regained their senses, they could only describe Jiang Chen with one word: amazing. Principal, everything's settled here. I'll head back now, Jiang Chen said, not wanting to linger. He needed to prepare the 10,000 beast nest for his new members. All right, Lu Xingyu nodded blankly, at a loss for words. Jiang Chen mounted the winged flying tiger and left the school with the dark dragon. He chose the white tiger over the dark dragon, concerned that the latter's flying skills weren't yet proficient. However, not long after they left, four figures silently followed them. Finally, he's back. Let's complete this task quickly and get the money, one person whispered. The others nodded in agreement. In an unknown secret realm, Fai Long and his companions were panting heavily, battered and exhausted. Despite their superior skills, the sheer number of their enemies, outnumbering them by hundreds, had forced them into a continuous retreat. Chu Xiong gritted his teeth and growled, I'm furious. I don't know which bastard killed this guy's son, but if I find out, they're dead. After a prolonged battle, they had come to understand the strength of the White Wolf Kinga diamond-ranked beast tamer with 5 diamond-ranked wolf beasts. If not for Fei Long's powerful frost dragon, they would have perished long ago. Yet now, they were on the brink of death. Standing proudly atop a third-turtle giant wolf, the White Wolf King looked down coldly at the 5 humans. Hand over the one who killed my son, and I'll leave immediately. Chu Xiong's rage flared, and he shouted, Get lost. You think you're some big shot? Don't kid yourself. Despite their frustration with the killer, they felt a duty to protect their fellow humans. A glint of coldness flashed in the White Wolf King's eyes. It seems you've chosen your fate. Very well, I'll kill you first, then storm the human city and find the murderer. As he finished speaking, the 4 giant wolves beside him let out earth-shaking howls, preparing to annihilate Fei Long's group. Boss, I can't run anymore. You guys go ahead. Me neither. Go, boss. After such a long fight, they were utterly exhausted and had reached their limits. Seeing this, Fei Long summoned his frost dragon, which appeared, heavily wounded with numerous injuries. It let out a deafening roar that drowned out the wolves' howls. Fei Long spoke in a low voice. Do you think I can escape? Stand up and fight. Chu Xiong managed a bitter smile. Makes sense. He thought to himself that these beast tamers usually had large harems and numerous children. Starting a war over one son seemed to have another motive. Simple revenge didn't seem likely. Kill. Wu Di and Lang Jun shouted, but their weapon-wielding hands trembled from exhaustion. They were running on sheer willpower. Fei Long sighed inwardly. It's a pity that Jiang Chun, that kid, finally found a good prospect, and now it's going to waste. He felt a deep regret for the young talent about to fall here. Sister Xia suddenly laughed. That kid's got more talent than us. Maybe he'll avenge us someday. She drew her whip, ready to continue the fight. At this moment, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Rescue was out of reach. The White Wolf King sneered, If you want to die, then so be it. As he spoke, a giant wolf flapped its wings, sending a barrage of wind blades their way. Chu Xiong stepped forward, trying to block with his dagger. But with a sickening thud, blood spurted as his hand was severed by the wind blade. He winced but charged again, eyes full of killing intent. Chu Xiong. Seeing Chu Xiong injured, the others were enraged and attacked, hoping to cause some trouble for the wolf leader before they died. Kill! Fei Long roared, and the frost dragon unleashed its icy breath, freezing one giant wolf. However, due to the level difference, the wolf quickly broke free. A 2-headed wolf leaped and knocked the frost dragon down, pinning it. The situation quickly turned dire. Diamond-ranked beasts were overwhelmingly strong. If they had faced just one, they might have had a chance. But now, they were hopelessly outmatched. A giant wolf lunged at Wu Di, its foul breath filling the air as it prepared to bite. Wu Di, watch out! Lang Jun shouted, but it was too late. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered as the wolf bit down. The sight drove the remaining four into a frenzy, but they were blocked by other diamond-ranked wolves. Wu Di gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound, fearing it would distract his teammates. Wu Di, I respect you. I'll join you soon. Chu Xiong, eyes red with rage, charged at another giant wolf. Fools, the wolf leader scoffed. To him, these five were mere ants. Kill. With that command, a giant wolf let out a special low growl. In an instant, everyone was wounded and fell to the ground. Ugh, Fai Long coughed, his vision blurring. Memories of his past flashed before his eyes, as if reviewing his life. The others were in similar states. The frost dragon, bleeding profusely, struggled towards Fai Long. Two giant wolves attacked, trying to finish it off. Just then, a deep, cold hum echoed. The dying group suddenly felt a surge of strength, preventing them from succumbing to their injuries. Well, what a fine wolf tribe. A familiar voice rang out, bringing a flicker of hope to their hearts. They all had the same thought. The leader is here. Then they lost consciousness. A middle-aged man, face grim, stared at the White Wolf King, who looked back with a hint of fear. I mean no harm. I just want revenge for my son, the White Wolf King explained. The middle-aged man laughed. Ha? No harm. You say? I just want revenge for my men. With that, figures darted from behind the middle-aged man, swiftly closing in on the giant wolves. In moments, anguished howls filled the air as the diamond-ranked wolves were effortlessly slain. Seeing his beasts about to be killed, the White Wolf King hurriedly said, I admit defeat. Spare me. But the middle-aged man remained calm, uttering only one word, kill. With that command, the four giant wolves let out their final howls. The White Wolf King turned to flee. Think you can escape? The middle-aged man's eyes burned with murderous intent. He started to pursue but paused when Wu Di coughed, blood pouring out. Wu Di's hardened body had barely withstood the blow, or he would have been split in two. Seeing this, the middle-aged man decided not to pursue. His healing beast could only keep the five alive for now. Proper treatment would require a skilled healer. He gathered the five and left the secret realm. Just as Jiang Chun was about to head home, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was an unknown number. With a hint of curiosity, he answered. Jiang Chun, be careful. Wu Di and the others can't protect you anymore. A familiar yet unplaceable voice came through. Jiang Chun looked puzzled. Who is this? There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a somewhat exasperated reply. General Ji Tian, leader of the pioneering army. Huh. Jiang Chun was still confused. Never heard of you. The voice seemed to recover, a trace of resignation in its tone. Fei Long's boss. Ah, General. Nice to meet you. Jiang Chun quickly replied, realizing he was speaking to his superior's superior. All right, just watch yourself. Ji Tian continued. Fei Long specifically asked me to tell you to stay safe while he's unconscious. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a warmth in his heart. How is Fei Long doing? Just a minor issue. He'll be fine after some rest. That's good to hear. Jiang Chun felt relieved. Be careful. The front lines are tight right now, and we can't protect you. Look after yourself and don't give Fei Long more to worry about, Ji Tian cautioned. I understand. I'm a very obedient person, Jiang Chun assured him. Ji Tian smirked on the other end, shaking his head inwardly. He had heard about Jiang Chen's exploits and knew the young man was anything but obedient. All right, stay safe. I have other matters to attend to, Ji Tian said, hanging up before Jiang Chun could respond. Jiang Chun was left speechless, muttering to himself, rank really does have its privileges. Just then, the dark dragon suddenly turned its head and sent a strange emotion towards Jiang Chun. He paused, sensing a vague concept. Being followed? Jiang Chun immediately summoned his skeleton minion, who confirmed, someone is tailing us. A flash of killing intent appeared in Jiang Chun's eyes. In Yulong City, only one group had a grudge against him, the Jiang family. It seemed they were still up to no good. Wait and see. The day of reckoning isn't far off, Jiang Chun thought coldly, directing his winged flying tiger king to descend. He needed to deal with the tail first. Being followed made him uneasy. As soon as he landed, Jiang Chun coldly said, all right, come out. A giant dog emerged first. Jiang Chun quickly scanned it. Name, Bloodthirsty Mad Dog King. Quality, Leader. Grade, Late Platinum. Skills, Bloodthirsty Chase LV2, Bloodthirsty Claw LV1. Description, a common tracking beast with relatively weak combat power. Evolution path? Seeing the nearly 4-meter tall dog, An idea flashed through Jiang Qin's mind. Such a cute dog, perfect for hot pot. 3 figures then stepped out of the shadows, accompanied by slow clapping. Impressive, young hero. You actually spotted us, said a burly bald man, exuding a menacing aura. He was clearly no good. The other two, one fat and one thin, looked equally shady, obviously his accomplices. What do you want? Jiang Qin asked directly, not in the mood for small talk. The bald man smiled, rubbing his shiny head. Nothing much. We just need your head. We're short on cash. Jiang Chun quickly realized they were assassins hired by the Jiang family. How much did they pay you? I'll double it. The bald man was intrigued and held up 2 fingers. 2 billion? Jiang Chen frowned, thinking the Jiang family underestimated him. The bald man shook his head, holding up 2 fingers again. 20 billion? Jiang Chun was surprised. The bald man continued, and Jiang Chen's eyes widened. 200 billion alliance currency? That would be half a year's earnings for the Jiang family. Heck, kid. Someone's willing to pay 2 trillion for your head, the bald man said slowly, shaking his head. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. How much? 2 trillion? Jiang Baiyue must be insane. Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp. That was the Jiang family's savings for 5 years, all to kill him. For a moment, Jiang Chun even considered selling himself. 2 trillion alliance currency. Those resources could sustain a large family and even push several beasts to platinum or diamond rank. But he couldn't. He couldn't just kill himself. Right now, all he wanted to say was, sorry for bothering you. Even 4 trillion wouldn't be enough to buy him. Kid, any last words before you go? The bald man rubbed his shiny head again. Jiang Chun shrugged helplessly. Don't you wonder why I'm worth so much? Heh, we know you have 2 platinum guards. But the 3 of us and our beast can handle them, and one of us will kill you, the bald man said, always on alert. Jiang Chun shook his head lightly. They obviously didn't know he was part of the pioneering army. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare. The biggest power was the Dragon Kingdom itself. Attacking a pioneering army member on the street would get them hunted down. No ordinary assassin would take this job. No last words? Then it's time to go, the bald man said, drawing a battle knife and charging at Jiang Chun. The other 2 prepared to fight, ready to block any guards. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's guards were away on other business and couldn't return in time. With a thought, Jiang Chun summoned his rogue rabbit and flathead. 5 beasts stood between him and the attackers. The bald man hesitated for a moment, then sneered. Didn't expect you to be a genius. Too bad you have no future. He raised his knife, attacking Jiang Chun. Flathead took the lead, blocking him. The other beasts joined the fray. Jiang Chun frowned. For platinum-level combatants were tough to handle without all his beasts. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chun climbed onto the winged flying Tiger King's back and took to the skies. Trying to escape? Think you can? The bald man snorted, his voice laced with mockery. He glanced around at his companions, a hint of pride in his eyes. With 4 platinum-level fighters, one of whom had reached the peak of platinum, letting a mere gold-level kid escape was simply impossible. Third brother. Stop that kid, he ordered. A young man with brightly colored hair grinned. Boss, leave it to me. Before his words had even settled, he launched himself into the air like an arrow. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. The youth was actually stepping on invisible steps, seemingly flying. He can fly? Jiang Chun gasped internally. Swish, swish, swish. Several cold flashes zipped through the air, sharp daggers flying towards him. Though their aim was off, they forced the winged Sky Tiger King to dodge left and right. Seeing this, the youth's lips curled into a sinister smile. Martial skill. Skynet? Boom, boom, boom. The daggers suddenly exploded, transforming into massive nets that descended upon the winged Sky Tiger King. Caught off guard, the Tiger King crashed into the nets. Jiang Chen knew things were going south and leaped without hesitation. The height might be nothing to the Tiger King, but it could cause him serious injury. Luckily, the Dark Dragon reacted just in time, catching Jiang Chen steadily. With a loud thud, the winged Sky Tiger King crashed to the ground, struggling but unable to break free from the eerie net. The blonde youth gloated. This net is made from the silk of a peak platinum-level ghost-face spider. Even a platinum-level fighter would struggle to break free, let alone a gold-level one. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chun, a cruel glint in his eyes. You're next. Jiang Chun knew escaping was nearly impossible today. He immediately commanded the Dark Dragon to land. He realized that the youth's technique had significant limitations. The only option was to fight. Seeing Jiang Chun land again, the bald man stroked his head with satisfaction and laughed. Kid, given up? Not running anymore? Even if you did run, we have 1,000 ways to catch you. So, accept your fate. The 3 of them quickly spread out, surrounding Jiang Chun in the center. Do you really think you have me cornered? Jiang Chun said, his expression unchanged. You're not going to claim you have some backup, are you? Ha ha ha. The bald man sneered. Let me tell you. We've got intel that your backup has already left. These words hit Jiang Chun like a sledgehammer. The departure of Wu Di and the others should have been known only to him, except for the military. This meant there was a traitor in the military, a fact that stunned Jiang Chan. The bald man continued, your talent is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you're still just a gold-level beast master. You pose no threat to us. The three of them steadily closed in, step by step. Jiang Chen suddenly smirked disdainfully. All right, enough playing around. All of you, die. Hearing this, the three men's nerves instantly tightened. Despite their words calling Jiang Chen trash, they were well aware that a genius like him would have no shortage of trump cards, and they dared not be careless. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned a massive figure. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding walls collapsed. The three men stared in shock at the enormous creature that had suddenly materialized in town. At that moment, a shadow darted towards one of the men with lightning speed. The figure exuded a dark aura, its arms covered in black markings. Instant kill technique. The little skeleton unleashed its long-prepared ultimate move. The man reacted quickly, raising his battle blade to block the fierce attack. With a sharp clang, the little skeleton's arm blade, in its fully powered state, far surpassed common alloy weapons. With a crack, the battle blade shattered, and the arm blade plunged deep into the man's chest, leaving a gaping wound, blood gushing out. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sudden turn of events caught the bald man off guard. By the time he regained his senses, his comrade was already incapacitated. Second brother, he roared, rushing to help. Think you can get past me? Jiang Chen sneered. Rogue rabbit, flathead, stop him. The two beasts charged forward instantly. Facing the obstructing beasts, the bald man took a deep breath, his body swelling to over 2 meters. He swung his fist, as large as a sandbag, towards Flathead. Thud. With a dull sound, the bald man staggered back, his right arm trembling, a look of surprise in his eyes. Rogue Rabbit followed up, launching shock balls continuously, occasionally darting forward to harass him. Third brother, go help second brother. Despite being entangled, the bald man didn't forget to delegate tasks. Before the third brother could respond, the young man felt a surge of danger. Instinctively, he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a sudden burst of scorching lava. The lava seemed almost alive, transforming instantly into a massive flaming hand that reached menacingly toward the third brother. The situation became tense in an instant, with the sudden attack diverting the attention of the two men, leaving them unable to help the third brother. They had no choice but to loudly command the bloodthirsty Hellhound King to go to his aid. At this critical moment, the dark dragon, which had been standing still, finally moved. Although it was only a peak gold-tier beast, its formidable dragon physique was more than enough to handle a platinum-tier bloodthirsty Hellhound King of average strength. The dark dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a jet-black dragon breath, instantly blocking the Hellhound King. The tide of the battle turned in an instant. The three bald men were severely injured and unable to rise, and their reinforcements were cut off, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Seeing the situation firmly in his control, Jiang Chen's lips curved into a smug smile as he leisurely said, "Do you still think you can kill me now?" Hearing this, the bald man's face turned extremely grim. He finally realized that the person before him was not just a gold-tier beast tamer. He was a platinum-tier expert disguised as a gold-tier. No wonder he had demanded such a high price. This guy was a monster in terms of strength. Knowing the situation was hopeless, the bald man's attitude did a complete 180. Brother Jiang Chun, let's talk this out. I apologize for my earlier rash actions. How about we sit down and discuss this properly? Jiang Chen remained unmoved, sneering. What were you doing earlier? Now you realize you can't beat me? Sorry, it's too late. I don't accept. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolve, the bald man gritted his teeth and painfully pulled out an alliance card. This is an unregistered alliance card with 20 billion alliance coins. Consider it our ransom. If you let us go this time, the money is yours. He had never imagined that what seemed like an easy money-making task would turn into such a costly affair. However, Jiang Chen was not interested in the money. He calculated that since the card was unregistered, it meant no password was needed. As long as he dealt with these men, the money would be his anyway. With this thought, Jiang Chen decided not to hesitate any longer and aimed for a quick resolution. He shouted, "Come forth, Storm Dragon." Almost instantly, a colossal figure blotted out the sky, swallowing a large swath of sunlight. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the clouds, freezing Baldy and his companions in their tracks. Their faces were etched with terror, and their previous arrogance vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen's power was far beyond their expectations. 7 summoned beasts appeared simultaneously, each showcasing his extraordinary talent as a gold-tier beast master. This overwhelming display of strength made their scalps tingle, and they secretly felt fortunate for not acting rashly. They realized that even if the bounty were doubled or tripled, it wasn't worth provoking such a genius. Otherwise, they would have no place to stand in all of Longwa. Baldy gritted his teeth, regretting taking on this mission. Regardless of the outcome, they were doomed, with the worst-case scenario being death on the spot. He knew that a genius like Jiang Chun must have already caught the attention of the high-ranking officials in Longwa. Jiang Chun calmly issued an order. Shao Qing, take care of that guy and his dog. As soon as he finished speaking, another dragon's roar sounded. The green energy gathered in Shao Qing's mouth exploded instantly, transforming into a powerful wind strike. The dark dragon narrowly evaded the lethal blow, but the bloodthirsty hellhound had no chance to resist and was torn apart by the powerful gust, its life force dissipating quickly. The gruesome scene caused the young man to show a hint of panic. Anton seized the fleeting opportunity, and a magma-formed hand grabbed the young man's calf. In an instant, the nauseating smell of burning flesh filled the air, accompanied by the young man's agonized screams. Anton showed no mercy, engulfing the young man in a torrent of magma. Moments later, only a few scattered bone fragments remained. Witnessing this, Baldy, who was fending off attacks from the badger and the rogue rabbit, trembled with fear, his eyes bloodshot. Though the three were not blood brothers, they shared a bond forged in life-and-death situations. Watching his comrades die so horribly, the pain in his heart was indescribable. Baldy stared daggers at Jiang Chun, gritting his teeth. "You heartless bastard." Jiang Chun shrugged dismissively and retorted, "Heartless? How laughable. What was your purpose in coming here? And now you call me heartless? You're such a hypocrite," he continued with a cold smile. "You came here to kill me for money, and you have the nerve to call me heartless?" Jiang Chun thought to himself, if the situation were reversed and he was the one begging for mercy, these people wouldn't spare him. They would probably mock him mercilessly. With this thought, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He silently vowed to show no mercy to anyone who opposed him. "Finish him off quickly," Jiang Chun ordered coldly. Upon hearing this, Shao Qing, Anton, and the Dark Dragon immediately surrounded Baldy. Despite being a platinum-tier beastmaster, Baldy was no match for the fallen angels. Under the relentless assault of the powerful summoned beasts, he had no chance to strike back. In just a few breaths, Baldy was defeated. The rogue rabbit shattered several of his ribs, and Anton melted one of his legs. Unable to hold on any longer, Baldy collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for air. "Stop!" Jiang Chun suddenly shouted. All the summoned beasts halted their attacks and looked at him. Jiang Chun's plan was simple. He needed to retrieve his money from Baldy before killing him. To ensure there were no surprises, Jiang Chun commanded, "Rogue rabbit, break his limbs." With the sound of bones cracking, Baldy let out a series of blood-curdling screams. Uh, uh, just kill me already. Stop torturing me." His body convulsed from the pain, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Jiang Chun calmly walked over and retrieved the alliance card from Baldy's pocket. Confirming it was an anonymous card without a password, he instructed Anton, "Melt him, and that one over there too." He pointed to a nearby corpse. "This way, we don't even need to cremate them." Anton nodded heavily, and a large amount of magma gushed from the ground, engulfing the two corpses completely. Moments later, only a few bone fragments remained. After completing this task, Jiang Chun recalled his other summoned beasts, leaving only the winged flying Tiger King. He mounted the beast, thinking to himself, "This guy's strength is indeed inferior to the rogue rabbit and the others, but compared to other beastmasters out there, he's quite good. I need to buy some materials to improve his quality. He can't fall behind." Jiang Chun hadn't left for long when a law enforcement team arrived at the scene. Seeing the devastation, they widened their eyes. Damn, was this place attacked by a monster? The massive size of Anton, combined with the struggle of the three men before their deaths, had turned the surrounding area into ruins. Fortunately, nearby residents had sensed something was wrong and evacuated early. Otherwise, they might have been buried alive. "I don't think so. This monster is too strong. The destruction is incredible. But where is the monster?" Seeing the law enforcement team arrive, some hiding residents dared to come out. "Sir, it wasn't a monster. It was two groups of people fighting. It was terrifying. One of them summoned 7 or 8 beasts and killed the other group." A witness cautiously pointed to the only somewhat intact corpse nearby the bloodthirsty hellhound. At this point, it was mangled beyond recognition, which is why Jiang Chun hadn't taken it for hot pot. It was too nauseating. "Oh." The lead officer squinted and quickly walked over. Seeing the corpse on the ground, he immediately recognized it. A bloodthirsty hellhound, likely rented from the Beastmaster Alliance. Investigate if anyone has rented a bloodthirsty hellhound recently. If Jiang Chun had delayed any longer, Baldy and his companions would have pursued him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun appeared right after they rented the tracking beast, wasting their money. "Yes, sir. I'll verify with the Beastmaster Alliance right away. Typically, such rentals require a significant deposit. A platinum tier beast like this one, used solely for tracking, would cost around 4 billion Alliance currency, with a rental deposit of 5 billion. Because of this, the Beastmaster Alliance keeps detailed records of renters. Soon, the law enforcement team collected samples and left the scene. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared silently. He surveyed the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. What an interesting fellow. Despite being only at the gold tier, he can make his beasts fight at the platinum tier level. This kid must have some secrets. If I can uncover them, I might advance to the diamond tier Beastmaster. My status in the stars would surely rise. Accompanied by eerie laughter, the figure vanished into thin air. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, shattering the quiet inside the house. Hello, there's a package for you. Please sign for it, came the voice of the delivery man from outside. Jiang Chen frowned. He was certain he hadn't ordered anything online recently, but since the package was already at his doorstep, he figured he should check it out. His gaze fell on the sofa where the lazy bunny was engrossed in watching TV. Lazy bunny, go open the door and bring the package in, Jiang Chen commanded. The lazy bunny nodded slightly, got up, and walked towards the door, but its eyes remained glued to the TV screen, as if afraid of missing any second of it. Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. This rabbit had become a full-fledged TV addict, even neglecting its training in the 10,000 tribes nest. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder if spirit beasts could develop nearsightedness from too much screen time. The sound of the door opening was followed by a gasp of surprise from the delivery man. Clearly, the sight of a giant rabbit at the door was not what he had expected. Before the delivery man could react, the package was swiftly snatched away, and the door slammed shut. Have a nice day, the delivery man said mechanically from outside, still trying to process the bizarre scene. The lazy bunny returned to Jiang Chen with the package, its eyes never leaving the TV. Jiang Chen, annoyed, grabbed the bunny by its ears. You lazy creature, can't you do something useful? Watching TV all day, aren't you afraid of going blind? Jiang Chen scolded. The lazy bunny looked at Jiang Chen in confusion, as if to say, why are you bothering me? I'm watching TV. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine, but when Flathead surpasses you, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. This seemed to get the lazy bunny's attention. Its expression turned serious, and Jiang Chen felt a surge of determination from the bunny. It suddenly wanted to go back to the 10,000 tribes nest to train. Jiang Chen smirked. Healthy competition among spirit beasts did indeed spur motivation. Off you go, Jiang Chen said, returning the lazy bunny to the 10,000 tribes nest. The little skeleton looked up at Jiang Chen, then resumed its deep contemplation. Jiang Chen turned off the TV and began inspecting the package. There was a note attached to it, addressed to Jiang Chen. Little skeleton, come help me, Jiang Chen called. The little skeleton quickly ran to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen patted its shiny head and used its arm blade to carefully cut open the package. All right, back to pondering your existence, Jiang Chen chuckled. The little skeleton nodded seriously and returned to its spot. Jiang Chen opened the package and found a 500 milliliters bottle inside, along with a note. Hello Mr. Jiang, your sun water has arrived. Please check and confirm receipt. Have a great day. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. The material he needed for the young spirit's advancement had finally arrived. He immediately summoned the young spirit, which hadn't been called out for a long time. The little creature rubbed against Jiang Chen's cheek excitedly. All right, I know you missed me, Jiang Chen soothed. Your advancement material is here. He opened the bottle cap, and the young spirit immediately turned its attention to the sun water, its eyes filled with longing. Jiang Chen asked the system how to use the sun water and learned that the young spirit needed to soak in it. He fetched a bowl and prepared to pour the sun water into it. Seeing the bowl, the young spirit seemed a bit scared. Jiang Chen explained, don't worry, I couldn't find a proper bathing vessel for you, so we'll have to make do with this bowl. It's clean, I promise. The young spirit relaxed, and Jiang Chen poured the sun water into the bowl, signaling the young spirit to enter. Half an hour later, the young spirit had absorbed only 1/5 of the sun water. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Hello, there's a delivery for you. Please sign for it, came another voice from outside. Jiang Chen frowned, and the little skeleton stood up alertly, raising its arm blade, sensing danger. Hello, there's a delivery for you. Please sign for it, the voice outside repeated. Jiang Chen stood inside the villa, his expression grave. He initially thought of summoning his rogue rabbit, but reconsidered, fearing that if he called out all his creatures, the villa would need to be rebuilt. As he contemplated, the voice outside the door sounded again. Hello, you have a package. Please come out to sign for it. This time, Jiang Chen sensed something was off. The voice was stiff and hoarse, not something a human could produce. He quickly took out his phone and pulled up the surveillance footage from the door. A figure in a delivery uniform appeared, with a cap pulled low over the face, obscuring the features. Suddenly, the surveillance screen flickered with static, becoming blurry. Jiang Chun felt a surge of annoyance. He had spent so much money on this equipment, yet it was this poor in quality. But now was not the time to worry about that. At that moment, the delivery person seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up at the camera. Jiang Chun gasped. This was no human. It was a scarecrow, with clothes stuffed with straw and button eyes. The eerie sight made Jiang Chun take a step back. He quickly signaled to the rogue rabbit. The rabbit nodded in understanding, its ears rubbing together to form a 1-meter-sized shockwave ball. It slowly approached the door, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the eerie presence outside. Rat-a-tat. The mechanical voice sounded again at the door. Hello, you have a package. Please come out to sign for it. Without hesitation, the rogue rabbit launched the shockwave ball at the door. Boom. The door shattered, and the shockwave ball hit the eerie scarecrow accurately. Jiang Chen immediately pulled up the information on the entity. Name: Mysterious Scarecrow Clone. Quality: Epic. Grade: Mid-Platinum. Skills: Clone LV3, Fear Aura LV2, Fear Devour LV1. Description: a bizarre life form that feeds on the fear in living beings' hearts and has cloning abilities. Each clone possesses 50 of the original's power. Evolution path: a beast. Jiang Chun muttered to himself. The hit scarecrow slowly got up, its movements twisted and unnatural. Its clothes, already tattered from the attack, revealed a body made of straw. A black aura suddenly spread out, enveloping everyone present. In an instant, Jiang Chen saw a vision of his tragic death in a past life, causing him to step back involuntarily. To his horror, he realized the scarecrow had leveled up, reaching high platinum grade. This is bad. Jiang Chun realized he had been tricked. He quickly looked at his skeleton and rogue rabbit, noticing the fear in their eyes. He decisively recalled them to prevent their fear from further empowering the scarecrow. In this critical moment, there was only one being he could rely on that knew no fear. Come forth, honey badger. Jiang Chen shouted. The honey badger appeared instantly. The black aura enveloped it, but the honey badger only shivered slightly, a look of confusion in its eyes. Jiang Chun quickly retreated out of the fear aura's range. The scarecrow's button eyes turned to the honey badger. Although it had no expression, Jiang Chun could sense its confusion. Against a creature that fed on fear, the honey badger, which knew no fear, was the ultimate nemesis. Honey badger, take it down, Jiang Chun commanded. The honey badger's demeanor changed instantly, its eyes locking onto the scarecrow. With a roar, it charged like a tank, pouncing on the scarecrow. Its claws tore at the scarecrow's body, shredding the remaining clothes to reveal the straw beneath. Die, die, die. The scarecrow's button eyes glowed black, clearly trying to invoke fear in the honey badger. However, the honey badger was unfazed, its claws continuing to tear at the scarecrow. Realizing its magic was ineffective, the scarecrow switched to physical attacks, reaching out with straw claws toward the honey badger's back. Unfortunately for it, even with its higher grade, its physical attacks were too weak to penetrate the honey badger's defenses. In no time, the scarecrow was completely overpowered. The honey badger bit off one of its arms, ripping it apart. Soon, the scarecrow stopped struggling, lying motionless on the ground. Seeing no further resistance, the honey badger seemed to lose interest. At that moment, the scarecrow suddenly burst into flames. The honey badger jumped back immediately, and the scarecrow turned to ashes and dissipated. Jiang Chun fell into deep thought, suspecting that Jiang Baiyue might be behind this. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He had just dealt with 3 attackers yesterday. Sending such a powerful beastmaster today seemed too efficient. If not Jiang Baiyue, then who was targeting him? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun couldn't come up with an answer. He turned to go back inside, only to see the shattered door, causing his mouth to twitch. Damn, the door's broken again, he muttered, annoyed at the time it would take to fix it. Just then, a security team arrived belatedly. Jiang Chun didn't blame them. Before he moved in, this was the safest place in Yulong City. But since his arrival, there had been an attack every few days. He even wondered if he was jinxing the place. Every attacker was at least gold grade, and this time there was a platinum grade. How could these silver and gold grade guards possibly stop them? Mr. Jiang, we're really sorry. We'll handle this right away. The security captain apologized. It's fine, just clean up the mess. Jiang Chen waved it off. It wasn't their fault. The attackers were targeting him, and they were all platinum grade. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Sun True Yang Flower. Jiang Chen opened the skill information for Yangshan and carefully examined the attributes of this miraculous plant. The Yangshan Great Sun True Yang Flower, of epic quality and mid-tier gold rank, has 2 skills, Healing Light LV2 and Great Sun True Form LV1. This unique plant can not only fly but also transform briefly into a sun, inflicting damage on enemies while significantly enhancing the recovery abilities of allies. As Jiang Chun was studying the evolution directions for Yangshan, the little creature flew out anxiously, unable to find its owner. Sensing Jiang Chen's presence, it immediately flew to his side. Jiang Chen finally got a clear look at Yangshan. About the size of a fist, fiery red all over, resembling a small sunflower. Yangshan affectionately rubbed its body against Jiang Chun, and he could feel the little creature's temperature was at least 50 degrees Celsius. Curious, Jiang Chun held Yangshan in his hand, finding its texture surprisingly comparable to a smooth pebble. To test the new skill, he commanded, Yangshan, use Great Sun True Form. Yangshan gently shook its body and flew above Jiang Chen's head. Suddenly, it burst into a dazzling light. Jiang Chun felt as if he was basking in warm sunlight, his whole body enveloped in a comforting warmth, and even the psychological shadows from the recent battle dissipated instantly. Moments later, Yangshan returned to its normal state, looking somewhat fatigued. Jiang Chun caught the little creature, gently stroking its body, and encouraged, well done, Yangshan, keep up the good work. After finishing the test, Jiang Chun returned to his room and made a phone call. Showman, the usual place. Get here quickly and replace it before evening. He hung up after speaking. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a tall figure let out a sinister laugh. Prey, premium prey. The voice was hoarse and grating, enough to make anyone's legs go weak if they were present. Because beneath the cloak in the darkness was not a human face, but a bizarre scarecrow. With a puff of black smoke, the scarecrow vanished mysteriously. In a dilapidated house, a mysterious person stood at the door, with a twisted scarecrow behind him. The scarecrow suddenly trembled, and the mysterious person asked, failed? The scarecrow rasped, misjudged the strength. The opponent has platinum tier power, and possesses a beast that restrains me. The mysterious person was somewhat surprised, fully aware of the scarecrow's terrifying capabilities. Since acquiring this eerie scarecrow, his life had seemed charmed, surviving multiple near-death situations. He always believed the scarecrow to be invincible, capable of contending even with legendary warriors. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man saw the two inside, angrily shouting, "Who are you?" The scarecrow's button eyes suddenly turned red, and the middle-aged man instantly froze, fear flashing in his eyes. He collapsed, curling up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and uttering hoarse cries of terror. Don't come near, don't come near, I'm scared, no, no. The mysterious person chuckled. We've been in Yulong City for quite a while. It's time to let them know I'm here. With that, the scarecrow extended its slender fingers, merging the mysterious person into itself, and then vanished without a trace. The commotion attracted others. Someone who recognized the middle-aged man on the ground shouted, "Oldly, what's wrong?" The person reached out to touch him, and almost simultaneously, a wave of terror surged through, and the scene before them changed again. Suddenly engulfed in darkness, the man's pupils dilated with fear. In his vision, a group of terrifying demon lizards emerged, their scales glinting with an eerie light. His muscles tensed instantly, and he turned to run, his legs moving uncontrollably. However, to the onlookers, the man appeared to be writhing on the ground, his body convulsing as if electrocuted. He emitted a series of whimpers, as if facing an indescribable horror. Oldly, what's wrong? A woman in the crowd rushed forward, her voice filled with worry and fear. She reached out to touch Oldly, but the moment she made contact, she shuddered and then collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. This scene made the residents of the slum instantly realize the gravity of the situation. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet firm. There's something wrong with this man. Someone fetch the law enforcement team, and don't touch these three. Hearing this, a young man immediately sprinted off to seek help from the law enforcement team. The bizarre nature of the situation was clearly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Before long, a team of law enforcement officers clad in gleaming alloy armor arrived swiftly at the scene. They glanced at the three individuals writhing in agony on the ground, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Suddenly, Old Lee's body convulsed violently, as if some invisible force was tearing at him. A few seconds later, his body went rigid and he fell silent. The captain of the law enforcement team narrowed his eyes but quickly regained his composure, issuing a swift command, "Take the remaining two back and see if they can be saved." Before he finished speaking, two burly gold-ranked officers stepped forward. The elderly man spoke again, his voice urgent, "Sir, you mustn't. This is an unknown force that seems to be contagious. Please reconsider." The captain, hearing this, smiled reassuringly. In his view, these civilians had fallen victim simply due to their weak constitutions. His team members were gold-ranked warriors, capable of withstanding even silver-ranked beasts without a scratch. "Don't worry, sir. We are professionally trained," the captain said. But before he could finish, the two gold-ranked officers who had moved to carry the fallen individuals suddenly collapsed, their bodies trembling violently with fear. This unexpected turn of events left the law enforcement captain stunned, his smile freezing on his face. He had never anticipated such a swift and unexpected reversal. Quickly regaining his composure, he decisively ordered, "Everyone, leave here immediately." A chilling thought crossed the captain's mind. This terrifying ability reminded him of a persona being with only platinum-ranked strength, but possessing the power to destroy an entire city. At that moment, the corpse that was supposed to remain still suddenly began to twitch. With a muffled sound, the deceased's clothing bulged abruptly, as if something was about to burst out. Moments later, several slender fingers emerged from the fabric, creating an incredibly eerie scene. The onlookers were instantly thrown into a panic, shrieking in terror. Shortly after, a small scarecrow crawled out of the corpse, its bizarre form sending chills down everyone's spine. The scarecrow began to twist and morph, with flesh appearing over its straw body and horns sprouting from its head. It eventually transformed into a ferocious two-horned demon leopard, which lunged at the terrified crowd. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had tried to save Oldley met the same fate. Their abdomens were torn open, and two blood-soaked scarecrows emerged. These scarecrows quickly morphed into horrifying creatures and launched into a frenzied attack. Li Hu watched all of this with a furrowed brow. As a law enforcement captain with nearly 20 years of experience, he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. This was the work of the dreaded Tianzai. Tianzai, infamously known as the Terror Calamity, was a platinum-ranked beastmaster whose power far exceeded that of ordinary people. He had once single-handedly destroyed a small town, making him the most wanted criminal in Longhua. This cunning felon always used scarecrows in his crimes and would destroy the evidence after a battle, leaving no trace for even the best trackers. His terrifying power and cunning tactics earned him his notorious nickname. Li Hu knew this matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Damn it! Why is Tianzai here in Yulong City? I need to report this immediately and request the city lord's intervention, he thought to himself. Just then, the abdomens of two more corpses were torn open, and blood-soaked scarecrows emerged. In the blink of an eye, a five-meter, earth-colored giant bear, the savage berserker bear, and a pitch-black, multi-eyed spider, the black widow demon spider, appeared before the crowd. Both of these beasts were top-tier existences within the gold rank. The savage berserker bear launched the first attack. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing speed. It raised its paw and swatted a law enforcement officer, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, his arm clearly broken. Seeing this, Li Hu made a quick decision. Go report the situation immediately. I'll hold them off. Evacuate the crowd now. He knew that the gold-ranked junior warriors here stood no chance against these top-tier beasts. Only he could buy them some time. With two roars, the crowd scattered like a tidal wave. Amid the chaos, tragic incidents occurred. People were trampled, and screams of pain filled the air. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Move if you don't want to die. I'm a bronze-ranked warrior. Angry shouts rang out, but they were powerless against the overwhelming fear. Li Hu's expression changed drastically as he realized the crowd's fear was feeding the two beasts, visibly enhancing their strength. At this point, stopping the spread of panic was impossible. The only solution was to eliminate the source of the threat. One of you go report this, the rest follow me into battle. At any cost, we must kill these 5 beasts, Li Hu ordered. Upon hearing this, the others drew their swords, their eyes resolute as they faced the 5 ferocious beasts. Li Hu led the charge, his sword slashing down at the savage berserker bear. However, his attack was blocked by the bear's paw. Damn, this bear's strength is probably at the peak of the gold rank, its power surpassing mine, Li Hu thought. Meanwhile, the black widow demon spider began laying eggs, which made Li Hu even more uneasy. He knew that while the black widow's larvae were not strong, their venom could threaten even silver-ranked beasts, and ordinary people would die within 10 seconds of being bitten. Weighing the options, Li Hu decided to attack the black widow demon spider first. If those eggs hatched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the savage berserker bear escaped, Yulong City had ways to track it, but once the tiny larvae spread, they would be nearly impossible to find. Fortunately, egg-laying weakened the black widow demon spider, meaning it likely no longer had peak gold rank combat power. With this in mind, Li Hu didn't hesitate and charged at the black widow demon spider. The savage berserker bear seemed to anticipate Li Hu's intention and tried to intercept him, but Li Hu's speed was superior. He dodged the attack and headed straight for the black widow demon spider. The black widow demon spider let out a menacing hiss, its sharp limbs striking at Li Hu. He parried the attacks and gradually closed in. In a swift move, he slashed down with his sword, embedding it 3 inches into the spider's body. With a sickening squelch, black ichor gushed out. Li Hu pressed his advantage, launching a series of frenzied slashes until the black widow demon spider lay dead. At that moment, the savage berserker bear reached him, swiping a massive paw. Li Hu barely blocked it but was forced back several steps, landing near the spider eggs. Without wasting a moment, he began hacking at the eggs, destroying many in an instant. Seeing the shattered spider eggs, a hint of joy appeared on Li Hu's face. But just then, a wild glow flashed in the eyes of the wild bear behind him, and an ominous feeling arose. Bang! A tremendous force struck Li Hu from his right, sending him flying uncontrollably and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Captain! The other team members angrily attacked the wild bear, trying to kill it. However, their attacks were futile against its terrifying fur, and they were quickly defeated. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through half of Yulong City, causing many to shiver involuntarily. In the distance, Jiang Chun was also startled and muttered to himself, "What kind of beast is this?" But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. This was definitely not a tamed beast. Jiang Chun sensed an extreme ferocity from the creature, a trait only found in highly bloodthirsty monsters. Typically, once a beast is tamed, its wildness is subdued. Jiang Chun wondered, how could such a monster appear in Yulong City? Despite his curiosity, Jiang Chun had no intention of intervening. As long as it didn't provoke him or truly threaten the entire city, he would stay out of it. More importantly, he wasn't in the mood to meddle in other people's affairs. At that moment, Jiang Chen's villa was surrounded by his beasts. He summoned all his tamed creatures to hold the first family meeting of the Jiang family, primarily to introduce two new members. Jiang Chen waved at the dark dragon. Seeing its master call, the dark dragon cautiously approached, instinctively lowering its neck. It had thought that being a dragon gave it a natural advantage, but now it seemed that the other tamed beasts under its master were no pushovers. Even if they weren't as powerful as it was, they could still put up a fight, especially Anchuan and Shaoqing, who gave it an immense sense of pressure, instinctively warning it not to provoke them. Jiang Chun was momentarily surprised by the dark dragon's timid behavior, but said nothing. He began the introductions directly. Due to time constraints, I'll keep it brief. This guy is a dark dragon and will be a part of our family from now on. As for its name, let me think. Jiang Chun suddenly realized he hadn't named the dark dragon yet, and fell into deep thought, scrutinizing it. He had a habit of naming based on appearance. For example, Shaoqing was named for its green color. As for the jet black dragon before him, the name came almost naturally. Heibu Lu Qiu, from now on, you'll be called Xiao He. As soon as he said this, the other tamed beasts showed expressions of I knew it. They had already accepted that Jiang Chun was terrible at naming. Xiao He, hearing its new name, nodded excitedly, looking delighted, clearly inexperienced. It was yet to be seen if it would regret its name in the future. Jiang Chun continued, "This is Xiao He, our new family member. As for the rest of you, there's no need to ask about ranking. Otherwise, we'll end up with more arguments." He pointed to Anchuan. Xiao He quickly nodded and bowed to Anchuan, like a submissive puppy. Among the tamed beasts present, it feared Anchuan the most. Although Shaoqing was a higher realm, Anchuan exerted a bloodline suppression, indicating it was a higher-level life form. Its current weakness was clearly because it wasn't fully grown. If Jiang Chen knew Xiao He's thoughts, he would praise it. Indeed, Anchuan was not yet an adult. Once grown, Anchuan's size would rival a mountain, even capable of housing other beings on its back, making them its vassal species. However, reaching that stage would take a long time. For now, it was just a twin-turtle youngster. Jiang Chun then introduced the other tamed beasts one by one. Ping Tu, Rogue Rabbit, Yangshan, and others, finally concluding, "We are all family now, so no fighting." No sooner had he spoken than Ping Tu and Rogue Rabbit turned away from each other abruptly. Jiang Chun pretended not to notice, feeling helpless. Even if he stopped them now, he couldn't prevent the inevitable showdown. These two were determined, and even if he forbade them, they would fight in secret. It was better to bring the battle to the surface. Xiao He nodded obediently, not daring to make a sound. Seeing everything was in order, Jiang Chun waved to Bai Hu. "Xiao He, you can step down now." Xiao He retreated cautiously, and Bai Hu walked to the center. Compared to Xiao He, the winged flying tiger king was in worse shape, its legs trembling. If not for Jiang Chen's presence, it might have knelt down. Jiang Chun was speechless at the sight and kicked the winged flying tiger king's butt. "You're supposed to be the king of beasts. Why are you so scared?" With that kick, the winged flying tiger king bristled, arching its body. The other tamed beasts immediately stood up, glaring at it menacingly. This made the winged flying tiger king tremble even more. Jiang Chun helplessly stepped forward, signaling with his hand. "Calm down, lie down." Hearing the command, the other tamed beasts lay back down. The winged flying tiger king wasn't trying to attack. It was just too nervous. Jiang Chun continued the introduction. "This guy will be part of our family too. Since it's so white and shiny, We'll call it Xiao Bai. Ignoring the reactions of the other tamed beasts, he made the announcement. The winged flying tiger king, still frightened by the earlier scene, hid behind Jiang Qian, shivering. Coward. Jiang Qian rolled his eyes, thinking that as the king of beasts, it shouldn't be so timid. In reality, Xiaobai was struggling internally. Were these creatures monsters? In its perception, this group of tamed beasts could rival the storm eagle, or even surpass it. It had once been hunted by the storm eagle, and would have died if not for its wits. All right, the first family meeting of the Jiang family is concluded, Jiang Qian said, then immediately stored the beasts in the 10,000 beast nest, leaving only the little skeleton as a guard. As the members of an enforcement squad fell, the wild bear completely broke free from its restraints. Its power was now on the verge of reaching the platinum level. It just needed to consume fear once more to ascend. Roar. A deafening roar echoed around, with the bear's eyes turning blood red and its fangs protruding. All that remained in its heart was rage and violence. It charged straight at a house, its metal-like body smashing a gaping hole in the wall. Scanning the room, the bear quickly spotted a family trembling in the corner. It roared again with excitement, making the family shrink further in fear. As it felt its power increasing, the bear grew even more frenzied. Suddenly, it extended a paw, and 3 black threads shot out from its palm. Thud, thud, thud. The threads instantly pierced the hearts of the family of 3. Having completed this, the bear turned and headed for the neighboring house, smashing through the wall just as violently. It repeated the same terror and slaughter, with the black threads piercing the hearts of this family as well, before moving to the next room. Before long, the bodies of the first family began to tremble violently, and a scarecrow burst forth from their chests. The bodies then transformed into hideous beasts. Soon, the entire street in the slum was overrun with rampaging beasts. These beasts attacked surrounding houses madly, plunging many civilians into panic. The people's fear served as nourishment, allowing the scarecrow beasts to grow rapidly. In just a few minutes, the number of beasts exceeded 100, with more than a dozen reaching the gold level. The wild bear, the strongest among them, took a crucial step and became a platinum-level beast. It let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the faces of the enforcement squad arriving for support to change drastically. When the squad saw the scene of 100 beasts on the street, everyone's faces turned pale. Damn. Is this the power of the terror plague? They realized the situation was severely out of control. It had taken less than 10 minutes from receiving the message to arriving on the scene, yet so many beasts had already been born. Alert the others. Get reinforcements here quickly, a captain urgently ordered. They had initially thought 30 men would be enough, but it was now clear that wasn't the case. Just preventing the beasts from leaving the street would be a challenge. Suddenly, a goat-like beast spotted the squad and let out a piercing screech. Almost simultaneously, the other beasts turned their gaze towards them and surged forward like a tide. The squad members' faces twisted in fear, but knowing the catastrophic consequences if the beasts escaped, they gritted their teeth and stood their ground. Kill! With a shout, everyone drew their swords and prepared for battle. At that moment, the now 7-meter wild bear let out a thunderous roar. It crashed through a wall, heading towards another street. Stop that thing! Don't let it get away, the captain shouted. The original report had only mentioned a wild bear, but it had now evolved into so many beasts. This meant the bear had a terrifying ability to infect and spawn new beasts continuously. 2 elite gold-level fighters moved to intercept it, but were suddenly blocked by a tattered figure. It was a horned monster, half its face a bloody mess, wielding a sharp blade. The 2 fighters were momentarily stunned before their expressions changed drastically. Bloodthirsty Minotaur. They recognized this fearsome creature, known as the worst nightmare of their comrade, Li Hu. Li, one of the young men growled, his eyes bloodshot. Damn beast. The bloodthirsty Minotaur was a powerful and intelligent beast from another realm, feared even among its kind. Lu, you hold off this one. They'll stop the wild bear, the older man said gravely. We can't let it spread fear any further, or even the city lord will have a hard time. The young man hesitated, knowing the wild bear had reached the platinum level. Facing it with gold-level power was likely a death sentence. The older man smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't fight to the death. It'll just delay it, preventing it from spreading fear. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Be careful, Brother Wu. I'll handle things here. Seeing the wild bear leaving the street, the older man wasted no time and chased after it. The young man gripped his sword tightly, ready to battle the bloodthirsty Minotaur. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Ever since gaining the system, he had been on edge for over half a month and finally had a chance to unwind. Drowsily, he fell asleep. Roar! A violent roar startled Jiang Chen awake. He jumped out of bed, looking around warily. Despite having a small skeleton guarding him, he still felt uneasy. After confirming there were no beasts around, he sighed in relief. Soon, Jiang Chen realized he was at home, where no beast could appear. The creature that had roared had disturbed him twice now. The small skeleton looked at Jiang Chen innocently, not understanding his intense reaction. You damn thing, I didn't want to deal with you, and you keep causing trouble, Jiang Chen cursed. Twice now. If you dare roar again, I swear I'll... Before he could finish, another roar echoed. Jiang Chen's face darkened immediately. All right, just wait, I'll skin you alive. As Jiang Chen stood up in anger, a broadcast voice came through. All silver level or higher beastmasters and warriors in Yulong City, please proceed to the North District immediately. A large number of beasts have appeared. Hearing the citywide broadcast, Jiang Chen's expression changed. This usually meant Yulong City was facing a serious threat. Not wanting to see the city destroyed, he sprang into action. He summoned Xiaobai, mounted it, and put away the small skeleton. Pointing north, Jiang Chen commanded, "Get there as fast as you can. We have 5 minutes." Xiaobai nodded in understanding and took off with a powerful leap, nearly throwing Jiang Chen off. Luckily, Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, grabbing Xiaobai's fur. If he had been riding Xiaoqing or Xiaohe, he would have fallen for sure. Fortunately, Xiaobai had enough fur for him to hold on to. When Jiang Chen arrived in the northern district, the sight before him was shocking. Dozens of streets had been reduced to rubble, with the air thick with the smell of smoke and blood. Even more alarming were the hordes of monstrous beasts rampaging through the area, their numbers staggering easily over 1,000 by a rough estimate. Damn it, how could there be so many beasts in Yulong City? Jiang Chen cursed under his breath as he activated a scanning skill. The scan results appeared immediately before his eyes. Name: Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Clone. Quality: Leader. Rank: Gold Tier. Skill: Fear Devour LV2. Description: a clone of a strange creature that can feed on fear. Evolution path: non-evolvable. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This beast seemed somewhat special. His gaze then fell on a pitch-black ape, and he scanned it as well. Name: Frenzied Ape Clone. Quality: Elite. Rank: Peak Silver Tier. Skill: Fear Devour LV1. Description: a clone of a strange creature that can feed on fear. Evolution path: non-evolvable. This discovery made Jiang Chen gasp. Nearly 1,000 beasts were all clones of a single powerful entity. How terrifying must the original creature be? It was clear that Yulong City had caught the attention of some formidable presence. At that moment, the broadcast sounded again. All beast tamers and warriors of silver tier and above, proceed to the northern district for immediate support. Jiang Chen then understood why a broadcast was necessary. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen descended to the ground. Instantly, a dozen beast clones charged at him. Time to get to work. At Jiang Chen's command, several of his summoned beasts, including a rogue rabbit and a flathead beast, emerged like tigers released from a cage, swiftly annihilating the attacking beasts. This scene immediately attracted more beasts. Dozens of varied beasts swarmed towards them, some of which would typically be predators and prey but were now united in their assault. This abnormal behavior further heightened Jiang Chen's concern about the mastermind's power. The battle erupted. Aside from Xiaobai, who served as a bodyguard, Jiang Chen's other beasts were nearly invincible at the gold tier. They tore through the enemy ranks, swiftly eliminating hundreds of beasts and drawing even more towards them. Meanwhile, the newly arrived enforcement team noticed the reduced pressure and looked in the direction the beasts were fleeing. They saw a young man riding a white tiger, with several terrifying beasts at his side. Each strike killing an enemy instantly, leaving a trail of corpses. Is this the reinforcement? Fantastic! An enforcer, his arm already bitten off, showed a look of relief as he fought with his remaining hand, shouting, "Sir, over here." Hearing the call, Jiang Chen turned and ordered his beasts to advance. Soon, he reached the young enforcer and got straight to the point. "I'm from the Pioneer Army. What's the situation? Speak plainly." Upon hearing Pioneer Army, the young enforcer's eyes lit up, and he spoke with renewed determination. "Sir, you must hunt down the rampaging bear. It's because of it that this area is in ruins." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen was puzzled. A rampaging bear, even at gold tier, should be easily subdued by an enforcement squad. The young enforcer explained, "Sir, these beasts were summoned by the Calamity of Terror, and the rampaging bear is one of the original entities. It can continuously devour fear to strengthen itself, and has now advanced to platinum tier." He lowered his head in shame, having witnessed the northern district's destruction without being able to stop it. "I understand." Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze suddenly drawn to a slightly ajar door. Inside, a corpse lay gutted, and a scarecrow emerged, rapidly transforming into a beast before his eyes. This scene reminded Jiang Chen of the eerie scarecrow he had encountered earlier. It must be the one causing trouble. "Which direction did the rampaging bear go?" Jiang Chen asked. The young enforcer, overjoyed, quickly pointed forward. That's the last place it was seen, the young man said, pointing into the distance. Any further, and we were blocked by a horde of beasts, unable to continue tracking the wild bear. Jiang Qian nodded lightly, preparing to leave, but suddenly noticed that hundreds of beasts had gathered around them, attracted by the earlier battle. His heart sank as he realized that if he left now, these enforcers might not survive. Sensing Jiang Qian's hesitation, the young man spoke decisively. Sir, the bigger picture is more important. We can hold on. His words implied that Jiang Qian should not worry about them and should continue pursuing the wild bear. Jiang Qian gave the young man a deep look and nodded. If what the young man said was true, the wild bear had reached the gold rank in a short time. Delaying any longer might make it even more challenging to deal with. However, before leaving, he decided to help these men recover their strength. Stand firm, Jiang Qian suddenly ordered, startling the enforcers. Though puzzled, their trust in the vanguard army led them to comply. Sir, what are you planning? The young man asked, confused. Jiang Qian didn't answer. Instead, he summoned the sun god. Heal these people, he said curtly. Initially bewildered, the sun god quickly understood the command after receiving Jiang Qian's telepathic instructions. The healing light's effects were limited, and healing so many people at once was a challenge. To save them, the sun god had to activate its great sun form before casting the healing light. The sun god swiftly ascended above the group, transforming into a small sun. In an instant, blinding light enveloped the area, and healing rays rained down on the enforcers. Comfortable groans echoed, making Jiang Qian's expression turn slightly odd. However, he remained silent. At that moment, deafening beast roars erupted, drowning out the enforcers' voices. Roar, roar, roar. The harrowing cries reverberated, as if the entire forest trembled. As the radiant god unleashed its skill, the blinding light dissipated, and Jiang Qian could finally see the devastation among the beasts. The sight was shocking. Hundreds of beasts were emitting black smoke, and some of the weaker ones had already collapsed, their fate uncertain. The stronger ones were staggering, clearly heavily injured. This scene left not only the law enforcement team members dumbfounded, but also Jiang Qian himself astonished. He hadn't expected the radiant god's attack to be so powerful, wiping out hundreds of beasts in a single move and severely weakening the rest. The law enforcement team members were even more shocked as they felt changes in their bodies. Not only had their physical injuries healed, but their mental fatigue from the intense battle had also been alleviated. They looked at Jiang Qian with newfound admiration. A single beast could turn the tide of battle. This was the strength of the pioneers. Thank you, sir, they chorused, saluting Jiang Qian with genuine gratitude. The leading young man quickly regained his composure and said urgently, Sir, please go and kill that wild berserk bear. We'll hold the line here. He glanced at the remaining dozens of beasts ahead. While these beasts would have been certain death for them at full strength, now that they were injured, the outcome was uncertain. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement, recalled his pet rabbit and others, and mounted Xiaobai once more to search for the wild berserk bear. The team members quickly tore strips from their clothes to bind their hands to their weapons. Despite the beasts being injured, a tough battle still awaited, and they feared losing their grip on their weapons later. Hold on. I'll be back after I take down that beast, Jiang Qian instructed, then headed deeper into the northern district. As he ventured further, Jiang Qian's expression grew increasingly grim. The scene before him was one of utter destruction. Collapsed buildings and bodies strewn everywhere, most of them civilians. One particular heap of bodies, piled like a mountain, struck a painful chord in Jiang Qian's heart. These damned beasts! Jiang Qian fumed with rage and immediately summoned the radiant god. Feeling its master's anger, the radiant god transformed into its true form without hesitation. Screams echoed from below as the blinding light engulfed the area. Once the light faded, Jiang Qian recalled the radiant god and continued deeper. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed, causing Jiang Qian to frown. A house crumbled, revealing a massive figurite was the wild berserk bear he was searching for. The beast stood at least 10 meters tall, radiating a violent aura. Jiang Qian quickly assessed its information. Name: Wild Berserk Bear. Quality: Elite. Rank: Platinum High Grade. Skills: Fear Devourer LV3. Description: a clone of a bizarre creature, capable of using fear as nourishment. Evolution path: non-evolvable. Jiang Qian was secretly astonished at the beast's rapid advancement. In just half an hour, it had ascended an entire major rank and several minor ones. If he had arrived any later, it might have evolved into a diamond-tier creature. Thankfully, he arrived in time. The wild berserk bear soon noticed Jiang Qian above and roared thunderously. However, Jiang Qian was flying too high for it to reach, causing the bear to roar in frustration. At that moment, a group of flying beasts appeared from afar. Jiang Qian paused, then realized that this creature likely had the ability to summon beast clones. But Jiang Chun was undeterred. Radiant God, it's your time to shine, he commanded. Start with a magic attack, then follow up with a group assault. The radiant god transformed into a miniature sun, emitting a blinding light. Instantly, the entire battlefield was bathed in dazzling brilliance. The flying beast clones let out piercing screams as they plummeted to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these creatures were shot down. The wild bear tried to shield its eyes from the intense light with its paws, but the searing pain made it roar in fury. A moment later, Jiang Chun sensed that Yang Shan was growing weak. Smiling, he said, "You've done great, little one. Leave the rest to me." With that, he withdrew Yang Shan. In the next instant, Ping Tu's figure suddenly appeared. As soon as the wild bear saw Ping Tu, it let out a roar and charged forward, slamming its paw down with a thud. The wild bear was forced back 2 steps. At that moment, Xiao Hei's charged dragon breath was ready. Without hesitation, it unleashed an indiscriminate attack, engulfing the entire battlefield in dark flames. Both Ping Tu and the wild bear were hit. The wild bear tried to dodge, but Ping Tu clung to it relentlessly, giving it no chance to escape. A painful howl echoed. The power of dark erosion began to take effect, melting the wild bear's skin and then its flesh. Blood gushed out, and within a few breaths, the wild bear was unrecognizable. However, the battle was far from over. A small figure suddenly appeared, radiating a murderous aura. In a flash of black light, a massive wound opened up on the wild bear's neck, sending blood spurting everywhere. Next, Rogue Rabbit appeared in front of the wild bear. It had been preparing its shockwave ball for some time, and now slammed it down on the wild bear's head. With a resounding crack, the wild bear's head was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, the beast finally collapsed, lifeless. Jiang Chun looked at the fallen wild bear and grumbled, "Serves you right for disturbing my rest." Just then, with a sudden pop, threads burst out from the wild bear's corpse. To everyone's shock, a terrifying figure emerged from within the wild bear's body. Jiang Chun was visibly taken aback when he saw the figure emerge. This sinister scarecrow was unlike any he had seen before. Its entire body was blood-red, emanating a terrifying aura, and its button eyes had turned crimson. It stood up from the ground mechanically and suddenly looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun snapped out of his shock, realizing the creature was about to launch an attack. He quickly commanded Xiao Bai to fly higher and recalled all his other beasts, leaving only Ping Tu. He feared that the other beasts' fear might cause the scarecrow to evolve further, which would be a major problem. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chun, the scarecrow's power had already reached the peak of the platinum tier. If it advanced any further, it would become a diamond tier creature, and even with all his beasts combined, Jiang Chun might not be able to defeat it. He became extremely cautious, determined not to give the sinister scarecrow any chance to grow stronger. "Damn it! You all deserve to die," a raspy voice echoed as the sinister scarecrow suddenly looked up at Jiang Chun, its button eyes making his heart race. At that moment, Ping Tu lunged forward, tackling the scarecrow and letting out an angry roar as it clawed at it frantically. Soon, the scarecrow was torn in half. Jiang Chun thought the battle was over, but he had underestimated the scarecrow. The sinister scarecrow quickly reassembled itself, its upper and lower halves reconnecting. Its slender fingers stabbed at Ping Tu's abdomen, though it didn't pierce through. It did knock Ping Tu over. Taking advantage of this, the scarecrow broke free and stood a short distance away. Jiang Chun fell silent. This sinister scarecrow was clearly different from the ones he had encountered before, especially in terms of its regenerative abilities. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, a man known as the Terror Calamity was enjoying a bath. "So relaxing. It seems I'm more suited to human life," he murmured. Suddenly, a shadow appeared by the bath. A scarecrow. "It mutated," it said. The Terror Calamity narrowed his eyes and stood up. "Excellent. After 3 years, another mutated scarecrow has appeared. This will surely boost my power significantly," he said excitedly, striding out. "Fear, come with me." Jiang Chun had no idea that ordinary scarecrows lacked such abilities. This scarecrow had undergone an unknown mutation, becoming an anomaly with special powers. Regular scarecrows focused more on attack and had weak defenses. Ping Tu's earlier attack would have heavily injured them. Watching the scarecrow entangled with Ping Tu, a determined look flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes. He couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Prolonging the fight would only waste time, with neither side being able to gain the upper hand. He decided to go all out and use his strongest firepower to decisively kill the enemy. Jiang Chun focused his thoughts and summoned Shaoqing and Antun. Considering the scarecrow's fear-inducing abilities, he maintained a distance of 50 meters. Shaoqing, use Heavenly Wind Strike. Antun, control that sinister scarecrow with Lava Palm, he quickly commanded. Lava erupted from the ground, forming a giant hand reaching for the scarecrow. Sensing the heat, the scarecrow hesitated and stepped back. Afraid of high temperatures? Jiang Chun smirked. Knowing the enemy's weakness made things easier. Antoon unleashed his full power, causing lava to surge continuously from the ground, engulfing the scarecrow. Sensing danger, Jiang Chen quickly recalled Ping Tu. Xiao Qing had finished charging and signaled readiness to Jiang Chen. Antoon's lava had formed a massive circle, trapping the scarecrow inside. Xiao Qing's attack erupted, a giant tornado roaring towards the scarecrow. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die, the scarecrow screeched, but the attack was imminent. With a thunderous roar, the high-temperature lava ignited the entire tornado. I curse you all! The scarecrow's sharp, raspy scream sent shivers down Jiang Chen's spine. Watching the fiery tornado, he frowned. Wow, it can withstand such an attack for so long. This is terrifying. The approaching beast tamers and warriors halted, staring in shock at the massive fiery tornado that had suddenly appeared. Which master is fighting? Just the aura alone is intimidating, a young man said, looking towards the northern district with admiration. Stop gawking. The battle there is intense. We need to go support them, another urged. On the beast plains, a white dragon flew through the sky with a figure standing on its back. Seeing the towering flames in Yulong City, the figure paused. Is there a platinum tier expert in action? He wondered, then quickly grew anxious. Xiaobai, let's speed up. The battle in Yulong City might already be at a critical stage. With a dragon's roar, the white dragon accelerated, becoming a streak of light heading towards Yulong City. Jiang Chen stared at the fiery tornado, thinking he had finally secured victory and that the sinister scarecrow was doomed. However, the next moment, the massive fiery tornado abruptly vanished as if it had never existed. This sudden change left Jiang Chen stunned, and Antoon and Xiao Qing equally bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Chen saw two figures appear midair, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt that something significant was about to happen. When Jiang Chen saw what was behind the man, his pupils contracted sharply, and his neck involuntarily shrank. It was a legendary diamond-tier creature known as the Fear Scarecrow, possessing powerful abilities like clones, a fear aura, fear devour, and the arrival of great terror. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. This is the earthly embodiment of some unseeable demon from legend. Jiang Chen was stunned, realizing that the enemy he faced this time was far beyond his imagination. Against this diamond-tier legendary being, he didn't stand a chance. Even if Anchuan could reach the platinum tier, it might still be difficult to contend with. As Jiang Chen assessed the opponent, the man was also scrutinizing him. The man extended his hand and, with a smile, said, "Kid, your talent surprises me. Come with me, and I'll take you further." However, the black aura surrounding the man obscured his expression, leaving Jiang Chen unsure of how to respond. Seeing Jiang Chen hesitate, the man's tone grew impatient. This place is nothing but a wasteland. You shouldn't waste your potential here. Come with me, and I'll show you the real world. Jiang Chen opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His intuition told him that this man was far from benevolent, and he didn't dare agree lightly. Suddenly, the man's tone turned menacing. "Kid, have you made up your mind? I forgot to tell you, you only get one chance. Either come with me or die here." These words sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine, a flicker of despair in his eyes. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! What did I do to deserve this? I just wanted to get rid of a beast disturbing my rest, and now I've run into this big shot? Just my luck. As Jiang Chen was about to reluctantly agree, the sky suddenly darkened. The group instinctively looked up to see a colossal creature, over 50 meters long, looming above them. A powerful voice echoed, "Terror Calamity, do you think reaching Diamond Tier makes you invincible, daring to appear so brazenly?" Hearing this, the man referred to as Terror Calamity's expression changed, then he forced a smile. "So it's the Lord of Yulong City. My apologies for the lack of a proper greeting." His face wore a strained smile as he greeted the newcomer. At this moment, the giant beast began to move slowly. Jiang Chen focused and saw a middle-aged man standing atop the beast's fearsome dragon head. A name flashed in Jiang Chen's mind, Lu Yulong, Lord of Yulong City. Jiang Chen's gaze then shifted to the beast beneath Lu Yulong. It was a legendary diamond-tier creature called the Water Dragon, with formidable skills like One with the Water, Water Dragon Impact, Water Realm Descent, and Dragon Transformation. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, thinking, here comes another big shot. Lu Yulong spoke with authority. Heh, leave Yulong City, and we'll let this go. Jiang Chen glanced nervously at Terror Calamity, fearing that if these two giants clashed, he, a mere small fry, would be in danger. Terror Calamity's face darkened, clearly unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a tone. He replied coldly, "Lu Yulong, you think I'm afraid of you just because you've trained a few more years than me?" As he spoke, black aura emanated from the fierce scarecrow, readying for battle. Jiang Chen's heart raced, and he immediately sent a mental message to his beast, "Xiaobai, run quickly." However, Xiaobai responded with a sense of immobility, which made Jiang Qin's heart sink. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! This useless white tiger, damn it! At this critical moment, switching beasts would definitely draw attention. Jiang Qin just wanted to slip away quietly, but Xiaobai failed him at the worst time. He roared with anger and sighed. Damn it! Just you wait. But he kept a smiling face. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. You all deserve to die. All of you. A broken figure appeared below, the same mysterious scarecrow that had been beaten earlier. Its body was so damaged it was barely recognizable, with half its head missing. If not for Terra Calamity's interference, it might have already been obliterated. Seeing the damaged scarecrow below, Lu Yulong's brow furrowed. He was about to command the water dragon to attack when Terra Calamity spoke. I'll leave, but I'm taking this one with me. He pointed to the broken scarecrow below and continued. If you insist on keeping me here, you can try. But believe me, even if you manage to stop me, I'll make sure Yulong City is destroyed. Hearing this, Lu Yulong's anger flared. He wanted to act immediately but knew the truth in Terra Calamity's words. While he might doubt others, he had no such doubts about Terra Calamity's capabilities. Though the fierce scarecrow wasn't the strongest, its sinister methods could cause immense destruction. The devastation in the northern district was shocking, and this was only caused by a clone of the Terra Calamity. Jiang Qin couldn't help but wonder if even Lu Yulong would struggle against its true form. Just as he was about to speak, the Terra Calamity flashed a sinister smile and said, Until we meet again. With those words, the eerie scarecrow soared into the sky and disappeared along with the Terra Calamity. After their departure, Lu Yulong spoke in a low voice. If you have something to say, just say it. That guy is gone. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and said seriously, the scarecrow that was taken away is problematic. Its vitality is far stronger than the others, likely due to a mutation. Hearing this, Lu Yulong's face showed a hint of a bitter smile. As a diamond-tier warrior, he had naturally noticed the scarecrow's unusual nature. However, he couldn't risk the entire Yulong City. If they truly angered the Terra Calamity, Yulong City might face destruction. Nevertheless, Lu Yulong wasn't entirely without a plan. Before coming here, he had already informed the Lord of Nandi City. Reinforcements might already be on their way. Thinking of this, Lu Yulong's lips curled into a slight smile, but he quickly regained his serious demeanor. He cleared his throat and turned to Jiang Qin, speaking earnestly. Sometimes, those who survive have to think about the many. Jiang Qin's heart tightened at these words. Lu Yulong's meaning was clear: those who had died could not be brought back. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin clenched his fists. He wasn't mourning the innocent souls lost. He was furious and helpless at his own weakness. If not for Lu Yulong's timely arrival, he too might have perished like the ordinary people who were mercilessly trampled. Seeing Jiang Qin's grave expression, Lu Yulong assumed he was struggling to accept reality and shook his head. Kid, this era is brutal. Thousands die every day. Not just ordinary people, but also beast tamers and warriors with abilities. He paused and continued. If you can't accept reality, you might cause even greater losses. Sometimes, sacrificing a little is the best solution. After speaking, Lu Yulong turned and left, standing on the water dragon, leaving Jiang Qin alone on Xiaobai's back, deep in thought. Moments later, Jiang Qin let out a long breath and muttered to himself, I'm still too weak, unable even to protect myself. It seems I need to speed up the progress of my little ones. After the terrifying disaster last time, Jiang Qin finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. For several days, he was undisturbed, relishing his lazy time and even starting to enjoy this leisurely lifestyle. At this moment, Jiang Qin was gently stroking the little skeleton's head with one hand while leaning against Xiaobai's silky soft tiger fur. Xiaobai, being a wind element beast, constantly created a gentle breeze with its ability, making Jiang Qin almost want to stay in this state of bliss forever. Just as Jiang Qin was immersed in this comfort, his phone suddenly rang, breaking the tranquility. He lazily reached out for his phone but realized it was a bit out of reach. Liumong rabbit, he called softly. A rabbit came hopping over, expertly picking up the phone and handing it to Jiang Qin. Like a diligent little assistant, Jiang Qin glanced at the caller ID and was momentarily stunned. Zhang Man. He stretched lazily as he answered the call. Teacher, what's up? On the other end, Zhang Man seemed taken aback before asking with a hint of exasperation, what day is it today? Jiang Qin checked the date on his phone and replied, puzzled, it's July 6th. Why? Zhang Man couldn't help but exclaim, Jiang Qin, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Thank goodness I called you, or you might not have remembered to take the exam. Jiang Qin suddenly snapped to attention. Damn, he cursed inwardly. If not for this call, he might have really missed the exam. The past few days had been so comfortable that he had almost forgotten everything else. Get ready. Even though it's just a practice run, try your best to get a good score, Zhang Man advised. Jiang Chun nodded lightly. Got it. He didn't have high expectations for the exam, but figured he could still score well. The exact score, however, would only be known after the exam. Oh, by the way, Zhang Man added, the materials you requested have arrived. Your school credits are used up, and you still owe 10 billion alliance coins. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was delighted. He had decided to upgrade Xiaobai after its poor performance in battle, spending a fortune to get the necessary materials. He hadn't expected it to cost so much, though. Even the Storm Eagle's egg had only fetched 10 billion. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Chun said sincerely. He had used the school's resources because while gold attribute crystals were relatively easy to obtain, storm crystals could only be found in high-level secret realms. Buying them on the market required luck, but the school's supply chain, backed by the prestigious Longhua, could procure almost any material quickly. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Along with the chime, a voice called out, hello, delivery for you. Oh, coming, Jiang Chen responded, then said to Zhang Man, teacher, my materials have arrived. I'll hang up now. All right, don't forget about the exam tomorrow, Zhang Man reminded. Got it. Jiang Chen hung up and stood up. Xiaobai, ever diligent, slid under his legs and lifted him up, carrying him to the door. As soon as the door opened, the delivery guy, skilled in his trade, handed over the package. But he quickly sensed something was off. Looking up, he saw a massive tiger head with a mouth full of sharp teeth, causing him to step back in fear. Big bro, please don't eat me, he stammered, his legs trembling. It's okay. It's just a big cat. No need to be afraid, Jiang Chen quickly explained. The delivery guy was on the verge of tears. I can tell the difference between a cat and a tiger. Your cat has a king character on its forehead. It's clearly a white tiger. He took a couple more steps back. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. With Xiaobai's strength, it could easily dispatch a small delivery guy. Sir, your package. Due to his job, the delivery guy had no choice but to step forward and hand over the package. Jiang Chen signed for it and handed back the receipt. Before he could say anything, the delivery guy turned and ran, shouting, Sir, have a nice day. As he disappeared, Jiang Chen helplessly patted Xiaobai's head. You're just a big kitty that looks intimidating, he muttered, recalling Xiaobai's behavior during the disaster. Hearing this, Xiaobai lowered its head in embarrassment. Your upgrade materials have arrived. If you still act timid after the upgrade, I'll have to set you free, Jiang Chen joked. Xiaobai trembled violently, a look of shock flashing in its eyes. It quickly regained its composure and carefully carried Jiang Chen back inside, even using its tail to close the door. Jiang Chen opened the package to reveal 2 crystals, one gold, the other green. Exactly the gold attribute crystal and storm crystal needed for Xiaobai's upgrade. Seeing the crystals, Xiaobai's eyes lit up, knowing their importance. It extended its tongue to lick the crystals, but, after glancing at Jiang Chen, changed its mind and licked him instead, trying to curry favor. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. They're all yours. Open wide. Xiaobai obediently opened its mouth, and Jiang Chen tossed the crystals in. Xiaobai soon settled down, lying motionless on the ground. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to monitor it. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. Ugh, what's with all the calls today? He muttered, glancing at the caller ID on unknown number, which puzzled him even more. Hello? Who's this? Jiang Chen answered. A woman's voice came through. It's Zhou Yin. I'm looking for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused. What do you need from me? Zhou Yin was momentarily infuriated. After all they'd been through together, this was his attitude? What a dense guy. She cursed inwardly. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up, she said and promptly hung up, not giving him a chance to respond. Zhou Yin stared at her phone, lost in thought for a while before snapping out of it. That jerk. He makes me so mad, she muttered through gritted teeth. But knowing that the practical exam required teamwork and was difficult to complete alone, she couldn't help herself. Zhou Yin dialed Jiang Chen's number again. This time, after just one ring, she heard the busy tone indicating the call had been disconnected. For a moment, Zhou Yin was completely thrown off. After a while, she stood up, stormed out of her house, and shouted, Jerk, you just wait. How dare you hang up on me? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a surge of intense spiritual energy. He immediately realized that this was a sign of a beast advancing in rank. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, he quickly stepped out of his bedroom, but came to an abrupt halt at the living room door. The sight before him left Jiang Chen speechless. The once spacious living room now seemed incredibly cramped, dominated by an enormous white creature that nearly filled the entire space. It was Xiaobai, but it no longer resembled the Xiaobai in Jiang Chen's memory. Now, Xiaobai's body had expanded dramatically, reaching at least 8 meters in length, curled up in the center of the living room with its tail almost touching the corner of the wall. Don't move, Jiang Chen shouted hurriedly, seeing Xiaobai about to twist its body. He didn't want his house to be wrecked. Hearing its master's command, Xiaobai obediently stopped moving, merely gazing at Jiang Chen with curious eyes. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then opened Xiaobai's status panel. Name: Xiaobai Pseudo-Dual-Winged Flying Tiger King. Quality: Epic. Rank: Peak of Gold rank. Skills: Wind Blast LV3, Storm Assault LV2, Metal Storm LV1. Description: Immutated beast with both metal and wind attributes, also possessing White Tiger bloodline. Note: due to the host's limitations, it can currently only display the peak strength of Gold rank. Evolution path? Jiang Chen reached out to stroke Xiaobai's smooth fur in astonishment. Not bad. Now it's dual attribute, he thought, delighted by the unexpected surprise and the rarity of dual attribute beasts. This fortuitous event filled him with hope for the future. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen, open the door. I know you're in there. A familiar female voice called out, and Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as Zhou Yin. He hesitated, not wanting to get entangled with this troublesome woman. However, Zhou Yin clearly wasn't planning to give up easily. All right, if you don't open the door, don't blame me for breaking it down. Her threat forced Jiang Chen to take action. Wait, Jiang Chen quickly called out, I'm coming. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Yan's angry voice burst in. I've been waiting, but you better come out now. The commotion attracted the attention of the neighbors, who began peeking out to see what was happening. Noticing their curious glances, Zhou Yan shouted angrily, What are you looking at? Never seen a couple arguing? This statement thoroughly enraged Jiang Chen. He flung the door wide open and glared at Zhou Yan. You ugly woman. How dare you tarnish my reputation? Zhou Yan was stunned by Jiang Chen's reaction and momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen continued, I told you, we're done. Don't bother me again. This is your last warning. I don't want to see you here again. The neighbors, overhearing this exchange, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They hadn't expected that it was this young man who had broken up with the Zhou family's eldest daughter, which was quite a shock. Zhou Yan's face turned red with anger, and she pointed at Jiang Chen but couldn't find the words to respond. Struggling to calm herself, she finally said, I'm not angry. I'm here to discuss something. However, Jiang Chen's next words shattered her composure completely. Ugly woman, you're so annoying. Get lost. Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned, and then three figures appeared beside her. Jiang Chen noticed the flames and was taken aback. What the heck is that? The three flaming figures were distinct. Two resembled leopards, and the other was a bird. Jiang Chen quickly realized they were rare beasts and checked the information on one of them. Name: Flame Spirit Bird Form. Quality: Leader. Rank: Mid-Gold rank. Skills: Flame Incarnation LV2, Flame Missile LV1. Description: A spirit born from flames, a very rare and special life form. Evolution path: 1 life crystal, 1 fire attribute platinum rank core, can evolve into Flame Spirit King Epic. Zhou Yan said coldly, Jiang Chen, I'll give you a choice. Team up with me or let me beat you up. She gritted her teeth as she spoke, struggling to contain her anger. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately, instead scrutinizing the other two flame spirits closely. He found they were merely silver rank leader level beasts and felt a sense of disdain. Is this all you've got to challenge me? Jiang Chen sneered. Do you think I, Jiang Chen, am too weak to handle a blade? Or have you just lost your mind? Xiaobai. Jiang Chen's voice had barely faded when a thunderous crash shook the entire room. He turned his head woodenly, only to see the narrow door lying on the ground, clearly unable to withstand Xiaobai's impact. Damn it, can't you guys be a bit gentler? I just replaced that door, Jiang Chen complained helplessly, while Xiaobai stood at the doorway looking innocent. This scene happened to catch Zhou Yan's eye, instantly igniting the already furious girl's temper. Jiang Chen, since you're asking for a beating, don't blame me for being rude, she said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Jiang Chen patted Xiaobai lightly and whispered, Don't kill her, be gentle. With that, he stepped aside. Only then did Xiaobai's full form come into Zhou Yan's view. The 8-meter-long body and the aura of a king among beasts made her instinctively step back, but she quickly steadied herself and pointed at Xiaobai, shouting, Attack it! As soon as the words left her mouth, the flame spirit sprang into action. Fireballs the size of human heads rained down on Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai merely lifted its eyelids slightly, and with a flap of its wings, a gust of wind instantly dispersed all the fireballs. Then, a golden light shot from its eyes, and the ground cracked open, sending countless shards of iron and stone flying. This was Xiaobai's newly mastered metal storm. Under this overwhelming attack, the flame spirit was instantly struck by countless fragments, its flames visibly dimmed. The outcome was decided in a flash. This result left Zhou Yan dumbfounded. How has Jiang Chen's power reached such a level in such a short time? And this white tiger isn't even his main battle beast, she thought to herself. Zhou Yan, the match is over. You can leave now, Jiang Chun said calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's anger flared up again. Heh, 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 warm-up's over. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Show you there's always someone stronger, she sneered. If it weren't for the need to team up, Zhou Yan would have turned and left right then and there. Come out, kids. As Zhou Yan's voice fell, the temperature around them suddenly spiked. At the same time, 3 humanoid flames appeared beside her, radiating an intimidating heat. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise as he saw the 3 newly summoned flame sprites. He hadn't expected Zhou Yan, a seemingly unremarkable girl, to possess 6 beasts, a talent comparable to his own before awakening his system. His gaze was drawn to the 3 humanoid flame sprites, and their information quickly flashed through his mind. Name: Flame Sprite Primate Form. Quality: Epic. Grade: High Gold. Skills: Flame Avatar LV2, Blazing Fireball LV1. Description: a high-level fire sprite with powerful flame control. Evolution path: 10 life crystals and a platinum-grade fire crystal core can evolve it into a flame sprite king. Jiang Chun silently assessed the situation. These were indeed higher-grade spirit beasts. Zhou Yan's talent seemed even greater than his own back then, as his strongest beast at that time was merely of leader quality. Who would have thought there'd be such a genius hiding in Yulong City? Jiang Chun mused. Zhou Yan noticed his reaction and arrogantly said, Jiang Chun, I'll give you one more chance. Join me in the combat exam today, and you won't get beaten up. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and bluntly refused. Zhou Yan, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Please leave. Even though she had 3 epic-quality beasts, they were nothing to him. His beasts each had their own specialties and were kings in their respective fields. Infuriated, Zhou Yan shouted, Fine, it seems I need to teach you a lesson. Restrain that white tiger for me. Before she finished speaking, the 3 flame sprites each conjured massive fireballs in their hands and hurled them towards the white tiger. Jiang Chun sighed in exasperation. Sigh. Women are such trouble. Little skeleton, go. In a flash, a shadow appeared in front of Zhou Yan, its blade arm emitting a faint glow, full of threat. Jiang Chun coldly warned, If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. The next second, Zhou Yan's clothes fell apart. She panicked, covering herself as her face turned crimson with embarrassment. She glared at Jiang Chen, never expecting him to be so shameless as to have his beast attack her. You scoundrel! Zhou Yan gritted her teeth. But she had to admit, in a real battle, she might already be dead. With this thought, she turned to leave without another word. Jiang Chun felt it necessary to leave a lasting impression on Zhou Yan to prevent future trouble. He raised his voice deliberately, If you dare bother me again, it won't just be your clothes next time. This statement stunned Zhou Yan. She realized they were in a neighborhood where many people likely heard Jiang Chen's words. You bastard. Just wait. Zhou Yan stormed off in anger, cursing Jiang Chun in her mind. Does he even speak like a human? Stripping clothes? It was clearly that rogue beast that cut my clothes, yet he says I stripped. Huh. Women. Jiang Chen dismissed her with a roll of his eyes. Considering the crowd around, he didn't want to reveal his true strength, thus resorting to this tactic. He knew his Anchuan could easily handle the 3 flame sprites, but there was no need to show his hand now. As he turned to head back to his room, Jiang Chun saw the empty doorframe and reluctantly took out his phone to call a repairman. He muttered to himself, The door. What did I do to deserve this? Every time it's just gone. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Baiyue sat with a dark expression at the head of the table, surrounded by a group of silent Jiang family executives. After a few minutes of silence, Jiang Baiyue slammed his hand on the table, making a dull thud. That little brat, I underestimated him, Jiang Baiyue sneered. He had received word that the Assassin's Guild had failed. One executive cautiously stepped forward, Patriarch, that brat won't live past today. The 10th-ranked assassin has taken the job. We just need to wait for good news. Jiang Baiyue snorted, feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. Bring me the information on the 10th-ranked assassin. The man quickly handed over a stack of A4 papers, explaining, Patriarch, I've prepared everything. This time there's no mistake. This person once attempted to assassinate a Diamond Tier warrior. Though the warrior survived, he was severely injured. More impressively, the assassin escaped unscathed. Jiang Baiyue's expression grew serious. An assassin capable of threatening a Diamond Tier warrior indeed had some skills. He quickly scanned the dossier, noting the assassin was a fair-skinned, handsome young man. Jiang Baiyue frowned and looked up at the executive. The executive immediately clarified, Patriarch, I've investigated thoroughly. This guy is an assassin trained by the Assassin's Guild from a young age. Despite his youth, he's ranked 10th. Jiang Baiyue nodded and continued reading. As he read, he couldn't help but be secretly impressed. At 10, he assassinated a Silver Tier Beastmaster. At 13, he killed a Gold Tier warrior. At 15, he assassinated a platinum-tier expert. Last year, he even attempted to assassinate a diamond-tier warrior. Though unsuccessful, he injured the diamond-tier warrior. This feat earned him the 10th rank. After finishing the dossier, Zhang Baiwei pondered for a moment before speaking. Add 5 billion. I want Jiang Qin's head in 3 days. The executives gasped. Patriarch, you can't. We've already allocated 20 billion. If we add another 5 billion, we might have to sell some resources. Do it. Zhang Baiwei said calmly. He couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Qin's rapid growth was alarming. At this rate, he feared the assassin might not act before Jiang Qin came for them. Inform the Assassins Guild, add 5 billion, and kill Jiang Qin within 3 days. Seeing Zhang Baiwei's determination, the executives dared not speak further. Though they were high-ranking members of the Jiang family, in front of a peak platinum-tier beastmaster, they were mere puppets. The real power lay with Zhang Baiwei. Soon, someone reported. They agreed. Jiang Qin will be dead within 3 days. Hearing this, Zhang Baiwei tapped his fingers on the table, a cold smile spreading across his face. Let's see if you survive this time. On July 7th, the highly anticipated Gaokao exams began. Countless students, filled with nervous anticipation, entered the exam halls, and Jiang Qin was no exception. The first day consisted of theoretical exams, which were not challenging for Jiang Qin, who had received a high-level education from a young age. Additionally, his mental strength had become extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to score high marks with ease, even with his eyes closed. Hello everyone. I'm Feifei, the host from Yulong Films. A female reporter stood at the entrance of Yulong High School, with a fully armed security team behind her. The leader's chest displayed a platinum-tier Beastmaster badge, highlighting the importance the Dragon Kingdom placed on the Gaokao. An hour has passed since the first exam began. In another half hour, we should see some top students coming out, Feifei said with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Suddenly, the school gate creaked open, and a young man walked out briskly. Feifei was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her professionalism and chased after him. Excuse me, student. Wait, she called out. You're the first one to leave the school. Can we have a chat? Jiang Qin frowned and turned around, feeling slightly annoyed when he saw it was a woman. Yesterday's incident with Zhou Yin had left him with a bit of resentment towards females. Feifei recognized Jiang Qin and was secretly shocked. Isn't this the former top genius of Yulong City? Now that his beast mastery has been crippled, no wonder he's taking the liberal arts exam. How does it feel to be the first to leave the exam hall? Feifei asked. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. No feelings, just a waste of time. Feifei was taken aback. You mean this year's liberal arts Gaokao was easy? It wasn't difficult at all. I should easily score over 900, Jiang Qin said nonchalantly. Feifei felt a bit annoyed. With a perfect score of 1000 in the liberal arts, 900 would allow one to choose any university freely. You seem quite confident, Jiang Qin. What score do you think you'll achieve? Top scorer in the region? Probably, Jiang Qin replied casually, as these questions were a piece of cake for him. Feifei didn't know how to respond. She knew Jiang Qin was once the eldest son of the Jiang family with extraordinary beast master talents, but how could he have had time to study theoretical knowledge? She was convinced Jiang Qin was bragging and already had a headline in mind. Former top talent claims he will be the liberal arts top scorer in the southern region. Is it a joke or genuine skill? Do you have a preferred university? Feifei continued to ask. I'm planning to go to Yinhuang University, Jiang Qin answered. Feifei was stunned. Yinhuang University is a beast master university that doesn't accept liberal arts students. She thought Jiang Qin was joking and laughed. Jiang Qin, you're quite humorous. I'm not joking. I'm going to Yinhuang University, Jiang Qin said, frowning in irritation. At that moment, another young man walked out of the school gate and mockingly said, Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you can get into Yinhuang University? The young man, named Xiao Xian, had hoped to be the first to be interviewed, but was upset that Jiang Qin beat him to it. He continued, Yinhuang University is top tier. Even as a silver tier beastmaster, I can't guarantee I'll meet the requirements. Look at you. You don't seem like a strong beast master at all. Feifei's eyes lit up and signaled the cameraman to focus on Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian approached, disdainfully saying, It's a joke. How can a true genius who could get into Yinhuang University have time to mess around here? Yinhuang University requires at least a silver tier beast master. Are you a beast master? Jiang Qin smirked and didn't bother to respond, turning to leave. Xiao Xian, thinking Jiang Qin was scared, continued to provoke. Don't be too arrogant. Know your limits. Yinhuang University isn't for you. Even a genius like me might not get in. Feifei seized the moment and asked Xiao Xian, What are your thoughts on this year's exam? Xiao Xian proudly replied, The questions weren't hard. With enough effort, anyone could solve them. It's just a matter of time, otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten out of the gate by an amateur. He shot a challenging glance at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin ignored the clownish behavior and walked away. After all, he was already guaranteed admission to Yanhuang University. Seeing Jiang Qin leave, Xiao Xian grew more excited and continued with his harsh words. Don't let me see him again, or I'll teach him a lesson. Ring. The sudden sound of his phone jolted Jiang Qin, making him frown as he glanced at the unknown number displayed on the screen. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call. Hello? Jiang Qin's tone carried a hint of wariness. Jiang Qin, it's me, Zhou Yin, came a hurried female voice from the other end. Please don't hang up, just hear me out. Jiang Qin smirked inwardly. Zhou Yin was indeed persistent. He had blocked her previous number, and now she was calling from a new one. If it weren't for the upcoming exam in Yulong City, he wouldn't even consider teaming up with her given his own capabilities. Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't hang up immediately, Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. This year's exam is different. We can form teams. In the past, Beast Masters only needed to defeat beasts of the same level to score points, with the scores varying based on the beast level. With your skill, you could get into one of the top 10 universities even without a guaranteed spot. She paused, her voice turning enticing. If we team up, we can score at least 800 points. Aside from Modu University, you could get into any of the top 10 schools. Are you tempted? Just team up with me and it's a done deal. No, Jiang Qin replied coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Although she had the strength to enter a top university, aiming for the top 3 was challenging. She desperately needed Jiang Qin's help. She thought to herself, Jiang Qin's giant turtle must be even stronger now, and his honey badger beast isn't weak either. With the addition of the white tiger, she believed they could defeat 4 platinum-level beasts, maybe even 5. Suppressing her anger, Zhou Yin asked calmly, Can I ask why you don't want to team up with me? Jiang Qin was slightly surprised by her composure and straightforwardly stated, It's simple. I'm a guaranteed admit to Yanhuang University. Do you think I can't get into other universities? Zhou Yin was stunned. She had been so focused on recovering her beast that she hadn't kept up with the latest news. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke again. Name your price. Jiang Qin's expression turned odd, and he blurted out, Sorry, I'm not for sale. I'm not that kind of person. There was a crunching sound from the other end, as if something had been crushed. Zhou Yin, struggling to contain her anger, said calmly, Team up with me, and I'll give you what you want. I thought you were after my body. Jiang Qin muttered under his breath. Heavy breathing could be heard from the other end, clearly indicating Zhou Yan's frustration. Are you sure you can get what I want? Jiang Qin asked, somewhat doubtful. Zhou Yan replied coldly, My family has a legacy spanning 100 years. We have access to rare resources. Also, let me tell you, the 10th ranked assassin on the hit list is coming to kill you. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Although he had easily dealt with the last assassin, a top 10 ranked assassin sounded much more troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he might need to strengthen himself, especially his little skeleton. Alright, I agree. Just make sure to send the materials today, Jiang Qin decided. Zhou Yan's tone remained flat. Tell me what materials you need. If they're in the family treasury, you'll have them today. 1 complete skeleton, a platinum-level dark heart, and a platinum-level dark attribute crystal core. Jiang Qin listed his requirements. Zhou Yan was silent for a long time before responding. I can get them for you. But you must help me score 1,800 points. How many platinum-level beasts do we need to defeat for 1,800 points? Jiang Qin asked. 5. After considering for a moment, Jiang Qin felt that with his current lineup, even without Shaoqing and Anton, they could probably defeat 5 platinum-level beasts. Deal. You send the materials, and I'll help you score 1,000 points tomorrow. Alright, I'll have someone deliver them now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Zhou Yan finished, and Jiang Qin immediately ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Zhou Yan gritted her teeth and eventually let out a cold snort before heading to take a shower. Feeling conflicted, Jiang Qin murmured to himself, The Jiang family is really relentless. I need to speed things up and settle the Jiang family matters before university starts. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Jiang, I've brought the items you requested, a familiar voice called from outside. Jiang Qin opened the door to find Li Biao standing there. Brother Li Biao, you delivered these yourself? Li Biao smiled and explained. Miss Zhou was worried there might be issues, so she sent me. He handed over a box. Jiang Qin took the box and carefully inspected the 3 items inside. A piece of pitch-black bone, a crystal core, and a black heart. He nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Brother Li Biao. Why don't you come in for a while? Li Biao politely declined. No, I have other matters to attend to. I won't disturb you. With that, he left. Jiang Qin closed the door and immediately summoned his little skeleton. He gently patted the skeleton's shiny head and said, These are for you. Get stronger quickly. The little skeleton nodded earnestly and sat down, cradling the skeleton piece as it began to absorb it. Soon, The bone turned into a black substance and merged into the little skeleton's body. When Jiang Chen arrived at Yulong High School, his attention was immediately captured by two towering machines resembling small buildings. These were star network connectors, relics with a reality level exceeding 98. Not only could they scan a person's beast companions, but they could also simulate battles, making them the equipment used in the college entrance exams. Jiang Chen thought to himself that using real beasts for exams would be astronomically resource-intensive and utterly impractical. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear. "You're here?" Without turning around, Jiang Chen knew who it was. Had grown tired of this voice over the past few days. Despite his slight irritation, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "I'm here." After all, this person was now his sponsor, so Jiang Chen didn't act out of line. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent response, Zhou Yan lost interest and lowered her head in thought. Just then, Jiang Chen felt a surge of energy as his consciousness entered the all-race nest of his little skeleton. The little skeleton had completed its transformation. Its bones had turned jet black, and its eyes glowed red. Jiang Chen was delighted and immediately opened the little skeleton's status panel. Name: Little Skeleton, King of the Night. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Peak Gold. Skills: Instant Kill LV3, Dark Power LV2, King of the Night LV1. Description: Ruler of the Night. Due to the host not reaching Platinum rank, the power is suppressed to Peak Gold rank. Evolution path: Unknown. Although it hadn't advanced to Platinum rank, the little skeleton had acquired a new skill, and its existing skills had all leveled up. Jiang Chen carefully examined the new skill, King of the Night. King of the Night creates a 100-meter radius area where the King of the Night's attributes are increased by 10. Note: can trigger dark power. After reading the skill description, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. This skill not only increased all attributes by 10, but more importantly, it could trigger dark power. Currently, dark power could enhance strength by 202 at night, which was incredibly terrifying. With this skill, the little skeleton could easily defeat most beasts even without resorting to assassination. Jiang Chen marveled to himself. Incredible! Little skeleton is always the best. At this moment, the little skeleton had reached the standard of Jiang Chen's main battle companions, standing alongside Anton and Shaoqing. Just then, Lu Xingyu appeared on the scene, holding a microphone. "The exam begins now. Each student whose name is called, please step forward." He then handed the microphone to a soldier beside him. Due to the irreplaceable nature of the equipment, it was extremely precious to the Dragon Nation, and soldiers were present to protect it during every exam. "Student number 15359, please step forward for the exam." A nervous young boy walked out from the crowd towards the first machine. "Student number 15390, please step forward for the exam." In reality, Yulong City had only a few thousand students with Beast Master talents, most of whom had low-level talents, making it difficult for them to break through the bronze rank in their lifetime. Only those who reached silver rank Beast Master qualifications were allowed to use the machines, and there were fewer than 100 such students in Yulong City, making it possible to finish the exams in a day. Soon, the machine lit up, showing a score of 300. This meant the examinee had defeated 3 silver rank beasts, but couldn't defeat the 4th. Although the score was at the bottom, it was still decent for applying to a liberal arts university with some bonus points. "Student number 16845, please step forward for the exam." A young man strode forward. Jiang Chen frowned, recognizing him as the guy who had belittled him in front of reporters the other day. The soldier said coldly, "Get in. Don't waste time." Xiao Xian looked displeased but didn't dare to retort. After about 10 minutes, the score displayed 500. The surrounding crowd gasped. This was an excellent score in Yulong City, enough to enter a mid-tier Beast Master University. Xiao Xian looked pleased but also a bit regretful. Silver rank could only yield a maximum of 500 points. Higher scores required challenging more advanced beasts. Just then, Xiao Xian saw Jiang Chen and gave him a provocative glance. Jiang Chen ignored him completely, a scene that Zhou Yan noticed. "You have a grudge against that guy?" Zhou Yan asked softly. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "Just an idiot. Why bother?" Hearing this, Xiao Xian was about to make a move but was scolded by the soldier. "What are you doing? Want to be disqualified?" Xiao Xian immediately backed down and apologized. The soldier warned, "One more time, and your score will be cancelled." Xiao Xian didn't dare provoke further but held a grudge against Jiang Chen, planning to have his newly found big brother teach Jiang Chen a lesson after leaving school. Time passed, and soon it was Zhou Yan's turn. "Student number 66665, please step forward for the exam." Zhou Yan stood up and said to the soldier, "Sir, I've registered for a team exam." The soldier nodded, and a moment later, the person on the first machine stepped out. "Student number 66666, please step forward for the exam." Jiang Chen stood up. This time, he had only one goal: to score as high as possible, at least 2,000 points. Since he had promised Principal Lu Xingyu, he would give it his all. As the connector doors closed, Jiang Chun and Zhou Yin felt a slight tremor in their bodies. The scenery before them instantly transformed into a vast, endless plain. Zhou Yin looked down at her hand, astonished by how real everything felt. So this is the Starnet world? It's incredible, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, an information panel appeared in front of them. Trial location: Demon Wolf Wasteland. Demon Beast types: Wasteland Wolf, Bloodthirsty Wolf, Armored Wolf King, Silverlight Wolf King. Start the trial? Start the trial, Jiang Chun commanded decisively. As soon as he spoke, 10 gray wolves appeared at the edge of the plain. The panel immediately displayed their information. Name: Wasteland Wolf. Quality: Common. Grade: Low Silver. Skill: Bite LV1. Description: a very common type of Wasteland Wolf. Evolution path: none. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yin. You or me? Zhou Yin calculated in her mind, deciding to take on these minor foes first to conserve energy for stronger enemies later. I'll handle it, she said, summoning 6 elemental beasts. Several flame spirits launched their attacks simultaneously. Before the wolves could even get close, they were engulfed in a sea of fire. The system promptly displayed 10 Silverdeer demon beasts killed, 500 points awarded. Continue the trial? Yes, Jiang Chun confirmed without hesitation. In the next moment, 6 red giant wolves appeared in the distance. Gold-tier demon beasts, bloodthirsty wolves. Can you handle them? Jiang Chun asked. Zhou Yin felt a twinge of annoyance, but reminded herself that she was a gold-tier beast master with rare flame spirits. Dealing with common-quality demon beasts should be easy. With a cold snort, she commanded her flame spirits to attack. Despite both sides being gold-tier, the quality gap created a significant difference. This round of battle lasted noticeably longer, but Zhou Yin eventually emerged victorious. The system displayed 6 bloodthirsty wolves killed, 450 points awarded. Their combined score reached 950, enough to secure admission to one of the top 10 universities. But that was far from their goal. Zhou Yin aimed for a top 3 elite school. Before Jiang Chun could speak, Zhou Yin chose to continue the challenge. This time, the system summoned 5 platinum-tier demon beasts. Name: Armored Wolf King. Quality: Common. Grade: Low Platinum. Skills: Heavy Armor LV3, Savage Charge LV2, Wolf King Summon LV1. Description: a demon wolf with strong defenses, often used as a tank. Evolution path: unknown. As the beasts approached, Jiang Chun summoned his own elemental beast. A small skeleton about 1.2 meters tall appeared before them, its crimson eyes causing Zhou Yin to step back involuntarily. Is this your elemental beast? Zhou Yin stammered. Jiang Chun nodded. Let's see how much my little skeleton has grown. As a gold-tier beast master, Zhou Yin could sense the immense power within the small skeletal frame. She quickly recalled her own beasts, ready to watch Jiang Chen's performance. Go. With Jiang Chen's command, the little skeleton vanished like a ghost from their sight. Zhou Yin covered her mouth in shock, amazed by the unique abilities of Jiang Chen's elemental beast. She even wondered if Jiang Chen had truly been expelled from the Jiang family, but quickly dismissed the thought. In the blink of an eye, the little skeleton appeared on the back of an armored wolf king. Zhou Yin frowned, thinking that a stealth-type beast would struggle to penetrate the armored defense. However, in the next moment, the skeleton's arm blade, enveloped in a dark aura, extended into a meter-long sword and decapitated the armored wolf king in a single strike. This scene left Zhou Yin utterly stunned. Even more astonishingly, the little skeleton leaped again, slashing the throat of another armored wolf king. It moved like a phantom among the 5 beasts, each strike delivering a fatal blow. In just 7 or 8 breaths, all 5 platinum-tier armored wolf kings lay dead. Zhou Yin stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes. The system announced 5 platinum-tier demon beasts killed, 1,000 points awarded. Jiang Chun turned to Zhou Yin. You've got enough points. You can leave now. He didn't want anyone else to see his elemental beast, and felt he had fulfilled his promise. Huh. Oh, okay. Zhou Yin snapped out of her daze, feeling a mix of emotions. She couldn't help but ask, why are you taking the college entrance exam if you're already a guaranteed student? After teaming up, Zhou Yin deeply felt the impact. She prided herself on being a genius, yet the gap between her and her peers was so vast. A single elemental beast capable of killing 5 platinum-tier demon beasts. Was this the power of a guaranteed student? Thank you, Zhou Yin suddenly said, catching Jiang Chen off guard. Before he could respond, she chose to leave, her figure disappearing from the Starnet world. Watching the bothersome woman leave, Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He flashed a bright smile and muttered to himself, time to climb the leaderboard. In an instant, several figures materialized beside Jiang Chen. For the first time, his entire beast team gathered, standing neatly behind him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun confirmed his choice, summoning 10 platinum-tier beasts. In the distance, 9 heavily armored wolf kings emerged, with one particularly striking figure, a gigantic wolf with a silver-white coat. Name: Silverlight Wolf King. Quality: Elite. Rank: Mid-Platinum Tier. Skills: Silverlight Strike LV3, Wild Howl LV2, Wolf Pack Leader LV1. Description: a speed-type demon wolf with high intelligence. Evolution path: unknown. Despite the formidable appearance of these beasts, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. He decisively commanded, Shao Qing, use sky-breaking wind strike on the wolf pack. Responding promptly, Shao Qing soared into the sky, rapidly gathering energy. In no time, a massive tornado appeared out of thin air, its terrifyingly sharp currents tearing the demon wolves apart. The Silverlight Wolf King was killed instantly. Although the heavily armored demon wolves barely withstood the attack, they were left incapacitated, lying on the ground, barely alive. Like a ghost, Shao's skull darted forward, delivering the final blows. In the blink of an eye, a message appeared in front of Jiang Chun. You have killed 10 platinum-tier beasts, earning 2,000 points. Your current score is 3,950. Seeing this, Jiang Chun furrowed his brows slightly. He estimated that reaching 10,000 points shouldn't be a problem. Typically, there is no score limit in the martial arts exam, with a previous high score of 9,000. However, today Jiang Chun was confident he could break that record. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun chose to continue the assessment. This time, 15 demon wolves appeared out of thin air, 10 heavily armored wolf kings and 5 silverlight wolf kings. A war. The 5 silverlight wolf kings howled deafeningly as soon as they appeared. Instantly, silver light enveloped the heavily armored wolf kings, indicating some kind of enhancement. Now this is getting interesting. Instant kills are too boring, Jiang Chun chuckled, and with a thought, his beasts charged forward. Despite the enhancements, the demon wolves were no match for Jiang Chun's beasts. In just over 20 seconds, all 15 platinum-tier wolves were slaughtered. During the battle, Anton, Shao Qing, and the rogue rabbit barely had to lift a finger, as no beast could challenge them. A system prompt immediately popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated 15 platinum-tier beasts, earning 3,000 points. Your current score is 6,950. By now, Jiang Chun was certain that his exam score would easily surpass 10,000 points. But so far, he hadn't felt any pressure, and several of his beasts hadn't even used their trump cards. Continue the exam, Jiang Chun decided, eager to find his limits. This time, 20 figures appeared, 10 heavily armored wolf kings and 10 silverlight wolf kings. His 8 beasts, like predators spotting prey, charged without hesitation, engaging in a brutal battle. Moments later, silence fell over the battlefield once more, and Jiang Chun earned another 4,000 points. Thus, Jiang Chun inadvertently broke a record, his score surpassing the 10,000 mark. This score would undoubtedly bring glory to Yulong High School in Longhua. But at this moment, Jiang Chun was more curious about his limits and how many points he could ultimately achieve. With excitement flashing in his eyes, Jiang Chun thought about how he couldn't find so many platinum-tier beasts elsewhere. Today, he would fight to his heart's content. 25, 30, 35. When the number of beasts reached 40, the battle time noticeably lengthened, taking a full minute to conclude. Even so, it ended in a crushing victory. Continue. 45. This time, the resistance lasted 2 minutes, but it was still a one-sided slaughter. When the number reached 50, Jiang Chun noticed something unusual. Although the beasts were still silverlight wolf kings and heavily armored wolf kings, their strength had clearly increased. A quick scan confirmed that these beasts had reached mid-platinum tier, with the silverlight wolf kings even advancing to high platinum tier. This time, the wolves managed to withstand the assault of the 9 beasts for 5 minutes before beginning to falter. Jiang Chun realized that as he progressed, the number of beasts would not only increase but their strength would also rise. Yet, he felt far from his limit and decided to continue the challenge. This time, 60 platinum-tier beasts appeared. Shao Qing immediately unleashed sky-breaking wind strike, a massive tornado incapacitating over a dozen wolves. Shao's skull transformed into a finisher, taking down the weakened wolves one by one. Meanwhile, Flathead recklessly bore the brunt of the heavily armored wolves' attacks, clearing a path for the rogue rabbit. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the fierce battle, the wolves ultimately fell under the combined assault of the beasts. 60, 70, 80. When the challenge reached 90 platinum-tier beasts, all of Jiang Chun's beasts had to use their trump cards, launching a frenzied assault on the wolves. Even then, they encountered a bottleneck, taking over 10 minutes to clear all the wolves. By now, an hour had passed since Jiang Chun started the exam. Jiang Chun felt he had reached his limit, but the desire to challenge himself still burned fiercely within him. The system's voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations on successfully slaying 90 platinum-level beasts and earning 18,000 points. Do you wish to continue? Next, you will face 100 platinum-level beasts. Continue, Jiang Qian said calmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. As soon as he spoke, the space around him twisted, and 100 enormous, ferocious wolves materialized out of thin air. Their eyes glowed with bloodlust, and their claws left deep gouges in the ground. This pack of wolves was powerful enough to destroy a small town, and now, all their attention was focused on Jiang Qian. Facing such a terrifying lineup, Jiang Qian didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath and decisively gave the order to fight. Give it your all. In an instant, Jiang Qian's 8 summoned beasts erupted with astonishing power. The little skeleton was the first to strike, unleashing the King of the Night ability, summoning a pitch-black domain spanning 100 meters. Within this darkness, it transformed into the King of the Night, reaping the lives of the wolves like a grim reaper. And Tun raised his hands high, conjuring massive balls of scorching lava. These lava balls hurtled towards the wolf pack, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Shaoqing continuously unleashed the Heavenly Gang Wind Strike, with sharp winds slicing through the wolves' bodies like invisible blades. In just a moment of combat, over 30 of the 100 platinum-level beasts had fallen, their blood staining the ground. Jiang Qian watched intently, feeling an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He couldn't help but wonder. If this pack of gold-level beasts was already so formidable, how terrifying would true platinum-level beasts be? However, Jiang Qian was unaware that the outside world had descended into chaos. The fact that 2 students had occupied the exam equipment for a whole hour without any sign of emerging had made the other waiting students and teachers as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Lu Xingyu cautiously asked the proctor, "Sir, could there be a problem with the equipment?" He was calculating in his mind that if the machine were indeed malfunctioning, bringing in new equipment would take at least a day, which would undoubtedly delay the students' futures. The proctor shook his head and replied calmly, "No, there's still one person in combat." Hearing this, Lu Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhou Yin was on the verge of tears. She realized that in a team scenario, if her teammate didn't exit, she couldn't leave the equipment either. So, she had been waiting foolishly inside the device for over an hour, her anxiety growing with each passing minute. The instrument suddenly emitted a soft sound and a flash of light, awakening Zhou Yin from the darkness. She suddenly realized that Jiang Qian's exam had concluded. As the bright sunlight streamed through the window, Zhou Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes slightly moist. As a beast tamer, she could endure more than an hour of darkness, but an ordinary person might have already been traumatized. While Zhou Yin was still dazed in the machine, a commotion erupted outside. 1950 points? How is that possible? Exclamations rose and fell. Not only were the students dumbfounded, but even the teachers and military personnel stared at Zhou Yin in shock. Principal Lu Xingyu was particularly astonished. He had some understanding of this eldest daughter of the Zhou family possessing a rare flame spirit beast. She had impressive talent, but he had estimated her score to be around 1,300 points. Reaching 1950 points was beyond his expectations. Lu Xingyu quickly speculated that this might have something to do with Jiang Qian. The thought made him secretly delighted. He had expected only one genius student, but Jiang Qian had brought another surprise, elevating Zhou Yin to the ranks of the prodigious. With a score of 1950, Zhou Yin could easily apply to one of the top 3 universities. This was undoubtedly an unexpected joy. At the same time, Lu Xingyu began to look forward to Jiang Qian's results. 3,000? 4,000? Or even 5,000 points. If Jiang Qian could reach 5,000 points, he would undoubtedly be the top scorer in the southern region. The thought made Lu Xingyu a bit excited. "Jiang Qian, I hope you can give me a surprise." Zhou Yin finally came to her senses and walked out of the machine with her head held high. With a score of 1950, even ranking in the top 50 in the region was something to be proud of. After returning to her seat, Zhou Yan's gaze involuntarily turned to another machine, curious why Jiang Qian had not yet emerged. She also wondered how many points Jiang Qian had scored. Considering the strength Jiang Qian had displayed, Zhou Yan boldly guessed, 1 hour. Jiang Qian's score must have broken 10,000. Meanwhile, in Nandi City, Nandi No. 1 High School was also conducting exams. A spirited young man emerged from the machine, and his score appeared on the display. 6,950. The score caused everyone present to gasp. The students whispered among themselves, "This time, Nangu is definitely the top scorer in the southern region." Nonsense. This score could easily contend for the national top spot. 6,950 points. That's 10 times my score. Next, a girl emerged from another machine. She was none other than Lu Yuerong, the big sister of Nandi No. 1 High School, and her score also reached 1950 points. The young man was Lu Yuerong's brother, Lu Yuanan, a powerful beast tamer with 5 golden tier beasts. After an hour of intense effort, he finally achieved this high score and began to imagine being courted by prestigious universities. Just then, A cry interrupted Lu Yuanan's pride. Nangu is now the top scorer in the southern region. A student, holding a phone, showed a leaderboard. Lu Yuanan's name was at the top of the southern region, but he ranked third nationally. The first place was someone named Long Outyin, with a staggering score of 10,950, setting a new record in the history of Longhua. Lu Yuanan's face changed drastically, cursing inwardly. What? I'm a guaranteed student, and someone surpassed me? Do I have no face? He felt an urge to immediately challenge this Long Outyin, feeling humiliated. He had thought that 6,950 points would secure him the national top spot, but this year had produced such a monstrous competitor. Nangu, you're ranked third. The second place is someone named Ing Tian, also with 10,950 points. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan cursed again, ready to say goodbye to his sister and find these two for a challenge. Sister, tell Grandpa that his grandson has been humiliated and is going to seek revenge. He'll be back in 3 to 5 days, at most half a month. Lu Yuerong, upon hearing this, angrily said, if you dare to go, I'll tell Grandpa you're out messing around again and have him break your legs. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan reluctantly retracted his leg. As Lu Yuanan was about to argue further, another exclamation rang out. What the heck? Is this leaderboard bugged? The students' eyes widened, as if seeing something unbelievable. Other students gathered to look at the phone, and they all stood there, stunned as if turned to stone. This scene caught the attention of the security personnel, who grew tense, suspecting foul play. The first student to exclaim finally regained his composure and looked at Lu Yuanan with a bitter smile. Nangu, you've been pushed to fourth place. Lu Yuanan froze for a moment, then walked over with a dark expression. Who dares to be so arrogant? Let me see who it is, and he'll find you one by one. The students who had seen the new leaderboard looked at Lu Yuanan with changed expressions. Lu Yuanan nonchalantly took the phone, ready to see what was so unusual. However, he quickly became as if petrified, his eyes widening as if they would pop out of their sockets. Seeing this, Lu Yuerong also walked over, curious to see what had happened. How is this possible? The machine must be broken, a student exclaimed, drawing agreement from those around him. In the exam hall of Yulong High School, everyone's eyes were fixed on the display, which showed an unbelievable score, 135,950 points. The test takers widened their eyes, even rubbing them to make sure they weren't seeing things. The soldiers on guard exchanged glances, equally stunned by the outrageous score. Sir, is there something wrong with the machine? Lu Xingyu quietly asked the officer beside him. The officer frowned and carefully inspected the machine but found nothing wrong. He was caught in a dilemma. Regulations required him to acknowledge Jiang Chen's score, but the number was so absurd it defied belief. Principal Lu, please wait a moment. I need to consult with my superiors, the officer finally decided. He took out his communicator and dialed his superior. What's the matter? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. We have an unusually high score here, the officer replied cautiously. Geniuses are common in this world. High scores shouldn't be surprising. The voice on the other end sounded a bit impatient. No, I mean, the score is exceptionally high. Should we just announce it? The officer explained. As soldiers, we must be honest. If the machine is fine, we announce it as usual, the superior responded decisively. The officer was about to hang up when the voice on the other end suddenly asked, by the way, how high is it? It's over 130,000, the officer replied truthfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice finally said, wait there, I need to consult. The officer hung up and returned to his post, announcing, continue with the exam. I'll update you as soon as I have more information. In the exam hall, other students kept glancing at Jiang Chen. Zhou Yin approached him, curious. What did you do to get such a high score? Jiang Chen calmly replied, I used my beast to earn it bit by bit. How many platinum-level beasts did you defeat? Zhou Yin asked cautiously. A few hundred, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, unable to recall the exact number. Zhou Yin was left speechless, staring at Jiang Chen in shock. Meanwhile, the military's high command was in an urgent discussion over the unusual score. A regiment commander was in his office handling documents when someone rushed in. Commander, there's an exceptionally high score in the college entrance exam. We need your decision, the intruder said, out of breath. The commander shook his head, unimpressed. I've told you many times, you can handle these things yourselves. Don't bother me. Commander, you should hear the score first before deciding, the intruder insisted. The commander sighed, taking a sip from his thermos filled with goji berries. All right, what's the score? A student scored 135,950 points. Spit. The commander sprayed his drink and stood up abruptly. Are you messing with me? No, it's real. The machine is fine. Because the score is so outrageous, we didn't know what to do and came to you, the intruder explained hurriedly. The commander, having calmed down, decisively ordered, reduce the score by 10 times, give him 13,500. If this gets out, Those who envy our dragon country will go crazy. Understood, Commander. I'll take care of it right away, the intruder said, turning to leave. Soon, the leaderboard changed. The score of 135,950 became 13,500 points. Jiang Chun? Lu Yuerong exclaimed, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Her reaction immediately piqued her brother Lu Yuan'an's interest. Sis, you know this Jiang Chun? Lu Yuanan asked curiously. Lu Yuerong nodded slightly, a sunny and handsome face flashing through her mind. We've met a few times, she replied briefly, astonished that Jiang Chun could score a whopping 130,000 points. Recalling her brother's previous words, Lu Yuerong looked up at Lu Yuanan with a sly glint in her eyes. So, do you still want to challenge him? I know where Jiang Chun lives. I can take you there. Don't worry, with me by your side, Grandpa won't blame you. Lu Yuanan's face changed drastically at her suggestion, and he waved his hands frantically. No, I'm not feeling well today. Let's forget about it. He thought to himself, challenging someone with 10,000 points might be doable, but 130,000? That would be sheer humiliation. Although Lu Yuanan abandoned the idea of a challenge, his mind was racing. Brother Jiang, I won't challenge you. We're all family here. But how about we grab a meal together sometime? He calculated that befriending someone with 130,000 points could make school life a breeze. Lu Yuerong was momentarily stunned, then sneered. Do you think he would even bother with you? She recalled Jiang Chen's straightforward demeanor and couldn't help but grit her teeth. If he were a bit more proactive, he wouldn't still be single. Lu Yuanan dismissed her words. Why wouldn't he? Brother Jiang would definitely agree. He schemed, thinking that if he could make Jiang Chen his brother-in-law, not only would he avoid a challenge, but he could also have someone to back him up. The thought made him chuckle. Seeing her brother's sinister expression, Lu Yuerong frowned. What are you thinking? Do you want me to tell Grandpa you're up to no good again? Please, don't. Lu Yuanan's face darkened, and he waved his hands again. He thought to himself, it's always like this. No fun at all. But then he smiled and said, Sis, let's go find Jiang Chun. Lu Yuerong gave her brother a suspicious look. I didn't realize you actually want to challenge him? No, I just want to befriend him. You know how good I am at making friends. Lu Yuanan explained. Lu Yuerong nodded slightly but was still doubtful. Knowing Jiang Chen's straightforward nature, she suspected he might decline the invitation. At that moment, a classmate suddenly spoke up. The score has changed. That Jiang Chen's score is now 13,500. It seems there was a system bug, and it's now fixed. A buzz of conversation erupted around them. Compared to 130,000 points, 13,500 was much more acceptable. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan felt a bit disappointed but could accept it. He knew he could only handle about 20 beasts, and 13,500 points was still an extraordinary achievement worth befriending. Meanwhile, at Yulong High School, there was an uproar. An officer announced, due to a malfunction in the equipment, an error occurred in the display. The actual score for student number 66,666 is 13,500 points. We apologize for the confusion. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. He knew exactly how many beasts he had killed, and it was impossible to have only 13,500 points. He quickly realized there must be some behind-the-scenes manipulation. Just then, the officer gave Jiang Chun a meaningful look. Jiang Chun got the hint and followed him out. He guessed the military might want to give him an explanation. They arrived at a secluded spot, and the officer saluted Jiang Chen. It turned out that Jiang Chen held a military rank higher than the officer. Sir, I was sent to explain the situation, the officer said respectfully. Due to your special status, you can't stand out too much, or you might attract enemies from the shadows. So, we had to take this measure. We hope you understand. Jiang Chun nodded, indicating his understanding. He also realized he had been too conspicuous this time. 130,000 points was not something an ordinary student could achieve. The officer sighed in relief and continued. The Corps commander also asked if you'd be interested in transferring to the Frontier Corps headquarters. Jiang Chun was taken aback, but then shook his head. No, I'm fine with the Frontier Corps. I don't have any plans to transfer to the headquarters. The officer tried to persuade him. The Corps commander said you could name your conditions if you're willing. Jiang Chun remained firm. No, I'm good where I am. I don't want to transfer to the headquarters. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute attitude, the officer had to give up. All right, I'll relay your message to the Corps commander. Before leaving, the officer reminded him, by the way, even with a score of 13,500, you might have already caught the attention of some of Longwa's adversaries. Please be extra cautious. Jiang Chen nodded in thanks. He knew the Earth was far from peaceful, with many people having defected to the myriad races and some being psychopathic killers. These individuals existed to hinder Longwa's development. If they learned of a super genius emerging in Longwa, they would stop at nothing to assassinate him. Even with tight security, who could guarantee stopping every attack? But with a score of 13,500, While still a top-tier talent, there were two others who also broke the 10,000 mark, diverting attention and reducing the risk of an attack. As the officer departed, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed that his unique constitution always attracted trouble. He never had a moment of peace. Yulong City. A young boy with delicate features looked up at the city gates, whispering softly. Suddenly, a bright and sunny smile spread across his face, catching the attention of several passing girls who couldn't help but steal a few glances, secretly admiring his handsomeness. However, no one could have guessed that this seemingly harmless boy was actually the 10th-ranked assassin on the killer's listing. Shah. Casually brushing his hair aside, he calculated in his mind, once I complete this job, I can leave the organization. I heard this target is a super genius, perfect for marking the end of my assassin career. With that thought, Shah's lips curled into a charming smile once again as he strode towards Yulong City. At this moment, Jiang Chun had just finished his college entrance exams and was leaving Yulong High School, ready to head home. With more than 2 months before the new term started, he planned to use this time to improve the quality of his beast companion. The promises made by the Frontier Army were about to be fulfilled, and even if he couldn't advance his beast, he could significantly enhance its quality, thereby boosting his overall strength. Just then, Jiang Chen's little skeleton companion suddenly stopped and turned to look behind them. The red flames in its eye sockets flickered as if deep in thought. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong, little guy?" The little skeleton immediately responded, "Killing intent. Very strong killing intent. A very scary person is coming." Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He knew he had recently been targeted with a bounty, and the top-tier assassin ranked 10th had accepted the job. If the little skeleton deemed someone very scary, it was likely that Shah had arrived. "He's here," Jiang Chen murmured softly, feeling an unusual calmness and even a bit of anticipation. This abnormal mindset surprised him. "Am I getting too cocky?" he muttered to himself, quickly adjusting his mood. Since the little skeleton could sense the assassin's presence, it meant this top-tier killer was no longer a hidden threat. "He's not coming directly for us now, is he?" Jiang Chen asked. The little skeleton nodded affirmatively. Jiang Chen decided to take the initiative and meet this top-tier assassin. "Lead the way, little skeleton. Let's go meet this guy." The little skeleton immediately turned and started running back the way they came. Meanwhile, Shah arrived at the gate of Yulong High School. As he looked up, the once drowsy gatekeeper, Old Wang, suddenly opened his eyes and stepped out of the guardroom, frowning as he scrutinized the young man at the gate. As an experienced platinum-tier warrior, Old Wang instantly sensed the unusual aura emanating from the young man, killing intent and murderous aura, which could only be honed through countless killings. Old Wang's expression turned serious as he coldly said, "This is a school. You're not welcome here." Shah calmly replied, "I'm looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" Old Wang asked. "Jiang Chun. What do you want with him?" "To kill him." This brief exchange left Old Wang stunned, even doubting his own hearing. Jiang Chen's status as the national martial arts exam champion had spread across the country. Who would dare to touch him lightly? "Are you out of your mind?" Old Wang said, speechless. A flash of killing intent appeared in Shah's eyes as a gargoyle suddenly materialized beside him. Almost simultaneously, 2 hair-thin silver needles fell to the ground with a clink. Old Wang's face turned dark. "Kid, I advise you to leave here and not make this old man angry. Otherwise, you'll regret it," he said, his aura transforming into that of a formidable war god. Shah glanced at the gargoyle, a hint of gravity in his eyes. These stone creatures were always the bane of assassins, as various hidden weapons and poisons had little effect on them. "Bring Jiang Chen out. This doesn't concern you," Shah said indifferently. Old Wang's anger surged. "Kid, do you really think I can't deal with you? This is your last chance. Leave, or I'll drag you to the city lord's mansion myself. Your choice." Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice suddenly rang out. "Sir, let me handle this. You can go rest." Shah's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chen appear. Jiang Chen, however, looked at Shah, exasperated. "You're supposed to be an assassin, a killer in the shadows. Are you sure it's a good idea to show up so openly to kill someone?" Jiang Chen was utterly speechless about the professional ethics of assassins in this world. Old Wang raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He suddenly realized he could no longer see through this young man. Jiang Chen seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, making him inscrutable. "Be careful, kid. That person is no good," Old Wang whispered a warning before turning back to the gatehouse. At this moment, Shadowkill and Jiang Chun locked eyes, an eerie tension filling the air. Neither spoke, simply sizing each other up. After a full minute, they both spoke almost simultaneously. "Want to grab a drink?" Both were taken aback by the other's suggestion. For reasons unknown, they each felt a strange sense of familiarity with the other. It could have been an illusion, or perhaps there were indeed some similarities. "Sure," they answered in unison. Seeing how well they were getting along, old Wang was utterly bewildered. He wanted to call Jiang Chen back to warn him that this was an assassin sent to kill him, but the words stuck in his throat. He could only watch as their figures disappeared down the street. Jiang Chen, you will be the final chapter of my career as an assassin, Shadowkill suddenly said while they walked. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before smiling and retorting, are you sure it won't be me ending your career and sending you on your way? Before meeting Shadowkill, Jiang Chen had only a 50% confidence in defeating him. But after their encounter, his confidence soared to 100%. Even a platinum-tier warrior, no matter how skilled, could not escape defeat in the face of overwhelming power. If his skeletal beast couldn't handle it, he'd add the rogue rabbit. If that didn't work, he'd bring in the honey badger. He was prepared to unleash all 8 of his beasts. Jiang Chen believed that unless the opponent had diamond-tier strength, victory was assured. Even a diamond-tier warrior would have no choice but to flee. Ha ha ha, Shadowkill laughed. But there was a trace of bitterness in his laughter, and tears even welled up in his eyes. You're the first to talk to me like this. Maybe, if I die by your hand, I can finally rest. Those other fools? They aren't worthy of killing me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadowkill's demeanor changed sharply. At 16, he was already a platinum-tier warrior, his hands stained with blood. Raised by the Assassin's Guild, he had only one choice, kill. Kill endlessly to fulfill contracts that never ceased. This made him loathe the world, and everyone in Atuntal Jiang Chen appeared. I'm surprised to hear such words from the 10th-ranked assassin, Shadowkill, Jiang Chen said, genuinely astonished. Heh, Shadowkill sneered. Do you really think you have a chance? With your frail body against a platinum-tier warrior? As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, slicing towards Jiang Chen's throat. Killing always made Shadowkill's soul rejoice, fueling his twisted pleasure in murder. Just then, a figure suddenly intervened, blocking Shadowkill's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was crisp and clear. Shadowkill was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. So, it's this little one that made me sense a kindred spirit, he said, looking at the small skeleton with a doting gaze, though his dagger continued its relentless assault. Clang! 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 Each strike was deftly parried by the small skeleton. Shadowkill had to take a few steps back, looking at the small skeleton with astonishment. Remarkable talent, he muttered. He could sense that the small skeleton was merely a gold-tier creature, yet it had fought him to a standstill. Such talent even surpassed his own. Jiang Chen, you're quite impressive. At least this beast of yours is formidable, Shadowkill said before his figure vanished mysteriously, leaving only a lingering voice in the air. Night is the realm of assassins. I hope you won't disappoint me tonight. Jiang Chen was surprised at how abruptly Shadowkill had come and gone. He had been about to summon all his beasts, but the opponent had already fled. The small skeleton turned to look in the direction Shadowkill had left, seemingly confirming that the danger had passed. At that moment, a squad of people rushed over. Seeing Jiang Chen, they quickly approached and stood protectively in front of him. Mr. Jiang Chen, we received word that an assassin is targeting you. Please come with us. We will ensure your safety, the leader said urgently. Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless, thinking that the assassin was already gone, and now they show up. Moreover, expecting a group of gold-tier warriors to fend off Shadowkill was laughable. No need. You can go back, Jiang Chen said, waving them off. If they actually encountered Shadowkill, they would be more of a burden than protection. Besides, he was now looking forward to the fight with Shadowkill. A 16-year-old platinum-tier warrior was likely the youngest of his rank. To be in the top 10 of the Assassin's Guild, among thousands of assassins, Shadowkill couldn't be ordinary. Jiang Chen even suspected this was fate. Just as he topped the high school entrance exam, a genius assassin appeared. It was too coincidental. Thus, Jiang Chen felt destined to face Shadowkill. Better to confront it head-on than hide. As the saying goes, it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later. The leader of the enforcement team looked troubled. Mr. Jiang Chen, we have orders to ensure your safety. If you don't come with us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Jiang Chen glanced at him, acknowledging the validity of his concern. He decided to give them something to report back. Using his mind, he communicated with the small skeleton, which vanished and reappeared in an instant. In that brief moment, all 10 members of the enforcement team found a scratch on their armor. If my beast had attacked you seriously, do you think you would survive? Jiang Chen asked coolly. The question made their hearts sink. Jiang Chen continued, I don't need your protection. If you insist on following me, you might not only fail to protect but also distract me. Tell the city lord I appreciate his concern. I'll handle this matter myself. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, the enforcement team fell silent. After a moment, the leader sighed. Let's report back. This kind of genius is beyond our ability to protect. As night fell, Jiang Chen sipped the remaining tea in his cup, his gaze drifting toward the window. The time had come. His adversary was likely making a move as well. Without hesitation, he rose and headed for the gates of Yulong City. Fighting within the city could attract unnecessary trouble. This time, he wanted a straightforward duel. Stepping outside the city gates, Jiang Qian mounted Xiaobai and sped off into the distance. From the top floor of the tallest building in Yulong City, Lu Yulong watched Jiang Qin's departing figure. So, he still wants to face Shadowkill alone, he sighed, having anticipated that they would seek a secluded place for their showdown. Lu Yulong shook his head with a hint of regret. Shadowkill has killed countless people. Longhua cannot tolerate such a notorious criminal. If it weren't for that, he could have been a diamond-tier warrior within 10 years. Despite his reluctance, Lu Yulong decided not to interfere. This was Jiang Qin's choice, and intervening would only provoke resentment. With Jiang Qin's impressive score of 130,000 on StarNet, even if he couldn't defeat Shadowkill, he would at least escape unscathed. Jiang Qin traveled 100 miles west and stopped in front of a dead old tree. Just as he leaned against the tree, Shadowkill's figure suddenly appeared. Xiaobai bristled and let out a low growl. Jiang Qin calmed his startled mount, inwardly cursing its cowardice. Shadowkill spoke coldly. Jiang Qin, I'm here to take your life. He was like a bloodthirsty demon, completely different from before. Jiang Qin was unfazed. Many have wanted my life, but you're not even in the top ranks. With your current skills, you might not be able to take me down. Without another word, Shadowkill vanished into the darkness. Jiang Qin immediately summoned his little skeleton. Enhanced by the night, its power surged. The little skeleton quickly locked onto Shadowkill's position and darted forward like a ghost, leaving an afterimage behind. The sudden change caught Shadowkill off guard for a moment, and the little skeleton's arm blade was already slashing down. With a clang, the powerful blow forced Shadowkill to take a step back, his hands numb. This strike made even him, a platinum-tier warrior, feel discomfort, stirring unfamiliar emotions within. Shadowkill quickly suppressed these feelings and broke into a manic grin. Haha, interesting, very interesting. I'm even more excited about the thought of chopping off your head. With that, his speed suddenly increased. The clashing sounds of clang, clang, clang were relentless. Jiang Qin's eyes could no longer track their movements, only the sparks from their clashes. He suddenly realized that this battle seemed to have nothing to do with him, as if it was just a duel between the little skeleton and Shadowkill. During the intense fight, a tiny chip appeared on Shadowkill's dagger. This weapon, crafted from the bones of a diamond-tier beast, had developed a crack, causing him distress. But under the little skeleton's fierce assault, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Both sides were engrossed in the battle. A single mistake could be fatal. Seeing this, Jiang Qin summoned Rogue Rabbit as a backup but restrained its eagerness to join the fight. This was the little skeleton's chance to prove itself in battle, and unless the situation became dire, he wouldn't interfere. After half an hour, both sides were visibly exhausted, their speed slowing down. Jiang Qin could finally see their movements clearly. Their clothes were torn in various places, but neither was injured. Shadowkill took a step back and laughed heartily. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. I never expected a beast to bring me such joy. Jiang Qin spoke. Shadowkill, if you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you. Shadowkill shook his head decisively. No, dying at the hands of this little guy feels worth it. It will be the fitting end to my life. Come on, little one. Let's settle this with one final blow. Hearing this, the little skeleton's soul fire blazed brightly, showing its excitement. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly, thinking that this little guy was just as crazy as Shadowkill. Shadowkill crouched, holding a dagger in each hand. The little skeleton didn't dare to be careless, surrounded by black mist. Its arm blades turned pitch black, exuding an overwhelming battle intent. Both sides were poised for a fierce clash, ready to strike at any moment. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Sha muttered softly, eyes fixed on the focused little skeleton. At that moment, Jiang Qin, standing not far away, seemed to see a menacing demon appearing behind Sha, causing his heart to skip a beat. In a flash, both figures moved simultaneously. There were no fancy moves, just the purest form of blade duel. Ding! The crisp sound of a clash echoed, and the two quickly separated. The little skeleton had several bones broken in its chest and fell forward. Jiang Qin's heart tightened, thinking the little skeleton had lost. However, the smile on Sha's lips quickly vanished as blood sprayed from multiple wounds on his body, unable to stop the bleeding. Jiang Qin rushed to the little skeleton and helped it up. To his surprise, the soul fire in its eye sockets burned even brighter, showing no signs of injury but rather an unusual excitement. Once he confirmed that the little skeleton wasn't in any danger, Jiang Qin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Sha. Sha's arteries had been severed, blood gushing out continuously. At this rate, he wouldn't last long before bleeding to death. The little skeleton was only lightly injured, while Ing Sha was critically wounded. If left unattended, the little skeleton would clearly be the victor. Well done, little guy. Jiang Chun patted the little skeleton's head in praise. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Save him." Jiang Chun was stunned and looked at the little skeleton in confusion. The voice repeated, "Save him." After confirming it several times, Jiang Chun was shocked to realize that the request to saving Sha came from the little skeleton. "Are you out of your mind? That guy almost killed you, and now you want me to save him? Have you gone crazy from the fight?" Jiang Chun said, rubbing the little skeleton's bald head. The little skeleton quickly responded, "Strong enemy. I like. Save him." Jiang Chun was completely taken aback. "Unbelievable. You really have a unique way of thinking. You actually like strong enemies. This is beyond my comprehension. Typically, people would want to eliminate their enemies. But the little skeleton wanted to save him, which left Jiang Chun utterly bewildered. "Are you sure, little guy? Save him." The little skeleton replied firmly. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly. "All right, I can't say no to you." He sighed inwardly. Wow, fighting and even developing feelings for each other. With a thought, Jiang Chun summoned the young spirit. "Don't let that guy die," he instructed, pointing to the bleeding Ing Sha on the ground. The young spirit didn't question it. Jiang Chun's words were like an imperial decree that had to be fulfilled diligently. Soon, the young spirit hovered over Ing Sha, radiating light and heat. Jiang Chun didn't treat the little skeleton because the young spirit had light attributes, while the little skeleton, despite being an assassin-type beast, was fundamentally of the dark attribute. If the young spirit treated the little skeleton, it might worsen the injuries instead of healing them. Almost immediately, Ing Sha's bleeding stopped. He lay on the ground expressionless, lost in thought. Jiang Chun couldn't stand it. "I just saved your life. Show some gratitude." He walked over and gave Ing Sha a nudge. Ing Sha's gaze shifted to Jiang Chun, asking calmly, "Why did you save me?" Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "I didn't want to save you. Whether you live or die doesn't matter to me. But that little guy wants you to live." He pointed to the little skeleton, continuing, "You don't have to thank me, but you should thank the little skeleton. I see you as a worthy opponent and don't want you to die here. Besides, don't you want a new lease on life?" Ing Sha's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth as if to say something but quickly closed it. Jiang Chun frowned, realizing that Ing Sha had lost the will to live. If this continued, he would surely die, and the little skeleton would be deeply saddened. For the little skeleton's sake, Jiang Chun rolled up his sleeves, grabbed Ing Sha's hair, and delivered a series of punches. "Why are you hitting me?" Ing Sha asked angrily, frowning. "Do you really think you're some kind of genius? To be honest, you're just a loser. If it weren't for the little skeleton, I wouldn't have saved you," Jiang Chun said mercilessly. Hearing this, Ing Sha's heartbeat quickened, and his eyes widened. The thing he was most proud of in his life was his talent. Being a platinum-tier warrior at 16 was extremely rare. "You have no right to judge me. You rely on your beasts. If it were just the two of us, I could kill you in one move," Ing Sha retorted. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. He couldn't deny that if it were an unknown fight, he would indeed be defeated instantly. But he quickly retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I'm a beast master. Have you ever seen a beast master fight hand-to-hand?" As he spoke, he started punching and kicking again. "Do you really have the nerve to say that? A warrior challenging a beast master to a duel? Your brain must be fried. If that's the case, I'd be more than happy to see you fight all my beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared around him. "If it weren't for the little skeleton wanting a fair fight, I could kill you in seconds, believe it or not." Ing Sha's eyes were drawn to the beasts around Jiang Chun, especially the giant turtle, which sent his instincts into overdrive. "Run, don't stay. This guy is extremely dangerous." The other beasts weren't as threatening, but they still made him uneasy. If he had to fight them all, how long could he last? Swallowing hard, Ing Sha realized Jiang Chun was right. Without restrictions, he would be killed instantly. This realization made him tremble, understanding the vast gap between him and a peer. "So, in my eyes, you're just a loser. Whether you admit it or not, that's the truth." Jiang Chun's words made Ing Sha tremble even more, his eyes filled with complex emotions. At that moment, the little skeleton staggered over and looked up at Ing Sha. After a moment of silence, Ing Sha spoke, "I am willing to follow you." Hearing this, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "I don't need your loyalty. I just didn't want the little guy to be sad." Ing Sha was momentarily stunned, then said somewhat speechlessly, "I want to follow it." He pointed to the little skeleton. Jiang Chun was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Shadowkill, disregarding Jiang Chun's powerful status as a beast master, knelt before the little skeleton, acknowledging it as his master. This absurd situation prompted Jiang Chun to question, "I'm so strong, yet you refuse to acknowledge me as your boss and instead recognize my subordinate as your boss? Are you blind or something?" Shadow Kill knelt without hesitation, his forehead touching the ground, and declared firmly, "Boss, from now on, my life is yours. Whatever you say, I'll do, even if it means going through fire and water." With that, he kowtowed heavily to the little skeleton. The little skeleton looked bewildered, glancing at Jiang Chen for guidance. Jiang Chen, seeing Shadow Kill nearly burying his head in the ground, was taken aback by his determination. "Get up," Jiang Chen said, shaking his head helplessly and extending a hand to pull Shadow Kill up. But Shadow Kill remained stubbornly on his knees, insisting, "Don't pull me up. If my boss doesn't agree, I won't get up." Jiang Chen, frustrated by his obstinacy, had no choice but to say, "Tell your subordinate to get up." The little skeleton then helped Shadow Kill to his feet. Inwardly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but criticize. This guy has talent and strength but isn't too bright. To put it simply, he's a bit foolish. Your boss is the little skeleton, and your boss's boss is me. Your boss is just a messenger here. Once standing, Shadow Kill immediately squatted in front of the little skeleton, saying earnestly, "Boss, from now on, I'm yours. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." The little skeleton looked at Jiang Chen, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Chen chuckled and told Shadow Kill, "Your boss said to listen to me from now on." Shadow Kill was about to protest, but saw the little skeleton nod slightly in agreement, leaving him flustered. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Chen put his arm around Shadow Kill's neck and said with a smile, "From now on, I'm your big boss. If you don't acknowledge it, everything you said earlier means nothing. Think carefully about whether you want to be someone who breaks their promises." Shadow Kill's face darkened with regret for rashly recognizing a beast as his boss. But now, he was in too deep to back out and could only swallow his pride. At that moment, both the little skeleton and Shadow Kill turned their heads alertly towards a direction, showing hostility. A figure appeared, clapping and saying, "Impressive, Shadow Kill, the youngest platinum-ranked warrior. Truly surprising." Shadow Kill's pupils contracted, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, as he coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" The newcomer smiled and replied, "Your mission is over. I'm here to clean up." His gaze then fell on Jiang Chen. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Chen. It was clear this person was also an assassin, likely ranked higher than Shadow Kill. The middle-aged man introduced himself politely, fifth on the assassin leaderboard, Chaos Thorn. He bowed to Jiang Chen, and without knowing his background, one might mistake him for a gentleman. However, Jiang Chen could sense the dangerous aura emanating from him, making his hair stand on end. Jiang Chen forced himself to remain calm and mocked, "Your assassin organization must be really free if you need to deal with a gold-ranked beast master like me." Chaos Thorn turned to Shadow Kill with a threatening tone. "Shadow Kill, I'll give you one chance. Come with me and confess, and the organization will give you another chance." Shadow Kill refused without hesitation. "What if I say no?" Chaos Thorn was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. No? You should know the terror of the Assassin Alliance. Do you think you can survive in this world after rejecting them?" After a moment of silence, Shadow Kill firmly said, "Shadow Kill is dead. Now, my life belongs to my boss." Chaos Thorn frowned. "Have you thought it through, Shadow Kill?" Shadow Kill reiterated, "I said, Shadow Kill is dead. Now, I belong only to my boss." Chaos Thorn laughed again. "Ha ha, how amusing. Believe me, you'll beg me to help you return to the organization." "I won't," Shadow Kill declared resolutely. At this point, Jiang Chen interrupted their conversation. "Are there any more assassins? Come out all at once. Dealing with you one by one is a hassle." This remark infuriated Chaos Thorn. As the fifth-ranked assassin, he had never been so blatantly disrespected. His eyes turned blood-red, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, I'll make sure to torture you to death slowly." Shadow Kill quickly warned Jiang Chen. "This guy has a special ability that greatly boosts his speed. Sometimes, even diamond-ranked warriors can't match his speed." Just then, a figure appeared silently on a withered tree, startling the three of them. "Who are you?" Chaos Thorn's eyes flashed with coldness as several specially made throwing knives shot out. Just as the knives were about to hit the figure, a hand reached out, effortlessly catching all the knives. With a crisp sound, the specially made knives were twisted into a spiral. Chaos Thorn's heart tightened. Those were knives made from diamond-ranked beast materials, yet they were crushed so easily. He dared not act rashly and respectfully said, "I don't know what brings you here, sir. I am Chaos Thorn from the Assassin Alliance. Please show me some respect." The newcomer didn't respond, staring intently at Jiang Chen, making him feel uneasy. Thinking the silence was an agreement, Chaos Thorn whispered, "Sir, this person has a bounty from the Assassin Alliance. Let me kill him and I'll leave." Just as he was about to act, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. This is a small bear, only half the height of a person. Suddenly, It lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar at Luanzi. The massive sound wave created an invisible air blast that instantly shredded Luanzi's clothes. After the roar, Luanzi's suit was in tatters, exposing large patches of skin. His eyes were filled with terror, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and quickly threw out a scan. The scan results showed: name, Immortal Battle Bear. Quality, Legendary. Rank, Diamond Peak. Skills. Description: a bear possessing the power of gods and demons. Do not provoke it, or you will regret it. Evolution path. After reading the description, Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp. Wow, Diamond Peak level strength. This must be top-tier combat power in the world. Why is it here? He thought to himself, not daring to speak out loud, silently enduring the bear's gaze. At this moment, Luanzi's legs were shaking, and he swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, I'm from the Assassin's Guild. You can't touch me. The bear remained silent. The seemingly cute little bear raised its paw again and instantly appeared in front of Luanzi. With a muffled thud, Luanzi was smashed into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the air. The sudden turn of events made everyone present gasp in shock. Although Jiang Qin's beasts still surrounded him protectively, he could feel their deep fear, clearly unwilling to confront the bear. As time ticked by, Jiang Qin noticed the bear still hadn't spoken, just staring intently at him. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Hello, senior. Is there something you need? Hearing Jiang Chen speak, the mysterious figure finally withdrew their gaze. Shrouded in black mist, Jiang Chen couldn't see their expression. The mysterious person coldly said, Stay alive. With that, the diamond-ranked Immortal Battle Bear stomped the ground and leaped away. The mysterious figure followed, flying off into the distance. This series of events left Jiang Qian and Ing Sha stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. They didn't understand who the mysterious person was or why they had helped Jiang Qian. It took a full minute for Jiang Qian to snap out of it. He put away his other beasts, leaving only Xiaobai. Ing Sha suddenly asked, Who was that to you? Jiang Qian rolled his eyes and replied irritably, If they were really my kin, would I have been so cautious just now? Please, think before you speak. With that, he patted Xiaobai, preparing to leave. Today's events made Jiang Qian realize that no matter how strong he was, there were always stronger individuals. The urgent task now was to quickly improve his strength. He decided to contact the military immediately upon returning to prepare the materials for his beast's advancement. Seeing Jiang Qian about to leave, Ing Sha wanted to follow. Jiang Qian frowned and asked, What do you want? To go back with you, Ing Sha replied. Jiang Qian glared at him. Do you really think Yulong City is a place you can come and go as you please? Isn't it? Ing Sha looked at Jiang Qian in confusion. He had previously entered Yulong City without any obstacles, not understanding why he couldn't go back now. Huh? Jiang Qian sneered. You think you're better than me? If the city lord finds out about you, believe me, he won't let you go. Hearing this, Ing Sha fell silent. If the city lord, a diamond-ranked expert, made a move, Ing Sha wasn't confident he could escape. Every city lord was a high-ranking diamond-level expert within their rank. So what should I do? Ing Sha asked after a long pause. Jiang Chen replied irritably, Why should I care? You're Xiaoku's subordinate, not mine. What does it have to do with me? Wait, Big Brother told me to listen to you. Are you abandoning me now? Ing Sha suddenly said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then secretly delighted. Gotcha, he then said. I can show you a way, but I don't know if you're willing to take it. Although Ing Sha had killed many, it wasn't irredeemable. If he gained recognition from Dragon Nation, he could enter and leave the city like a normal person. The solution was simple, make amends for his past actions. What way? Ing Sha asked. Go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races and kill the invaders. Jiang Chen answered. There were many ways to make amends, but the best and most rewarding place was undoubtedly the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Due to the inherent weakness of the human race, countless other species covet their lands and seek to subjugate them. This leads to constant warfare on the battlefield of all races, requiring a steady flow of military support. Jiang Chen suggested to Shadowkill that they head to the front lines, knowing this would surely gain support. Shadowkill fell into deep thought, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Finally, he lifted his head, his eyes firm as he said, Go. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. If Shadowkill had refused, he would have had to resort to extreme measures, even if it meant upsetting the little skeleton. All right, I'll make the call for you. Jiang Chen nodded, then stepped aside and dialed Fei Long's number. The call connected quickly, and a familiar voice came through. What's up, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen first inquired about Fei Long's condition. Upon learning that they were about to be discharged, Jiang Chen got straight to the point and explained Shadowkill's situation. After listening, Fei Long agreed without hesitation. Sure thing. Absolutely. A top 10 assassin in the killer rankings will be a significant force on the battlefield of all races. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief and then made his request, Brother Long. I need materials to advance to the platinum rank. Can you help? What's your current level? Fei Long asked. Latest stage gold rank. Fei Long was clearly taken aback, evidently not expecting Zhang Qian's rapid progress in cultivation. You do need to prepare then. I have about 8 types of beast companions here. I'll send you the list of materials shortly. Wait, how many beast companions? Fei Long suddenly realized something was off. Zhang Qian repeated, all 8 of my beast companions can evolve. Fei Long started coughing violently and managed to say, all right, I got it. Send me the list of materials you need, and I'll get them ready for you. I have some things to attend to here, so I'll hang up now. With that, he hastily ended the call. At that moment, dressed in a hospital gown, Fei Long urgently called out to the nurse, Nurse, my stitches have come undone. Please come and sew me up again. I got too excited just now and reopened my wound. Zhang Qian stood by the roadside, feeling a bit anxious. Before long, a military green truck slowly approached and came to a steady stop in front of them. Seeing the military vehicle, Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively took 2 steps back as unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. A burly man in a military uniform jumped out of the truck. Zhang Qian was relieved to see it wasn't Chu Xiong. The man spoke, you must be Jiang Chun, right? I'm Ba Jun, here to pick up Ing Sha. He pointed towards Ing Sha, standing nearby. Zhang Chun quickly stepped forward with a smile. Hello, Brother Jun, sorry to trouble you. Could I see your ID badge? Though he didn't want to seem overly cautious, Zhang Chun knew it was better to be safe, especially when protecting Xiao Ku's subordinates. Ba Jun hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Kid, you're pretty vigilant. Interesting. He pulled out his badge, which clearly read Ka Huang Army, 3rd Squad, Ba Ju. After confirming the badge, Zhang Chun warmly shook Ba Jun's hand. Nice to meet you, Brother Jun. I'm Jiang Chun, and this is Ing Sha. His demeanor immediately turned friendly, as if his earlier wariness had never existed. Ba Jun rolled his eyes. Cut the act. If I didn't know your reputation beforehand, I might have believed you. At that moment, Zhang Chin's phone rang. He nodded apologetically to Ba Jun and stepped aside to answer. On the other end was Fei Long, who had just finished surgery. Brother Long, what's up? Zhang Chin asked. Fei Long chuckled. Ba Jun should be there by now. He's easy to recognize. Zhang Chin nodded. Yes, Brother Jun is here. Ready to take everyone? Fei Long continued. By the way, the college entrance exams are over. Isn't it time you rejoin the team? Don't waste 3 months in Yulong City. Come back, and I'll give you some extra training. We can't have you tarnishing the Ka Huang Army's reputation. Zhang Qin immediately understood Fei Long's intent and readily agreed. Understood, Captain. I also need to return to the army to advance my beast taming skills. Fei Long sounded pleased. Then come back with Ba Ju. Zhang Qin suddenly asked, can I follow behind? I don't want to ride in the truck. He explained that he had 3 flying beasts, 2 of which were dragons and could definitely keep up. There was a brief silence on the other end before Fei Long curtly replied, just come back with Ba Jun. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, he hung up. Lying in his hospital bed, Fei Long felt a mix of emotions. He called out loudly, Nurse, my wound has reopened. A nurse hurried over, puzzled as she checked his wound. As Fei Long was wheeled back into the operating room, he muttered to himself, that Zhang Qian, he's really something. 2 dragons? I only have 1. His heart was filled with conflicting emotions, pride in his team members' potential and an inexplicable sense of loss. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong and the others exchanged puzzled looks outside the hospital room. Chu Xiong whispered, what happened? Why did the boss's wound reopen right after a phone call? Lang Jun replied. It seemed like he was talking to Jiang Chun. Their curiosity grew even stronger, wondering what Jiang Chun could have done to provoke such a reaction from Fei Long. Whatever, Chu Xiong said, that kid should be here soon. We'll ask him when he arrives. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun returned to Ba Jun and said with a smile, Ba Jun, Long Gu asked me to go back with you. Ba Jun was taken aback. He hadn't received any instructions to take Jiang Chen back. In fact, Fei Long hadn't initially thought of it either. It wasn't until after leaving that he checked and found out the college entrance exams were over. So he decided to have Jiang Chun come along for proper training. However, before the training could even start, Jiang Chen had already caused Fei Long significant trouble twice, even leading to severe injuries. All right then, get in the truck. Ba Jun said, walking towards his truck and gesturing for Jiang Chen to follow. Jiang Chen trembled and took a step back, quickly shaking his head. Ba Jun, I get carsick. I'll just follow behind you. Ba Jun frowned. How can a soldier get carsick? You need to overcome that. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll definitely work on it. Want me to drive slower for you? Ba Jun asked. Jiang Chen calculated the speed of his beast companion and shook his head. No need. My beast can keep up. Bajun nodded and signaled Sha to get in the truck. Sha got in without hesitation, unaware of the challenge ahead. Kid, if you can't keep up, call me, and I'll slow down, Bajun said, still a bit worried. Got it, Bajun. If I can't keep up, I'll definitely let you know, Jiangchen replied, smiling inwardly. Even if Xiaobai couldn't keep up, there was still Xiaoqing. He didn't believe a car could outrun them. Let's go. With Bajun's roar, the engine roared to life, and the military truck shot forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and quickly covering several meters. Jiang Chun watched the truck speed away and shook his head helplessly. No doubt, he's definitely trained by the same master as Chu Shtong. That speed is something else. He then summoned Xiaobai and pointed to the truck. See that truck? Catch up to it. Xiaobai barked excitedly. Jiang Chun patted its head. Take it easy, I'm still on your back. If I fall off, you're in trouble. Xiaobai nodded firmly and took off with a burst of speed. Jiang Chun grabbed onto its fur, yelling, Whoa, Xiaobai, slow down. Xiaobai glanced back and continued to accelerate. Soon, Jiang Qian got used to the fast ride and even started enjoying the scenery below. Meanwhile, Sha wasn't faring well inside the truck. The bumpy road combined with Ba Jun's wild driving made the professional assassin finally lose his composure and vomit. By the time they reached the military hospital, Sha was so weak from vomiting that he could barely stand. Ba Jun frowned. Are you sure you're an assassin? One of the top 10? You can't even handle a bit of turbulence and call yourself elite? Sha was about to retort, but felt another wave of nausea. Just then, Jiang Chen arrived on Xiaobai. He thought to himself, Ba Jun drives even crazier than Chu Shtong. That gas pedal must be worn out by now. Little did he know, Chu Xiong had deliberately driven slower to accommodate him last time. Sha looked at Jiang Chun with a resentful gaze that made Jiang Chen's hair stand on end. Jiang Chen teased, man, your constitution is really weak. You get carsick? Sha grabbed Jiang Chen's collar and yelled, you bastard, did you know something? He suspected Jiang Chun knew the truck ride would be rough. Jiang Chen laughed and explained, no, I just prefer riding my beast. I'm a beast master, so why wouldn't I ride my own mount? Sha had no comeback, but was still fuming inside. All right, enough messing around, you too, Ba Jun said, guessing that Jiang Chun might have suffered the same fate before avoiding the truck. Jiang Chun, come with me to see Fei Long. You? He asked Sha. Sha took a deep breath to calm his urge to punch someone. I'll come with you. I don't have an ID. If I get stopped, it won't be easy to explain. Ba Jun led the way, and Jiang Chun followed, feeling a heavy heart. Fei Long and the others had always treated him well. Their collective hospitalization meant they had faced a formidable enemy. On the second floor, Ba Jun knocked on a door. Boss, I've brought him. Do you want to see him now? Fei Long's voice came from inside. Let the kid in. Ba Jun opened the door, and Jiang Chen followed, immediately spotting Chu Xiong on the bed, grinning at him. Chu Ge, what happened to you? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with anger as he saw Chu Xiong's bandaged hand. It's nothing, I'll be fine in a while, Chu Xiong reassured him. Hey, kid. You only see that dumb bear and forget about the rest of us? A sarcastic voice called out. Jiang Chen turned and saw someone wrapped up like a mummy, only their eyes showing irritation. And you are? Jiang Chen couldn't recognize him at first. The person glared at him. You little brat. After all the time I spent protecting you, you don't remember me? Seeing that Lang Jun was getting visibly upset, Jiang Chen didn't dare to tease him further. With a hint of helplessness, he said, Brother Lang Jun, how could I not recognize you? Though I must admit, your current appearance almost had me fooled. At this moment, Lang Jun was nearly wrapped up like a mummy in medical gauze. If it weren't for being familiar, one might not have recognized him. Lang Jun let out a displeased grunt. You heartless brat. He tried to turn his head but found it extremely difficult due to the layers of bandages, so he could only glance sideways at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling it was inappropriate to joke any further. He had an idea and summoned his yang spirit. My beast should be able to help with your injuries, Jiang Chen said with a smile, directing the yang spirit to use its solar form, followed by a healing light. Although it didn't completely heal them, it did alleviate their injuries significantly. After doing all this, Jiang Chun looked at Fei Long with curiosity. Brother Long, couldn't you use your beasts to heal these injuries? Why didn't you? Fei Long gave a bitter smile. Don't even mention it. Due to unexpected events on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there have been massive casualties. All healing beasts have been deployed there. If we hadn't received initial treatment, we wouldn't even be able to move right now. Jiang Chun nodded, understanding why these elites hadn't received beast-based treatment. He glanced around and noticed Wu Di was missing, causing him to frown. Where's Brother Wu? At his question, everyone's expressions turned unnatural, and they lowered their heads. Jiang Chen's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. Is Brother Wu okay? When no one answered, Jiang Chun became anxious. Say something. Am I still part of the frontier army or not? Are you trying to keep this from me? Finally, Fei Long sighed. Old Wu was severely injured and is still in a coma. Whether he will wake up is still unknown. Hearing this, a flash of anger appeared in Jiang Qin's eyes. Wu Di had always looked out for him, even going against military regulations to help him with several personal matters. Now, to hear that Wu Di was critically injured and comatose infuriated him. Jiang Chun stared directly at Fei Long. Brother Long, who did this to you? Seeing Jiang Qin's anger, Fei Long hesitated, worried that Jiang Chun might do something reckless. The attacker was a diamond-tier beastmaster, and though several of his beasts had been slain, he still possessed at least one diamond-tier beast. Even with Jiang Qin's exceptional talent, defeating such an opponent in a short time was unlikely. It's better if you don't ask. We'll handle it, Fei Long reassured him. Don't worry, Jiang Qin. Old Wu's injury won't be in vain. We all remember our injuries, and we'll settle the score eventually. Jiang Chun took a deep breath to calm himself. You misunderstand. My life is precious to me, and I wouldn't seek revenge without absolute strength. I just want to know who we're dealing with. Fei Long hesitated, but eventually spoke. Actually, our attackers were not human but from another race. The one who attacked us was a diamond-tier beast master. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, but not entirely surprised. Only a diamond tier could injure top platinum tier warriors like them. This diamond tier, does he have a name? Fei Long answered directly. The one who attacked us is known as the White Wolf King. Jiang Qin paused, as if the name rang a bell, but he couldn't quite place it. He suddenly trembled. Did this person say anything when he attacked? Fei Long recalled. Yes, he said he was avenging his child, who was killed by our people. Jiang Chen trembled again, considering a possibility. Lang Jun seemed to remember something too, and looked sharply at Jiang Chen. Before Lang Jun could speak, Jiang Chen said, I'm sorry, but this might be related to me. The White Wolf King could be after me. Seeing everyone stunned, Jiang Chen continued, remember the other day when I killed that beast? It was a wolf-head beast who, before dying, mentioned that his father's name was the White Wolf King. This is my fault. Fei Long quickly regained his composure, showing a hint of displeasure as he punched Jiang Chen's shoulder. What are you thinking? Tell me, what was that beast doing in our city? Slaughtering. Then you did the right thing by killing him. They broke the rules first, and now they have the nerve to come after us? Do they think humans are easy targets? If they push us too far, we'll send a few diamond tiers and wipe them out. Jiang Chun looked at Fei Long with a hint of confusion. Fei Long immediately noticed the change in Jiang Chen's expression and awkwardly explained, of course it's fake. Sending a diamond tier would be pointless. Those otherworldly beings are not to be trifled with. Some have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Their terror is beyond your imagination. But this matter won't be left unresolved. Higher-ups will step in. Jiang Chen nodded lightly, appearing calm on the surface, but inside he was already plotting. Once I become powerful enough, I must seek out that White Wolf King and settle the score. Sooner or later, I'll make sure he pays for daring to come after me because his son caused trouble. He thought coldly to himself, just wait. One day I'll take your head. At the same time, Jiang Chun also wanted to check on Wu Di. After all, Wu Di was his big brother and had taken good care of him. Unfortunately, Wu Di was in a special situation now and had been transferred to a more advanced Beastmaster hospital for treatment. All right, I'll find time to visit Brother Wu, Jiang Chun said helplessly, knowing that he had just arrived and couldn't leave immediately. Fei Long continued, by the way, Jiang Chun, you can see my condition now. I can't accompany you. This time, Tyrant will train with you. Also, you might be assigned tasks, so be mentally prepared. Fei Long knew well that bringing Jiang Chun here was to toughen him up. Moreover, the materials Jiang Chen needed had cost the pioneer army a fortune. Each of those materials was rarer and harder to obtain than the last, with some even absent from the national treasury. What kind of materials are you asking for? Some of them we've never even heard of. Fei Long couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen paused and then asked, which materials haven't you heard of? Tenth the Sandier Wind Crystal, Behemoth Heart. Fei Long named the two materials. Jiang Chen immediately realized these were for Shaoqing and Pingtu's advancement. Both of them were already of legendary quality, and advancing one more level would make them mythical quality. This level was beyond ordinary, so it made sense that they were hard to find. But Jiang Chen didn't expect even the pioneer army hadn't heard of them, which gave him a headache. It seemed Shaoqing and Pingtu's advancement might be delayed for a while. All right then, have someone prepare the other materials for me, Jiang Chen said. Fei Long nodded. Don't worry, the other materials aren't hard to find. Just need some time. The fastest batch should arrive the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the satellite phone in Tyrant's pocket suddenly rang. He stepped out to take the call, and returned shortly with a grim expression. Fei Long saw this and had a hunch. What's up? Another new secret realm? Tyrant replied. A small secret realm has appeared, and it seems to contain some dark-type beasts that can curse people. The pioneer army can't handle it and wants us to take care of it. Filong was silent for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chun. Kid, you don't need to intern anymore, just jump in. Our team is all injured. Only you and Tyrant are fine. So, you'll have to step up. Jiang Chun readily agreed. Okay, I'll go with Brother Tyrant. You guys take care and recover. Filong nodded in satisfaction and subtly signaled Tyrant to look after Jiang Chen. After all, this was Jiang Chen's first mission, and he was only a gold-tier beastmaster. But based on past experience, if it was just a small secret realm, the strongest beast would likely be at most platinum-tier peak. Given what they knew about Jiang Chun, these beasts shouldn't pose a threat to him. Alright, I'm off then. With that, Jiang Chun and Tyrant left the room, leaving Shadowkill looking bewildered. What about me? Shadowkill started to follow them but was stopped by a voice. Shadowkill, ranked 10th on the assassin's list. Explain why you're following Jiang Chun. Shadowkill pursed his lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable but answered honestly. I was defeated and acknowledged him as my big brother. Chu Xiong, who was nearby, perked up and came over. If I remember correctly, you're a platinum-tier warrior. Why would you acknowledge Jiang Chen, a gold-tier beastmaster, as your big brother? Shadowkill was momentarily speechless and then stammered. What are you talking about? Who said I acknowledged Jiang Chun as my big brother? That's nonsense. I didn't acknowledge Jiang Chun as my big brother. He then corrected himself. Wait, I did acknowledge Jiang Chun as my big brother, but not in that way. To be precise, I acknowledged his beast as my big brother. He's my big brother's big brother. This left everyone present baffled, and they couldn't help but think. This 10th-ranked assassin must be out of his mind. Acknowledging a beast instead of a person? Doesn't he know that the beast listens to its master? By acknowledging the beast, he's just lowering his own status for no reason. Someone will come to pick you up soon. The battlefield of the 10,000 races needs more manpower. You'll be sent there. Kill 100 platinum-tier otherworldly beings, and your crimes will be pardoned. Although 100 platinum-tier otherworldly beings didn't sound like much, those who survived on the battlefield were all seasoned veterans. Killing them was no easy task. Moreover, these beings usually acted in teams, making solo hunts extremely difficult. In short, unless a large-scale war broke out, it would take at least a decade to kill 100 of them on the battlefield. Shadowkill didn't argue because he knew he had no say in the matter. At this moment, Tyrant had already opened the car door and got in, signaling Jiang Chun to sit in the passenger seat. I'd rather ride my mount, Brother Tyrant. Jiang Chun ultimately decided not to get in the car. He knew that if he did, his combat effectiveness would be halved by the time they reached their destination. He didn't want to end up like Shadowkill, nauseous and disoriented. Suit yourself, Tyrant said, closing the door. With a roar, the car sped off. Fortunately, today's vehicles were made with various beast materials and were incredibly sturdy. If they were made of ordinary steel, this car would be scrapped in 3 days. The two of them traveled for 2 whole hours before finally arriving at the location where the secret realm had appeared, a small, unassuming village. The village was tiny, with a population of just over 100 people. However, due to ancestral traditions, the villagers had persisted in living there for generations. When Jiang Chun and the Tyrant reached the village entrance, someone was already waiting for them. A military truck slowly approached, and a burly man hurriedly stepped forward to greet them with a cheerful smile. Hello, I'm Dezhuang. The village chief sent me to guide you. The Tyrant nodded in response. Hello, I'm the leader of this mission, Tyrant. Please lead the way. No trouble at all, Dezhuang said, waving his hand dismissively. Let's get moving then. With that, he began walking ahead. Jiang Chun followed behind, feeling a sense of unease. This place, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, still had inhabitants. If a beast tide were to occur, this village would be the first to suffer. Moreover, the dense vegetation on the surrounding mountains was a favorite habitat for demonic beasts. Logically, such a small mountain village should have long since disappeared. This anomaly made Jiang Chun wary, and he discreetly released a small skeleton to follow from behind. After a few steps, the small skeleton sent a warning. There was killing intent ahead. Jiang Chun's spirits were alert, and he smirked inwardly. It seemed this mission was not going to be simple. However, he didn't reveal his thoughts, knowing that the battle-hardened elite of the pioneering army would have also sensed something amiss and were likely waiting to see what tricks their opponents had in store. Dezhuang chatted as they walked, discussing the village's situation. Everything here is fine, except for the abundance of demonic beasts. Just recently, I encountered a tiger over 5 meters tall while gathering herbs in the mountains. Luckily, it had just eaten, or I wouldn't have made it back. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Jiang Chen smelled a faint scent of blood. He frowned and glanced at Tyrant, who also seemed to have noticed something unusual but remained silent. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Dezhuang pointed to the entrance and said, "This is the entrance to the secret realm." Tyrant turned to Dezhuang, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Enough. Your acting is terrible. From the moment we met, you gave yourself away. How long do you plan to keep up this charade? De Zhuang's expression changed, but he quickly forced a simple smile. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Tyrant responded impatiently. Come on. The killing intent and the scent of blood are so strong. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Even our intern here has likely spotted your odd behavior. As he spoke, he patted Jiang Qian on the shoulder. Hearing this, De Zhuang's smile froze. He stepped back repeatedly, and with each step, his form changed. By the time he was 10 meters away, he had completely transformed into another person. Perched on his shoulder was a beast resembling a chameleon, clearly the source of his shape-shifting ability. Jiang Chun silently observed the beast. Name: Camouflage Chameleon. Quality: Elite. Grade: Peak Gold Tier. Skills: Camouflage LV2, Long Tongue Strike LV1. Description: a demonic beast capable of altering its appearance. At that moment, De Zhuang spoke again. Brothers, come out and have some fun with the pioneering army. As his words fell, several figures emerged from the cave, each wielding arm blades. A burly man with a face full of scars grumbled, Pioneering army, I hate you guys the most. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be a fugitive. Jiang Qian scanned the group, noting that the strongest among them was only at the late platinum tier, with some even at the gold tier. Without hesitation, he moved his thoughts, and a shadowy figure darted out like a phantom, severing the hands of the leading man in an instant. Blood spurted from the stumps. Jiang Chun turned and asked, Brother Tyrant, do we need to kill this guy? Tyrant was momentarily stunned, not expecting someone so young to act so decisively. Severing someone's hands without a hint of discomfort showed a level of ruthlessness that was commendable. You're courting death. The others snapped back to reality and charged forward in anger. But as soon as they moved, the shadowy figure appeared again, this time beheading one of them. Jiang Chun calmly said, Let's keep this simple. We only need one person to interrogate. Move if you want to die. I won't stop you. Although his tone was mild, a chill spread through the hearts of the group. They looked at each other, none daring to act rashly. Seeing this, Tyrant's eyes lit up with admiration for Jiang Qin's ability to manipulate the situation. Clearly, these people weren't a cohesive group and were likely just a temporary alliance. Jiang Qin's words had undoubtedly deepened their mistrust of each other. Tyrant asked, Who are you, and why are you here? If you don't start talking, don't blame us for being ruthless. A bald man replied defiantly, Don't push us too far. If you force us, we'll fight to the death. The others quickly agreed. Jiang Qin chuckled. All right, let's see how you plan to fight us to the death. As he finished speaking, 5 figures appeared beside him apart from Anchuan and Shaoqing. The rest of his beasts had been summoned. The sudden turn of events caused the group's faces to pale. The man with severed hands immediately knelt and begged for mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill us. The others were jolted back to reality but knew it was too late. Seeing Jiang Qin's beast line up, they realized they were doomed. 7 of them, and one was already incapacitated. This fight was unwinnable. Confess and you'll get leniency. Resist and you'll face severity. Come clean, and you can go home for the new year, Jiang Qian said with a smile, pointing towards De Zhuang, who was leading the way. De Zhuang, come here. De Zhuang shuddered at being called out, too afraid to resist. Jiang Qin's beast exuded an intimidating aura, and there was a ruthless executioner lurking in the shadows. De Zhuang didn't dare gamble with his life and obediently walked over. De Zhuang, confess and you'll get leniency. Just come clean, Jiang Qian said. Sir, what do you need me to confess? De Zhuang asked awkwardly. Jiang Qian glared at him. Do I really need to tell you? Confess your identity, why you're here, and why you ambushed us. De Zhuang forced a bitter smile. Actually, we're all fugitives wanted online. The kind who can't show their faces in the city? Jiang Qian nodded. What crimes have you committed? One by one, they confessed. I killed a family of 3. I killed a group of corrupt officials. They deserved it. I accidentally killed a pioneer soldier. Jiang Qian learned that they were mostly fugitives hiding after committing murders. The only exception was a man with a severed arm, who had fled from the battlefield of the myriad races. Hearing this, the tyrant's face darkened noticeably. Why did you ambush us? Jiang Qian continued to ask. The 6 immediately knelt down, pleading their innocence. Sir, we didn't want to ambush you, but someone threatened us, saying he'd feed us to the beast if we didn't. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Qian and the tyrant's eyes. Where is this person? De Zhuang suddenly realized, Sir, I know what that person is up to. They want us to distract you, so they can sneak into the secret realm. Jiang Qian and the tyrant's faces changed dramatically, realizing they had fallen for a diversion. The enemy was likely already inside the secret realm, plundering its resources. The newly opened secret realm was rich in resources, enough for someone to squander until they reached the diamond tier. Quick, lead the way. Where is the entrance to the secret realm? The tyrant angrily lifted Dezhuang. Dezhuang didn't dare delay and quickly got up to lead the way. Jiang Qin warned the others, "You'd better stay put, or don't blame me if you lose your heads." He also deliberately spoke to the trees. "If anyone dares move, cut them down." A small skeleton briefly appeared and then vanished into the darkness, scaring the remaining 5 into promising not to move. Jiang Chun nonchalantly said, "Feel free to move around if you want. Saves me the trouble of dragging you back and wasting gas money." With that, he turned to follow the tyrant, secretly instructing the small skeleton to keep an eye on them. The tyrant, seeing Jiang Chun following, said, "Why don't you go back and guard those guys? They'll handle this." Jiang Chun laughed and refused. "Don't worry, tyrant. I've already scared them enough. They won't dare move. Besides, I'm part of the pioneering team, here to team up and complete the mission with you. I'm confident in my abilities." The tyrant nodded. "Just be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Dezhuang, leading the way, was scolded for his slow pace and apologized repeatedly. Soon, the 3 arrived at the entrance to the secret Realma massive tree, requiring 6 or 7 people to encircle it, with a portal in the center of its trunk. Without a word, the tyrant grabbed Dezhuang and threw him into the portal, then said to Jiang Qin, "Follow me." The 2 then entered the secret realm. The sight that greeted them left them stunned. A well-preserved ruin with a distant castle, likely the center of the secret realm. The tyrant frowned, realizing this was a medium-sized secret realm, not the small one they had expected. Medium-sized secret realms had a slim chance of housing diamond-tier beasts, posing extreme danger to them. "Jiang Chun, this is a mid-level secret realm. You have 2 choices. Continue with me, or go out and report to our superiors," the tyrant said. "I choose to stay," Jiang Chun answered without hesitation. He understood the dangers of a mid-level secret realm, but leaving the tyrant to act alone was even riskier. As long as they didn't encounter a diamond-tier beast, Jiang Chun was confident they could handle it. "Let's move out," commanded tyrant. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun summoned Xiao He. Flying was undoubtedly the fastest way to reach their destination. Jiang Chun hopped onto Xiao He's back and suggested, "Tyrant, let's fly straight there. Walking could easily get us ambushed by monsters." Though not his first time seeing Xiao He, tyrant still felt uneasy. The dark dragon had an aura of danger about it. Sensing tyrant's approach, Xiao He bared its fangs and let out a low growl. Jiang Chun frowned and scolded, "What are you doing? Try baring your teeth again." Xiao He shuddered and lowered its head, looking almost pitiful. Jiang Chun continued, "Behave and follow tyrant properly, or you'll regret it." Xiao He lowered its head even further. Tyrant watched this unfold, feeling both impressed and frightened. As an experienced soldier, he knew how temperamental dark dragons could be, and they had been known to turn on their masters. Despite being a gold-tier dragon, Xiao He's power seemed to rival that of a platinum tier. "All right, Jiang Qin," Tyrant interjected. "It knows it was wrong. Let's leave it at that." Relenting, Jiang Chun stopped his reprimand. Xiao He shot a grateful glance at Tyrant, seemingly relieved that Xiao Qing wouldn't hear about its disobedience. Jiang Chun then instructed, "You carry Tyrant and follow me. Fly steadily and don't cause any trouble." This time, Xiao He nodded obediently and crouched down to let Tyrant climb on. Tyrant was astounded. Even Frost Dragon, the Ice Dragon, wouldn't be this compliant. Dragons usually had too much pride to lower their heads. Soon, the 2 of them soared into the sky, heading towards the ancient castle. Dezhuang, being a fugitive, was clutched in Xiao He's claws, unworthy of riding the dragon. During their flight, they noticed the ground was far from peaceful. The hurried departure of a group had angered many beasts, causing them to patrol their territory aggressively. Upon seeing the 2 figures overhead, the beasts initially wanted to attack but quickly retreated, intimidated by Xiao He's presence. The strongest among them were merely gold tier, posing no real threat. At the castle's main entrance, a group of robed individuals with starry emblems on their chests had gathered. A one-eyed elder was giving orders, "We must act swiftly this time," giving the advance team no chance to react. "Once we have what we need, we retreat immediately. Split up and collect all valuable materials. If you encounter platinum-tier beasts, fight them if you can, otherwise avoid them. Move out." With the elder's command, a dozen starry-robed elders dispersed into different parts of the castle. The one-eyed elder glanced at the castle and murmured, "This place has an ancient castle, suggesting a once thriving civilization. I wonder why it fell into ruin." He then summoned a 5-meter black gorilla. "Pujuan, let's go in." The gorilla nodded, picked up the elder, and kicked open the large metal door with a resounding crash. The castle's interior was peculiar, with few floors but each exceedingly high, as if built for large creatures. This suited the 5-meter gorilla perfectly. Suddenly, several translucent specters appeared. The elder frowned and summoned a bald bird, which perched on the gorilla's shoulder and emitted a blinding light, dispersing the specters instantly. With that, The gorilla strode deeper into the castle. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun encountered trouble. Ahead of them was a platinum-tier peak-level Biasta six-winged demon eagle that completely ignored Xiao Hei's intimidation. The system provided the following information. Name: six-winged demon eagle. Quality: elite. Tier: platinum tier peak. Skills: six-wing/LV3, dark aura erosion LV2, corrosive breath LV1. Description: a social beast that prefers to outnumber its enemies. Evolution path: the six-winged demon eagle let out a sharp cry, causing Tyrant to exclaim, "Jiang Qin, we need to land now. Your beast can't fight at full strength while carrying people." Jiang Qin, however, smiled and shook his head. "Tyrant, just watch. Carrying us won't hinder it." Tyrant was about to reprimand Jiang Qin for his arrogance when he saw a massive figure appear. The newly arrived dragon's presence was so overwhelming that even Xiao Hei trembled slightly. "Is that also a dragon?" Tyrant was shocked. Xiao Qing's presence was extraordinary. Even he felt immense pressure and would likely flee if confronted by it. The approaching six-winged demon eagles suddenly halted, wary of Xiao Qing. Some even turned to flee, unwilling to get closer. Jiang Qin ordered, "Xiao Qing, teach these creatures a lesson and make sure they don't bother us." Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. Tyrant wanted to stop him, thinking it was impossible to handle 7 or 8 platinum-tier beasts simultaneously, even for a high-quality dragon. But Xiao Qing had already acted. With a flap of its wings, it unleashed a powerful wind attack from its mouth. The resulting tornado shredded the six-winged demon eagle's wings and bodies. Those that had started to flee didn't dare linger and fled as fast as they could, not daring to stay a moment longer. Watching the six-winged demon eagle flee in panic, Tyrant fell silent, pondering. Where on earth did this little monster come from? Seeing the prey escape, Xiao Qing also lost interest in the chase. It turned to Jiang Chun, blinking its big eyes as if asking, "Should we finish them all off?" Jiang Chun shook his head with a smile. "No need," he explained. "The platinum-ranked beasts here can be reported. Elite-quality beasts have the potential to reach diamond rank. If the higher-ups don't want them, we can kill them later." Xiao Qing growled in understanding. Jiang Chen then summoned it back, while Tyrant seized the opportunity to ask, "Did you also tame that beast?" Jiang Chen nodded, looking at Tyrant curiously, unsure why he was asking. If he didn't tame it, who else could it be? Tyrant felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Fai Long, are you messing with me? A newbie? This guy doesn't seem like a rookie at all." It turned out Tyrant was temporarily transferred because Wu Di, the close combat specialist in the Fai Long squad, got injured. This was why Jiang Chun didn't know Tyrant. At this moment, Tyrant seriously suspected Fai Long was making things difficult for him. The newbie they sent was insanely strong. Tyrant was not only amazed by Jiang Chen's mental fortitude, but also by his strength. Having more than 7 beasts at the gold rank was terrifying talent. Moreover, one of those beasts gave him an invincible feeling, a presence even a dragon shouldn't have. From the reaction of the dark dragon Xiao Hei, it seemed to fear the cyan dragon greatly. Generally, dragons wouldn't easily submit even if they knew they were no match. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the dragon's bloodline was purer, or the power gap was so vast that resistance was futile. If Xiao Hei knew what Tyrant was thinking, it would probably laugh thrice and nonchalantly say, "Can't help it, got beaten into submission." Tyrant made up his mind to question Fai Long after this mission. If Fai Long didn't want him to stay, he wouldn't insist. "Tyrant, let's go." Jiang Chen's voice interrupted Tyrant's thoughts. Little did he know, the man calling him Big Brother was internally experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. "All right," Tyrant responded. With flying mounts, their speed increased significantly. Along the way, no beasts dared to challenge them, keeping a safe distance instead. Soon, they arrived in front of an old castle. Suddenly, a figure by the window spoke into a walkie-talkie. "Is it the Vanguard team?" "Yes, it's the Vanguard," came the confirmed reply. Hearing this, the expressions of the people inside the castle changed. They didn't want to encounter the Vanguard, knowing these guys were fanatics willing to die for their beliefs. In the basement, a one-eyed elder's voice came through, asking how many had come. They had already decided that if more than 3 people came, they would immediately retreat. But soon, the walkie-talkie voice said, "2 people. One seems to be a beast tamer. Are you sure it's 2? The one-eyed elder frowned, puzzled. Normally, Vanguard squads had standard formations and rarely operated with just 2 or 3 people. Only 2. No, 3. But one is being held in the dragon's claw, the observer added. Hearing this, they prepared to retreat. But then the voice changed. "I recognize that person. He's one of the fugitives. The device shows only 3 life signs. I can confirm only 2 Vanguard members are here." This made everyone hold their breath. The one-eyed elder was the first to react, suddenly laughing coldly. "Ha ha ha. Finally, I have a chance to avenge my lost eye today." Moments later, the one-eyed elder's voice commanded, "Everyone gather. Today we fight back and show the vanguard we're not to be trifled with." Hearing this, the dozen people stopped exploring and moved directly towards the castle entrance. Jiang Chen and Tyrant had also reached the front of the castle. Almost simultaneously, Xiaohei suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon breath, instantly hitting a castle window. This sudden action startled Jiang Chen, but he soon saw a figure flash by the window. "There's someone there, Tyrant." Jiang Chen pointed to the window. "Probably people from Xingkong," Tyrant replied. "There might be a fight ahead." If things go south, he suddenly realized he might not be stronger than Jiang Chen. How could he say such things? "Fai Long, you bastard. You told me to look after the newbie, but this newbie seems stronger than me," Tyrant cursed inwardly. Almost simultaneously, several figures rushed out of the castle. They were all wearing Xingkong elder robes, clearly members of Xingkong. Within mere seconds, over a dozen people emerged from the castle. Tyrant recognized the leader immediately. "Suit thug?" he blurted, seeing the one-eyed elder. Hearing this, the one-eyed elder paused, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I never expected this. Heaven is kind to me, bringing you right to me," he said through gritted teeth. It turned out that Tyrant had been the one to take out the elder's eye during his first mission. They had clashed, and despite being a newbie, Tyrant had been assigned to deal with the beast tamer himself. His beasts were held off, but he didn't expect the elder to be both a beast tamer and a warrior at the platinum rank. Though unable to capture him due to the sudden collapse of the secret realm, Tyrant had managed to blind him in one eye. "You know him?" Jiang Chen asked. Tyrant nodded slightly. "This won't be an easy fight. These people are all platinum-ranked warriors, and that elder is a beast tamer. Even though he lost one beast, he should still have 3 platinum-ranked beasts. If things go bad, we should." Though he didn't finish, Jiang Chen understood. "Got it," he replied. "The tyrant's fate has brought us together again. But this time, I wonder if anyone will come to your aid." The one-eyed elder sneered, his eye glinting with a dangerous light. His words cut through the tyrant like a blade, causing him to visibly tremble. A flash of pain crossed his eyes, a detail Jiang Chen did not miss. He frowned, realizing that the elder's words had struck a nerve. Jiang Chen thought to himself, there must be a hidden reason for the tyrant's sudden transfer to the Dragon Squad. Normally, the squad wouldn't change its roster unless it was to fill a vacancy caused by death or severe injury. "Old man, what are you babbling about? I'm right here, aren't I? Is that eye of yours only good for crap?" Jiang Chen retorted sharply, trying to disrupt the elder's attempt to unsettle the tyrant. The one-eyed elder was momentarily taken aback, his eye narrowing as a murderous aura surged from him. "Boy, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Care to repeat yourself?" he growled through gritted teeth. Jiang Chen smirked disdainfully. "Heh? Not only are you blind, but you're deaf too. People like you, who enjoy doing evil, don't deserve to live." These words completely enraged the elder. "You're courting death," he roared. His black gorilla, sensing his fury, let out a deafening roar and charged at Jiang Chen. Almost simultaneously, a beast appeared in front of Jiang Chen, colliding with the gorilla. The elder, expecting a platinum-tier beast, was taken aback when he saw it was only a gold-tier beast. He sneered, "Umph. You dare summon a gold-tier beast to embarrass yourself? Tear him apart." The black gorilla beat its chest furiously, its body swelling. The onlookers from the Starry Sky faction laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. Elder One-Eye's Black Fury Gorilla is at the peak of platinum tier. I'll bet that kid's beast won't last a single round. How laughable to bring out a gold-tier beast." However, Jiang Chen wore a mysterious smile. The gorilla's fist came crashing down like a meteor, striking the flathead beast's skull with a thunderous boom. To everyone's shock, the flathead beast remained unscathed and instead became even more ferocious, lunging at the gorilla. The intense pain paralyzed the gorilla's arm, leaving it unable to react. In that critical moment, a figure appeared like a ghost beside the two beasts. The sudden turn of events shocked the gorilla, which struggled desperately. But the small skeleton was faster, slicing across the gorilla's neck like lightning. A line of blood appeared, and the gorilla's face twisted in disbelief. It couldn't comprehend how a mighty platinum-tier beast could be killed in an instant. With a thud, the gorilla's head fell, and warm blood splattered onto the elder's face. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds before he snapped back to reality, his pupil contracting sharply. "Kill them. Kill them all," he commanded, summoning 2 tiger-like platinum-tier beasts, though not as formidable as the Black Fury gorilla. As the fight intensified, Jiang Chen stepped back. The tyrant, seeing this, drew a battle knife and was about to charge when he sensed multiple presences overtaking him, launching an attack on the enemy first. The Starry Sky faction was stunned. They never expected this seemingly new recruit to be the most terrifying of all, summoning 7 or 8 beasts at once, even if they were gold tier. Their combined strength rivaled that of platinum tier beasts. The battle was chaotic, forcing the starry sky fighters to halt. But Jiang Chun showed no signs of stopping. He turned and asked, "Brother Tyrant, you don't need to fight. Just protect me. By the way, do we need any of them alive?" The tyrant snapped out of his daze. "Leave the one-eyed elder alive. Kill the rest if they don't surrender." Jiang Chun responded with a grin. "Understood. Leave the old man alive. Kill the rest." At Jiang Chen's command, the beasts unleashed their powers. In mere moments, they had taken down 8 platinum-tier fighters. The remaining 6, their fighting spirit crushed, trembled with fear, their minds screaming, "What kind of monster have we provoked?" Meanwhile, Anchuan closed in on the 2 tiger-like beasts. As a peak gold-tier creature, its massive 35-meter frame overwhelmed the platinum-tier beasts, which were quickly engulfed by its molten lava attacks. The one-eyed elder was left dumbfounded, blood trickling from his mouth. The death of his beasts had caused severe backlash, even with his platinum-tier physique. He never imagined a seemingly novice boy could be so terrifying. "Spare us, please. We surrender." The surviving fighters dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. Jiang Chun wasn't surprised. He had faced hundreds of platinum-tier demon wolves in the Star Network, far more formidable than these fighters. Not defeating them would have been strange. The only real threat was the one-eyed elder, and his gorilla, which was near diamond tier, had been Jiang Chen's priority to eliminate. Jiang Chun looked to the tyrant for a decision. After all, the command of this mission was in the tyrant's hands. The tyrant pondered for a moment. "Don't kill them. The front lines are tight. We'll use them as cannon fodder. If they survive, they earn their lives. If they die as heroes." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, finding the plan sensible. He recalled his larger beasts, leaving only the rogue rabbit, the small skeleton, and the flathead beast as a precaution against any sudden attacks. Suddenly, the one-eyed elder burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eye. "Ha ha! I never thought, after decades of dominance, I would fall to a mere child. Tyrant, you should be grateful. Without him, you'd be dead by now." He looked up at the tyrant. At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere, delivering a resounding slap. "Heh, old man, still talking big at a time like this? Do you think I won't hit you?" Jiang Chen said, clearly annoyed. After getting slapped by the rogue rabbit, the one-eyed old man still looked defiant. He spat out a blood-stained tooth and turned provocatively to Jiang Chen. "Heh, kid, if you've got the guts, kill me." Jiang Chen's temper flared instantly. He coldly commanded, "Rogue rabbit, break this old man's legs. He wants to die? Dream on. I want him to live in agony." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the other members of the Starry Sky group shuddered. The one-eyed old man was stunned. This was completely unexpected. He had thought that provoking the young man would lead to a quick death, but Jiang Chen intended to strip him of his ability to escape and continue the torment. Seeing the rogue rabbit about to act, the one-eyed old man couldn't hold back anymore. "Wait, I'll tell you our objective this time. Just don't break my legs." The tyrant picked up the conversation. "Speak. What is your objective?" The one-eyed old man replied, "We came here to find a sleeping diamond-level life form. To be precise, it's an ancient beast." Hearing this, the tyrant's expression changed dramatically, while Jiang Chun looked puzzled. The tyrant urgently asked, "Are you sure it's an ancient beast?" The one-eyed old man nodded. "Our information says there's a sleeping ancient beast here." The tyrant immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Jiang Chun, keep an eye on them. I need to report this. An ancient beast surviving till now would be a super beast. Mishandling this could cause severe damage." Seeing Jiang Chen's confused face, the tyrant quickly explained, "You don't understand right now, but I'll explain later. I need to report this. Watch these guys, and if they make any moves, kill them." Jiang Chun nodded in understanding and summoned Xiaohe. "Let Xiaohe take you out. Your speed on foot is too slow." The tyrant reluctantly agreed and was soon carried away by Xiaohe. Jiang Chun turned to the one-eyed old man. "Old man, tell me about the ancient times." The tyrant reacted strongly to those words, so there must be something to it. Consider it a story to pass the time. He also summoned Flathead to keep watch over the others. The one-eyed old man looked troubled, but Jiang Chen threatened, "Not talking? Fine, I won't break your legs. I'll break your hands first." The one-eyed old man quickly began, "Actually, I don't know much about ancient times either. Humans are not the only intelligent species on Earthstar, and they might not even be the original inhabitants. The ancient times refer to the era when our ancestors arrived on Earthstar. Back then, beasts roamed freely, and humans were weak. But eventually, someone figured out how to control these beasts, leading to the formation of the Beast Master cultivation system." Jiang Chen interrupted impatiently, "Beast Masters have only been around for 100 years. What ancient times are you talking about? If you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable." The one-eyed old man continued, 2,000 years ago, something happened. The spiritual energy on Earthstar suddenly disappeared. causing the beast masters to vanish and giving human technology a chance to rise. Now that the spiritual energy is reviving, most beast master information comes from ancient relics. The ancient times are also known as the era of human origins. Jiang Chun, still confused, asked, "Are you really saying there's a sleeping diamond-level beast here?" The one-eyed old man confirmed, "That's the information we have. It shouldn't be wrong. Creatures that survived from ancient times aren't just beasts. They are ferocious beasts." Meanwhile, as the tyrant exited the secret realm, he received an agitated call from Fei Long. "Where have you guys been? It's been hours. Even driving a toy car, you should have arrived by now." The tyrant was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Fei Long was frantic. "The exploration corps has been blowing up my phone, asking why you haven't arrived yet. If you don't answer soon, I might think you've died in the line of duty." The tyrant suddenly realized, "Damn, we arrived. Not only did Jiang Chun and I make it, but we also took down a group of starry sky people." Fei Long was stunned for a moment before recovering. "Send me your location." After the tyrant complied, Fei Long said in exasperation, "You're 100 miles off." They finally realized they had gone to the wrong place. Fei Long urged, "Handle things quickly and get over here to help." The tyrant remembered the urgent matter. "I can't leave. There's an ancient beast here. Send people immediately." Fei Long was even more confused. "You went to the wrong place and still stumbled upon something this significant? You guys must be destined for greatness." Originally, they would have been punished for the delay, but discovering an ancient ferocious beast could turn things around. Fei Long promptly assured, "Wait there. I'll send people right away." Suddenly, the flathead creature, which had been lying down, sprang to its feet and let out a low whimper. The rogue rabbit and the little skeleton also assumed defensive stances, ready for battle. This scene made Jiang Chen furrow his brows, his gaze scanning the ancient castle warily. The one-eyed elder spoke up, "Our guess is that the ancient beast is inside this castle. We haven't finished our search when you two officers arrived." His expression was grave, clearly sensing an ominous presence. He quickly suggested, "Maybe we should leave now. If my guess is correct, it might be that the ancient beast has awakened." Jiang Chen, hearing this, frowned and thought for a moment before deciding to lead everyone to retreat. "Better safe than sorry," he thought. "If it really is a diamond-tier beast, I can't stop it. It's safer to hide and wait for reinforcements." However, just as they were about to leave, a deafening roar echoed from the castle. Almost simultaneously, a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the dark corridor. Accompanied by the roar, the owner of those eyes charged towards them at an incredible speed, leaving Jiang Chen and his team no time to retreat. In an instant, a massive beast, covered in black scales with a single horn on its head, burst out of the castle. However, possibly due to being out of sunlight for too long, it recoiled from the outside light and retreated back into the shadows. Jiang Chun seized the fleeting opportunity and quickly used his scanning skill. Name: Qi Gui. Quality: Epic. Tier: Platinum Peak. Skills: Ghost Claw Triple Strike LV3, Ghost Eye LV2, Corrosion LV1. Evolution Path: Ancient Variant, possessing a terrifying physique with corrosive abilities. So this is the ancient beast? Jiang Chun was surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be a diamond tier beast? This one's just platinum tier. As long as it wasn't diamond tier, Jiang Chun felt he had a chance. The one-eyed elder urgently shouted, "Officer, this must be the ancient beast. We should leave now." But Jiang Chen ignored him, feeling eager. An ancient beast. Such a rare opportunity to spar with one. He thought to himself and then summoned Xiaobai, pointing towards the group from the starry sky. "Keep an eye on them." Jiang Chen decided to let the flathead creature test the ancient beast's strength. When it comes to taking a beating, who could be better? Even if it couldn't win, it could at least endure the hits. "Flathead, go and meet our ancient friend," Jiang Chen ordered. Hearing this, the flathead excitedly charged forward. Simultaneously, Qi Gui let out a low growl, seemingly trying to ward off the flathead. It sensed a threat from the flathead. Even in the harsh ancient environment, predators like Qi Gui would avoid unnecessary fights, knowing a single mistake could be fatal. "Flathead, it's threatening you. Get it?" Jiang Chen shouted without any regard for the potential escalation. The people from the starry sky were taken aback, thinking, "That's an ancient beast." It's generally believed that ancient beasts are much stronger at the same tier. And yet, you're sending a golden tier beast to fight a platinum peak tier beast. Woof. Encouraged by Jiang Chun, the flathead's morale soared, and it lunged at Qi Gui. Qi Gui quickly dodged, causing the flathead to miss and feel humiliated. Enraged, it turned and glared at Qi Gui, growling furiously as if cursing. Hearing the flathead, Qi Gui, which had intended to keep dodging, suddenly stopped and stared back. The flathead, delighted, charged again. Boom! With a loud crash, Both sides collided and retreated. Chigue's eyes flashed with surprise. Despite not having eaten for a long time, it shouldn't have trouble with the golden tier prey. Roar! The flathead, even more excited after the collision, charged again. Boom! Chigue, moving swiftly, struck 3 times with its claws. Thud! This time, the flathead's thick fur couldn't completely block the attacks, and blood flowed. This shocked Jiang Chun, who marveled, so strong. As expected of an ancient beast, it managed to injure the flathead. However, Chigue wasn't unscathed either. The flathead's spiky fur had hurt it during the attack, and now it couldn't even put weight on the attacking paw. Roar! The flathead's eyes gleamed with excitement, letting out a triumphant roar. But Jiang Chun, watching from behind, was speechless. The flathead actually finds this enjoyable? Seriously? You're bleeding and you think it's fun? Pervert! Jiang Chun couldn't help but think the flathead had some psychological issues. He decided to help it with some counseling later to prevent it from becoming a total maniac. Boom! 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 The fight had reached a fever pitch. Realizing it might lose, Chigue tried to flee. But the flathead, now fully engaged, blocked its way back to the castle. Chigue, seeing its escape route blocked, turned to flee outside. This little thing is too troublesome. Fighting it means losing half my life. Forget it, I'm outta here. Chigue thought. Jiang Chun shook his head. Impressive strength, but what a shame. He had to admit, this beast was strong. It was the first time the flathead had bled since its advancement. For endurance though, the flathead was superior. It was too resilient, too hard to deal with, like a porcupine. Rogue Rabbit, go help, but don't kill it, Jiang Chun ordered. An ancient beast must be valuable for research. Let's keep it alive. Already at a disadvantage, Chigue's situation worsened with the Rogue Rabbit joining the fight. Within a few moves, the Rogue Rabbit found an opportunity and shattered Chigue's hind leg with a powerful blow. Its speed drastically reduced. Chigue was soon pinned down by the flathead. Seeing this, the others were stunned. A Platinum Peak ancient beast had been defeated just like that. They lost all will to resist, thinking that escaping in battle might give them a chance, but resistance here meant certain death. At that moment, roars echoed from the castle, changing everyone's expressions. Clearly, there were more ancient beasts. Jiang Chun was startled and quickly released his other beasts, preparing for any new threats. In the dark corridor, several scarlet eyes lit up almost simultaneously, flickering like ghostly flames. Pingtu and Liumong cautiously retreated to Jiang Chun's side, forming a defensive stance with their backs against each other. Soon, the figures of 3 Chiguis came into view, causing a hint of doubt to rise in Jiang Chun's heart. Are these the ancient beasts you were looking for? Jiang Chun turned his head and asked, his voice tinged with surprise. The one-eyed old man quickly shook his head, his face full of confusion. He only knew that there was a dormant diamond-tier ancient beast here, but he had no idea what it specifically was. Jiang Chun quickly assessed the situation. These Chiguis, though ancient beasts, were not of high rank, only platinum level. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered, Shaoqing and Tun, you two stay put. The rest, go ahead but don't kill them. Surprisingly, the previously aggressive Chiguis visibly trembled upon seeing the lineup. Before the beasts could even make a move, the Chiguis turned and fled into the darkness. What the heck? They ran? Jiang Chun exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting the ancient beasts to be so cowardly, fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Just then, Xiaohe returned with the tyrant. Jiang Chun immediately reported the situation to the tyrant, pointing to the injured Chiguis and saying, these should be the ancient beasts. There are still 3 more running around. The tyrant's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he smiled approvingly, good job. I'll make sure you get credit for this, but inwardly, he grumbled, feeling it was too embarrassing to have taken the wrong route on his first mission with a rookie. He decided to take the blame himself and not implicate Jiang Chun. Suddenly, the sound of roaring echoed, indicating at least dozens of Chiguis. Jiang Chun's face turned grim. Even with their strength, dealing with so many Chiguis would be challenging. He made a quick decision, telling Xiaohe to fly up while recalling the other beasts. Run ahead. Jiang Chun shouted to the others, then mounted Xiaobai and took to the sky. The group immediately understood the urgency and started running. Jiang Chun and the tyrant followed closely. Shortly after they left, over a dozen Chiguis emerged, roaring angrily and chasing after them. Jiang Chun felt a tinge of curiosity. These ancient beasts might not be extinct. The castle could be their nest. He turned to the tyrant and said, Tyrant, take care of them. I'll distract the Chiguis. Before the tyrant could respond, Jiang Chun had already left. The tyrant was puzzled, wondering how Jiang Chun knew these beasts were called Chiguis. But the pressing situation left him no time to ponder. He focused on leading the others toward the exit. After returning, Jiang Chun faced the aggressive Chiguis and had Xiaobai attack from the air. However, these Chiguis were incredibly fast. making them hard to hit and even letting out mocking growls. Jiang Qin frowned, thinking, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. He immediately summoned Shaoqing. Instantly, the Qi Guis showed expressions of dire threat, their taunting growls turning into menacing hisses. Without hesitation, Shaoqing opened its dragon mouth and unleashed a devastating attack. With a loud boom, one Qi Gui was hit, its scales torn apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere as it crashed heavily to the ground. This scene directly intimidated the other Qi Guis, which turned and fled, emitting whimper-like cries for help. As the Qi Guis moved closer to the castle, Jiang Chun suddenly had a foreboding feeling. At that moment, he seemed to see the castle move slightly, but upon closer inspection, it disappeared. Just as he was doubting his eyes, a thunderous roar echoed. The castle suddenly split in two, revealing a massive entrance below, accompanied by a heartbeat-like thumping. A colossal creature over 50 meters long emerged from the ground. Jiang Qin's eyes widened as he quickly checked the information on this creature. Name, Qi Gui King. Quality, legendary. Rank, peak diamond tier. Skills. Description. A terrifying ancient beast with the ability to devour everything. Evolution path. After reading the description, Jiang Chun felt a sinking feeling. This was not something they could handle. It was too powerful. A legendary quality, peak diamond tier beast could potentially unleash power beyond the diamond tier. Without hesitation, he jumped onto Shaoqing's back, recalling Xiao Bai into the universal beast nest, and shouted, Shaoqing, let's go. Sensing the danger, Shaoqing immediately soared into the sky. Despite its massive size, the Qi Gui King was not fast enough to catch up with Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen escape, the Qi Gui King let out an extremely angry roar, wanting to give chase but seemingly hindered by something, forcing it to stop and roar unwillingly in Jiang Chen's direction. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, but then noticed something that made his pupils contract. There seemed to be a collar-like object around the Qi Gui King's neck, clearly not a natural feature. He wondered, what kind of entity could put a collar on such a powerful ancient beast? Soon, Jiang Chen caught up with the tyrant. By this time, the tyrant had also seen the towering Qi Gui King behind them, too shocked to speak. He realized that their current team configuration was far from sufficient and that they needed more powerful allies. If they could turn this creature into a beast companion, the top combat strength of the Dragon Kingdom would greatly increase. With this in mind, the tyrant became even more determined to leave the secret realm and gather more strong warriors. Roar! The furious bellow of the Qi Gui King echoed throughout the entire secret realm, deafening and intimidating. Yet, an invisible force seemed to confine it within a certain range of the ancient castle. Jiang Chun speculated that the Qi Gui King was likely sealed here by some powerful entity. At this moment, Jiang Chun and Tyrant were observing the Qi Gui King from a distance, not daring to act rashly. This colossal creature's strength far exceeded what they could handle. Their current task was simple: wait for higher authorities to take over. Do you think this big guy ever gets tired? Tyrant suddenly asked. It's been over an hour since it started roaring, and it hasn't stopped for a moment. Jiang Chun replied seriously, probably not. It looks like it's been trapped here for a long time. Roaring might be its way of venting. Just then, a group of Qi Gui suddenly dashed out of the castle's confines as if provoked. Their bodies immediately emitted black smoke, but they still refused to return, instead disappearing into the dense forest. This sight made Jiang Chun pause, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Looking back at the Qi Gui King, it struggled even more violently, completely unlike a creature of diamond rank. Even within the secret realm, a diamond rank was considered top tier. However, the Qi Gui King before them, a legendary creature, was clearly terrified. Suddenly, the Qi Gui King stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. This scene left everyone present stunned, with several members of the Starsky team huddling together in fear. What do we do, brother Tyrant? Someone asked, voice trembling. Tyrant was momentarily at a loss. The fact that a diamond rank beast was so terrified could only mean an even more powerful presence was lurking here. Leave now, Tyrant ordered decisively. This place is no longer tenable. We'll have to wait for higher-ups to handle this. A beast beyond diamond rank is beyond human comprehension. Move out, everyone. With Tyrant's command, the Starsky members immediately headed for the secret realm's exit, with Tyrant following closely behind. However, just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, a notification sounded in his ear. The long silent system suddenly sprang to life. Ding! Task triggered. Tame the ancient beast. Jiang Chun was speechless, thinking, system, are you kidding me? Forget the Qi Gui King. Even an ordinary Qi Gui was beyond his current ability to tame. The system didn't respond, merely displaying a task information window before him. Task name: Tame the ancient beast. Task requirement: Tame any ancient beast. Task reward: None. Task penalty: None. Then another notification popped up. Ding. Friendly reminder. Completing the task might yield unexpected rewards. Initially, Jiang Chun wanted to give up upon hearing there was no reward. But the friendly reminder made him feel as if the system was hinting at something. This piqued his curiosity. Could ancient beasts really be that powerful? Powerful enough to make the system offer such a considerate reminder? At this moment, Tyrant noticed Jiang Chun hadn't moved and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Let's go." Jiang Chun snapped out of his thoughts and quickly said, "Brother Tyrant, I want to take another look." Hearing this, Tyrant frowned and firmly shook his head. "No way. The presence here is too strong. Staying here can't ensure your safety." "I just want to take a look," Jiang Chun insisted. The system's rare prompt made him feel he should at least give it a chance. He had a hunch the system wouldn't let him die easily. "No way," Tyrant said resolutely. "Kid, I know you're talented, but sometimes, talent can't bridge the gap in strength." Seeing Tyrant's firm stance, Jiang Chun was at a crossroads. He wanted to capture a Chi A, even if he couldn't form a contract now. His beast was about to advance, and once it did, he could reach platinum rank and contract a Chi A. But Tyrant wasn't giving him the chance. Just then, a piercing scream echoed. Judging by the sound, it was a Chi A. Both their expressions changed. Clearly, something was hunting the Chi A. Jiang Chen even saw a silhouette in the distancia Chi A fleeing with injuries, desperately running as if something terrifying was chasing it. "Let's go." Tyrant grabbed Jiang Chun, trying to pull him away. But Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Tyrant, I must contract a Chi A. I'll be right back." With that, he summoned Xiaobai and charged toward the Chi A. Tyrant was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, Jiang Chun had already run far. He instinctively wanted to chase after him, but was blocked by a massive figure. It was Shaoqing. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed, making Tyrant grit his teeth in frustration. He knew he was no match for Shaoqing, not even close. Helpless, he turned and headed for the secret realm's exit. At the same time, Shaoqing followed, tasked with not only stopping Tyrant, but also keeping an eye on the Starsky members to prevent any ill intentions in Jiang Chen's absence. With Shaoqing's presence, they wouldn't dare make a move, no matter how bold they were. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already flown ahead of the Chigue on Xiaobai. Strangely, upon seeing Jiang Chun, the Chigue didn't show hostility but instead ran towards him. This sight made Jiang Chen uneasy, but he still wanted to capture the Chigue and leave the secret realm quickly. Jiang Chen immediately summoned Xiaohei, intending to use its claws to grab the Chigue. Just as he was about to succeed, a shadow flashed. The Chigue seemed to sense something, turned its head, and in the next moment, both the shadow and the Chigue vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. In an instant, Jiang Chun felt his scalp tingle, and his heart raced. He quickly retracted Xiaohei and commanded Xiaobai to ascend rapidly. The ground was too dangerous. He hadn't seen what kind of beast took the Chigue. Moreover, judging by Xiaobai's bristling fur, it hadn't seen the mysterious presence either. Realizing this, Jiang Chun felt a chill down his spine. He finally understood he had been blinded by potential rewards, risking his life for a contract beast. "Let's get out of here, Xiaobai," Jiang Chen urged, filled with regret and fear. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes. Before he could react, it swiftly returned to its original position. Jiang Chen's heart sank as he thought to himself, "This time, I might not escape unscathed." Focusing his gaze, he noticed a strange object on top of Xiaobai's head. It was so dark it seemed to absorb light, yet it had a pair of large eyes blinking at him. Jiang Chun forced himself to stay calm and quietly unleashed a scanning skill to identify the origin of this little coal. The scan results made Jiang Chun gasp. Name, Taodai. Quality, mythical. Rank, skills. Description, an ancient, terrifying beast known for its ability to devour everything. Evolution path. Jiang Chun thought to himself, this is definitely a terrifying entity beyond the diamond rank. He suddenly realized that the previous Ghost King might have been afraid of this little creature. Unexpectedly, this pitch-black figure was one of the 4 legendary ancient beasts Taoya. As Jiang Chun was still in shock, Taodai suddenly leaped towards him. His face turned pale as he instinctively shouted, "Stay away from me!" To his surprise, Taodai actually stopped and returned to its spot on Xiaobai's head. It looked at Jiang Chen with innocent eyes, as if it had been wronged. This scene left Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated. He thought, "You're an ancient beast? How can you act so cute?" But then he reconsidered. Even if it acts cute, do I dare to look at it? This creature can swallow a peak platinum rank ghost in one bite. It's terrifying. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the Ghost King hadn't been dragged away but had been swallowed whole by Tao Tai. Although he didn't know Tao Ye's exact abilities, one thing was clear: its appetite was astonishing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry whether Tao Tai was still hungry. Based on novels Jiang Qian had read before, creatures like Taodai never seemed to know what it meant to be full and might even end up devouring themselves. A few ghosts were probably not enough, and even the Ghost King might just be an appetizer. As Jiang Qian was lost in his thoughts, Taodai suddenly let out a whimper, as if it were crying. Jiang Qian was even more puzzled when he saw tears welling up in Tao Ye's large eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Qian hesitated for a moment, thinking that this creature didn't seem to harbor any malice towards him. He gritted his teeth and cautiously extended his hand. Almost instantly, Taodai jumped onto Jiang Qian's palm. Although it was only the size of a fist, its weight astonishingly exceeded 100 pounds. Fortunately, Jiang Qian now had the strength of a silver rank warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lift this little creature. However, the next moment, Taodai suddenly lunged towards Jiang Qian's chest. He was sent flying, his chest emitting a terrifying cracking sound. He quickly summoned Xiaohei to catch him and saw panic in Tao Ye's eyes. Jiang Qian hurriedly gestured for Taodai to stop, thinking, this is one difficult creature to handle. Now Jiang Qian was certain that Taodai didn't mean him any harm. But even so, any casual contact could be deadly due to Tao Ye's immense power. Jiang Qian immediately summoned Yang Shan to heal himself, having at least 2 broken ribs. At this moment, Xiaobai seemed to sense something was wrong and flew back. Upon seeing Taodai, its fur stood on end. Jiang Qian couldn't help but admire Xiaobai's keen sense of danger. If he hadn't scanned Tao Ye's attributes, he might have mistaken it for a harmless little beast. Right now, Taodai was staring at Yang Shan and Xiaobai, nearly drooling. This startled Jiang Qian, who quickly said, these are my friends. You can't eat them. Taodai looked up at Jiang Qian, blinking as if it didn't understand. Jiang Qian explained again, friends are like brothers for life and death, so you can't eat them. Upon hearing this, Taodai suddenly jumped up, scaring Jiang Qian. He thought, a slight bump almost killed me. If it hits me again, I might really die here. This time, Taodai seemed to have learned its lesson and gently landed on Jiang Qian's shoulder. Jiang Qian was stunned to realize that Taodai could fly. Even the dragon of Yulong City's lord seemed to fly but was actually supported by water vapor. Taodai, however, could fly effortlessly without wings, which was truly astonishing. Taodai rubbed against Jiang Qian's shoulder, but he didn't dare say much. At this moment, he lost any desire to tame the beast and just hoped to survive this crisis safely. With an ancient being perched on his shoulder, Jiang Qian dared not make any rash moves. At this moment, he only wanted to leave quietly, afraid of angering the gluttonous master. Jiang Qian was well aware that no matter how hard he tried, he would probably be no match for the entity's sheer power. As he cautiously prepared to retreat, a dark shadow suddenly flashed below. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Qian felt a lightness on his shoulder. Before he could react, the glutton had reappeared on his shoulder, letting out a loud burp. It seemed that it had eaten too hastily and nearly choked. Jiang Qian sighed helplessly and signaled Xiaohei to take him away. As for Xiaobai, it was already trembling with fear and couldn't even fly. It wasn't that Xiaohei wasn't afraid. It was just that this creature was too thick-skinned to realize the significance of the being on Jiang Qian's shoulder. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm, Tyrant paced anxiously back and forth. Why hasn't Jiang Qian come out yet? Should I go in and check? His heart was in turmoil, fearing that something might have happened to Jiang Qian. After all, Jiang Qian was the treasure of the Flying Dragon Squad, and if anything went wrong, the squad would certainly hold him accountable. Tyrant turned to the little green dragon lying on the ground and tried to persuade it. Great dragon, aren't you worried about your master? Please, let me pass so I can bring him back. Despite knowing it was a long shot, he pleaded earnestly. The little green dragon opened one eye to glance at Tyrant, then closed it again and rolled over, clearly uninterested. This left Tyrant at a loss for words. He couldn't defeat the dragon, nor could he force his way through, leaving him in a dilemma. Gritting his teeth, Tyrant muttered, Jiang Qian, you just wait. I'm going to report this when we get back. His resentment towards Jiang Qian had reached its peak. At that moment, the little green dragon suddenly raised its head, arching its body as if facing a formidable enemy. This unusual behavior startled Tyrant. From the moment he had seen the little green dragon, it had always been aloof and indifferent, even when facing the Ghost King. In an instant, a dreadful thought crossed Tyrant's mind, causing his face to turn pale. One man and one dragon stood tensely at the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, a pitch-black dragon head poked out. The Tyrant recognized it as Xiaohei and felt a bit puzzled. Soon, Xiaohei fully emerged, carrying Jiang Qian on its back. This sight left the Tyrant and Xiao Qing with a hint of confusion. The strong threat they had sensed earlier seemed to have vanished. After carefully inspecting the surroundings and confirming there was no mistake, the Tyrant asked, Jiang Qian, did you notice anything unusual when you came out? Jiang Qian shook his head and replied, no. Just as he finished speaking, he remembered the Taodai on his shoulder. Before he could say anything, the tyrant had already noticed the little creature and was immediately intrigued. Hey, kid, is this your beast too? What can this little guy do? The tyrant teased with a smile, trying to sense its presence but finding nothing. This is just an ordinary beast, not even of bronze rank. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression became a bit awkward. After confirming the Taodai had no reaction, he sighed in relief and said, Tyrant, check your satellite phone. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if the Taodai would be upset if he revealed its identity, but he was certain the Taodai couldn't read messages, so he thought of this method. The tyrant, seeing Jiang Chen's mysterious demeanor, was puzzled but still took out his phone. He had just received a message from Jiang Chen. What are you up to? We're so close. Why send a message? Just say it. Jiang Chen gave a wry smile and helplessly said, Tyrant, just read the message. There are things I can't say out loud. The tyrant shook his head and muttered, I don't know what you're up to, being all secretive. He looked at the message, which contained only one line. The creature on my shoulder is a beast beyond diamond rank. The tyrant's body trembled, and he almost dropped his phone, his eyes wide with shock. He was speechless. Didn't you say you were going to catch a random ghost? How did you end up bringing back an ancestor? The tyrant roared internally. Jiang Chen was equally puzzled. I had no choice. It just followed me, and it doesn't seem to mean any harm. He thought to himself, the Taodai is an ancient fierce beast. Normally, it would eat humans, right? But for some reason, it hadn't eaten him. Of course, Jiang Chen was relieved it hadn't. If the Taodai really wanted to eat him, no one here could stop such an ancient beast. How long until the higher-ups arrive? Jiang Chen asked. He wanted to see if the Dragon Kingdom could take the Taodai away. This creature was like a ticking time bomb. The tyrant sighed, don't count on it. The person coming this time is only a peak diamond rank beastmaster, and their strongest beast is also peak diamond rank. Definitely no match for this little beast. This little guy is so dark that if I didn't know better, I'd think it was a walking lump of coal. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's heart sank. Was he going to have to coexist with this time bomb for a while? He was helpless, but decided not to say anything. He didn't want to provoke the Taodai. No one here could stop it if it got angry. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and turned back towards the secret realm. If something truly unpredictable happened, he couldn't drag the whole world down with him. Even though he was unwilling, this was still the world he lived in. Jiang Chen, where are you going? The tyrant asked. Nowhere. Just taking a walk. Jiang Chen replied without turning back. The tyrant was stunned, but quickly realized that Jiang Chen intended to go back into the secret realm. If the Taodai went berserk there, it could destroy the spatial rift, preventing it from affecting Earth. The tyrant wanted to stop Jiang Chen, but ultimately held back. As Jiang Chen re-entered the secret realm, the tyrant turned to Xiaoqing and said, Go. Xiaoqing, though worried, remembered Jiang Chen's order and didn't move. As a legendary dragon, it also sensed the Taoye's unusual nature. That sense of dread came from the Taodai. Xiaoqing didn't move, looking at the tyrant and then at the members of Shinkong, making it clear it wanted to keep an eye on them. A fierce look flashed in the tyrant's eyes as he turned and broke the legs of the Shinkong members without a word. The sudden action caught them off guard, but they didn't dare say anything. After finishing, the tyrant said to Xiaoqing again, Now you can go. These guys can't run anymore. Xiaoqing hesitated no longer and headed towards the spatial rift. The tyrant, remembering something, took out his phone and typed a message. Show this to Jiang Chen, and he won't make you come back. He handed it to Xiaoqing, who nodded and headed into the secret realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt helpless. What had he done to deserve all this trouble? His mood was terrible. The Taodai suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, its pitch-black eyes turning as if it were thinking about something. The next moment, it disappeared. Jiang Chen was stunned. Am I free? It took him a while to recover. Time to go. Seeing the Taodai gone, he wanted to leave immediately. But just as he took a step, the familiar figure reappeared, this time with a gift. A stunned Qigui lay on the ground, and Taodai's thoughts were simple and straightforward. It believed that Jiang Chen was upset because it had eaten the Qigui, so it thought compensating Jiang Chen with another one would suffice. However, Jiang Chen's thoughts were entirely different. He just wanted to get rid of Taodai but couldn't say it out loud for fear of angering this powerful being. Jiang Chen forced a bitter smile and said, I don't need it, you can have it. Hearing this, Taodai didn't hesitate. Its body suddenly expanded, and it swallowed the unconscious Qigui in one gulp. Watching this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, realizing that a platinum-tier Qigui was probably just a snack for Taodai. After eating, Taodai shrank back to its original size and perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder. The glimmer of hope that Jiang Chen had felt was instantly extinguished. At this moment, a figure quickly approached. Jiang Chen squinted and asked in surprise, Why are you here? Xiaoqing spat out a satellite phone. Jiang Chen looked at the saliva-covered device with some disgust but reluctantly opened it, thankful that it was waterproof. There was a line of text on the screen. Several from Shinkong have broken their legs. Take this guy with you. Jiang Chun felt a bit helpless and said to Shao Qing, you should go back to the Wang clan's nest. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Shao Qing back. With the little black ball around, Jiang Chun felt his safety was assured. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. He turned to look in the direction of the ancient castle and rode the big black beast towards it. He decided to explore the castle, suspecting that Tao Dai might have come from there. Soon, Jiang Chun was hovering above the Qigui king. However, the Qigui king clearly had no intention of dealing with Jiang Chen. It lay on the ground, trembling violently, evidently terrified. Tao Dai suddenly disappeared from Jiang Chen's shoulder and reappeared on the Qigui king's head, jumping up and down provocatively. The Qigui king wanted to curl into a ball. Soon, Tao Dai lost interest and returned to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen confirmed that the Qigui king was afraid of Tao Dai, which made him feel more secure. He put the little black ball away and walked to the front. Due to the Qigui king, the castle had split open, revealing a dark passage. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked in. Instantly, Jiang Chen's vision was temporarily blinded. Strangely, despite the bright sunlight outside, just a step away was complete darkness. Jiang Chen summoned Yangshen to provide continuous light. Under Yangshen's illumination, Jiang Chen saw the appearance of the huge corridor. It was a long staircase that seemed endless. With Tao Tai and Yangshen on his shoulders, he began descending. After walking for more than 10 minutes without reaching the bottom, Jiang Chen felt like giving up but ultimately gritted his teeth and continued. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Jiang Chen frowned, covering his ears, but still felt his head buzzing as if under a mental attack. Sensing Jiang Chen's discomfort, Tao Tai narrowed its eyes, emanating a fierce aura. Instantly, the noise ceased. Yangshen, however, was so frightened that it hid in Jiang Chen's clothes. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen thought this place was truly dangerous, a trap waiting to be sprung. He also noticed that Tao Dai seemed to care about him, adding to his confusion. Nonetheless, he pressed on. After walking for over an hour, Jiang Chen began to doubt whether he had taken the wrong path. He decided to walk for another 10 minutes and turn back if he didn't find an exit. 3 minutes later, a beam of light appeared, and Jiang Chen, invigorated, ran towards it. It was a light gate resembling a spatial rift. Tao Dai effortlessly jumped through it. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to follow, thinking he had come too far to turn back now. The moment he passed through the light gate, Jiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness. When his vision cleared, he found himself lying on the ground, with Tao Tai standing on his chest. Looking around, Jiang Chen was astonished to find himself in a vast forest, surrounded by trees over 1,000 meters tall, something unimaginable on Earth. Jiang Chen had a bold guess. He might have traveled through space, and physically at that. He couldn't help but ask, where is this place? Suddenly, a shadow flew overhead. Looking up, Jiang Chen saw a massive fiery red bird with a wingspan of at least 500 meters. He immediately used a basic scan. Name, Divine Fire Luan Bird. Quality, Mythical. Grade, Skills. Description: a Luan bird that controls divine fire, possessing the power to destroy the world. Evolution direction: Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. A randomly flying bird turned out to be a mythical creature? He couldn't believe he had landed in a nest of mythical beings. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen stood up, trying to convince himself that it might just be a coincidence. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Moments later, a colossal red monkey, as tall as a mountain, approached him. Without needing to scan, Jiang Chen knew this was another mythical beast. The red monkey glanced at Jiang Chen, eyes filled with curiosity, and reached out to grab him. Suddenly, Tao Tai appeared in front of Jiang Chen, letting out a deafening roar. The red monkey frowned, clearly displeased, but turned and left. Tao Tai then returned to Jiang Chen's shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tao Tai could hold its ground. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger today. After scaring away the red monkeys, Tao Tai happily hopped back onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that this little creature wasn't as frightening as he initially thought. It was actually kind of cute. Tao Tai nuzzled against Jiang Chen, and the softness of its fur brought him a sense of comfort. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen turned to leave this dangerous place. However, he quickly realized with embarrassment that the door he had entered through was gone, replaced by an endless forest. This discovery left Jiang Chen dumbfounded, and a deep sense of despair washed over him. How was he supposed to survive in a world full of monstrous creatures? Jiang Chen sat on the ground, contemplating for a while. Ultimately, he decided to take it one step at a time. Looking at Tao Tai on his shoulder, he smiled and asked, "Is this your home?" Tao Tai excitedly bounced off his shoulder and onto the ground, seemingly eager to show Jiang Chen the way. Although a bit surprised, Jiang Chun had no other choice but to follow Tao Dai. After all, his survival in this dangerous place depended entirely on this little creature. Tao Dai would occasionally stop to wait for Jiang Chen, ensuring he kept up before continuing forward. Along the way, Jiang Chun tried to communicate with Tao Dai, but it was clear they didn't speak the same language. He saved his energy and followed silently. They walked for most of the day, and if it weren't for Jiang Chen's unique constitution, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Despite wanting to summon his beast to relieve his legs, he knew doing so in this perilous place would only attract more trouble. As night fell, Tao Dai finally stopped. Ahead was a thicket that blocked Jiang Chen's view. "Is this it, little guy?" Jiang Chen asked. After spending a day together, he had grown accustomed to this fierce yet adorably spirited creature. Pushing aside the bushes, Jiang Chen was surprised to see a small, lamplit, thatched cottage not far away. Unsure whether to approach, he watched as Tao Dai trotted over. Finally, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and followed, calling out, "Hey, little guy, wait for me." Upon reaching the cottage, Jiang Chen noticed signs of habitation around it, and the light was on inside. Tao Dai confidently pushed the door open and entered, while Jiang Chen politely called out from outside, "Hello, is anyone home? I'm just passing by and would like a drink of water." But there was no response. Growing cautious, Jiang Chen pondered his next move. Just then, Tao Dai came out, looking at him with its round, beady eyes as if to say, "Why aren't you coming in?" Jiang Chen was surprised to find he could actually understand Tao Ye's thoughts. Tao Dai hopped over to Jiang Chen, grabbed his clothing with its little paw, and dragged him inside. Unable to resist this powerful creature, Jiang Chen apologized, "Sorry, my beast companion insisted I come in. I hope I'm not intruding." Pushing open the slightly ajar door, Jiang Chen found the room empty, with only a simple stone bed, chair, and table. He frowned, pondering the whereabouts of the owner, and noticed a thick layer of dust on the table, indicating it hadn't been lived in for a long time. A chill ran down his spine. Could this place be haunted? As Jiang Chen was about to leave, his attention was drawn to a scroll on the table. Almost instinctively, he picked it up and unrolled it. Tao Dai excitedly jumped onto his shoulder, eyes wide with curiosity. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in astonishment at what he saw. Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out, causing his ears to ache. Outside, a strong wind began to howl, as if something terrifying was approaching. A shadowy figure suddenly landed outside the cottage. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Chen no time to be shocked. He quickly looked outside. Jiang Chen gazed out the window. The wind was howling fiercely, yet the thatched hut remained completely still. He couldn't help but marvel at its sturdiness. Suddenly, a massive shadow revealed itself in the wind. It was an extraordinarily large tiger, over 200 meters in length. It had horns on its head, wings on its back, and its black and red fur floated eerily in the wind. Jiang Chen quickly activated his scanning function, hoping to at least gather some information about the beast before facing potential death. Name: Qiongqi. Quality: mythical. Rank: skills. Description: one of the four great fiends of ancient times, possessing terrifying supernatural powers. Evolution path: after reading the information, Jiang Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Qiongqi, one of the four great fiends like Tao Dai, made him worry if Tao Dai could handle it. Tao Dai was still in its juvenile form, while Qiongqi was clearly an adult. The odds seemed slim. Qiongqi's crimson eyes turned towards Jiang Chen, showing a fleeting look of surprise, as if it had seen something unbelievable. But soon, its expression reverted to one of ferocity, emanating a menacing aura that suggested it could devour Jiang Chen at any moment. Just when the situation seemed dire, a small figure suddenly appeared. Despite its small size, it exuded a powerful presence. It was Tao Dai. It let out a thunderous roar, drawing Qiongqi's attention. Qiongqi glanced at it and spoke, "You've got the wrong person. He isn't who you think he is." This was the first time Jiang Chen had heard a beast speak, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Tao Dai turned to look at Jiang Chen, making him even more anxious. Really was an imposter. Was this the end for him? However, Tao Dai roared angrily at Qiongqi, seemingly trying to drive it away. Qiongqi furrowed its brow, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Jiang Chen felt the terrifying aura and involuntarily took a step back, his heart racing. "Little guy, don't provoke it. If you do, it'll come after me next," Jiang Chen said helplessly. Tao Dai seemed to understand and stepped out of the hut. With each step, its body grew larger. Seeing this, Qiongqi frowned and eventually sighed. "All right, I won't harm him. I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Tao Ye's rapidly expanding form stopped growing. Qiongqi turned to look at Jiang Chen, its eyes filled with a complex emotion, before finally turning and leaving. Tao Dai shrank back to its palm-sized form and jumped into Jiang Chen's arms, wriggling a bit before falling into a deep sleep. exhaustion evident in its eyes. Jiang Chun watched Qiongqi disappear into the distance and sighed. His mind wandered to the figure in the painting he had seen earlier. Exhausted from the day's intense events, he turned and walked back into the thatched hut. Inside, a thin layer of dust had settled, indicating it had been uninhabited for some time. Compared to the mythological beasts outside, this simple hut felt like the safest refuge. Jiang Qian speculated that Qiongqi might be a beast under the command of a powerful figure who had a special connection to this place. Otherwise, with its power, destroying a thatched hut would be effortless. After tidying up a bit, Jiang Qian lay down on the stone bed and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly felt the need to wake up. Groggily, he sat up. Tao Tai was snoring beside him, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Jiang Chun sensed someone outside and asked warily, "Who's there?" Almost simultaneously, a familiar voice replied, "Come out, let's talk." Jiang Chen's body tensed, immediately recognizing the voice as Qiongqi's from earlier that evening. He was caught in a dilemma. Facing such a powerful entity, he probably couldn't withstand even a sneeze from it. Sensing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Qiongqi impatiently said, "I won't kill you. Don't worry." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and decided to go out. He glanced at the sleeping Tao Dai, careful not to wake it. He guessed that Qiongqi had chosen to visit at night to avoid Tao Dai and speak with him alone. Bringing Tao Dai along might provoke Qiongqi's displeasure. Stepping out of the hut, Jiang Chen saw a massive, dark figure crouched at the entrance. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the creature before him. At first, he thought it was a black dog. However, when he saw the dark red wings and the horns on its head, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was unmistakably the Qiongqi he had encountered earlier that evening. "Sit," the Qiongqi said in a low, raspy voice. Jiang Chen stood there, stunned, and glanced around but saw no place to sit. He opened his mouth, nearly asking where he should sit, but swallowed the question, fearing it might anger the Qiongqi. Finally, he silently sat cross-legged on the ground beside the creature. Without lifting its head, the Qiongqi continued, "You must have seen the painting by now and understood why the Tao Dai is drawn to you." Jiang Chun nodded slightly. Ever since seeing the painting, he had grasped the reason for the Tao Ye's affinity. "I know," he replied briefly. The Qiongqi nodded slightly, its eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of menace. "Good. Remember, you are just a fake. You will never be the real one. Now, I'm giving you a chance to leave here and stay away from the Tao Tai." Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly realized what the Qiongqi had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, "I'd like to go back, but ever since I came here, I haven't been able to find the way out." He sighed helplessly. Who would want to stay in this wretched place? Outside, I'm a well-known genius, not the most powerful, but certainly sought after. Look at me here, stuck at the bottom of the food chain. If I could go back, I would have done so long ago. "The passage is closed," the Qiongqi said, standing up in surprise. Jiang Chun was startled by the sudden movement, thinking the Qiongqi might harm him, but it seemed his fear was unfounded. The Qiongqi turned to leave, leaving behind a cold remark, "I'll find a way to get you out. Don't wander off." Before leaving, it added, "That guy isn't in good shape. There's prey I caught outside. Let it eat tomorrow." "All right." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, watching the Qiongqi depart. He turned his gaze forward, and a familiar figure came into view. Jiang Chun thought to himself, "Food equals?" Jiang Chen stared at the corpse of the divine fire phoenix in the distance, involuntarily swallowing hard. It was astonishing that such a mythical beast had ended up as food. After carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no threats, he finally felt somewhat relieved. Considering the incredible power Qiongqi had just displayed, any beast foolish enough to approach would have been scared away by now. Shaking his head, Jiang Chun turned back to the simple straw hut. Since there was nothing urgent for the moment, he decided to catch some more sleep to recharge for whatever might happen the next day. Soon, he was fast asleep again. Half asleep, Jiang Chun felt something wet licking his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Tao Tai licking him with its tongue. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh, thinking that all these beasts had the same habit. He helplessly picked up Tao Tai and sat up on the bed. "Your big brother brought you breakfast yesterday," Jiang Chun said to Tao Tai. Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in Tao Ye's eyes, but it quickly shook its head firmly, staring seriously at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun understood Tao Ye's meaning and couldn't help but smile. All right, Qiongqi is your little brother." This little guy didn't want to accept Qiongqi as the elder brother. Hearing this, Tao Tai happily rubbed against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen got up and walked out of the straw hut, finding the fire phoenix's corpse still intact. Although there were signs of other beasts around, they clearly didn't dare to touch this mythical prey. As soon as Tao Tai saw the fire phoenix, it became excited, like a child seeing their favorite snack. Jiang Chen let go, and Tao Tai rushed over, rapidly growing to an enormous size. In no time, it was over 100 feet tall. It bit into the fire phoenix, and golden blood flowed out, emitting a tempting fragrance. Jiang Chun resisted the temptation and turned away. After a moment, the chewing sounds stopped, and a small figure tugged at his pants. Jiang Chun turned to see Tao Dai holding up a gigantic bird leg. Is this for me? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Tao Dai nodded enthusiastically. Jiang Chun felt warmth in his heart, but also a bit of sadness for Tao Dai, knowing that the one it had been waiting for might no longer be alive. Thank you, Jiang Chan said, picking up Tao Dai and gently stroking its head. Just as Jiang Chen was about to taste the rare delicacy, a shadow suddenly appeared overhead, shrinking rapidly to the size of a small dojit was Qiongqi. Tao Dai growled in displeasure at Qiongqi, clearly still holding a grudge from yesterday. Qiongqi merely glanced at Tao Dai before turning to Jiang Chen. I found the way. Come with me, Qiongqi said. Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward, his hand already reaching for the bird leg. Sensing his hesitation, Qiongqi said indifferently, since Tao Dai gave it to you, keep it. Qiongqi looked at Tao Dai, surprised. Even when that person was around, Tao Dai never shared its food. Today, it had changed its nature and offered to share. Perhaps loss does teach some beings to cherish what they have. Jiang Chun stored the bird leg and asked, where are we going? Follow me, and you'll find out. Qiongqi replied coldly. Or do you plan to walk there on 2 legs? I don't have time for your nonsense. Jiang Chen explained awkwardly. I don't want to, but I'm too weak. I'm afraid I'll be eaten by beasts if I fly too far. Qiongqi scoffed. Heh, you're holding a pure-blood Tao Dai. Most fierce beasts are just mixed bloods. With Tao Dai, no one will dare touch you. Jiang Chun suddenly understood. No wonder Tao Dai, though small, could be so domineering. He also realized that Qiongqi was likely a pure-blood fierce beast as well. Xiaoqing. Jiang Chun summoned his strongest flying mount. The moment Xiaoqing appeared, a flash of surprise crossed Qiongqi's eyes, and Xiaoqing sensed the danger from Qiongqi. Jiang Chun climbed onto Xiaoqing's back, and Qiongqi found a comfortable spot to lie down. Fly straight ahead, don't stop until I say so, Qiongqi said calmly. Jiang Chen nodded and patted Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, fly ahead. Xiaoqing affectionately nuzzled Jiang Chun with its dragon head before taking off. Moving at full speed, they flew swiftly. Qiongqi closed its eyes, seemingly falling asleep. Tao Dai, perhaps too full, also drifted off. And so, their journey into the unknown began. Nobody knew how long they had been flying when Jiang Chun suddenly saw a beast as large as a mountain blocking their path. The beast seemed to sense Xiaoqing's presence and extended a massive hand made of vines, attempting to grab Xiaoqing. At this critical moment, Qiongqi, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and coldly shouted, "Begone!" The mountainous beast froze, quickly retracting its vine hand and turning back into a mountain. Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief, still shaken. If they had been caught, they would have been killed instantly. Meanwhile, Tao Dai was still drowsily clinging to Jiang Chen's clothes, as if afraid he would escape. Jiang Chen gently patted Tao Dai, which seemed to ease its tension a bit. After the close call, Jiang Chun felt much more at ease. With Qiongqi around, no other beasts dared to act rashly. Xiaoqing continued flying, crossing one mountain after another without stopping. Jiang Chen grew restless and glanced at Qiongqi, who was still resting with his eyes closed. He wondered if Qiongqi had fallen asleep and worried about missing their destination. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Qiongqi suddenly spoke, "Keep flying. Don't stop unless I say so." Jiang Chen nodded and focused on the flight ahead. Another half-hour passed before Qiongqi finally opened his eyes and pointed to a mountain peak ahead. "Stop there." Jiang Chun quickly relayed the command to Xiaoqing. As they neared the towering peak, Jiang Chun was awestruck. This was the tallest mountain he had seen since entering this world. Its sheer presence alone was overwhelming. Qiongqi instructed, "Let your beast land. We'll go up on foot." Although puzzled, Jiang Chun complied. It seemed Qiongqi had great respect for the mountain's owner, otherwise, he wouldn't choose to walk. Once on the ground, Jiang Chun retracted Xiaoqing and looked up at the towering peak, feeling a sense of dread. Even with his Silverdeer warrior abilities, climbing it would take considerable time. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a white fox over 10 meters long. It bowed slightly to Qiongqi and said, "Sorry for the intrusion." Qiongqi nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Chun was surprised by the courtesy shown by one of the 4 great beasts. Qiongqi leapt onto the fox's back and said to Jiang Chun, "Get on." Jiang Chen hesitated, but Tao Dai had already jumped up, clearly familiar with the routine. Jiang Chen nodded respectfully to the fox and said, "Thank you, senior." Jiang Chun quickly scanned the fox's information. Name, Spirit Fox. Quality, mythical. Rank, skills. Description: a mystical white fox skilled in illusions, capable of bewitching even gods at its peak. Evolution path: none. Clearly, this was a being beyond the diamond tier. Jiang Chun decided to remain respectful to avoid any trouble. The fox nodded slightly. Once Jiang Qian was settled, it leapt hundreds of meters into the air. In no time, they reached the mountain summit. There, Jiang Chun saw a luxurious palace made entirely of white jade, gleaming like a gem. The fox kneeled slightly, allowing Jiang Chun to dismount. Moments later, the palace doors opened, and a graceful young girl stepped out. She bowed slightly to Qiongqi. Great Qiongqi, the ancestor is waiting for you in the main hall. Qiongqi walked straight into the hall while the girl curiously observed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was astonished to find humans in this world. No, these beings were clearly beyond his understanding. The girl invited him. Please, follow me. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed her into the hall. The interior was adorned with lifelike fox statues, leaving him in awe. Soon, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to the figure on the throne. A young woman, about 20 meters tall, sat majestically. She was clearly not human. Jiang Chun cautiously used his scanning skill. Name, nine-tailed fox. Quality, mythical. Rank, skills. Description: the supreme existence of the fox clan, one of the strongest beings. Evolution path. Jiang Chen gasped. This was a fox demon? The nine-tailed fox glanced at Jiang Chen before turning to Qiongqi. He really does look like him. I thought you were lying. Qiongqi snorted in displeasure, but said nothing. The nine-tailed fox wasn't bothered and turned to Jiang Chen. Human boy, you must be quite capable to have made it here. Do you know where you are? Normally, as a human, you would be dead upon arrival. But Jiang Chen tensed up, fearing Qiongqi might use this as an opportunity to get rid of him. He cautiously replied, Please, senior, tell me what I must do to survive. The nine-tailed fox laughed. You're quite the clever one. I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Jiang Chen didn't agree immediately, wary of potential traps. What conditions? If they don't violate my principles, I can agree. The nine-tailed fox nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Qiongqi. Do you want to tell him, or should I? Qiongqi replied. You go ahead. The nine-tailed fox turned back to Jiang Chen. All right, here it is. Qiongqi remained silent. The nine-tailed fox, seeing this, finally spoke. The first condition is that after you leave, you must not reveal anything about this place to the outside world. Can you do that? She stared intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. Yes, I promise. No one would believe me anyway, and besides, this is clearly another world. Qiongqi turned to the nine-tailed fox. No problem, this kid isn't lying. He'll keep the secret. Jiang Chen suddenly realized they were testing him. Luckily, he genuinely intended to keep his promise, or he might already be a corpse. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. The nine-tailed fox giggled. Don't be scared, little one. We won't kill you. Jiang Chen remained silent, waiting for the second condition. The nine-tailed fox continued. The second condition is also simple. We will assign you a companion, and you must take her with you. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of something. He gritted his teeth and asked, Senior, can I take Tao Dai with me? The hall fell silent at his words. Jiang Chen's heart raced. Qiongqi narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out. Jiang Chen swallowed but repeated, Can I take Tao Dai with me? Qiongqi stood up, his form growing larger. Human brat, you're too insolent. Do you think I won't dare touch you just because Tao Dai protects you? The nine-tailed fox gently intervened. Qiongqi, don't be so rash. Let's hear what he has to say. Qiongqi angrily retorted. You know Tao Ye's condition. Letting it leave this world would be harming it. The nine-tailed fox calmly replied. Sometimes, you shouldn't just look at the surface. Just as Qiongqi was about to lose his temper, Jiang Chen quickly spoke. Actually, I think Tao Dai might have mistaken me for someone. When I saw that scroll, I suspected it was a self-portrait. Have you considered that maybe it is him, or perhaps I am his reincarnation? Qiongqi suddenly calmed down, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Chen, momentarily speechless. The nine-tailed fox also narrowed her eyes, sizing up Jiang Chen. The nine-tailed fox spoke. Qiongqi, the kid has a point. You've seen the changes in Tao Dai over the years. If this kid suddenly disappeared, what do you think Tao Dai would do? Qiongqi was silent for a moment, then looked at Tao Dai in Jiang Chen's arms and finally sighed. Fine, you can take Tao Dai, but you must take good care of it. If I find out you, Jiang Chen quickly assured, don't worry, I'll take good care of Tao Dai. If it weren't for Tao Dai, I might already be dead. He recalled how Tao Dai had shielded him, realizing that even though Tao Dai was injured and couldn't use its full strength, it was already like a super bodyguard. Qiongqi relented. All right, you can take Tao Dai. Jiang Chen turned to the nine-tailed fox. Then my chosen companion is Tao Dai. Senior, can you send me away now? The nine-tailed fox's bell-like laughter rang out. Boy, you wish. Taking Tao Dai was your own choice, not something I imposed on you. It must be someone from my fox palace, and Tao Dai doesn't count. Jiang Chen sighed. Then please assign someone, senior. "Come in," the nine-tailed fox called, and the young girl who had brought Jiang Chun in earlier entered. Jiang Chun was stunned, thinking, "Are they setting me up with a girlfriend? Though this girl is quite pretty, she's clearly a fox spirit." Seeing Jiang Chun's troubled expression, the nine-tailed fox frowned. "What are you thinking, boy? Xiaoya can't go with you. The one going with you is the little one in her arms." Jiang Chun finally noticed the little fox sleeping in Xiaoya's arms. He scanned it and saw the information. Name: three-tailed demon fox. Quality: legendary. Rank: platinum peak. Skills: fox charm, demon fox fire, fox shadow step, 100 fox shadow strike. Description: possesses the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, containing terrifying power waiting to be unleashed. Evolution path: this little fox, just a month old, already had the strength of a platinum peak. When it matured, it would at least be of diamond rank. Sign the contract, the nine-tailed fox said. Jiang Chun instinctively nodded, then suddenly woke up. Huh? He was stunned. He was only a gold-ranked beast master. How could he possibly sign a contract with a platinum peak beast? Forcing it could lead to a gruesome death. This kind of contract is forbidden. Even elementary school students know that. Jiang Chun was secretly astonished that these mythical beasts were unaware of it. He quickly realized his slip of the tongue. After all, he was dealing with non-human creatures, including Qiongqi, one of the four fiends from legend. It was understandable that they didn't know human rules. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun decided to explain. "I'm just a gold-tier beastmaster, and you're at the peak of platinum tier. If we sign a regular contract, my consciousness would be torn apart instantly." The nine-tailed fox shook her head gracefully, her long tail swaying gently. "Don't worry, it's just an equal contract. Neither party can force the other to do anything, and the mental power required is negligible." She further explained, "Most contracts humans know are master-servant relationships, with the human as the master and the beast as the servant. This requires the human's mental power to surpass that of the beast. Otherwise, there could be backlash. Many predecessors have died tragically from forcing such contracts." Jiang Chun was half convinced, but he had no time to verify the truth. Qiongqi was already getting impatient, and it coldly said, "We wouldn't stoop to deceiving an ant." Hearing this, Jiang Chun weighed his options. They could have easily forced a master-servant contract, and he would have had no power to resist. Yet, they offered an equal contract, showing enough sincerity. Making further demands might only anger them, and if forced into a master-servant contract, he'd have no place to cry. Xiaoya, receiving a glance from the nine-tailed fox, nodded slightly. She gently shook the sleeping little fox in her arms. The little creature woke up groggily, looking around in a daze, clearly not understanding the situation. "Wake up, don't sleep. Great-grandmother wants you to sign a contract," Xiaoya said softly. Upon hearing great-grandmother, the little fox jolted awake. It looked up and met the kind gaze of the nine-tailed fox. Trembling all over, it quickly jumped out of Xiaoya's arms, knelt before the nine-tailed fox, and made submissive noises. "All right, stand up," the nine-tailed fox said gently. The little fox stood up and curiously looked around. When it saw Jiang Chun, it was visibly surprised. Initially thinking he was another powerful being, it quickly realized that this boy didn't seem to be a fierce beast. His aura was more like that of a human from legend. Excited by this realization, the little fox ran over to Jiang Chun, circling him and sniffing this unfamiliar scent. The nine-tailed fox smiled and announced, "From now on, you two are partners." Jiang Chun looked at the lively little fox, thinking it was probably a troublemaker. So energetic and unrestrained here, it would likely cause chaos in the outside world. But the immediate priority was to leave this eerie place as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay a second longer. "Let's sign the contract," Jiang Chun decided firmly. The nine-tailed fox smiled and guided him. "You don't need to do much, just summon your spiritual seed. The rest will be handled." Jiang Chun nodded and without hesitation, summoned his Beastmaster seed, directing it towards the little fox. Seeing this, the little fox's eyes lit up as if it saw something delicious. It opened its mouth and swallowed the seed in one gulp. The nine-tailed fox then quickly reminded the little fox, "Follow the method I taught you and sign the contract with him." A faint silver light emanated from the little fox. Moments later, Jiang Chun felt a connection forming between him and the little fox. The little fox opened its eyes and looked at Jiang Chun, suddenly finding him much more endearing. Seeing the contract completed, the nine-tailed fox sighed in relief. Suddenly, streams of spiritual energy began to converge towards them. Above Jiang Chun's head, a massive vortex of spiritual energy appeared. This sudden change stunned all the creatures present. Even Qiongqi, who had been indifferent, opened its eyes wide and stared intently at Jiang Chun. The spiritual energy was so dense that the vortex dissipated after just a few moments. In Jiang Chun's mind, a new space called the Myriad Races Nest appeared. Before he could examine this new space, The nine-tailed fox's urgent voice rang out. All right, time is short. It's time to go. With a wave of her hand, the little fox fell into Jiang Qin's arms. Almost simultaneously, a portal of light appeared behind him. With a gentle push from the nine-tailed fox, Jiang Qin fell backward and instantly disappeared from this world. Qiongqi snapped out of its thoughts and looked at the nine-tailed fox thoughtfully. Do you think reincarnation really exists in this world? Perhaps, the nine-tailed fox replied calmly. Qiongqi tilted its head slightly, deep in thought. Countless ages ago, it had wandered the myriad worlds with a few companions, searching for traces of reincarnation. But the final answer they found was, there is no reincarnation. All living beings completely disappear after death. Yet today's events stirred its long-calm heart. Perhaps there were places in the myriad worlds it hadn't explored, and reincarnation might be hidden there. Otherwise, how could this be so coincidental? At that moment, shadows suddenly appeared. There was a giant ape as tall as a mountain, a golden bird with 3 legs, and a one-legged strange ox. The one-legged ox coldly questioned, Nine-tailed fox, did you just open a portal to the outside world? Unperturbed, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a gigantic nine-tailed fox towering thousands of meters high. Looking down at the beasts, she coldly said, Kue ox, what does this have to do with you? And the rest of you? Barging into the fox palace uninvited, are you looking for a fight? Hee, that's not our intention, the Zhu Yin, showing its sharp teeth, said with a grin. We just want to know if there was a connection to the outside world just now. No, you sensed wrong, the nine-tailed fox replied firmly. This displeased the gathered beasts. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a figure emerged from the fox palace. What, you want to fight? I'll gladly oblige, Qiongqi said. Though not large in size, its aura suppressed all the beasts present. This was the power of one of the 4 fiends. Only top-tier beings could match it. Hedon. Seeing Qiongqi step forward, the 3 beasts wisely chose not to respond and quietly turned to leave. Jiang Qin's vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. He sensed someone pushing him and reached out to steady himself, his sight gradually clearing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He jumped up from the ground and looked around. The castle was dimly lit, and Tao Dai was already awake, gently patting Jiang Qin with its paw. Seeing Jiang Qin awake, it began hopping around joyfully. This scene left Jiang Qin somewhat confused, as if he had just woken up from a dream. A new awareness surged in his mind, leading his spirit to a massive palace. At the center of the palace, a white fox was lazily lying on a throne. The fox seemed to sense Jiang Qin's arrival and glanced up. All of this confirmed that Jiang Qin's experiences were no dream. The little fox had indeed followed him, and Tao Dai was by his side. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Qin felt a headache, unsure if it was some sort of side effect. Just then, footsteps echoed. Jiang Qin immediately became alert, quickly summoning the rogue rabbit and the little skeleton. Almost instantly, the little skeleton appeared in front of the intruder, its blade arm resting against the person's neck. The sudden attack left the intruder, Tyrant, stunned. But he quickly recognized the little skeleton. Jiang Qin, it's me. Tell your beast to stop, Tyrant urgently shouted, fully aware of how terrifying this seemingly insignificant creature was. If it came to a fight, he stood no chance. Jiang Qin recognized Tyrant and breathed a sigh of relief. The day's events had been too overwhelming, and finding his comrades gave him a sense of security. As the blade arm was withdrawn from his neck, Tyrant also exhaled in relief. Kid, where have you been for the past half-month? Do you know what we've been through? Tyrant demanded. Jiang Qin was taken aback, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Brother Tyrant, what are you talking about? Half a month? I was only inside for 1 night. If I stayed for 3 or 5 days, would it be New Year's when I came out? You've been missing for half a month? Don't you have any recollection? Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin suspiciously. Jiang Qin was completely bewildered, and Tyrant confirmed that Jiang Qin genuinely seemed unaware of his long absence. Where have you been all this time? Tyrant's mind was filled with questions. The castle had been thoroughly searched over the past half-month, almost to the point of being dismantled. Yet Jiang Qin was nowhere to be found. Today, they had planned to withdraw, and suddenly Jiang Qin appeared, which was very puzzling. Let's not worry about that for now. Come with me and let Filong and the others know you're safe, Tyrant said. Over the past half-month, Filong and a few others have been discharged from the hospital and joined the search for you. They vowed not to return until they found you. All right, Jiang Qin nodded, realizing he indeed needed to give everyone an explanation. The two quickly left the secret realm. Tyrant dialed a number, and a slightly disheartened voice from Filong answered. Got it. We're retreating now. At that moment, Jiang Qin gestured for Tyrant to hand him the phone. Brother Long, what's up? Who's pissed you off? Let your little brother handle it, Jiang Qin teased. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, then erupted with a roar. Holy crap! You're back? You bastard! Where the hell have you been for the past half month? Don't move. I'm coming to beat you up right now. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun heard the sound of wind rushing through the phone. Fei Long didn't even bother to hang up, afraid of losing Jiang Chun again. Moments later, a figure sped towards him, giving Jiang Chun a hearty hug. You little rascal, you really know how to worry people, Fei Long said, his tone a mix of reproach and concern. Sorry, brother Long, Jiang Chun began to explain, but was cut off. All right, no need to explain. It's good that you're back. Fei Long patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, then turned to Tyrant. Call the others and tell them to come back. We need to have a proper drink to celebrate finding Jiang Chun. Tyrant nodded in agreement and took out his phone to contact the others. Fei Long looked at Jiang Chun, feeling a weight lift off his chest. Although this was only a medium-sized secret realm, the relentless search over the past half-month had exhausted every corner. Some experts even suggested Jiang Chun might have perished and recommended stopping the search to save military resources. But Fei Long had flatly refused, and Chu Xiong had even given that expert a lesson under the cover of night. Now that expert was still recuperating at the UIC, Fei Long had declared. As long as Jiang Chun was missing, the expert would stay in bed. If Jiang Chun never returned, the expert could spend his life in bed. Soon, several figures arrived in a hurry. Chu Xiong rushed up to Jiang Chun, pinched his face and exclaimed, "Holy crap! You're really alive. Where the hell did you go?" He raised his fist as if to punch. At that moment, a black sphere intercepted the punch. Tao Ye's reaction was quicker than Jiang Chun's shout. Tao Dai, stop! Chu Xiong was sent flying. Fortunately, Tao Dai didn't use full force. Otherwise, Chu Xiong might not have survived. Holy crap! Jiang Chun, you? Chu Xiong gasped, struggling to get back on his feet. Everyone's attention focused on Tao Dai. Tyrant recognized it and quickly explained to the others, "This is the being that surpasses the diamond tier." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The little creature in front of them didn't look like a terrifying entity. It even appeared a bit cute. But Chu Xiong's experience proved that this seemingly unremarkable creature was indeed a fearsome existence beyond the diamond tier. Jiang Chun quickly summoned Yang Shun to mend Chu Xiong's broken ribs. The little guy is a bit nervous. Please bear with it, Brother Chu, he said while cradling Tao Dai and gently stroking its head. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Jiang Chun was confident that Tao Dai wouldn't harm him, so he dared to be so bold. But for the others, it was like holding a ticking time bomb. Jiang Chun, let's talk this out, no need for violence. Chu Xiong's shout pierced through the silence, jolting everyone present as if struck by lightning. Jiang Chun looked bewildered, not understanding when he had even moved. Stop, don't provoke it, Fei Long said hastily. If that creature gets angry, we're all done for. He glanced nervously at the Tao Tai in Jiang Chun's arms, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was a super beast. If it really got angry, no one here could stop it. Only then did Jiang Chun realize and chuckled, explaining, "This is Tao Dai. It's going to be my companion from now on. Don't worry, it's quite docile." Despite his words, the others still shook their heads, visibly shaken. The earlier attack had been too swift, catching Chu Xiong completely off guard and sending him flying. If it had been a lethal strike, they might not have even had time to react. Sigh, really, this little guy is very well behaved, Jiang Chun said helplessly, patting the Tao Dai again. The creature stretched comfortably in response. Fei Long finally relented. Keep a close watch on it. We'll trust you this time. Just this once. After all, Jiang Chun was the hope of the team, and they couldn't afford to lose him. Now that they had found Jiang Chun, it was time to report back. To facilitate their search, they had taken on a mission to clear out all platinum-level beasts in the secret realm. Suddenly, Jiang Chun remembered something. By the way, what happened to that Chigue king? The group's expressions shifted slightly. The tyrant explained, strangely enough, we witnessed that beast emerge, but after searching the entire secret realm and even digging into the underground of the ancient castle, we found no trace of it. It was as if everything we saw was an illusion. Jiang Chun was stunned. If it weren't for the presence of the nine-tailed fox descendant in the myriad race's nest, he would have thought the past few days were a dream. That's really bizarre, Fei Long said after hearing the tyrant's report, finally convinced it was true. Ancient beasts were clearly beyond their capability, and thus the two were spared from punishment. All right, let's not dwell on these matters anymore, Fei Long announced. Everyone gets a day off today to relax and recuperate. Chu Xiong shouted excitedly, that's great. I've been wanting a break. Perfect timing to have a drink today. He looked eagerly at Jiang Chun, planning to reclaim some dignity at the drinking table since he had lost out in combat. The group soon returned to the pioneering camp and organized a small gathering. When Jiang Chun regained consciousness, it was already the next day. As he stepped out of his tent, a pioneer soldier saluted him respectfully and said, "Sir, the captain wants to see you." Jiang Chun paused, realizing something was amiss. If Fei Long wanted to see him, he would have come directly. Being summoned meant someone from higher up had arrived. Given his sudden disappearance for half a month, the higher-ups would undoubtedly want an explanation. However, there were things Jiang Chen preferred not to disclose, especially since he had promised the nine-tailed fox not to reveal information about that world. Regardless, as a soldier, he had to meet whoever needed to see him. Holding the Tao Dai, Jiang Chen headed towards Fei Long's tent. Sure enough, a squad of well-equipped soldiers stood outside the tent, clearly the guard unit. The leader coldly asked, "Who goes there?" Jiang Chen handed over his identification badge, and after verification, he was allowed to enter. Inside the tent, Jiang Chen saw Fei Long standing obediently to the side, clearly in a submissive stance. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man, Fei Long's superior, and the one who had initially persuaded Jiang Chen to join. "Big boss," Jiang Chen said, surprised. The middle-aged man smiled. "Take a seat, kid." Jiang Chen didn't sit immediately but smiled and said, "I'll stand." "My superior is still standing, after all." Jiang Chen spoke and casually glanced at Fei Long. This subtle action did not escape Fei Long's notice. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fei Long's eyes widened, and he cursed inwardly. "That bastard Jiang Chen, he's clearly implying I'm not reliable." A middle-aged man witnessing this scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shaking his head, his gaze lingered on Fei Long for a moment before turning to Jiang Chen. His expression shifted from relaxed to serious, and his tone took on a hint of gravity. "All right, Jiang Chen, can you tell me what exactly happened during the half-month you were missing?" Hearing this question, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He had already anticipated the purpose of the visit. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously replied, "Big boss, there are some things I can't say, but I can share a bit of what I can." The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised as he looked at Jiang Chen. As someone high up in the military, there were few secrets he didn't know, and even fewer things that could surprise him. "Go ahead," he prompted Jiang Chen to continue. Choosing his words carefully, Jiang Chen began to speak slowly. "Believe it or not, it felt like I was in a very long dream. In that dream, there were terrifying beasts. I almost died there." The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, but he didn't get angry. He calmly asked, "How strong were they?" "Beyond the diamond rank," Jiang Chen replied. "And those beasts were only the lowest level in that place." The middle-aged man sensed there was more to Jiang Chen's words and understood he might really be unable to say much more. Shifting the topic, he smiled and asked, "What do you think should be done with that secret realm?" Without hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, "Destroy the spatial passage. That place is too dangerous. If one day that world fully connects with the secret realm and uses the spatial passage to come to Earth, it would be a disaster for the entire planet." "Your beast companion, did you get it from there?" the middle-aged man asked tentatively. "No," Jiang Chen corrected. "I obtained it within the secret realm." He skillfully provided some cryptic information. Finally, Jiang Chen couldn't help but add, "Whether you believe it or not, don't try to decipher them now." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Because just now, I learned about a realm beyond the diamond rank. This means I am not unable to see beyond the diamond rank, and that realm clearly far surpasses the diamond rank. We will seriously consider your suggestion," the middle-aged man said with a nod and a smile. Jiang Chen listened quietly, saying nothing more. He knew well that he could not influence the decisions of the higher-ups in Longhua. He could only offer his advice. Whether they would take it or not was beyond his control. "All right, that's all for now. You may go." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Yes, boss. Goodbye." Jiang Chen saluted and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, a voice called from behind, "By the way, you can leave directly from here. Also, the items you requested have arrived." Jiang Chen was not surprised. His disappearance for several days must have raised suspicions. It was understandable that he was being kept away from the front lines for a while, under observation. The items were likely to pacify him. "Thank you, boss." Jiang Chen nodded to Fei Long and left the room. After Jiang Chen left, Fei Long seemed hesitant to speak. The middle-aged man chuckled. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hide things between us." Fei Long finally spoke. "Boss, you've checked it yourself. Jiang Chen is definitely clean. Why are you still letting him go?" The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated this question. He shook his head with a smile. "It's not just about our trust. We need to make others believe too." Just then, a small, pink creature appeared on the middle-aged man's shoulder. It was a mind-reading beast, capable of seeing through people's hearts. It showed no anomalies regarding Jiang Chen, confirming his honesty. "All right, Jiang Chen is still young. Let him go to university for a year, and then come back to work. It's a good option." The middle-aged man made the final decision. Fei Long did not plead for Jiang Chen anymore. He understood the decision was final. "By the way, how is Wu Di doing now?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked. Fei Long's expression changed, but he answered truthfully, "He won't be able to fight again in this lifetime." After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man sighed. Let Wu Di go home. I remember he has a son. Let's do our best to support him. Understood. Filong quickly agreed. Given Wu Di's current state, he could only do clerical work, which wouldn't be enough to support a powerful beast tamer. Oh, by the way, boss, Wu Di's son is also applying to Yinhuang University, where Jiang Chan will be. Should we ask Jiang Chan to look after him? It's somewhat related to him after all, Filong suggested. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan was already on his way back. An hour later, he arrived at his destination, where a young soldier was waiting. Hello, are you Jiang Chun from the Pioneer Corps? The young soldier asked. Jiang Chun nodded in confirmation. The items you requested are ready. Please follow me. The young soldier led the way, and Jiang Chun followed eagerly. Outside the warehouse, the young soldier said, Please wait here while I handle the paperwork. I will bring the materials to you shortly. Jiang Chun nodded and looked around. The patrolling personnel were all high-ranking beast tamers, with the leader at the peak of the platinum rank. Clearly, this was an important warehouse for the Pioneer Corps. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt the beast in his arms, Tao Tai, becoming restless. He quickly held the unruly creature tighter. Calm down, Tao Tai. If you cause trouble, I'll get caught, Jiang Chun whispered. Tao Tai looked at him pitifully, and Jiang Chun had to coax, Behave and I'll treat you later. A moment later, the young soldier returned with a cart of supplies. Here are the items you requested. Please verify them and sign here. He looked at Jiang Chun with some surprise, wondering what kind of merit could earn such valuable items. Jiang Chun checked the supplies and noticed something amiss. This list seems incomplete. There should be more items, right? The young soldier nervously explained. This is the list we received. If there are any discrepancies, please contact your superior. Jiang Chun nodded in understanding. Despite the discrepancies, the materials were enough for several beasts to evolve. If you need a training room, I can show you the way, the young soldier suggested. Jiang Chun readily agreed. Soon, he was led to a training room, and the door was closed behind him. He immediately summoned his beasts, the rogue rabbit, the dark dragon, and the sun god. The materials for the other beasts were not yet complete, so he would deal with them after these three evolved. He distributed the materials to the rogue rabbit and the dark dragon, allowing them to handle their evolution, while the sun god required his direct assistance. Today, I'll help you all advance. Soon, we'll have a big mission to accomplish, Jiang Chun told his beasts. With the power he now wielded, he was ready to stand against the Jiang family. About an hour later, the mischievous rabbit completed its evolution, reaching the pinnacle of the golden stage, and its quality was upgraded to legendary. Its height surged to 2 meters, with blue patterns appearing on its body and occasional whirlwinds surrounding it. Meanwhile, the other two beasts were still in deep slumber. Jiang Chan examined the new form of the mischievous rabbit, marveling inwardly. However, before he could take a closer look, the rabbit suddenly extended its ears and gently brushed his hair. This action left Jiang Chen stunned, his eyes wide open, with only one thought in his mind. How dare this guy? The mischievous rabbit seemed to realize its mistake and quickly retracted its ears. But it was too late. Jiang Chen grabbed its ears and scolded angrily. Have you lost your mind? Do you want to be turned into spicy rabbit stew? How dare you touch my head? The mischievous rabbit looked innocent and aggrieved in the face of Jiang Chen's anger. It had acted instinctively, confused as to why its big brother appeared shorter. It soon realized that it had grown taller, not that Jiang Chen had shrunk. Jiang Chen continued to berate. Among all the beasts, you're the one with the most tricks, always forming cliques. What? You want to overthrow me and become the leader? The mischievous rabbit shook its head vigorously, indicating it had no such intention. Jiang Chen snorted. If you dare to overstep again, I'll stew you. Seeing that Jiang Chen's anger had subsided, the rabbit nodded eagerly. Then, it raised its ears and carefully massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders, trying to appease its master. Jiang Chen was surprised by the rabbit's actions, but didn't say much. He knew this rabbit was cunning and would need to be watched closely to prevent it from leading the other beasts astray. At that moment, the yang spirit stirred, and cracks appeared on its body. Jiang Chen was startled, thinking there might be a problem with its evolution. But soon, a small sun emerged from the fragments, and a new attribute panel for the yang spirit appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. The evolved yang spirit not only had a significant increase in attack power, but also emitted a constant glow. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that taking the yang spirit out would be like carrying a free light bulb. He quickly dismissed this absurd thought. Grabbing the yang spirit, Jiang Chen said helplessly, "Little guy, have you forgotten you're supposed to be a healing beast?" He noticed that one of yang spirit's new skills, Great Sunray, was clearly not a healing skill. This reminded him that when he first tamed the yang spirit, it was for its healing abilities. But at some point, the little creature had started focusing on attack skills instead. As Jiang Chen pondered, a furious dragon roar echoed. Xiao Hei's body convulsed violently, surrounded by black mist, exuding a menacing aura. Jiang Chen frowned, wondering if this guy needed another lesson. Xiao Hei's eyes snapped open, emitting a deafening roar that penetrated the walls of the training room. Its eyes turned blood red, indicating serious trouble. Jiang Chen acted decisively, summoning all his beasts, including the three-tailed fox. Fortunately, the military training room was spacious enough, over 1,000 square meters, to accommodate all of Jiang Chen's beasts. Seeing Xiao Hei about to face a group attack, its body suddenly trembled, showing a struggling expression. Moments later, its gaze cleared. Xiao Hei carefully called out to Jiang Chen, afraid that any mistake would lead to a beating. Jiang Chen asked, "All right? Back to normal?" Xiao Hei nodded vigorously, looking at Jiang Chen with hopeful eyes. Confirming that Xiao Hei had regained its sanity, Jiang Chen had to call off the action. However, Xiao Qing and Antun's expressions were clearly displeased, having grown tired of Xiao Hei's erratic behavior. Jiang Chen silently examined Xiao Hei's new attribute panel, contemplating how to handle this unruly Dark Dragon King. Jiang Chen felt his power advancing another level, bringing him closer to his goal of becoming a platinum-tier beastmaster. He pondered how to expedite Antun's progression to the peak of the gold tier, knowing that this beast's unique ability could accelerate its growth by devouring fire element materials. Jiang Qian had a hunch that once Antun broke through to the platinum tier, its potential would be greatly unleashed. Without hesitation, he pushed a half-guard of fire element crystal cores in front of Antun. "Eat up." Reached the peak of the gold tier as soon as possible. Antun immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the cores. As Jiang Qin's longest-serving beast, it understood its master's character and expectations well. Jiang Chen then turned his attention to the newly added little fox, preparing to introduce it to the other beasts. However, he suddenly realized he didn't know the fox's name. Just as he was wondering, a female voice echoed in his mind, "My name is Defy." Jiang Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the name. Nonetheless, he introduced her to the other beasts. "Her name is Defy, and she will be our new companion." Flathead growled a friendly greeting, but Defay coldly scanned the group, her gaze finally lingering on Antun as if sensing something unusual. The rogue rabbit enthusiastically approached Defay, trying to befriend her. However, Defay's gaze flashed with a hint of hunger, scaring the rogue rabbit into backing off quickly. Defay found a spot to lie down, clearly indifferent to the other beasts. Jiang Chen felt a bit displeased, secretly vowing to make this arrogant little fox submit. He believed that with the system's power, his beasts would one day surpass even the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, Jiang Chen sensed a surge in his mental power, bringing him even closer to the platinum tier. He had a vague feeling that the breakthrough could happen within a month, or even in the next second. Once he broke through, his beasts could immediately follow, and then it would be time for his revenge. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. "Ding! Host has acquired an ancient beast, activating special function. Mythical trials." Jiang Chen, surprised, asked the system and learned that this function would allow him to travel to other worlds to obtain materials for advancing to mythical levels. This news thrilled Jiang Chen, and he began to imagine leading a group of mythical quality beasts to dominate the earth. Considering the current situation, Jiang Chen decided to try out this new function after returning home. He ordered all his beasts to return to the myriad beasts' nest and prepared to leave the training room. Outside, a young soldier was waiting. "Comrade Jiang Chen, we need to escort you back." Jiang Chen readily agreed, fitting perfectly with his plan to find a place for quiet cultivation. However, when he saw the green military truck parked at the entrance, his face turned peculiar. "Oh?" After being escorted to Yulong City, Jiang Chen faced the last stretch of time before starting university. Determined to make the most of it, he focused on enhancing the strength of his beasts, aiming to elevate them to mythic level. One afternoon, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Fei Long's name. "Hey Long, what's up?" Jiang Chen answered curiously. Fei Long's hearty laugh came through the line. "You're back, right? Enjoy your time at school. In a year, you'll officially join the Pioneer Corps. Don't drag us down then." Catching the playful tone, Jiang Chen joked back, "Don't worry by then, it might be you guys holding me back." Fei Long scoffed, "With your current gold rank, even if you reach platinum in a year, it'll take you several more years to beat an old hand like me at the peak of platinum rank." He had no idea what Jiang Chen and Tyrant had been through. "All right, just don't overthink it. Come back in a year and fight alongside us," Fei Long said. "No problem." Jiang Chen agreed readily. Fei Long paused, then added, "There's something else about Wu Di." Jiang Chen's body tensed as he waited in silence. "He's no longer fit for the front lines and has returned home," Fei Long explained. "He wants to live a normal life and asked us not to disturb him. You shouldn't go looking for him either. When he's ready, he'll come to you." A heavy feeling settled in Jiang Chen's heart. He understood the emotional toll of being forced to leave the army for someone who loved it. Fei Long continued, "By the way, Wu Di has a son at Yanhuang University. The kid's pretty honest. Look out for him, and don't let anyone bully him. Leave it to me. No one will bully the offspring of the Pioneer Corps, Jiang Chun promised solemnly. After hanging up, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and prepared to head back to his place. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Pretending nothing was amiss, he continued walking and secretly signaled his little skeleton to scout ahead. Not far away, a burst of blood appeared, and a platinum-ranked warrior was revealed the result of the little skeleton's strike. Jiang Chun approached the man and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" Feigning innocence, the man retorted, "What are you talking about? I'll sue you for attacking me without reason." Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he patted the man's cheek lightly. "Cut the act. This is Yulong City. Sneaking around here doesn't seem suspicious to you." The man hesitated but still argued, "I do what I want. Yulong City can't control me." Losing patience, Jiang Chun pulled out an item for the man to see. "You'd better think carefully. If you don't tell the truth, your life is over." Seeing the item, the man's pupils contracted, and he cursed, "Damn it, that lunatic." Jiang Chun pressed further. "So what's it going to be? A life sentence or leniency for honesty?" The man broke down and confessed, "Sir, I was set up. If I knew who you were, I'd never dare to cause you trouble." "Enough with the nonsense. Speak up," Jiang Chun urged. "It's the Jiang family. They want you dead and are willing to trade 49 of their shares and 2 trillion yuan for your head," the man blurted out in one breath. Jiang Chun took a sharp breath. The Jiang family was serious this time, offering such a hefty reward to kill him. "Are you telling the truth?" Jiang Chun asked seriously. The man nodded frantically. "Every word is true. If I lie, may I die a horrible death." He even raised his hand to swear. "Fine, I won't kill you this time, but you'll still pay," Jiang Chun said as his little skeleton swiftly severed one of the man's arms. The man screamed in pain but quickly calmed down, picking up his severed arm and thanking Jiang Chun. "Thank you for sparing my life." Jiang Chun didn't respond, narrowing his eyes as he calculated his next steps. He needed to accelerate the advancement of his beasts. Though the Jiang family wasn't a super clan, they were formidable. They might send diamond-ranked warriors, which would be troublesome for him. Despite his confidence in facing diamond ranks, the disparity in power was still significant and dangerous. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun headed home, planning to evolve his little skeleton to mythic quality as soon as possible. This would significantly boost its power, allowing it to contend with diamond ranks, at least to some extent. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and looked resolutely at the system. "I want to start the mythical trial." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding. Do you wish to initiate the mythical trial?" "Start." Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. "Ding. Please choose your trial beast." A friendly reminder. Only the selected beast can participate in the trial. Others will be unable to fight. Hearing this unexpected rule, Jiang Chun frowned slightly but quickly made his decision. Choose the little skeleton as the trial beast. Proceed with the mythical trial. Ding. Selection confirmed. Opening the mythical trial portal. As the system's voice faded, a spatial rift appeared before Jiang Chun, transforming into a radiant gateway. Ding. The mythical trial is now open. Please enter the portal. Jiang Chun stepped into the glowing doorway decisively. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the surroundings changed abruptly. The sun vanished from the sky, replaced by a blood-red moon. Eerie black mist rose intermittently from the ground. Jiang Chun found himself in a desolate graveyard, surrounded by various tombstones. The little skeleton appeared beside him, ready for battle. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards them. The little skeleton reacted swiftly, its blade slicing through the air. With a shriek, a desiccated bird corpse fell to the ground, devoid of any blood. "What kind of place is this?" Jiang Chun muttered, shivering slightly in surprise. The system promptly explained. "Ding. The mythical trial has commenced. This realm is the world of the dead." Jiang Chun was startled, realizing he had left Earth and entered the so-called world of the dead. As he processed this, the surrounding tombstones began to stir. Soil churned, and pale hands emerged from the ground. "Are you kidding me? Zombies too?" Jiang Chun exclaimed, ready to flee with the little skeleton. But a voice echoed in his mind. "Kill? Killing will make me stronger." Jiang Chun paused and turned to the little skeleton. "You mean, if you kill the creatures here, you'll get stronger?" The little skeleton nodded in confirmation. After slaying the desiccated bird, it had sensed a slight shift in its stagnant power level. "System, is that true?" Jiang Chun inquired. The system responded. "Ding. There are 2 ways to achieve mythical status. The first is through continuous killing, absorbing energy from the trial beasts to evolve independently. The second is to find materials necessary for the beast's evolution and assist its advancement." With confirmation, Jiang Chun nodded. "If that's the case, then let's fight." The little skeleton understood and immediately engaged in battle. At that moment, numerous zombies in tattered clothes emerged from the ground. Jiang Chun quickly assessed their information. Name: Copper Armor Zombie. Quality: Leader Quality. Rank: Peak Gold Rank. Skills: Copper Skin and Iron Bones LV2, Corpse Poison LV1. Description: a creature that should be dead, but is controlled by an unknown force, becoming a mindless puppet. Evolution path: 100 refined iron, 1 platinum rank dark core, can evolve into Iron Armor Zombie. Seeing this information, Jiang Chun felt more confident. These zombies, not even reaching epic quality, were merely fodder. The little skeleton moved like a white lightning bolt, slicing through the zombies' tough copper armor with ease. Its formidable power left the copper armor zombies defenseless. In just a few minutes, over 100 zombies lay on the ground, defeated. After the battle, the little skeleton flicked its arm blade nonchalantly, like a swordsman savoring victory. Jiang Chen sensed that the little skeleton was on the verge of breaking through its current level. However, due to its own limitations, the accumulated energy was converted into potential. So this is evolution through killing, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. At that moment, a harsh cawing of crows broke the silence. Jiang Chen looked up and, perhaps it was just a trick of the light, but the blood moon seemed even more vivid and oppressive. The little skeleton returned to Jiang Chen's side, its red soul fire glowing brighter than before. Jiang Chen gently patted the little skeleton's bony head and said earnestly, "You're the first to take on the mythical trial. You have to succeed." The little skeleton appeared to understand its master's words, nodding seriously. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail shattered the stillness. Jiang Chen turned quickly to see a figure on a distant hill. No, more accurately, it was a monster. This was a spine-chilling sight. A headless horseman, engulfed in flames, riding a skeletal horse. Surrounding him were countless wailing souls, their cries echoing ominously. This scene reminded Jiang Chun of the legendary terrifying undead headless horseman. As the wails of the souls grew more piercing, the headless horseman seemed to sense Jiang Chun and his companion's presence. He turned his horse around, slowly raised his lance, and in the next moment, charged fiercely towards Jiang Chen's direction. Information about this fearsome creature quickly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Name: Headless Horseman. Quality: Epic. Rank: Peak of Gold Tier. Skills: Fearless Charge LV1. Wailing of 1,000 Ghosts LV1. Description: a powerful undead creature known for its exceptional riding and spear skills. Evolution path: Platinum Tier. Dark Core 1. Facing such a formidable opponent, the little skeleton showed no fear and charged straight at the headless horseman. Its instinct told it that defeating this headless horseman would significantly boost its own strength. The headless horseman seemed to have the same idea, and with the wailing of ghosts, a fierce battle ensued. Clang! The lance clashed with the arm blade, producing a harsh metallic sound. The little skeleton was sent flying by the tremendous force, but quickly regained its footing. It was then that Jiang Chen realized a problem. Why was this little skeleton being so reckless? As an assassin-type beast, how could it compete in strength with a beast specialized in charging? The little skeleton seemed to realize its mistake as well. It stopped engaging Hedon and began to use its agility to evade the headless horseman's attacks. Eventually, it even used its stealth skill, disappearing instantly from the headless horseman's sight. Suddenly deprived of its target, the headless horseman looked around warily, occasionally thrusting his lance into the air in an attempt to locate the hidden enemy. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped from above. The headless horseman, true to its legendary status, instantly detected the little skeleton's presence. It swiftly executed a backhanded spear thrust, aiming to knock the little skeleton to the ground. Just as the spear was about to pierce the little skeleton, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. However, the next scene left him stunned. The little skeleton deftly sidestepped the attack, slashed the spear, and used the momentum to land steadily. In the next instant, it shot towards the headless knight like an arrow. Black energy swirled around its arm blade, and its speed suddenly surged. A flash of black light appeared, and the headless knight's chest exploded in a spray of dark liquid. Despite the severe wound, the knight stubbornly swung its spear in a counterattack, but it was a beat too slow. The moment the little skeleton landed, it leaped again, circling behind the knight and slicing off the hand holding the spear. As black blood splattered, the headless knight finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The skeletal warhorse, now without its master, instantly disintegrated into a pile of bones. Jiang Chun watched as the little skeleton landed steadily, a wisp of red energy flowing into its body, making its soul fire burn brighter and its potential grow stronger. However, it was still far from reaching mythical quality, and it was clearly not an easy task. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Jiang Chun instinctively covered his ears, but the sound waves still left him dizzy, as if his eardrums might burst at any moment. As the sound faded, The ground beneath him trembled violently, as if a colossal creature was about to emerge. Sure enough, a bizarre scene unfolded on a nearby hill. Countless human skulls, seemingly controlled by some force, quickly piled up. In no time, a mini palace made entirely of human skulls, about 7 to 8 meters in length and width, rose from the ground. At the top of the palace, a figure appeared out of thin air. In an instant, Jiang Chun felt a surge of intense battle intent and was shocked to realize that this emotion came from the little skeleton. Boss, kill it. I can become even stronger. The little skeleton's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chun was startled and immediately activated the scanning function. Name, Skeleton King. Quality, mythical. Rank, peak gold tier. Skills, Bone Blade LV3, Bone Armor LV2, King Summon LV1, Immortal Battle Will LV1, Undead Suppression LV1. Description: the king among skeletons, possessing immense power and terrifying talent. Evolution path? After reading the description, Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that there would truly be a mythical quality beast in the mythical trial grounds. However, given the current strength of the little skeleton, it seemed unlikely that it could match such a vastly superior opponent. It was a pity that external assistance was not allowed in this place. Otherwise, with the help of his other beasts, Jiang Chun was confident he could defeat the Skeleton King. He even suspected that Anchuan could handle it easily, though he lacked proof. Boss, let's take it down. The little skeleton's voice rang in Jiang Chen's mind again, its tone resolute to the point of stubbornness. Jiang Chen sighed, little skeleton, don't be reckless like Ping Tu, and don't mimic your big brother, the rogue rabbit. You can't beat it now. Let's bide our time and come back when you're stronger. The little skeleton's soul fire flickered, and it tilted its head to look at Jiang Chun. After a moment, it insisted, I want to take it down. Jiang Chun was at a loss for words, realizing his persuasion was futile. Although he also hoped the little skeleton could defeat the Skeleton King, the disparity in strength was too great, and he didn't want the little skeleton to take unnecessary risks. With the system, they could wait until the little skeleton grew stronger before challenging it again. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen asked the system, what happens if a beast dies in the mythical trial? The system immediately responded, ding. If a beast dies in the mythical trial, it will be punished by dropping 1 minor rank, and the trial will have a 7-day cooldown. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt somewhat relieved. Dropping 1 minor rank was acceptable, and the 7-day cooldown was within expectations. After a moment of thought, he patted the little skeleton's head and said confidently, it's just a skeleton king. Let's take it down. The little skeleton's soul fire flared brightly, clearly excited. Jiang Chun shook his head internally. This little guy was overly optimistic. Even so, he had no choice but to go along with its decision. Let's go. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate any longer and led the little skeleton towards the Skeleton King's location. At that moment, the Skeleton King, seated on its bone throne, suddenly stood up, its gaze locking onto the little skeleton. One hand transformed into a bone blade, the other into a bone shield, and it stepped out of the palace. Moments later, the Skeleton King stood tall in front of the palace, like a majestic general. The ground around them suddenly cracked open, and countless skeletal hands emerged, instantly kneeling on either side as if worshipping the Skeleton King. In the blink of an eye, the entire hill was filled with thousands of skeletal soldiers, all kneeling in reverence. Such a scene would have terrified anyone with a weak will, and even Jiang Chun felt the urge to turn and flee. But sensing the little skeleton's intense battle intent, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Soon, he realized that these skeletal soldiers did not seem to attack proactively. Even when they noticed their presence, they remained kneeling like statues. The Skeleton King stood motionless, a faint golden soul flame flickering within its skull. Jiang Chun could feel its gaze, but he quickly realized that the Skeleton King's attention was actually focused on the little skeleton. The oppressive atmosphere created by the surrounding thousands of skeletal soldiers made Jiang Chun anxious, fearing that if they all attacked at once, his side would be wiped out instantly. However, Jiang Chun's worries soon proved unnecessary. The Skeleton King was evidently an honorable opponent, disdainful of having its subordinates intervene. It took a step forward, exuding an aura of majesty. The little skeleton, not to be outdone, also stepped forward, releasing waves of killing intent. Despite this, the disparity in quality quickly put the little skeleton at a disadvantage, forcing it to take a step back. Yet, the battle spirit in its red soul flame burned even brighter. This scene surprised the Skeleton King. As a ruler, it was used to accepting challenges from other skeletons, typically quashing their will to fight with its king's will skill. But the little skeleton not only didn't retreat, but also erupted with even stronger fighting spirit, something the Skeleton King hadn't anticipated. Finally, unable to suppress its battle spirit any longer, the little skeleton launched the first attack. It entered a stealth mode. while the Skeleton King remained standing, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the little skeleton appeared behind the Skeleton King, its arm blade shrouded in dark energy slashing down hard. A metallic clash rang out. The attack was blocked by a large shield. Simultaneously, a large sword thrust out with incredible speed, too swift for the little skeleton to completely evade. With a crack, the little skeleton lost a section of its ribcage. But this was not enough to stop it. Its figure vanished again, preparing for another ambush. This time, the Skeleton King moved. Its bone sword cleaved forward, sending out a blade aura. Amidst the swirling dust, the little skeleton's figure was sent flying from the mist. Jiang Qin's heart sank as he realized the Skeleton King had been able to trace the little skeleton's movements all along. This attack left a deep gash on the little skeleton's chest, breaking 7 or 8 ribs. If not for its arm blade absorbing most of the impact, the little skeleton might have been split in two. Seeing the battered little skeleton, the Skeleton King sheathed its sword and turned to leave, evidently believing its opponent was no longer capable of fighting. However, the little skeleton moved again. The red soul flame in its eye sockets grew eerier. Dark energy began to emanate from its body, and its arm blades turned jet black. In an instant, the King of the Night skill was activated, plunging a 100-meter radius into darkness with the little skeleton at its center. The Skeleton King, about to leave, paused and slowly turned around, raising its bone sword before charging into the dark domain like a missile. Jiang Chun could only hear a series of weapon clashes, but couldn't see what was happening in the darkness. He was anxious, relieved that the surrounding skeletal soldiers didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Suddenly, a figure was flung out of the darkness, landing heavily on the ground. It was the little skeleton, its bones covered in cracks, missing an arm. The dark domain dissipated, revealing the Skeleton King's figure. This time, it no longer looked unscathed, bearing several cracks on its body and a significant notch on its bone blade. Jiang Chun felt a shock, followed by a surge of joy. The fact that the little skeleton could wound the Skeleton King indicated that their strength disparity wasn't insurmountable. He was about to withdraw from the mythical trial when he noticed the little skeleton undergoing a transformation. Its entire body began to glow with a red aura, and a surge of power within it madly assaulted the platinum tier barrier. With each impact, the platinum tier barrier showed signs of cracking. Jiang Chun felt his own realm starting to loosen. A voice filled with killing intent echoed in his mind, and the little skeleton's battered body instantly regenerated, its severed arm blade growing back. Jiang Chun understood. The little skeleton had advanced. As the little skeleton advanced, Jiang Qin's mental strength also surged, breaking through the barrier. His aura began to change, and the surrounding spiritual energy frantically converged, forming a massive spiritual energy vortex above his head. Other creatures in the nest of myriad races sensed Jiang Qin's advancement and began striving towards the platinum tier. Jiang Qin's strength skyrocketed in an instant. He hadn't expected the little skeleton to break through at such a critical moment and advance to the platinum tier. This development was clearly beyond the Skeleton King's expectations as well. Between the two skeletons, only one option remained: to kill. For only the strong deserved to stand. The platinum tier little skeleton was now almost on par with the mythical Skeleton King. When the two clashed, Jiang Chun could only see blurred afterimages, unable to catch their precise movements. At that moment, darkness enveloped the area once again with the little skeleton at its center. The little skeleton's attributes surged once more, suddenly gaining the power to suppress the Skeleton King. With a piercing sound, the little skeleton's arm blade glowed with a sinister red light. Sensing the threat, the Skeleton King immediately raised its shield to block the attack. However, empowered by the red aura, the little skeleton's bone blade became incredibly sharp, slicing through the bone shield with ease. This unexpected turn of events shocked the Skeleton King, causing it to retreat rapidly to gain distance. But the little skeleton didn't let it escape. Within its domain of the Dark Night King, it could finally unleash its full potential. The little skeleton's speed increased again, and its arm blade emitted an eerie red glow. Seeing no way to dodge, the Skeleton King chose to face the attack head-on. A faint golden light shimmered on its bone sword. The two clashed briefly, barely touching before separating. A notch appeared on the little skeleton's arm blade, and it seemed to falter, stumbling forward. Jiang Chun was startled, realizing that even as a platinum tier beast, the little skeleton still couldn't match a mythical tier beast. But just then, the Skeleton King slowly turned its head toward where the little skeleton had fallen. In the next moment, its bone sword shattered, and its body was split in half, collapsing to the ground. This sudden change left Jiang Chun in a daze, taking a moment to react. "What the heck? One?" he blurted out. As soon as he spoke, the system notification sounded. "Ding. Congratulations, your beast, the little skeleton, has defeated a mythical tier beast and earned a special reward. Quality upgrade, Almost simultaneously, the little skeleton was enveloped in a layer of light. The surrounding skeleton soldiers knelt more devoutly, not daring to move. A faint golden light emerged from the skeleton king's bones and flew toward the little skeleton. The system prompted again. Ding! Your beast, the little skeleton, is advancing to mythical quality. Jiang Chun watched the glowing orb intently, his heart filled with anxiety. After about a dozen breaths, the system notification sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your beast, the little skeleton, has successfully advanced. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mythical tier beast, the Dark Assassin King. As the light faded, a panel appeared before Jiang Chun, detailing the little skeleton's new attributes and skills. The newly advanced little skeleton now stood 2 meters tall, its bones as white as jade, exuding a constant killing aura. It had also gained a new skill, King of Assassins, which allowed it to infinitely enhance all attributes through slaughter. Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the skill's absurdity. A fleeting thought crossed his mind to have the little skeleton massacre millions, but he quickly dismissed the inappropriate idea. The little skeleton approached Jiang Chun and crouched down obediently, allowing him to pat its head. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "Little guy, you've become even stronger now. Show me what you've got." He pointed to the surrounding 1,000 skeleton soldiers, eager to see the prowess of his newly advanced mythical tier beast. The little skeleton stood up, its eyes glowing red. It instantly moved to the center of the skeleton soldiers, extending its arms to unleash red blade energy. 2 beams of 3 to 4 meters long swept out, effortlessly destroying a large swath of skeleton soldiers. Next, the little skeleton brought its arms together, condensing a 7 to 8 meter long blade energy, and continued its rampage. In just over 20 seconds, more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers were annihilated, their bones piling up at Jiang Chun's feet. The little skeleton returned to Jiang Chun and knelt down, reporting, "Boss, all skeleton soldiers have been eliminated." At that moment, a monstrous bird, 3 to 4 meters tall, attacked. Before Jiang Chun could even get a clear look, the bird was already sliced in two. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh heartily. Excellent. This mythical trial had been incredibly rewarding. Though the little skeleton might not yet rival diamond-tier beasts, it was undoubtedly capable of holding its own against them. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes. The Jiang family. It's time to settle the score. Back in the real world, Jiang Chun carefully inspected the beasts in his possession. Most of them had only experienced a minor upgrade in their ranks. However, among them, Antune's transformation was the most remarkable. Jiang Chun stared at Antune's information panel. Name, Antune. Quality, Mythical 10-star. Rank, Platinum Peak. Skills, Lava Eruption LV3. Lava Control LV2. Heavenly Firefall LV1. Lava Body LV1. Flame Devourer LV1. Description: a powerful apostle with unparalleled strength. Jiang Chun was astonished to discover that Antune had not only evolved 3 new skills, but had also reached the highest stage of mythical quality 10 stars. This advancement had significantly enhanced Antune's power. The newly acquired skills were impressive. Heavenly Firefall summons a massive ball of lava to fall from the sky. Lava Body transforms into lava for a short period, greatly increasing defense. Flame Devourer consumes all flames in the world, strengthening itself. Jiang Chun thoughtfully summoned Taodai, and found that it had also reached the mythical 10-star quality. This realization made him aware that Antune's potential was on par with that of ancient ferocious beasts. The breakthrough not only improved his strength, but also brought rare items as system rewards. Name: Sacred White Tiger Essence Blood. Quality: Mythical. Description: Essence Blood of the Sacred White Tiger, capable of evolving tiger-type beasts into possessing white tiger bloodline. Jiang Chun immediately thought of bestowing this essence blood upon his only tiger-type beast, Xiao Bai. Although Xiao Bai had reached the lower tier of the platinum rank, it still lagged behind other beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun acquired a powerful new talent: Mythical Overlord. As long as a mythical beast under your command is not completely defeated, you will not suffer any harm. This talent almost rendered Jiang Chun invincible, with only diamond rank powerhouses posing a potential threat. Just as Jiang Chun was reveling in his newfound power, several hostile presences suddenly appeared around him. Frowning, he summoned his little skeleton, silently resenting the persistent trouble from the Jiang family. After a brief moment of wailing outside the door, it fell silent. The little skeleton returned, indicating that the threat had been eliminated. This scene made Jiang Chun resolute. It was time to thoroughly resolve the Jiang family's nuisance. He murmured, "Since you're in such a hurry, let's settle this once and for all." With that, he left with the little skeleton. At this moment, the Jiang family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Servants hurried about, whispering rumors of the family's impending doom. In the Jiang family's reception hall, Jiang Baiyue was forcing a smile while negotiating with an elderly man. Senior Liu, your price is too harsh. Our Jiang family is in a difficult position, Jiang Baiyue said with difficulty. The old man responded disdainfully. Your Jiang family? You have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for those two disappearing, you wouldn't even be standing here talking to me. Jiang Baiyue's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare refute. He knew that the powerful man before him could easily take his life. Helplessly, he continued to plead, hoping to secure better terms for the Jiang family. As the negotiation reached an impasse, a warrior at the peak of the gold rank rushed in, shouting, "It's bad, it's bad. Someone has broken in." Jiang Baiyue scolded. "What's the panic? I'm still alive." He then turned to the old man and whispered, "Senior Liu, I have something to deal with. Please wait a moment." The old man snorted coldly, not responding. Jiang Baiyue hurriedly left the reception hall and looked up to see a giant blue dragon over 20 meters long hovering in the air. Atop the dragon's head stood a familiar figure, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "Long time no see." Jiang Baiyue instantly realized that their worst fear had come true. Jiang Chun, the adversary they had always wanted to eliminate, had finally come to confront them personally. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the Jiang family hall, his eyes fixed like a hawk on Jiang Baiyue. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. "Jiang Chun, what do you want?" Jiang Baiyue's face darkened, his voice laced with unease. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the silence. All eyes turned to the standoff between the uncle and nephew. After a moment, Jiang Chun spoke calmly, "You tell me, why would I step into the Jiang family?" His words struck Jiang Baiyue like a hammer blow. His body trembled slightly, a flicker of panic in his eyes. The presence of the colossal dragon made him even more fearful. He couldn't help but wonder if all his beasts combined could defeat this behemoth. Jiang Baiyue finally understood Jiang Baichuan's dying warning. Don't provoke Jiang Chun. He couldn't help but regret what kind of monster he had provoked. Forcing a calm facade, Jiang Baiyue suddenly changed his approach. "Chunner, what are you talking about? I've been the head of the family for over a decade. If we leave the Jiang family to your incapable brother, it will surely decline. You should take over as the head." These words left Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. He had underestimated the shamelessness of the man before him. If not for Jiang Baichuan revealing the truth, he might have believed this nonsense. Heh. Jiang Chan sneered, watching to see what Jiang Baiyue would do next. Seeing this, Jiang Baiyue continued his desperate plea. "Really, Chunner, come back, and I'll immediately hand over the position to you. Your brother and I will find a place to retire. You will be the head of the Jiang family. With the family's resources, it won't take long for you to reach the diamond rank, elevating our family's status." However, Jiang Chun had no interest in the position of family head. Even at his lowest point, he never desired it. In this world, respect could only be earned through strength. If your fists were strong enough, you were your own powerful family. Jiang Chun had no regard for a family that dominated a third-rate city. With his current strength, he was nearly at the diamond rank. If he called upon his little beast, Tao Tai, even a diamond rank opponent would be no match. "Chinner, what do you think?" Jiang Baiyue asked, his mouth dry, looking up at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, sneering, "Go on." These words felt like a slap to Jiang Baiyue's face, burning with shame. He realized Jiang Chun would not let this go, even if he knelt and begged for mercy. "Chinner, I know we have misunderstandings, but can you give me a chance to explain?" Jiang Baiyue made one last attempt to plead. Jiang Chun finally lost his patience. "Explain? Ha ha ha. Jiang Baiyue, do you really think of yourself as a Jiang family member?" These words hit Jiang Baiyue like a hammer, making him tremble, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. But he quickly tried to maintain his composure. "Chunner, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand? Let me explain." Jiang Qin raised his voice so the entire Jiang family could hear. "You are just a steward of the Jiang family. What gives you the right to stand here and speak to me, the young master of the Jiang family?" These words exploded like a bomb in the Jiang family hall. Many gasped, shocked to hear such explosive information. Panic overtook Jiang Baiyue. You're lying. Jiang Qin, don't think that just because you're strong, you can slander me. Besides, this is Yulong City. Do you really dare to act recklessly here?" As he spoke, he summoned his beasts. A six-winged centipede at the peak of the platinum rank, a war mammoth of high platinum rank, and two black-feathered eagles of mid-platinum rank. This was top-tier strength in Yulong City, but still fell short against Jiang Chun. "Acting recklessly? No, I just want to discipline a servant." Jiang Chen sneered, then summoned three figures: Flathead, the rogue rabbit, and little skeleton, along with the sun god. He mainly wanted to test the sun god's attack power. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, leave the Jiang family now. I don't kill the innocent," Jiang Chen announced to the crowd. Hearing this, many servants, seeing Jiang Chun riding a giant dragon, left without hesitation, ignoring their master's expression. Seeing this, Jiang Baiwei panicked. Jiang Chun, do you really want to exterminate us? Think carefully. If you act recklessly in Yulong City, you'll be held accountable and might end up as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun laughed. I am the young master of the Jiang family. You are just a steward. Besides, in managing my family's affairs. What does the Long Kingdom have to do with it? Hearing this, Jiang Baiyu's face turned pale. Jiang Chun was right. Even if he had taken control of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun held the moral high ground. Jiang Baiyue finally buckled. His only option now was to seek refuge with the Lu family, hoping they could help him through this crisis. Sun God, kill those beasts below, Jiang Chun ordered. The sun god flew into the air, and to everyone's shock, beams of light as thick as an arm shot out. The beasts, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. By the time they sensed danger, the beams had already pierced their bodies. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Baiwei stunned. By the time he regained his senses, his beasts were grievously injured. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen hadn't expected the sun god's beams to be so powerful, capable of easily killing several platinum-ranked beasts. This creature was veering further from its healing abilities, its attack power significantly stronger than before. Senior Lu, I yield. Please save me. The Jiang family is yours now. Jiang Baiwei finally broke down, shouting loudly. Jiang Chen frowned, unwilling to give him any more chances. Little skeleton, finish him. Little skeleton dashed forward, appearing behind Jiang Baiwei in an instant, its blade arm raised high. Just as it was about to strike, a figure appeared, grabbing little skeleton's blade arm, stopping the fatal blow. At the same time, an old voice echoed, young friend, you cannot kill him. He is now part of the Lu family. Seeing the old man approach, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Despite his displeasure, he maintained a calm exterior. If the man dared to step forward, he was undoubtedly a diamond-ranked powerhouse. Best not to provoke him if it could be avoided. Jiang Chen spoke coolly. This guy is my family servant. How did he end up joining your family? The old man wasn't angered by Jiang Chen's words. Instead, he gave a subtle smile and replied amiably, allow me to introduce myself. I am from the Lu family of Magic City. You must have heard of us. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Lu family, reputed to have several diamond-ranked experts, with the family head being a pinnacle diamond-ranked beastmaster holding a significant military position. Jiang Chun was secretly surprised that Jiang Baiwei had managed to associate with such a powerful family. Even so, Jiang Chun was unafraid. He replied coldly, I don't care if you're from the Lu family or any other family. This is a matter within my own family, and you're not welcome here. If you want to take action against me, you better have a reason. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Usually, revealing his affiliation with the Lu family earned him some respect. This young man dared to be so rude, which irritated him. Young man, you shouldn't make baseless accusations, the old man said with a hint of displeasure. In the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Baiwei holds power over the Jiang family. How could he not have the authority to manage the family? As I said, Jiang Baiwei is now one of us in the Lu family. How about showing some respect for an old man? Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh at this. I have just one question. Do you represent the entire Lu family? The old man's expression shifted slightly. Although he held a significant position within the Lu family, he couldn't claim to represent the entire family. Of course not, the old man admitted truthfully. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a sense of relief. If the old man truly represented the Lu family, he would have to reconsider. But now, it was clear the old man only spoke for himself. Jiang Chen's demeanor turned icy. Then there's nothing to discuss. You can leave now. I need to handle family matters. Both the old man and Jiang Baiwei were taken aback by Jiang Chen's firmness, not expecting him to be so unyielding. Even the city lord, Lu Yulong, would show some respect to the old man. Suddenly, a glint of gold flashed in Jiang Baiwei's eyes as he saw an opportunity. If Jiang Chun dared to make a move, the consequences would be different. The old man had a military rank, and any conflict with him would lead to severe repercussions for Jiang Chen, even with his connections in the pioneering army. With this in mind, Jiang Baiwei gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Chun, I am now part of the Lu family. The previous conflicts were misunderstandings, and I didn't kill your parents. I advise you to let this go. If you continue to cause trouble, even your backers won't save you. I will ask Elder Lu to seek justice for me. Jiang Chun paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Let it go? Did you think about letting it go when you sent people to kill me? You have some nerve. Jiang Baiwei's expression shifted, but he quickly retorted, Elder Lu, this guy is slandering me. I never sent anyone to assassinate him. It was my foolish brother's doing. Besides, my brother has already been killed by Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen saw through Jiang Baiwei's ploy instantly. He intended to shift all the blame onto Jiang Baichuan, who was already dead, making it impossible for Jiang Chun to provide evidence. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "How shameless can you be?" At that moment, the Lu family elder spoke again. "Enough? Since the matter is clear, Jiang Chun, you should leave." Jiang Chun sneered, "I don't want to waste words. One last time. Leave now or face the consequences." The calm tone made both men shudder. The old man quickly regained his composure and, feeling annoyed, said, "Jiang Chun, you are talented, but don't ruin yourself. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being harsh." Jiang Chun had already seen through the old man's intentions and repeated, "I said, leave now, or face the consequences." This time, the Lu family elder didn't feel a shiver. Instead, he found it amusing. "Huh, Jiang Chun, I know you're talented, but you shouldn't talk recklessly." Jiang Chun didn't respond but simply called out a name, Tao Dai. "Cripple him." In an instant, a shadow darted out. Tao Dai, sensing Jiang Chun's anger, became extremely violent. Roar! A furious roar echoed around them. Simultaneously, the Lu family elder's face changed drastically as he saw a shadow rushing towards him. He tried to raise his hand to block, but just as he lifted his palm, crack! A crisp sound accompanied by a look of shock in the elder's eyes. In a single move, his wrist was broken. It didn't end there. Tao Dai leaped onto the elder's shoulder and took a savage bite, tearing off an entire arm. The sudden turn of events left the Lu family elder stunned. Though shocked by Jiang Chen's powerful beast, he quickly realized that if he didn't stop, he might lose his life. "Jiang Chun, let's talk this out. Please have your beast stop," the elder hurriedly pleaded. Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his eyes cold. "I warned you about the consequences." The elder's heart sank. He cursed Jiang Baiyue internally for involving him in this mess. Despite his military background, Jiang Baiyue had provoked a genius with power beyond diamond rank. What was he thinking? Instead of nurturing such talent, they wanted to expel him from the family? Seeing Tao Dai charge again, the elder couldn't hold back. "Jiang Chun, let's discuss this." "I'll apologize." "Tao Dai, let him go," Jiang Chun ordered coldly. Tao Dai stopped, and the elder sighed in relief, not daring to utter another threatening word. Facing such terrifying power, even his entire family would have to reconsider. "Jiang Chun, my apologies. The Jiang family has no ties with the Lu family. I'll be taking my leave now," the elder said, turning to leave without looking back. Jiang Baiyue stood frozen in place, his face a mix of shock and regret. He had just witnessed the instant defeat of the elderly warrior of diamond rank, someone whose strength he knew all too well. His trembling gaze fell on Jiang Chun, and his heart was filled with remorse. He cursed himself for not eliminating Jiang Chun when he was just a child. Now, the opportunity was lost. After the battle, Tao Dai flew into Jiang Chun's arms, a trickle of golden blood at its mouth. Jiang Chun's expression changed dramatically as he recalled Qiongqi's earlier words, realizing that Tao Dai might have been injured all along. This explained why Qiongqi had been so protective of Tao Dai. Tao Dai nuzzled Jiang Chun gently, as if to reassure him. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, his gaze like a blade directed at Jiang Baiyue. Feeling the chilling intent to kill, Jiang Baiyue shuddered but forced himself to speak. "Jiang Chun, I know I was wrong. If you're willing, I can still be a dog for the Jiang family." Jiang Chun laughed heartily at this. "Be my dog? Do you even deserve it? Besides, who would keep a dog that bites its master?" Each word was like an ice pick, leaving Jiang Baiyue pale. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by a white flood dragon. It was Lu Yulong, the lord of Yulong City. Jiang Chun frowned and asked directly, "Lord Lu, are you here to meddle as well?" Lu Yulong quickly waved his hands. No, Jiang Chun, you misunderstand. I've looked into your matter. It's indeed an internal family issue, and I won't interfere. However, I must ask you to exercise restraint and avoid harming the innocent, or I will have to step in." Jiang Chun readily agreed, stating he was not one to kill indiscriminately. Satisfied, Lu Yulong turned and left, knowing full well of Jiang Chun's limitless potential and the extraordinary beast beyond diamond rank aiding him. Intervening now would only bring trouble. As the city lord departed, Jiang Baiyue suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. He knew he wouldn't escape death but pleaded for Jiang Chun to spare his only son, Jiang Lan. However, Jiang Chun coldly refused. "You should know the saying. Eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth." Fury ignited in Jiang Baiyu's eyes as he lunged at Jiang Chun. But a shadow moved faster, severing his legs in an instant. Jiang Baiyue crashed to the ground, cursing bitterly. Jiang Chun, expressionless, signaled the small skeleton to end it. A flash of cold light, and Jiang Baiyue's head rolled to the ground. Wasting no time, Jiang Chun flew towards the Jiang family mansion. He knew there were still others who needed to be dealt with. At that moment, Jiang Lan was lounging comfortably in his chair, surrounded by women. He was muttering about the mistake of not killing Jiang Chen back then when a panicked, chubby man burst in. Annoyed, Jiang Lan kicked him, only to hear a familiar voice from outside. Indeed, it's time for you to go. Turning around, Jiang Lan saw Jiang Chen stroll in, bodies of guards lying behind him. Panic set in as Jiang Lan stammered. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you go. Jiang Chen sneered. Your father is already waiting for you down below. I'm here to send you off to join him. Before he finished speaking, the small skeleton appeared behind Jiang Lan, slashing off his limbs in one swift move. Jiang Chen glanced at the teary-eyed women in the room and said calmly, if you have any scores to settle, now is the time. With that, he turned and left, leaving Jiang Lan bleeding and writhing on the floor. It was clear that Jiang Chen was overthinking. Almost simultaneously, a piercing wail erupted from behind him. Several women, like frenzied beasts, lunged at Jiang Lan, their attacks merciless and lethal. Very soon, Jiang Lan succumbed to the brutal assault and died. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already walked out of the Jiang family mansion. He had no interest in the Jiang family's assets. As he had always believed, he was strong enough on his own and didn't need anyone else's support. Moreover, the Jiang family was now insignificant in his eyes. Without looking back, Jiang Chen left. Moments later, Lu Yulong appeared silently. He glanced at the Jiang family mansion, sighed lightly, and then turned to leave without lingering. The next 3 days were calm, as if no one noticed the drastic changes within the Jiang family. Jiang Qian, on the other hand, spent those days resting comfortably, feeling elated after avenging his grievances. As Jiang Qian was basking in the sun, he suddenly felt the sunlight being blocked. Annoyed, he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Almost simultaneously, an irate voice responded, "You jerk, do you really dislike me that much?" The speaker's eyes, filled with anger, bore into Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had initially thought it was that annoying Lu Mengtu trying to get attention again, which was why he had snapped. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 figures in front of him. Jiang Chen recognized one of them, but the other was a stranger. Frowning, he asked, "Lu Yurong, what are you doing here?" At his words, Lu Yurong, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, shouted angrily, "Do you think I want to find you? If it weren't for a certain jerk, I wouldn't come looking for you in my entire life." Humph. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. As a former campus beauty, she had never been treated this way. She couldn't stand it and didn't want to stay and be humiliated. However, the young man beside her stopped her, whispering, calm down, my foot." Lu Yurong shook off his hand and left without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Yuanan hesitated. As her brother, he should go after his sister, but he was here for Jiang Chen. Having finally encountered him, he couldn't let the opportunity slip. Quickly, Lu Yuanan made up his mind. His sister would come home on her own, but it would be hard to find such a worthy opponent again. Jiang Chen looked up at the young man, puzzled. He wanted to ask, "That woman has left, why are you still here?" but decided against it. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" Caught off guard, Lu Yuanan instinctively replied, "You jerk," but he quickly corrected himself. "My name is Lu Yuanan, and I'm that girl's brother." While speaking, he also scrutinized Jiang Chen, who was looking at him as if he were an idiot, making Lu Yuanan uncomfortable. Lu Yuanan hurriedly said, "I'm here to spar with you. Can you give me a chance?" Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook his head. Lu Yuanan felt a bit displeased with Jiang Chen's attitude. After all, he hadn't used his full strength. If he had, even if he couldn't win, he would have gained at least 1,000 more points. In his view, the gap between him and Jiang Chen wasn't that big. "Jiang Chen, you're the national champion. Are you afraid?" Lu Yuanan tried to provoke him. Unfortunately, such a lowly tactic was beneath Jiang Chen. He said calmly, "Lu Mengtu, throw this guy out." A gigantic rabbit munching on a carrot hopped over. Lu Yuanan, feeling annoyed, was about to say something harsh when he felt something grip his shoulder. Almost instantly, he was flung out. "Hey, that's a sneak attack, not fair." Lu Yuanan yelled in surprise and anger as he landed heavily on the road outside. Just then, Lu Yurong hurried back and saw her brother being thrown out. She breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Thank goodness, my brother didn't get himself killed." She had indeed left earlier but had received a call from their grandfather halfway, instructing her to stop Lu Yuanan. Upon hearing this, she rushed back but was still a step too late. However, the situation didn't seem too bad. It appeared no fight had occurred, and her brother had taken the brunt of it. Seeing his sister return, Lu Yuanan quickly got up from the ground, his face burning with embarrassment. This was humiliating. He was about to go back and redeem himself when Lu Yurong stopped him. "Grandpa told me to tell you not to seek death and to come back with me," Lu Yurong said. "Don't stop me. If I don't make that guy scream today, Wait, what did you just say?" Lu Yuanan suddenly paused, sensing something was off. "Grandpa told me to tell you not to seek death," Lu Yurong repeated. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan was visibly confused. What do you mean? He asked. Lu Yurong sighed and explained. It's simple. Do you really think you're a match for him? Her words only fueled Lu Yuanan's anger. What? I'm not worthy? I'm in the top 5 nationally, and he's just a few thousand points ahead of me. If I tried hard enough, I could have scored over 10,000 points too, he said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Jiang Chen. But Lu Yurong didn't try to stop him. She just said calmly, his initial score was correct, and a few days ago, he annihilated the Jiang family, the top family in Yulong City. Lu Yuanan froze on the spot. Slowly, he turned to his sister and asked, Are you trying to scare me because you don't want me to beat up your boyfriend? Lu Yurong shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Go ahead. As your sister, I'll make sure to collect your body. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan chickened out immediately. If Jiang Qin's score of over 13,000 was real, he wouldn't have come to challenge him. Moreover, while the Jiang family's strength might not be top-notch, for a high school senior, it was still a formidable opponent. He had heard of Jiang Baiyue, a beast master with 4 platinum-tier beasts, who was quite famous even in South Emperor City. Gulp. Lu Yuanan swallowed hard, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Let's go. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. He took a step forward, but Lu Yuerong grabbed his hand and pulled him toward Jiang Chen's villa. The sudden move startled Lu Yuanan. He shook off his sister's hand, his voice tinged with anger. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Lu Yuerong, unfazed, taunted him. You wanted to challenge Jiang Chen, right? I'll talk to him and get you a quick resolution, so you can eat and sleep in peace. She reached out to grab Lu Yuanan's arm again. Lu Yuanan shivered, took a few steps back, and coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. Sis, no matter what, I'm still your brother. This isn't right. What's not right about it? I'm helping you fulfill your wish. Lu Yuerong rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hearing this, Lu Yuanan forced a smile, unsure how to respond. He secretly regretted his actions. If he had known Jiang Qin's achievements were real, he wouldn't have sought trouble. Though arrogant, he understood the saying. There's always someone better. Lu Yuerong wasn't surprised by her brother's embarrassment. Growing up together, she knew his personality too well. If you're too scared, let's leave. She turned to walk away, not wanting to see Jiang Chen anymore. However, Lu Yuanan didn't immediately follow. He turned to look at Jiang Chen's villa, lost in thought. Noticing this, Lu Yuerong asked, Aren't we leaving? Do you really want to fight Jiang Chen? Lu Yuanan quickly waved his hand. Of course not. But such a talent. Don't you find him intriguing, sister? Lu Yuerong was taken aback at first, then angrily retorted. Intriguing my foot. That jerk. I just want to beat him up. Remembering her past encounters with Jiang Chen, she grew even more furious. Lu Yuanan didn't respond, instead calculating in his mind. Such a remarkable man. Letting him go just like that, Grandpa would be disappointed. If Jiang Chen could become a son-in-law, Grandpa would be thrilled. Resolving himself, he thought, for my sister's happiness, I must give it another try. Without hesitation, Lu Yuanan strode toward Jiang Chen's villa. Lu Yuerong, still muttering about beating Jiang Chen, noticed her brother's actions and grew anxious. Wait, brother. Where are you going? You'll see soon enough, Lu Yuanan replied mysteriously, continuing forward. Just as he was about to step into the villa, a shadow swiftly blocked his path. A vigilant rabbit stared at him, eyes full of hostility. Lu Yuanan tried to remain calm and said to the rabbit, Hello, rabbit. I want to see your master. The rabbit, recalling its master's earlier orders, thought this guy had some nerve coming back. Without a word, it threw Lu Yuanan out again, leaving him bewildered. As the top student of South Emperor City, being repeatedly thrown out by a rabbit was humiliating. Doesn't my pride matter? He thought angrily. Summoning his beast, the black armored Lion King, he mounted it and headed back toward Jiang Chen's villa. Seeing this, Lu Yuerong's face changed. Brother, don't cause trouble. Grandpa told you to come back quickly, but this usual tactic failed today. Lu Yuanan confidently replied, Don't worry. If Grandpa knew what I was doing, he would be pleased and even praise me. Lu Yuerong was puzzled. What could make Grandpa proud? He has high expectations for my brother. Wait, I'm coming too. She decided to follow, worried her brother might cause trouble. All right, but don't say much, Lu Yuanan instructed. Soon, Lu Yuanan was at Jiang Chen's villa for the 3rd time. Just as he was about to enter, the rabbit blocked his way again. Growing impatient, he said, Rabbit, I really have important matters to discuss with your master. Let me in. The rabbit, still annoyed, wondered whether to use force to keep him bedridden for a while. At that moment, a white cat, about a meter long, elegantly approached from the backyard. The rabbit, seeing a savior, ran over and whispered to the cat. Lu Yuanan, witnessing this, thought the rabbit was letting him in, but he soon realized it wasn't that simple. The rabbit seemed to be negotiating with the white cat, which occasionally shook its head but was eventually persuaded. The cat nodded and walked toward the gate. Confused, Lu Yuan asked, "What's with the cat? Are you Jiang Qin's beast too? Hurry up." Before he could finish, a terrifying aura filled the air. The black armored Lion King, sensing a predator, trembled and collapsed. The next moment, the white cat let out a mighty roar, causing the lion to flee with Lu Yuan in tow. The sudden turn of events left Lu Yuerong stunned. She realized that wasn't just any white cat, it was a true white tiger. As a beast master, she recognized it immediately. Watching her brother flee, the white tiger disdainfully turned and gracefully walked back into the villa, leaving Lu Yuerong standing there, dumbfounded. Seeing Xiaobai return, Jiang Chun waved his hand in confusion. What happened outside? That earlier roar seemed to be a warning. Xiaobai tried hard to convey his thoughts, and after a moment, Jiang Chun understood what had transpired. Someone had attempted to break into the villa, but Xiaobai had driven them away. Jiang Chun patted Xiaobai's head approvingly. "Good job, little guy." Xiaobai stretched comfortably, enjoying his master's touch. Just then, another commotion came from outside. A middle-aged man's voice called out, "Young Master Jiang Chun, please come out and meet me. I am the manager of the Jiang family estate." Jiang Chun frowned slightly, puzzled by the man's intentions. He rose from his lounge chair and decided to investigate. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. The man quickly explained, "Young Master Jiang Chun, my name is Husan. I am currently the chief steward of the Jiang family estate." Jiang Chun silently sized up Husan without speaking. Husan, not daring to waste time, hurriedly said, "I came here to ask you to return and become the head of the Jiang family. I believe that with you back, the Jiang family will rise to greater heights in no time." Hearing this request, Jiang Chun lost interest immediately. "You can leave now. I have no intention of getting involved in the Jiang family's affairs." He already understood why Husan had come. The Jiang family currently lacked platinum-level combat power, making them an easy target for other families. And he was the last hope for the remaining Jiang family forces. "Young master, this is the legacy of your ancestors. Please, for their sake, save the Jiang family," Husan pleaded, kowtowing fervently. Jiang Qin's expression shifted slightly at these words. Although he had never met his biological parents, this was indeed the foundation they had built. Jiang Qin sighed, "There's no need for me to return, but you can spread the word that the Jiang family is under my protection. Let people know that there's a platinum-level expert backing the Jiang family. Other than that, I don't want to be involved." Husan, overjoyed, kowtowed several more times and quickly said, "Young master, I understand. There are some matters I need to handle first. Once they are resolved, I'll bring you a comprehensive report of the Jiang family's assets." With that, he hurried off. At that moment, Jiang Chun noticed a shadowy figure lingering outside the door. The figure seemed to sense Jiang Qin's gaze and let out a cold snort, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Brother-in-law." "Wait, brother-in-law?" This shout left both Jiang Chun and Lu Yuerong stunned. They looked in amazement at Lu Yuanan, who was running towards them. Before Lu Yuanan could speak, a menacing voice rang out, "Lu Yuanan, do you have a death wish?" Lu Yuanan shivered, realizing his mistake. He had forgotten his sister was still here. "Ahem. Sister, you're here too," he said awkwardly. "If I'm not here, where would I be?" "I thought you had left," Lu Yuerong said angrily. "Lu Yuanan, you really are asking for a beating. Just wait. I'll make sure Grandpa gives you a good thrashing." She turned to leave, but then changed her mind, deciding she needed to keep an eye on this troublemaker to prevent him from plotting anything with Jiang Chun. "Sister, you go ahead. I'll just have a quick word with Brother Jiang and then I'll be right behind you." Lu Yuanan tried to reassure her. This only fueled Lu Yuerong's anger further. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yuanan by the ear. "You're done for, Lu Yuanan." "Ouch. Easy, that hurts." Lu Yuanan cried out in pain. Watching the sibling antics, Jiang Chun felt bored and decided to return to his leisurely life, awaiting the start of the university term. Seeing Jiang Chun about to leave, Lu Yuanan panicked and shouted, "Brother-in-law, don't go. I really need to talk to you." "Ouch. Sister, be gentle." Jiang Chun looked at them, annoyed. "You too, stop calling me that. I don't have a wife, and calling me that will cause misunderstandings." This simple statement left the siblings speechless. After a moment, Lu Yuerong snapped out of it. "You jerk!" she yelled, running off with mixed emotions. She had always been the talented, good-looking one, admired by others. Yet today, she felt rejected before even saying anything. This thought made her run even faster. Watching the retreating girl, Jiang Chun rubbed his nose and muttered, "Women are truly incomprehensible." With that, he turned to go back inside. Lu Yuanan was left dumbfounded. Internally, he was screaming, "Bro, do you have to be so blunt? Even if the matchmaker used steel cables as red strings, you'd break them." Seeing his sister run off, Lu Yuanan ultimately decided to chase after her. But he didn't forget his purpose. Turning to Jiang Chun, he shouted, Jiang Chun, your talent is impressive, but I want to be friends. A new secret realm has been discovered in Nandi City, and I'm inviting you to explore it with me. Seeing Jiang Chun's indifferent expression, Lu Yuanan decided to play his trump card. There are space-type beasts there. Interested in joining? With that, he didn't wait for Jiang Chun's response and left. Jiang Chun's gaze followed Lu Yuanan. He might not care about other types of beasts, but space-type beasts intrigued him. Although Yinhuang University had promised him a space-type beast, he wouldn't mind having an extra one. Jiang Chen gently stroked the soft fur of his cat, Xiao Bai, marveling at the charm of petting a cat. Although he was quite intrigued by the spatial beast, he decided to remain still and wait for its next move. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of petting his cat, his phone rang suddenly. What's up, Longo? Jiang Chun asked curiously as he answered the call. There was a second of silence on the other end, followed by an outburst. Jiang Chun, you've got some nerve. Just got back and already caused trouble. Jiang Chun instantly understood. It was the Lu family making their move. As one of the top families in Long Nation, they wouldn't let it slide that their high-ranking member was harmed. Jiang Chan had anticipated this, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Jiang Chan, write a 10,000 word report right now and send it to me. Immediately. Fei Long demanded before hanging up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fei Long was facing the head of the pioneer army and a man who closely resembled an elder from the Lu family. This elder was the older brother of the Lu family's third son. General Lu, do you find this resolution acceptable? Fei Long asked, tentatively. The Lu elder frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied with the lenient treatment. Zhao Patian, this is quite unfair. My younger brother lost an arm, and all that kid has to do is write a report. Zhao Patian quickly explained, promising to severely reprimand Jiang Chen, even to the point of confinement, and assured that a top-tier healing beast master would be sought for General Liu's treatment. However, this only further enraged the Lu elder. Zhao Patian, you've got some nerve. If it weren't for the fact that you used to serve under me, do you think I'd be negotiating with you? That kid attacked a lieutenant general. I could have him court-martialed, the Lu elder roared. Zhao Patian hastily explained, hinting that General Lu had been involved in secular power struggles, which were forbidden in Long Nation. This made the elder's face darken, and he stormed off in fury. Fei Long worried about Jiang Chen's situation, but Zhao Patian reminded him that the current political climate was unfavorable for the Lu family. Their greed had already drawn the ire of Long Nation's higher-ups, making it risky for them to act rashly. Back to Jiang Chun, he was puzzled by the seemingly light punishment. As he pondered, Fei Long called again. You'd better be careful. How could you provoke those bastards? Luckily, our pioneer army has strong backing. Otherwise, we couldn't protect you. Fei Long scolded. Jiang Chun was about to express his gratitude when Fei Long cut him off. Stop. Don't thank me. Now it's 20,000 words, not a word less. Jiang Chun tried to negotiate, but Fei Long threatened to have the boss put him in confinement. Considering the next round of the mythical trials was in 4 days, Jiang Chun had no choice but to give in. All right, I'll write it. In the afternoon, as Jiang Chen had anticipated, Lu Yuanan visited again, this time alone. Just as he called out, Brother Jiang Chun, let's meet outside. I have something to discuss. A white blur darted out from the door. It was Xiao Bai. Upon seeing the white cat, Lu Yuanan took 2 steps back in shock, the morning's memory still fresh. That low growl had terrified his black armor Lion King, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously, trying to remain calm. Little kitty, let's not get excited. We can talk this out. Xiao Bai ignored his words and gracefully approached him. Lu Yuanan was torn. As the top fighter in Nandi City, fleeing in such a manner would be a blow to his reputation. But facing this formidable big cat, he couldn't conceal his fear. He mustered the courage to prepare for a fight. But as soon as he met Xiao Bai's gaze, his resolve crumbled. With a nervous laugh, he said, Little kitty, don't get excited. I'm your master's brother-in-law. If you dare to bully me, your master won't let you off the hook. Xiao Bai had no concept of brother-in-law and let out a threatening growl. Just as he was about to pounce, cold sweat dripped from Lu Yuanan's forehead as he shouted, Brother-in-law, come out quickly. Your cat is going to eat me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Bai growled and was about to leap. At that moment, a voice sounded just in time. Wait, Xiao Bai. Jiang Chan was already standing at the doorway. Seeing this, Lu Yuanan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He thought to himself that his sister's looks could surely attract a man. Just as he was about to make a move to get closer, Jiang Chen said displeasedly, Mister, you can talk nonsense, but you can't slander me. If you continue to ruin my reputation, I can sue you. Lu Yuanan was stunned. He had thought Jiang Chen was playing hard to get, but it turned out he was straightforward, perhaps even gay? The thought made him gasp and take a few steps back, panic flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen noticed his strange expression and frowned. What kind of look is that? With a nervous laugh, Lu Yuan said, Ahem, Brother Jiang, I understand. Geniuses often have unique quirks. Saying this, he took 2 more steps back to keep his distance from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, puzzled and impatient, said, What do you want? Just say it. I'm very busy. He was struggling with a 20,000 word reflection and hadn't written a single word all morning. Lu Yuan quickly explained, Ahem, as I mentioned earlier, I want to invite you to a newly discovered secret realm in Nandi City. There have been sightings of spatial beasts there. Are you interested? Although Jiang Chen was tempted, he cautiously asked, How will the spatial beasts be distributed? Lu Yuan, prepared for this, explained in detail the characteristics and difficulty of capturing spatial beasts. He concluded, So, for us, contracting a spatial beast is a matter of luck. If we're lucky, we can contract one. If not, we might not even detect it. Jiang Chen asked, What do I need to contribute? After a moment of thought, Lu Yuan said, I have only one request, which should be easy for you. If you become powerful in the future, I hope you will assist the Lu family if we face difficulties. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and agreed to the condition. Lu Yuan was overjoyed and arranged to enter the secret realm together in 5 days. Before leaving, Lu Yuan suddenly became interested in Xiaobai and asked, Brother Jiang, what breed is your cat? I want to buy one too. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai let out an angry growl, as if to say, You're the cat. Your whole family are cats. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yuan oddly and revealed the startling truth. This guy is a white tiger. As Jiang Chen watched the countdown nearing 0, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The moment the timer hit 0, the system's prompt sounded right on time. Ding. Mythical trial cooldown complete. You may now begin a new round of trials. Jiang Chen had already decided on his next evolution target. Since the strongest spear had already evolved, it was now time to evolve the strongest shield. After all, learning to take a hit is essential before you can deal one, underscoring the importance of a tank. Initiate mythical trial, target. Ping 2, Jiang Chen ordered decisively. The system immediately responded. Ding. Do you wish to select the beast Ping 2 for the new round of the mythical trial? Once selected, this cannot be changed. Confirm. Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a portal of light appeared in front of Jiang Chen. With the experience from the first trial, he stepped through it without delay. After a brief moment of dizziness, Jiang Chen's vision cleared. He found Ping 2 standing beside him, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings with a puzzled expression. Following Ping 2's gaze, Jiang Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Thousands of honey badgers were locked in a brutal battle, tearing at each other with reckless abandon. The air was filled with their roars, creating a cacophony that shook the heavens. Among them were honey badgers of legendary quality, making this place seem like a world ruled by honey badgers. Suddenly, a deafening roar snapped Jiang Chen out of his thoughts. He turned quickly to see a massive honey badger, over 10 meters long, charging straight at Ping 2. Unfazed, Ping 2 met the charge heat. In an instant, the two beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, their bodies colliding with a series of heavy thuds. Jiang Chen quickly opened the panel for the giant honey badger. Name, Heavy Armor Honey Badger. Quality, Epic. Rank, Platinum Peak. Skills, Heavy Armor LV3, Charge LV2, Furious Counterattack LV1. Description, a highly resilient beast often used as a meat shield. Evolution path, 500 pounds of black iron crystal, 1 diamond tier core, can evolve into black iron heavy armor honey badger. With Jiang Chen's various buffs, Ping 2's strength was formidable, quickly beating the heavy armor honey badger into submission. After the battle, Ping 2 immediately returned to Jiang Chen's side, vigilantly escorting him to the edge of the battlefield. Strangely, the other honey badgers seemed uninterested in Jiang Chen, perhaps considering him too weak to bother with. However, Ping 2 drew their attention, and as soon as he re-entered the fray, 2 platinum peak honey badgers targeted him. The 3 beasts quickly engaged in a brawl. Despite the combined efforts of the 2 honey badgers, Ping 2's high resistance and powerful skills rendered their attacks ineffective. Instead, they were injured by Ping 2's counterattacks, looking increasingly battered and weary. Ping 2, on the other hand, remained unscathed, even letting out taunting growls. Roar. Ping 2's roar drew the attention of half the battlefield. When the honey badgers saw Ping 2 easily taking down 2 formidable opponents, they were visibly astonished. Ping 2 seemed to be getting into the spirit, charging towards the center of the battlefield. This time, however, the other honey badgers made way for him. Some even lay down, showing submission. This scene left both Ping 2 and Jiang Chen stunned. Jiang Chen soon realized what was happening. The outer honey badgers were clearing a path for Ping 2, directing him towards the most intense part of the battle. Following this path, Jiang Chen saw 2 exceptionally large honey badgers locked in combat at the center. Each was about 15 meters long, exuding a terrifying aura. Jiang Chun quickly checked the information on these two beasts. Name: Crystal Honey Badger King. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Platinum Peak. Skills: Crystal Shield LV3, Crystal Impact LV2, Crystallization LV1, Crystal Explosion LV1. Description: a honey badger with a crystalline body, an extremely rare beast. Evolution path: 1 high energy crystal, 1 gold element diamond tier core, can evolve into Crystal Honey Badger Emperor. Name: Berserk Honey Badger King. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Platinum Peak. Skills: Berserk LV3, Frenzy LV2, Bloodthirsty LV1, Unyielding Will LV1. Evolution path: 1 blood element diamond tier core, various types of diamond tier blood, can evolve into Bloodthirsty Honey Badger Emperor. These were undoubtedly two powerful mythical beasts of legendary quality. It seemed this was a decisive battle between two honey badger clans. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Current mythical trial requirement: defeat the strongest members of both clans to earn their respect and evolve to mythical grade. Pingtu, still somewhat confused about what was happening, began to walk toward the center of the battlefield. As he approached, both honey badger kings noticed the intruder and let out threatening growls. Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Pingtu's ear. Defeat them, and you will become even stronger. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly echoed in Flathead's mind, like a bolt of lightning. Flathead's eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a fierce attack on the two honey badger kings. Everything happened so quickly that even Jiang Chen couldn't react in time. By the time he snapped back to reality, Flathead was already in a fierce battle with the two honey badger kings. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. His original plan was to take them down one by one. He hadn't expected Flathead to be so reckless, charging straight in to take on both at once. These weren't just any epic-grade beasts. They were two legendary-grade opponents, and they were suppressing Flathead's level. Jiang Chun felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that Flathead might fall in this brutal fight. A loss here would mean waiting another week to try again. However, the ensuing battle left Jiang Chun in awe. Flathead displayed an incredible ability to withstand hits. The two legendary beasts couldn't even penetrate his defense. Even more astonishing, Flathead not only endured the Honey Badger King's fierce attacks, but also managed to counterattack effectively. What should have been a chaotic three-way clash turned into a Tugagenstone scenario thanks to Flathead's tenacity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions echoed continuously, yet Flathead never retreated a single step. The two legendary Honey Badger Kings grew increasingly agitated, roaring in fury. This unexpected adversary was proving to be a formidable challenge, and even their combined efforts couldn't secure a victory. What frustrated them even more was Flathead's counter-damage ability. Each attack left them feeling a sharp pain, as if they were the ones being attacked, with Flathead becoming the true aggressor. The intense battle raged on for half an hour until one of the Honey Badger Kings could no longer hold out. Realizing this was a battle they couldn't win, it turned tail and fled without hesitation. Seeing this, the other Honey Badger also retreated in the opposite direction, fleeing in panic. And so, the great battle between the two tribes came to an end, thanks to Flathead's solitary efforts. Not only did he hold off the two leaders, but he also sent them running. Watching the two legendary Honey Badger Kings retreat in disgrace, Flathead let out a thunderous roar, as if declaring to the world, "I, Flathead, am the toughest of them all." As the two Honey Badger Kings departed, the other Honey Badgers ceased fighting and turned to follow their leaders. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Trial successful. Ding. Your beast, Flathead, is evolving. A massive light screen enveloped Flathead. 10 minutes later, another notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Immortal War Beast. The light screen dissipated, revealing Flathead's new form. Its body had shrunk to about 8 meters in length. Its fur had turned a silvery gray, and its limbs had grown more robust. Jiang Chun carefully examined Flathead's new attributes. Name: Flathead Immortal War Beast. Quality: Mythical 1-star. Grade: Platinum mid-tier. Skills: Endless Battle LV3. Undying Fury LV2. Reflective Fur LV2. Center of Attention LV1. Description: Not bad, baby. Your scraping technique is awesome. Evolution path: 1 diamond core of each type can evolve into an all-purpose war beast, mythical 5-star. Jiang Chun paid special attention to the new skill Center of Attention. It uses a special ability to attract the attention of all enemies within a certain range. He nodded in satisfaction, as this skill solved the previous issue of enemies avoiding Flathead's attacks. The newly evolved Flathead pranced excitedly in front of Jiang Chun, clearly showing off. Jiang Chun chuckled. I know you've evolved. This time, you're even tougher. Alright, you can go back now. With that, he returned Flathead to the myriad beast nest and exited the mythical trial. Time flew by. and soon it was the day of his appointment with Lu Yuanan. At dawn, Lu Yuanan arrived at Jiang Qin's villa with her sister. Brother Jiang, it's time to set off. Jiang Chun was already prepared and nodded lightly. All right. He stepped out of the villa, followed by Xiaobai, who walked with an elegant feline gait. With each step, Xiaobai's form grew larger. By the third step, it had reached a length of 5 meters, and 2 pairs of snow-white wings had sprouted from its back. Jiang Chun said with satisfaction, "This size will do." Xiaobai affectionately nuzzled Jiang Chun's head. Jiang Chun silently checked Xiaobai's attributes. Name: Xiaobai, 4-winged white tiger king. Quality: mythical 3-star. Grade: platinum mid-tier. Skills: wind burst LV3, storm assault LV2, metal storm LV1, size manipulation LV1, sacred beast aura LV1. Description: possesses the bloodline of the sacred beast white tiger with terrifying speed and attack power. Evolution path: 100 drops of white tiger essence blood, 1 sky stone, can evolve into the celestial white tiger, mythical 7-star. Lu Yuanan squinted her eyes in amazement and said, "Brother Jiang, your skills are impressive. This beast must be of legendary quality." Jiang Chun didn't respond to the compliment, simply saying, "It's getting late, let's get going." Lu Yurong stared intently at Xiaobai, clearly shocked. Having grown up with tiger-type beasts, her instincts told her that this white tiger was incredibly powerful, possibly even surpassing legendary quality. However, due to previous disagreements with Jiang Chun, she chose to remain silent. Lu Yuanan summoned a flying Biasta wind-type giant dragon. This sky-blue dragon was about 10 meters long and had just reached the threshold of the platinum grade. Xiaobai glanced at the wind dragon, instantly exerting its sacred beast aura. The wind dragon retreated repeatedly, cowering in a corner with fear in its eyes. This scene left the Lu siblings astounded. Lu Yuanan said awkwardly, "Brother Jiang, do you have any other beasts?" "This one." Jiang Qian was somewhat speechless, casting a disdainful glance at the wind dragon. "This lizard of yours is really not up to par." Upon hearing those words, a flicker of hurt crossed Lu Yuanan's face. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his wind dragon, thinking, this is a wind dragon, one of the most sought-after dragons. Not only does it have formidable attack capabilities, but it also serves as an excellent flying mount. How could you reduce it to a mere lizard? However, when he recalled how his wind dragon had cowered in the corner, trembling at just a glance from the opponent's beast, his annoyance dissipated. He had to admit, "Your beast is indeed powerful. Whatever you say is right." Jiang Qian gently patted Xiaobai's head, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. "Xiaobai, you look too intimidating. It seems you'll have to go back and rest for now." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaobai understood his master's intention. It swung its head around, glaring fiercely at the wind dragon huddled in the corner, eyes blazing with anger as if to say, "It's your fault I'm out of favor with the boss." The wind dragon shuddered under that fierce gaze. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the wall collapsed. Jiang Qin's face darkened instantly. He smacked Xiaobai's head and said sternly, "Why are you scaring it? Get back now." This scene left Lu Yuanan and his sister trembling with fear. In their eyes, such a powerful beast should be pampered and revered, not hit. They couldn't understand why Jiang Chun would treat his beast this way. It might affect the bond between master and beast. But they also knew that the beast belonged to Jiang Chun, and he could treat it however he wished. After sending Xiaobai away, Jiang Chun found himself in a dilemma. Which dragon should he bring out to greet the guests? Both of his remaining dragons had reached legendary quality, and revealing either would draw attention. After some thought, he decided to let Qinglong out for some fresh air. This choice was partly to consider the wind dragon's feelings. Heilung's bad temper might scare it again, and partly because Qinglong, being of the same wind element, might be easier for the wind dragon to get along with. The wind dragon, having confirmed that Xiaobai had left, was about to return to its master when it saw a massive, azure dragon appear before it. In comparison, its 10-meter-long body seemed like that of a juvenile dragon. The wind dragon lamented internally, "Why must I be tormented like this? I'm just a poor, helpless little wind dragon." It took a considerable amount of time before Lu Yuanan finally snapped out of his shock. He swallowed hard. His gaze locked onto the massive dragon over 20 meters long in front of him. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Brother Jiang, is this also one of your beasts?" The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Yuanan regretted them. He silently cursed himself for asking such an obvious question. If it wasn't Jiang Qin's, whose could it be? He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that even in his wildest dreams, he couldn't imagine such a scenario. At the same time, Lu Yuanan finally understood why Jiang Qin had scored an astonishing 130,000 points in the exam. If the rest of Jiang Qin's beasts were of this caliber, 130,000 points seemed not so exaggerated after all. Jiang Chun looked at Lu Yuanan's expression and asked calmly, "Will this one do?" Those words hit Lu Yuan like a hammer, shattering the bit of confidence he had just regained. He thought bitterly, what do you mean by this one? Do you have other flying beasts? But he only dared to complain silently in his heart. Lu Yuan turned to look at his own wind dragon. Though still somewhat fearful, it seemed to relax a bit upon sensing the presence of another dragon. As long as Jiang Qin's dragon didn't intimidate it, there shouldn't be any issues. Probably, Lu Yuan replied uncertainly. Jiang Qin nodded and said, then you lead the way. He had initially thought of flying side by side, but now that seemed unnecessary. Lu Yuan quickly nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He preferred this arrangement, as flying alongside Jiang Qin's dragon would surely unsettle his wind dragon. All right, it's decided then, Jiang Qin said, turning to his sister. Sister, let's go. However, he noticed that his sister was still standing there, seemingly overwhelmed by the sight before her. It wasn't until Jiang Qin called her that she snapped out of her daze. She looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. It's time to go, Jiang Qin reminded her. Oh. She nodded quickly and walked towards the wind dragon. As she passed Jiang Qin, she couldn't help but glance at him, her eyes flickering with a strange emotion. Soon, the two dragons took to the sky. Lu Yuan led the way while Jiang Qin followed silently. From the highest building in Yulong City, Lu Yulong watched them leave inside. I hope those two youngsters can establish a good relationship with Jiang Qin. As the lord of the city, his vision far surpassed that of the two younger members of the Lu family. He knew how terrifying Jiang Qin's potential was. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Qin would undoubtedly become a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. At that moment, Lu Yulong's eyebrows furrowed, and he muttered, annoying flies. With that, he headed to the top floor. Unnoticed by Jiang Qin and his companions, a shadowy figure was stealthily following them from a distance. Suddenly, a dragon's claw appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the figure and crushing it into black smoke. A bunch of rats. They should stay hidden underground instead of courting death, remarked Lu Yulong, who had just arrived. Seeing the problem resolved, he turned and left. Jiang Qin suddenly glanced back, sensing that something had happened. But when he looked, he saw nothing but empty sky. After about 3 hours of flying, Lu Yuan finally stopped and had his wind dragon descend. Jiang Qin noticed a group of people waiting below, led by a middle-aged man. Though the man appeared friendly, Jiang Qin keenly sensed a murderous aura emanating from him. Xiaoqing also conveyed a feeling of aversion, clearly disliking the man's presence. Uncle Ming, we're here, Lu Yuerong called out happily to the man. The middle-aged man nodded lightly to them, his gaze falling on Jiang Qin. If any of the older generation were present, they would recognize this man as Meng Ruya, known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Despite his elegant name, he was a true butcher, having slaughtered countless humans and non-humans alike. Because of his bloodthirsty nature, he earned this nickname. Jiang Qin also noticed a massive sword over 2 meters long strapped to his back. You must be Jiang Qin, Meng Ruya said with a somewhat stiff smile, not daring to act arrogantly in front of this obvious diamond rank powerhouse. Jiang Qin respectfully replied, hello, senior. I am indeed Jiang Qin. Meng Ruya was a bit surprised by Jiang Qin's attitude. After all, Jiang Qin wasn't the only one invited. There was also Long Outyan, who ranked second, and Ying Tian, who ranked third in the exams. This secret realm originally belonged to the Lu family, but it was opened up to attract these prodigies for certain reasons. No need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ming, Meng Ruya suggested. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin called out, Uncle Ming. This caught Meng Ruya off guard, not expecting Jiang Qin to agree so readily. Good, he said, repeating the words several times. At that moment, a sharp voice interjected. Some people really know how to climb up the social ladder. It was Lu Yuerong, clearly feeling jealous. Despite knowing the Bloodhand Butcher since childhood, she had rarely seen him smile. Yet, he smiled at Jiang Qin on their first meeting. This imbalance irked her. Ahem. Meng Ruya cleared his throat. All right, now that everyone is here, I have some things to say. Hearing Meng Ruya speak, the others gathered around. There were about a dozen of them, all top performers in the recent exams. Among them, 2 stood out. One was a 2-meter-tall man exuding a terrifying aura, riding a platinum-ranked tiger. The other wore a long robe and carried a sword at his waist, giving off a gentle and refined vibe. These 2 were Long Outyan and Ying Tian. The others followed behind them. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's name, their expressions changed slightly, clearly familiar with it. Long Outyan strode forward, his icy gaze sweeping across Jiang Qin like a blade. Are you Jiang Qin? He asked bluntly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Jiang Qin looked up to meet his gaze and couldn't help but be taken aback. The towering figure before him, standing at 2 meters tall, exuded an intimidating aura. Just then, a low dragon's roar abruptly filled the air. Grr. Xiaoqing sensed Long Outyan's hostility and immediately wanted to defend his master. Long Outyan, shut up, Meng Ruya suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet filled with authority. Even Long Outyin had to fall silent at her words. Despite his powerful backing, there were some rules that couldn't be broken. Long Outyin snorted coldly and turned away from Jiang Chen. At that moment, Lu Yuanin leaned in close to Jiang Chen and whispered, "That's Long Outyin, the second in command. Over there is Ying Tian, the third." Jiang Chen looked puzzled and almost blurted out, "What do you mean second and third?" Seeing his confusion, Lu Yuanan was surprised. "You don't know them?" "Nope." Jiang Chen shrugged, his expression saying, "Should I?" Lu Yuanan was momentarily stunned, but then understood. Throughout history, the strong have always focused on the path ahead, rarely caring about those behind them. Jiang Chen's ignorance was understandable, given his superior strength. Meng Ruya surveyed the group and said calmly, "You have 3 days. Regardless of the outcome, you must return. The passage to this new resource secret realm is unstable and can only stay open for 3 days. Once it closes, it will take 3 months to reopen." "Understood, Uncle Meng," Lu Yurong responded with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. "Follow me," Meng Ruya said, leading the way into the dense forest without waiting for a response. The group quickly followed. On the way, Lu Yuanan seized the moment to brief Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, the space-type beast that appeared this time is a new species. We don't know exactly what it looks like, but it's confirmed to be very strong, likely a peak platinum tier beast. Do they know about this?" Jiang Chen gestured toward the others. Lu Yuanan shook his head. "No, that creature is too cunning. All we know is that it's black. The rest is unclear." Jiang Chen was speechless but understood. If space-type beasts were easy to capture, they wouldn't be so valuable. Soon, the group arrived at a portal of light guarded by dozens of fully armed soldiers, with the diamond-tier warrior Meng Ruya overseeing, making it almost foolproof. "Go in," Meng Ruya instructed again. Long Outyin was the first to rush in, followed closely by Ying Tian. Both glanced meaningfully at Jiang Chen before entering with their followers. "Brother Jiang, let's go in too," Lu Yuanan suggested. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Yurong turned to Meng Ruya and said, "Uncle Meng, we're going in." As the three stepped through the portal, everything went dark. The sound of beastly growls filled their ears. "Didn't expect this world to be the opposite of Earth," Lu Yuanan remarked in surprise. Although he knew about the secret realm, he was unfamiliar with its specifics. Suddenly, a roar came from above. The three realized they were beneath a beast's nest. A green-eyed, black leopard was staring intently at them. Before they could react, the leopard's head was severed by something. The sudden change startled the Lu siblings, who immediately summoned their beasts, ready for battle. Jiang Chen was taken aback by their reaction. "What are you two doing?" Lu Yurong pouted. "Amateur. Didn't you see that the beast was decapitated by something? In such a dangerous situation, you didn't even summon your beast." She rolled her eyes, feeling smug for once being better than Jiang Chen in this regard. Xiao Skull, come out." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He had summoned Xiao Skull to stand guard as soon as they entered, and it had killed the leopard. "Xiao Skull?" Lu Yurong muttered. At that moment, a massive skeleton appeared beside Jiang Chen, towering over everyone at over 2 meters tall. As soon as Xiao Skull appeared, the Lu siblings' beasts sent danger signals to their masters. Their faces changed, realizing that this was another formidable presence. "This is Xiao Skull, my beast, a peak platinum tier expert in stealth, responsible for my safety," Jiang Chen explained. Hearing this, the siblings breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yurong examined Xiao Skull and said curiously, "Do you have a misunderstanding about the word small?" Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked at Xiao Skull. He remembered when it was barely as tall as his leg, but now it had grown into a giant. However, he had no intention of changing its name. After all, it was his beast, and he could call it whatever he wanted. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air reached them. Xiao Skull instantly appeared behind Jiang Chen, its arm blades frantically blocking all attacks. "Jiang Chen, let me see what you're made of," Long Outyin said excitedly, gripping his large sword as he approached Jiang Chen. In the secret realm, as long as no one died, there wouldn't be any issues. Jiang Chen's displeasure grew more evident as he faced Long Outyin's continuous provocations. He was never known for his patience, and with a cold voice, he retorted, "Is your brain full of mush? It's fine if you don't mess with me, but since you have, I won't let you off." Long Outyin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chen. As the eldest son of the Long family and a prodigy who reached platinum rank at 16, being told his brain was mush was beyond comprehension. It took him a full 5 seconds to regain his composure before bursting into a fit of laughter. Long Outyin's gaze sharpened, his aura shifting. He resembled a human-shaped beast, his voice laced with killing intent. "Today, I'm really going to see what you're made of." His tone was one typically found in battle-hardened soldiers. Jiang Chen, with a frosty expression, replied, "Your brain really is mush. If you're sick, get treated. I don't have time to waste on you." He realized that Long Outyin might have a military background, and any altercation could lead to more trouble. Long Outyin's brows furrowed, a flash of murderous intent crossing his face. Jiang Chun, you've insulted me. I will kill you. Get lost. Jiang Chun had finally reached his limit and refused to back down any further. Fine, fine. Let me test your strength, Long Outyin shouted, gripping his greatsword and charging at Jiang Chun. At that moment, a shadow flickered by. Long Outyin felt a sting on his face and saw a 2-meter-tall skeleton standing in front of him. The skeletal figure, despite its size, appeared to be a formidable opponent against Long Outyin's hulking form. Long Outyin swung his greatsword, but the skeleton effortlessly blocked it with its arm blades. This unexpected turn of events surprised him. His strength was his pride, unmatched even by beasts of the same rank. Yet now, his greatsword couldn't advance an inch. Fine. I'll defeat this skeleton first, then I'll deal with you, Long Outyin declared, his eyes burning with fervor, his strength increasing. Jiang Chun nearly laughed out loud at this. The skeleton, in its nighttime state, possessed diamond-rank power. Long Outyin's desire to defeat it was nothing short of delusional. Get out of my way. Long Outyin took a deep breath, his body swelling with muscle as he exerted all his strength to push the skeleton. However, the skeleton remained unmoved, and it was Long Outyin who staggered back. This scene shocked Long Outyin, but he quickly regained his composure. So what if your basics are stronger? Watch my martial technique. Martial skill, burst chi. White energy surged from Long Outyin, but the skeleton remained as unmoved as a pillar. At this moment, Jiang Chun's voice rang out, enough, stop playing with him. All eyes turned to Jiang Chun, filled with disdain, confusion, and mockery. They thought he was just seeking attention. Although Long Outyin wasn't the top in the platinum rank, he was stronger than most and qualified to join elite squads. Such a talent, yet he was being underestimated. Long Outyin's anger flared. Jiang Chun, you've humiliated me repeatedly. Today, you'll pay the price. His power surged even further. However, for the skeleton, the battle was over. Golden patterns appeared on its arm blades, and with a forceful strike, Long Outyin's diamond-crafted greatsword shattered like tofu. Long Outyin was momentarily stunned and tried to back away, but it was too late. Instant kill technique. 3 blade shadows flashed, and Long Outyin's greatsword shattered, his clothes torn to shreds. The sudden turn of events left everyone gaping, staring in shock at the nearly naked Long Outyin in the center. As the night breeze blew, Long Outyin shivered, his face turning red. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun glanced at him and teased, for someone so famous, aren't you worried about the repercussions of running around naked at night? This snapped Long Outyin back to reality. He quickly retrieved a new set of clothes from his spatial ring. Luckily, as a warrior, he always had spare clothes. Otherwise, he'd be a wild man for 3 days, covering himself with leaves. Not bad, quite fair-skinned, Jiang Chun teased again. Hearing this, Long Outyin finally snapped, ready to fight Jiang Chun to the death. But Jiang Chun remained calm, saying, do you think I can't kill you? Or that I'm not as strong as you? These questions stunned Long Outyin. He realized he had already lost. Jiang Chun had only used 1 beast to defeat him, and he knew Jiang Chun had at least 6 beasts. If all were summoned, even with his own beasts, he wouldn't stand a chance. Young man, use your brain before you act. Entering the secret realm is for capturing beasts, not showing off your stupidity, Jiang Chun said, pointing at Long Outyin's head. Long Outyin's face turned various shades of blue and purple in anger. After a long pause, he coldly snorted, Jiang Chun, I admit you're strong, but next time, you'll be the one to lose. With that, he turned and left, his followers trailing behind, their arrogance gone. Jiang Chun then turned to another direction. How about you come down and have a go? Hearing this, Ing Tian shook his head. No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. He left without further ado. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and smirked inwardly. Without showing some real skills, they really think I'm just an easy target. It's not that Long Outyin is weak. It's just that the little skeleton's power far exceeds anyone's imagination. With its mythical quality, it stands head and shoulders above others of the same level, while Long Outyin's individual strength is at best equivalent to that of an epic-quality beast. Despite this, he has every reason to be proud, but he was simply unfortunate to run into Jiang Chun, who seems to have a cheat code. Typically, mythical-level beasts only appear at the diamond tier. This means that at the platinum tier, Jiang Chun is undoubtedly the king, invincible whether in solo combat or group battles. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and looked at the little skeleton again, a chill running down his spine. Although the little skeleton didn't use its stealth ability in the previous fight, the fact that an assassin-type beast could defeat a warrior-type combatant like Long Outyin was a testament to its excellence. Moreover, the little skeleton was practically the nemesis of all beast tamers. While many beast tamers practice martial arts, No matter how hard they train, they can never surpass their beasts. Facing the little skeleton, the tamers themselves stood no chance. Meeting at Hedon meant certain death. Little skeleton, follow behind, Jiang Chan said. The little skeleton nodded and then vanished into thin air before their astonished eyes. Stop staring. Jiang Chan turned to Lu Yuanan and his sister. Are you two coming with me, or are you going solo? Solo. Together. The siblings gave completely different answers. Lu Yuanan quickly smiled to smooth things over. Of course, we'll go together. We're family, after all. Opportunities to bond are rare. He was calculating in his mind, seeing this as a perfect matchmaking opportunity. In his eyes, and indeed the entire Lu family's, Jiang Chun was a golden catch. If they could reel in this big fish, the Lu family might rise even higher. Why team up with this guy? Brother, can't we go on our own? Lu Yurong complained, clearly displeased. Lu Yuanan was about to scold his sister when Jiang Chun suddenly spoke up. In that case, let's part ways for now. See you in 3 days. With that, he quickly summoned Xiao Bai, mounted the beast and said, until we meet again. Before his words even faded, Xiao Bai had charged into the forest and disappeared. By the time the siblings snapped out of it, Jiang Qian was already gone. Lu Yuanan glared at his sister, internally regretting the lost opportunity. Such an excellent potential husband had just slipped away. He was about to reprimand her but thought better of it. Saying anything would definitely anger Lu Yurong, so he held his tongue. Already plotting how to matchmake his sister and this prospective brother-in-law, Jiang Chun rode for several miles before stopping. He had left the forested area and was now facing a range of jagged peaks. At that moment, he noticed a white figure on a distant rock. Before he could clearly see what kind of beast it was, the creature suddenly leaped off the 100-meter-high rock. Jiang Qian expected the white figure to spread its wings and fly, but to his surprise, it crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Caw, caw, caw. A cry of pain echoed. Wow, even beasts can be crazy, Jiang Qian muttered, thinking it best to stay away from such abnormal creatures. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the white figure struggling to get up and start climbing the rock again. This scene made Jiang Qian pause, curiosity piqued. Is this creature going to jump again? Sure enough, the white figure climbed back up and leaped once more. This time, Jiang Qian saw it more clearly. The white figure did flap its wings a few times before landing, but for some reason, the wings seemed useless and couldn't support its flight. Predictably, it crashed to the ground again, dust flying. This time, the white figure didn't get up immediately, clearly injured. Jiang Chun watched the bizarre sequence of events with a mix of fascination and dread, wondering if the creature was suicidal or just incredibly brain damaged. Intrigued, he decided to take a closer look at what this peculiar beast was. Not wanting to startle it, Jiang Qian kept his distance and observed. To his surprise, it wasn't some rare beast but a common large white goose. Caw, caw, caw. The goose let out a series of awkward cries. Jiang Qian snapped out of his daze, his gaze on the goose changing subtly, and even drooled a bit. He swore he was moved by the goose's perseverance, while also reminiscing about delicious dishes like roast goose and stewed goose. Caw, caw, caw. The goose called again, suddenly looking in Jiang Qian's direction. Seeing he had been spotted, Jiang Qian stepped forward. Up close, the first thing that struck him was the goose's size. It stood over a meter tall. It eyed Jiang Qian warily, as if assessing him. Caw, caw, caw. It called out again. Why are you doing this? Jumping from such a height is just asking for death, Jiang Qian muttered, looking at the pitiful goose. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a wild thought crossed his mind. Did a female goose cheat on you? Is that why you're suicidal? The goose looked at Jiang Qian, baffled, and let out a couple of disgruntled caws, clearly not wanting to see his face anymore. Wow, a tsundere goose, Jiang Qian chuckled, then walked over to the goose with a smile, trying to console it. Life's tough, but you gotta keep going. You're too pitiful. Alright, I'll let you off today. With that, he turned to leave. Caw, caw. The goose suddenly called out and bit Jiang Qian's pant leg. Jiang Qian looked at the big white goose in confusion and asked, Why are you pulling me? Do you want me to eat you? The big white goose hesitated for a moment, then shook its head. Jiang Qian, annoyed, said, If you don't want me to eat you, then why are you pulling me? The big white goose seemed to understand. It turned to look at a peculiar rock formation and then back at Jiang Qian. Realization dawned on Jiang Qian, and he exclaimed, You're one tough goose. Determined to get yourself killed, aren't you? Jiang Qian crouched down to grab the big white goose's head, but it quickly broke free. The goose started squawking at the strange rock. Jiang Qian watched the scene speechlessly before summoning the sun spirit to heal the goose. The sun spirit hovered above the goose, emitting a warm, gentle light. The goose's injuries healed rapidly, and within a few breaths, it was back on its feet, eagerly running towards the rock. Jiang Qian quickly stepped aside, thinking how persistent this goose was. He watched as the goose once again stood on the rock and leapt off in a familiar manner. Jiang Qian turned away, expecting the usual thud, but it never came. Looking back, he saw the goose had landed smoothly and was running towards the rock again. Astonished, Jiang Chun speculated that this might not be an ordinary goose but a mystical beast. He checked the goose's attributes. Name, Kong Goose. Quality, Epic. Grade, Low Golden Rank. Skills, Space Travel LV2, Space Cut LV1. Description: a strange, mystical beast that wields the power of space but is obsessed with flying. Evolution path: 1 hollow stone, 10 space fragments, can evolve into Kong Goose Leader. Jiang Chun was surprised to discover it was a space-type mystical beast. At that moment, the big white goose jumped from a height again, but just before landing, it vanished and reappeared on the ground. Jiang Chun applauded. Perfect landing, Big White. Well done. The goose looked at him quizzically, seemingly puzzled by his enthusiasm. Jiang Chun crouched down, attempting to hug the goose's neck, but it dodged him. He said, "Don't be so distant. I'm your savior, after all." He then asked, "Do you want to spread your wings and fly? Do you want to become the ruler of the skies?" The goose got excited at the mention of flying. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun said, "Trust me, Jiang Chun. I'll make you the ruler of the skies. Do you want to form a pact with me and become my beast companion?" The goose listened intently and nodded. Excited, Jiang Chun summoned the beast seed, and the goose willingly approached it. As the beast seed entered its body, a telepathic connection was established, conveying the message, "Sky Ruler." Jiang Chun promised, all right, Jiang Chun, keep my word." Although they had formed a contract, Jiang Chun had no intention of deceiving the goose. He believed that with its space powers, the goose could not only become the ruler of the skies, but possibly the ruler of land and sea as well. Jiang Chun took a moment to adjust and realized that the big white goose was also looking at him, its eyes conveying a clear message. Go up, fly, become the ruler of the sky. This made Jiang Chun chuckle. This silly creature had such an obsession with flying that it was even willing to sell out its body for it. Unfortunately, Jiang Chun didn't yet have the ability to make it fly. It would need to level up a few more times. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Chun, and he quickly stopped the eager big white goose. He patiently asked, "Do you know why you can't fly right now?" Since he couldn't fulfill its wish, he had to use his special skill again. Continue to deceive. The big white goose shook its head and lowered it in deep thought, seemingly recalling all its previous attempts. It was puzzled. Other beasts had wings, and so did it, so why couldn't it fly? Seeing this, Jiang Chun immediately made up a reason. Because you're still too young. Once you grow up and I give you a few special training sessions, you'll be able to fly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chun suddenly thought of a question. He quickly sank into his consciousness and arrived at the nest of defy in the 10,000 beasts nest. Defy, at what level can a beast fly? Defy, as a descendant of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, had intelligence comparable to humans and possessed inherited knowledge. She answered without hesitation, above diamond level, at the star level, they can fly. There are exceptions, but they are very rare. Once you reach the star level, you can fly without relying on wings. Armed with this information, Jiang Chun exited the 10,000 beasts nest, feeling more confident in his deception. He told the big white goose, "You just need 3 special training sessions from me, and you'll be able to fly." Jiang Chun thought that after 3 advancements, the big white goose should reach the star level. By then, not only could it fly, but with its space warping ability, it would be nearly unbeatable in the sky. Hearing Jiang Chun's response, the big white goose furrowed its brow, looking a bit unhappy. Sensing this, Jiang Chun quickly added, "Don't worry, it'll be quick. In a year or 2, I'll have you flying. And during this time, you can improve your strength. Then you'll become the true ruler of the sky." Under the barrage of sweet promises, the big white goose finally accepted Jiang Chun's explanation and nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully deceived it. If the big white goose had insisted any further, he would have been exposed. Jiang Chun suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you have a name?" After all, he couldn't keep calling it Big White Goose forever. However, this question left the big white goose tilting its head in confusion, as if saying, "A name? What's that? Can it make me fly?" Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, thinking this creature might have some mental issues. He sighed and casually said, "How about Dumb Goose?" Squawk, squawk, squawk. The big white goose suddenly cried out. Although it didn't understand what Dumb Goose meant, it felt that it wasn't a good name and immediately protested. Jiang Chun muttered under his breath, "You're really hard to please. Don't you know your master here is terrible at naming things?" Saying this, he fell into deep thought, determined to come up with a name that matched the big white goose's space attribute. After 7 or 8 minutes of silence, Jiang Chun finally had a flash of inspiration and thought of a name he considered simple and unpretentious. "All right, from now on, you'll be called the Bye-Bye." He decided not to worry about the space attribute anymore. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Dabai tilted its head, seriously examining Jiang Chen. After sensing no ill intent, it happily accepted the name and let out a cheerful cry. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, you should go check out your 10,000 beasts nest first." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him changed abruptly. Jiang Chen found himself seemingly in a void, surrounded by endless darkness with no sense of direction or feeling. This startled him, making him think his ability had malfunctioned. Just as he was about to call out to the system, he saw a white figure in the vast darkness. It was Dabai. Squawk, squawk, squawk. The loud cries echoed. Jiang Chen noticed that space vortices were appearing around Dabai. Although their pull wasn't strong, space energy occasionally drifted out, which Dabai absorbed into its body. Seeing this, Jiang Chen realized that Dabai had awakened a top-tier 10,000 beasts nest. After a long time of understanding, Jiang Chen had some theories about the 10,000 beasts nest. Generally, these nests had special abilities that could slowly upgrade the beasts, something the beast rings couldn't compare to. The most top-tier nests, which Jiang Chen had only seen with Anchuan and Little Skeleton, seemed to be able to evolve continuously until they reached their optimal state. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that Dabai's nest was top-tier because of the space vortices that continuously absorbed and released space energy. Dabai, sensing the rich space energy around it, was ecstatic and immediately began cultivating on the spot to strengthen itself. Seeing this, Jiang Chen exited the 10,000 beasts nest and summoned Xiaobai. With 3 days left, he couldn't afford to waste any time. He planned to explore the secret realm again. Although most of it had been scoured, there could still be overlooked opportunities. More importantly, Jiang Chen remembered Lu Yuanan's intel. Space beasts were black, not white. This meant there was likely another set of space beasts in the secret realm. If he had the chance, Jiang Chen definitely wanted to claim it as his own. As for sharing it with others, Jiang Chen had just one thing to say: no way. Space beasts were far more powerful than those with ordinary attributes. As the saying goes, time stands still, space reigns supreme. This wasn't just an empty saying. Xiaobai, let's go. Jiang Chen patted Xiaobai's head but suddenly froze. He realized something. Xiaobai had been with him for a while and was considered an old member of the Jiang family. But now with Dabai around, the newcomer was overshadowing the old member. Jiang Chen cursed himself for being careless, forgetting about Xiaobai's feelings. The new arrival overshadowing an old member would definitely make Xiaobai unhappy. But now that the names were set, he couldn't just change them again. Never mind. Jiang Chen thought to himself with a wry smile, I'll let my future self deal with this mess. Jiang Chen soared through the sky, passing over a silent and mysterious realm below. The presence of Xiaobai was so intimidating that even platinum-tier flying beasts dared not show themselves, opting instead to tremble in fear on the ground. Over the course of a day, Jiang Chen had thoroughly explored the entire secret realm but still hadn't found any trace of another space element beast. How come there's nothing? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, scratching Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai, do you think they got it wrong? Maybe there's only one space element beast here, and that's Dabai? No sooner had he spoken than he felt Xiaobai's body tense slightly. He looked at Xiaobai, puzzled, and found it staring ahead in shock, as if pondering something important. What are you thinking about so deeply? Jiang Chen gave the tiger's head another good rub. Xiaobai snapped out of its reverie with a pitiful whimper. Only then did Jiang Chen realize he had accidentally let slip the existence of Dabai. Ahem. Jiang Chen hastily explained. I forgot about you when naming it. If I had remembered you, the new one definitely wouldn't be called Dabai. Maybe Little White. However, this explanation did little to comfort Xiaobai. Instead, it seemed to make it even sadder. The pride of its white tiger lineage vanished in an instant, and tears welled up in its eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He quickly tried to console it. All right, it's just a name. Don't take it to heart. But the more Jiang Chen spoke, the stronger Xiaobai's sadness grew. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned stern. Stop crying. The reprimand made Xiaobai shudder and immediately hide its sorrowful expression. Jiang Chen sighed and softened his tone. What's the big deal about being called Xiaobai or Dabai? You're all my companions. I won't treat you unfairly. Look at how upset you are. Let's just leave it at that. If you have any grievances in the future, don't let me see them. Handle them yourself, but don't go overboard. Just as Jiang Chen was about to continue comforting Xiaobai, a painful howl suddenly pierced the air. They looked up to see a figure plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, and splattering blood and flesh. It was a legendary beast, now groaning in agony. Jiang Chen quickly led Xiaobai to hide in a densely wooded area. Soon after, several figures appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen squinted and was shocked to see that they were bear people, with human-like bodies but bear-like heads. Jiang Chen silently observed the unfolding situation. After a few bear people rode off on winged bears, only one female bear person remained. She approached the severely injured demon-marked bear, extended her hand, and a beast control seed flew from her forehead. The injured demon-marked bear tried to evade, but ultimately couldn't resist, and the beast control seed embedded itself in its forehead. Watching this, Jiang Chun thought to himself, is all this really necessary? Her talent isn't that great. Jiang Chun didn't act rashly. He patiently waited for 10 minutes, carefully observing his surroundings to ensure everything was foolproof. This amount of time was enough. Even if the female bearman's companions noticed something was amiss and tried to return, it would take them quite a while. Jiang Chun calculated that this period would allow him to accomplish many things, and even if he couldn't win, he would have ample time to escape. Suddenly, the demonic patterned bear let out a low growl, a hint of panic flashing in its eyes as if it sensed some danger. In a split second, a shadow appeared like a ghost behind the female bearman. A flash of cold light, and a burst of blood erupted from her back, crimson liquid spraying everywhere. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was delighted, not expecting to deal with the opponent so easily. However, his joy was short-lived. The female bearman's body suddenly erupted with astonishing power, launching herself like a cannonball, putting a dozen meters between her and the small skeleton. She turned to face the small skeleton, panting heavily, her eyes burning with anger. This unexpected turn of events stunned Jiang Chun. The female bearman roared in fury, summoning 3 robust bear-like beasts. Jiang Chun quickly used his scanning skill to gather basic information on these 3 bear demons. All were at the peak of the platinum rank, 1 legendary and 2 epic. Including the heavily injured demonic patterned bear, this female bearman surprisingly had a luxurious lineup of 2 legendary and 2 epic beasts. Though her overall strength was inferior to Jiang Chun's, she was undoubtedly at an elite level. Jiang Chun even wondered if anyone his age could command legendary quality beasts. It was an unknown. The female bearman angrily scanned her surroundings, shouting loudly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she spoke in broken common human language. I see you. Come out now, or I won't be polite. This made Jiang Chun, hiding in the shadows, pause for a moment, momentarily doubting if he had been exposed. But he quickly regained his composure, inwardly mocking his own overthinking. If she had truly discovered him, her gaze wouldn't be directed elsewhere. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun summoned Rogue Rabbit and signaled Little White to act. Since its evolution, Little White had yet to engage in combat, making this the perfect opportunity to test its strength. Go! Jiang Chun gave his 2 partners a nod. Rogue Rabbit swiftly circled behind the enemy while Little White, unwilling to be outdone, took a deep breath. Its body rapidly expanded, growing to over 20 meters in length. An indescribable aura of nobility spread out, causing the 3 bear demons to shiver involuntarily. Seeing the sudden appearance of these beasts, the female bearman was more convinced that humans were present, though she didn't know where they were hiding. At that moment, the small skeleton launched its attack first. Its arm blades, covered in golden patterns, emitted a faint golden glow. The small skeleton transformed into a blur, instantly appearing in front of the leading bear demon, delivering a fierce slash without hesitation. The giant bear roared, swiping its paw at the small skeleton. However, in terms of speed, the small skeleton was superior. Its twin arm blades struck the giant bear's neck, causing blood to gush out. The small skeleton then unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, slashing madly. In the blink of an eye, the legendary quality giant bear collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. No! The female bearman let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, Rogue Rabbit began its assault. Surrounded by several transparent spheres, it charged at another giant bear with lightning speed. Leaping high, it brought down dozens of massive shock spheres. The peak platinum-rank giant bear had no chance to fight back and was felled with just 2 strikes. Subsequent attacks followed, and the female bearman felt a part of her consciousness fade. No! Don't! Panic flashed in her eyes as she looked at the last giant bear. However, a figure's appearance drove her to despair. The 20-meter-long white tiger elegantly approached the final giant bear. Its overwhelming presence rendered the platinum-rank giant bear immobile. Little White effortlessly snapped its neck, as if merely enjoying a meal. The continuous contract backlash left the female bearman unable to sustain herself. She coughed up blood profusely and fell heavily to the ground, clearly suffering severe injuries. Despite this, Jiang Chun still had no intention of revealing himself. He directed Little White to finish off the heavily injured demonic patterned bear. Seeing Little White approaching, the demonic patterned bear was terrified, the air thick with fear. Jiang Chun's body was no longer under his control. He could only wait silently as Xiaobai approached. The fierce beast moved swiftly and decisively. It raised its sharp claws and struck hard at the head of the demon-patterned bear. The bear's hard skull crumbled like tofu under Xiaobai's claws, shattering instantly. The demon-patterned bear didn't even have time to let out a groan before it was killed. This was the last of the enemy's beasts to fall. The she-bear could no longer stand, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. With her core severely damaged, it would take her at least a few months to recover. But Jiang Chun had no intention of giving her that chance. As an enemy of humanity, he decided to show no mercy. Kill! Jiang Chun commanded tersely. Almost simultaneously, the little skeleton swung its weapon, and the she-bear's head rolled to the ground, stopping after a brief tumble. Having completed all this, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly recalled all his other beasts except Xiaobai, sending them back to the Wanzhou nest. He quickly rifled through the space rings taken from his enemies and then decisively left the area. Not long after Jiang Chen left, 4 figures hurriedly arrived at the scene. When they saw the she-bear's corpse on the ground, an earth-shattering roar echoed for miles around. The roar reached Jiang Chen's ears. He turned his head and a malicious smile flashed across his face. Since fate has brought us together, I should give you a proper welcome, Jiang Chun muttered to himself. He had no intention of letting the remaining 4 bear people go. But before that, Jiang Chun had a more urgent task to attend to. He needed to find the Liu Yunnan siblings, or at least warn them that there were alien races in the secret realm. Given their strength, Jiang Chun had no doubt they were no match for even the she-bear. As fellow humans, he felt it was his duty to help them as much as he could. At this moment, the 4 bear people who had arrived at the scene had red, tear-streaked eyes, clearly having just wept. Xiong Dali spoke sorrowfully. Damn it, my Xiong Arya is dead. He had special feelings for the she-bear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her here. But he never imagined that she would meet such a tragic end as soon as they arrived. Xiong Dali swore silently to himself. I don't care who did this. I will make them pay in blood. His eyes burned with the fire of revenge, determined to avenge Xiong Arya's death. Jiang Chun hadn't flown far before encountering a terrifying black beast. It was a massive, jet-black bird with a single horn on its head, and its feathers were as dark as ink. The moment it noticed Jiang Chun approaching, it casually flapped its wings, sending an invisible force his way. Xiaobai, sensing the danger, swiftly dodged. Almost simultaneously, a small black hole appeared at the spot where Jiang Chun had just been, and even though he had flown quite a distance, he could still feel a faint, pulling force. This sudden turn of events startled Jiang Chun, prompting him to use his scanning skill. Name: Unicorn Voidbird. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Lower Platinum. Skills: Space Collapse LV3, Teleportation LV2, Spatial World LV1. Description: A beast with its own independent space, possessing formidable attack methods. Evolution path: 10 space origin stones and 1 void crystal to evolve into a voidbird. Jiang Chun was taken aback to encounter another spatial beast during such a crucial time. Its attributes were astonishing. Although its potential might be comparable to defy, its current combat power was on a different level altogether. A piercing caw shattered the sky as the unicorn voidbird, with eyes that seemed to contain the cosmos, locked onto Jiang Chun once more. Without needing any prompts, Xiaobai, with its sacred beast bloodline, sensed the impending danger and accelerated away, dodging the bird's skills again. Damn it! Running into a spatial beast in a place like this? Are you kidding me? Jiang Chun cursed under his breath. He didn't have the luxury of engaging with the unicorn voidbird now, not with 4 enraged bearmen hot on his heels. Caw caw. The unicorn voidbird, seeing Jiang Chun evade its attacks repeatedly, grew curious about this 2-legged intruder. Its intelligent eyes scrutinized Jiang Chun, yet it appeared somewhat puzzled, as if it couldn't quite comprehend the creature before it. Jiang Chun even wondered if this bird might be less intelligent than Dabai. Meanwhile, Xiong Dali, regaining his composure, remembered their mission. He pulled out a compass, and the needle immediately pointed in a direction, causing him to pause momentarily. A spatial beast has appeared. We need to act swiftly. After capturing it, we'll dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to avenge Xiong Arya, he declared. The other 3 bearmen nodded solemnly. As bodyguards hired by Xiong Dali's family, they naturally followed his lead. The spatial beast is over there. Let's move. Bring the anti-space talismans and aim to capture it in one go, Xiong Dali ordered. Got it. The 3 bearmen responded in unison. The 4 bearmen hurried toward Jiang Chun, each step filled with determination and fury. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun found himself in a dilemma. Although the unicorn voidbird wasn't exceptionally powerful, its abilities were extremely troublesome, making him unsure of how to tackle it. Damn it. Spatial abilities are such a headache, Jiang Chun muttered. In all my years as a beast tamer, this is the first time I've encountered such a vexing beast. After dodging several more attacks, Xiaobai, provoked by the constant harassment, unleashed a wind blast, only to find it completely ineffective. The unicorn voidbird dodged the attack with the speed of a rabbit, teleporting away instantly. After several fruitless attempts, Jiang Chun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was considering whether to let Dabai take a shot at restraining the bird when Xiaobai sensed someone approaching. Zhang Chen turned to see 4 burly bearmen heading their way. Xiong Dali spotted them in the sky immediately. Bearmen are still chasing us. What a nuisance, Zhang Chen muttered, then glanced at the unicorn void bird. Hey, dumb bird, there are 4 guys down there trying to capture you. I'm just one person. How about you deal with them instead? He didn't expect much from his words, but to his surprise, the unicorn voidbird noticed Xiong Dali and his group and seemed displeased. As a dominant presence in this secret realm, being repeatedly provoked was infuriating. The unicorn voidbird glanced at Zhang Chun, then at the 4 bearmen below. It quickly assessed the situation. 4 opponents versus 1. Deciding which group was more troublesome was easy. Without hesitation, it teleported towards Xiong Dali and his group. The sudden development left Zhang Chun momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Spatial beasts really aren't the brightest. I managed to trick it with just a few words. Wasting no time, Zhang Chun told Xiaobai, find a place to hide for now. Xiaobai obediently nodded and flew towards the dense forest. Once on the ground, it transformed into a house cat and hid with Jiang Chen. They stayed put because Zhang Chun wanted to gauge Xiong Dali's group strength. Although the unicorn voidbird wasn't mythical, its spatial abilities should force them to reveal some of their trump cards. At this moment, the unicorn voidbird dove down, releasing a space collapse to inflict a fatal blow on the bearmen. However, Xiong Dali suddenly took out a shriveled yellow talisman and threw it into the air. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped the unicorn voidbird, causing its body to tremble violently as if some internal power was sealed. Its dive abruptly halted, and its eyes filled with panic, letting out confused cries. Xiong Dali sneered. The anti-space talisman truly lives up to its legacy. Its power is a perfect counter to spatial abilities. It's just a pity they're so rare. Watching the now helpless unicorn voidbird, he couldn't help but feel smug. Next, Xiong Dali summoned a Biasta massive golden bear with a pair of golden wings on its back, exuding a formidable aura. Name: Golden-winged Sky Bear King. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Peak Platinum. Skills: Brute Strength LV3, Flight LV2, Bear Dominance LV1, Rage LV1. Description: a unique species with ancient bloodline. Evolution path: high-grade bear blood and 1 mystic demon crystal to evolve into a demon-winged sky bear emperor. Starting with a legendary quality beast wasn't a high level for an extraordinary person. Capture that unicorn voidbird, Xiong Dali commanded. The golden-winged sky bear king soared into the sky, moving with surprising speed despite its massive size, like a cannonball aiming for the unicorn voidbird. The unicorn voidbird, never having faced such an onslaught and stripped of its spatial powers, turned to flee in panic. Its frantic demeanor starkly contrasted with its earlier arrogance, making it seem like an entirely different bird. Zhang Chen frowned as he watched the scene unfold before him. The one-horned skybird was fleeing in a panic, evidently running for its life. This creature, normally the tyrant of the secret realm, now resembled a frightened chick, letting out pitiful cries. It turned angrily to glare at its pursued golden-feathered flying bear king. However, this glance back proved to be a fatal mistake. Without its spatial abilities, the one-horned skybird's combat prowess plummeted. The golden-feathered flying bear king charged like a cannonball, colliding with the skybird with a resounding boom. The skybird spat out blood in midair and let out a mournful wail. This sudden turn of events left Zhang Chun and Xiong Dali's group stunned. Xiong Dali quickly shouted, "Don't kill it! Be careful!" He needed the one-horned skybird alive. A dead spatial beast was of little use to him. The golden-feathered flying bear king nodded and continued its pursuit. Despite its grievous injuries and bleeding, the skybird desperately flapped its wings to stabilize itself. Its chest feathers were stained with blood, and it glared at the bear king with eyes full of hatred, wishing to tear its foe apart. Unfortunately, it struggled even to fly properly and could only let out helpless cries as it fled further. Zhang Chen, hiding nearby, watched with a furrowed brow. He couldn't just stand by and watch this spatial beast fall into the hands of others. Damn, I wanted to test your strength, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Getting thrashed in one encounter, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. He knew the skybird's dire situation was likely due to a talisman. Clearly, these bear people had come prepared. The skybird's desperate cries echoed as it flew into the dense forest, finally crashing to the ground. The golden-feathered flying bear king followed closely, landing heavily with a thunderous roar, ready to capture the skybird. At this critical moment, Zhang Chun decisively ordered, "Attack." The little skeleton instantly appeared, unleashing the king of the night. In an instant, the surrounding area plunged into darkness. It moved like a specter, appearing behind the golden-feathered flying bear king, its arm blade encircled by golden patterns slicing down mercilessly. With a thud, one of the Bear King's wings was severed, and pale golden blood gushed out. Losing its ability to fly, the Bear King roared in agony, turning swiftly to strike back. The little skeleton easily dodged and seized the opportunity to slice through the Bear King's arm joint. With a crack, the severed arm fell to the ground. The intense pain drove the Bear King into a berserk state, its eyes turning blood red as its attack power and speed surged. It let out a deafening roar, attempting to control the little skeleton. However, such skills had no effect on the skeleton. The little skeleton's speed soared again as it executed the instant kill technique. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the Bear King's chest, blood gushing out. An ordinary beast would have collapsed by now, but the Bear King's defense was formidable, and it continued to fight back despite its grievous injuries. Unfortunately, its efforts seemed laughable against the little skeleton. Every attack was effortlessly dodged, while its own injuries worsened. Blood soaked its entire body, its speed significantly decreased, and its breathing became labored. The golden-feathered flying Bear King let out a roar of frustration, powerless to change its fate. The little skeleton seized the moment, leaping into the air, its arm blade glowing with a blinding red light. With a final thud, the Bear King's head was severed, its massive body collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xiong Dali's face turned deathly pale, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. His eyes were filled with sheer disbelief and shock. His prized golden feather Sky Bear King had been slain in just a few breaths. Though not his strongest beast, it possessed power comparable to the diamond tier. The sudden blow was too much for Xiong Dali to accept, and his body trembled slightly. "Young master, what's wrong?" a bearman servant asked in confusion, noticing his master's unusual expression. Xiong Dali didn't respond. Instead, he silently summoned his other beasts and resolutely headed toward the dense forest where the golden feather Sky Bear King had fallen. His steps were firm, and his eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. The commotion caught Jiang Qin's attention. He scanned the surroundings warily and was immediately taken aback. 4 bear-like beasts had appeared, all of legendary quality, including the fallen golden feather Sky Bear King. There were a total of 5 legendary beasts. Jiang Qin calculated silently. This strength was slightly inferior to his own. Among his beasts, aside from the newly tamed defy, the lowest were of legendary quality, and he even had 3 mythical beasts. As the golden feather Sky Bear King fell, the area shrouded in darkness also dissipated. The little skeleton quickly returned to Jiang Qin's side, delivering a brief message. "Master, it's done?" Jiang Qin nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The unicorn skybird, having witnessed the effortless slaying of the golden feather Sky Bear King, was momentarily stunned but quickly regained its composure. Without hesitation, it flew toward Jiang Qin's hiding spot, clearly realizing that in this perilous environment, only Jiang Qin could offer it protection. At that moment, Xiong Dali and his 3 companions entered the forest. The thick scent of blood immediately caught their attention. Their gaze quickly locked onto the decapitated corpse of the golden feather Sky Bear King. The 4 of them gasped in unison, finally understanding the source of Xiong Dali's rage. The beast, nurtured with immense effort and resources, had been slaughtered so mercilessly. Such a blow would be unbearable for anyone. Their eyes flickered with shock, anger, and a hint of barely concealed fear, wondering who this mysterious and powerful opponent could be. Xiong Dali's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his fury reaching its peak. Gritting his teeth, he roared hoarsely, "Kill him for me." His voice was rough with anger. Upon his command, the other 3 bearmen sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. They each summoned their beasts, all at the pinnacle of platinum rank. However, compared to Xiong Dali, their beasts were of inferior quality. Each of them had only 1 legendary beast, with the remaining 3 being of epic quality, far less impressive than Xiong Dali's luxurious lineup. Jiang Qin frowned as he assessed their lineup, realizing his side was at a numerical disadvantage. But he quickly calmed down, thinking this was an opportunity to test his own strength. After all, his side's quality far surpassed theirs. Xiong Dali stood on a giant bear, staring coldly at Jiang Qin as if looking at a dead man. "Human, you've crossed the wrong person. I'm going to tear you apart to avenge my beast," he said, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Jiang Qin sighed helplessly. "Sigh. I knew you wouldn't believe me if I said I was just passing by." He knew this battle was unavoidable and saw no point in arguing further. These guys weren't even at the diamond rank, yet they dared to challenge him, utterly reckless. "Come on out, guys," Jiang Qin said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, several enormous beasts appeared behind him. One of them, a turtle-like beast, was particularly massive, standing 50 meters tall like a moving mountain. Its presence alone exerted immense pressure on the group of giant bears. Next, a seemingly ordinary white cat took a few elegant steps forward, then suddenly began to grow, transforming into a majestic 4-winged white tiger. Although its aura wasn't as terrifying as the giant turtles, it still made the four bear men feel a sinking dread. The bear men continued to survey Jiang Chen's lineup, their emotions growing increasingly complex. Jiang Chen had summoned a total of 9 beasts. Each one exuded an extraordinary presence, making even dragons seem ordinary in comparison. The four bear men took deep breaths, trying to steady their nerves. Even the legendary unicorn bird was dumbfounded. It cursed internally. If you had this many powerful beasts, why didn't you show them earlier? If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you. As a legendary beast, it could sense the unusual aura of Jiang Chen's beasts, indicating they were of a higher tier. At this moment, both the bearmen and the unicorn bird were deeply perplexed. Their understanding of human beastmasters was clearly limited. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy had only been a few decades, they didn't grasp the evolution of human beasts, leading them to believe human beastmasters were the weakest among all races. Typically, humans found it hard to possess legendary beasts. Jiang Chen's appearance shattered their perception of human capabilities. One of the bearmen swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Young master, should we fight?" They knew well the terrifying strength of Jiang Chen's beasts. Even though they had an advantage in rank and numbers, the outcome of a fight was uncertain. Moreover, some of Jiang Chen's beasts exuded such a terrifying aura that it filled them with dread, a feeling they had only ever experienced from their clan's ancestors. Xiong Dali glared at him and said irritably, "Fight? With what? Their beasts are at least legendary. With our strength, we'd just be cannon fodder." The bearman gave an awkward smile but still asked quietly, "Young master, what should we do then?" Xiong Dali gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat. Our target this time is the unicorn bird. We've invested too many resources in this hunt. If we fail, it won't be easy to explain." Although Head lost a beast, it wasn't his main battle beast, so his strength wasn't significantly affected. If he could obtain the unicorn bird, his power would leap forward, compensating for the loss of the golden feather flying bear king. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by this sudden change. He sneered. "What? I've summoned my beasts, and now you say you don't want to fight? No way. I've already killed one of your beasts, and I'm not letting you off easily." He thought to himself that he couldn't let them get the unicorn bird, even if it meant killing it. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the unicorn bird, his malicious look making the bird instinctively take 2 steps back. Jiang Chen's voice, though quiet, was clear to Xiong Dali. Xiong Dali clenched his fists, knowing full well that his beast had been slain. But the best course of action now was to cease fighting, to preserve as much strength as possible. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Xiong Dali said, "It's fine. As long as you hand over the unicorn bird, the matter of the beast can be overlooked." Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, but internally he was sneering. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Jiang Chen replied indifferently, "That's good, that's good. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I also killed your companion." The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Xiong Dali froze, staring at Jiang Chen in shock. The next moment, he screamed like a madman, "You dare kill my area? I'll fight you to the death." He lunged at Jiang Chen, but his 3 subordinates held him back firmly. Young master, think of the bigger picture." "Yes, young master, think of the bigger picture." With their reminders, Xiong Dali barely calmed down, but his eyes still locked onto Jiang Chen, as if trying to tear him apart with his gaze. His beloved Arya. She was so beautiful, with a large build and a robust figure like a male bearman. Such a peerless beauty was renowned throughout the bearman clan. This time, he had insisted on bringing Arya along against all objections. But he never imagined that the clan's #1 beauty would be killed by Jiang Chen. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Xiong Dali's face as he wailed, "Arya, Arya, your Dali brother has wronged you. I must think of the bigger picture. Please forgive my ruthlessness." His tears flowed even more, genuinely heartbroken. Jiang Chen was speechless. The bearmen, standing over 2 meters tall with thick fur, looked like burly men in fur coats crying their hearts out. The scene was absurdly incongruous. Deciding it was time to end this farce, Jiang Chen said coldly, "Oh, and the unicorn bird, I'm not giving it to you either." Instantly, Xiong Dali stopped crying and turned to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief and rage. Eyes wide open in shock, but Jiang Chen seemed indifferent. He calmly said, "Staring won't help. There's no way I'm giving you the unicorn bird." He then turned to Xiong Dali, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. "If you're not convinced, feel free to fight me. I'm always ready." These words ignited Xiong Dali's fury. His fists clenched, his eyes shooting daggers. "Fine, fine, fine. Today, Xiong Dali will fight you to the end," he snarled, realizing that Jiang Chen wouldn't spare them and that a battle was inevitable. Besides, they had the numbers advantage. Victory wasn't out of reach. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The 4 members of the bear clan roared in unison. their fighting spirit surging as they glared at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, casually beckoning with his finger. Come on. He, too, was curious to see how strong his beasts had become. Since the college entrance exams, he hadn't faced a worthy opponent. 16 bear-type beasts roared in unison, their bodies surrounded by various auras, clearly some sort of enhancement skill. For massive, fiery bears stepped forward, their palms igniting in flames. In an instant, 4 7 to 8 meter wide fireballs formed and hurtled towards Jiang Chen. At the critical moment, a colossal figure stepped in front of Jiang Chen. It was Anton, whose enormous body completely shielded Jiang Chen. The 4 gigantic fireballs shrank suddenly and were swallowed whole by Anton. It belched, casting a disdainful glance at the 4 fiery bears. Suddenly, the temperature around them soared. Xiong Dali and his companions looked up to see a massive fireball falling from the sky, blocking out the sun. Their faces turned pale as they scattered to avoid it. The fireball, 100 meters wide, was Anton's ultimate move, Heavenly Firefall. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding trees turned to ash in an instant. Despite their best efforts to flee, 2 of the beasts couldn't escape the fireball's range. When the dust settled, a bottomless crater remained, with no trace of the 2 beasts. One of the bear clan members suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit weakened, clearly due to the severe injury to his beast. Xiong Dali frowned, shocked by Jiang Chen's overwhelming strength, especially that turtle. The previous attack hadn't even been its full power. If it went all out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Focus all attacks on that guy, Xiong Dali ordered coldly. He knew that defeating Jiang Chen with beasts alone was unrealistic. Their only chance was to kill Jiang Chen directly. Taking advantage of his beast's rampage, they could seize the unicorn bird. If that failed, retreat would be their only option. Damn. Is this what human geniuses are like? Xiong Dali cursed under his breath, as he commanded the remaining 12 beasts to gather energy and launch a fierce assault on Jiang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Attacks flew towards Jiang Chen like meteors. Yet, Jiang Chen remained motionless, as if unaware of the impending danger. Just as the attacks were about to hit, a silver figure suddenly appeared. Center of attention, skill activated, and the attacks seemed to gain a mind of their own, redirecting towards the silver figure. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs exploded, lightning crackled, and waves of attacks landed on the silver figure. This scene left the 4 Bear Clan members dumbfounded. They had never seen such a bizarre skill, one that could attract and even redirect attacks. This human is terrifying. We can't let him live, Xiong Dali thought, alarmed. If these 2 beasts grew stronger, they would become a formidable threat on the battlefield. After absorbing all the damage, the silver figure looked around provocatively, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? That didn't hurt at all." This look only fueled the 4's rage. Why do I want to kill that beast so badly? Me too. Calm down, don't fall for it, Xiong Dali cautioned. The initial skirmish was over, and both sides had a preliminary understanding of each other. Jiang Chen spread his hands, his tone relaxed. All right, enough playing around. The previous clash had proven that the opponents weren't even close to his level. With 9 beasts at his command, they stood no chance. Attack. At Jiang Chen's command, his beasts could no longer hold back. Xiao Qing and Xiao He took to the skies instantly. Sky-severing wind slash. Dark dragon breath. In an instant, 2 distinct energies surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the Bear Clan's formation. Xiong Dali quickly responded, commanding 2 massive bears to step forward. Their fists pounded the ground, instantly raising 2 earthen walls that barely managed to block the incoming attack. However, under the relentless force, the walls soon crumbled, proving ineffective as a defense. At that moment, the rogue rabbit had already charged to the front lines. It launched a barrage of shock balls, demonstrating its prowess as a tank killer. One of the thick-soiled bears was slammed to the ground by the fierce attack. The other bear roared in anger, attempting to retaliate, but the small skeleton had already darted in front of it. Without any flashy moves, the skeleton executed King of the Night, an instant kill, swiftly beheading the bear. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's other beasts unleashed their full power. Even Yang Shun showcased an impressive output. The terrifying solar rays swept across, injuring several bears to varying degrees. Although Yang Shun's attack didn't last long, it immediately turned to activate the Light of Healing, restoring the stamina of its allies and boosting their morale. The battle quickly turned one-sided. Despite Xiong Dali's 7 powerful beasts, they were soon overwhelmed by the ferocious onslaught from Jiang Chen's beasts. These battle-hardened creatures were not prepared for the intensity of the attack, which rivaled that of 9 diamond-tier beasts, despite only facing 9 platinum-tier ones. Watching his meticulously trained beasts being crushed, Xiong Dali's eyes filled with bloodshot rage and frustration. He wanted nothing more than to personally confront Jiang Chen. However, His three subordinates knew the gravity of the phrase. In times of danger, Xiongdali must be protected at all costs, even if it means your lives. The three bearmen knelt before Xiongdali without hesitation, speaking in unison, "Young master, you must leave. We'll hold them off. You can't be harmed." Hearing this, Xiongdali gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. I, I, I want to fight him." Though the battle had been brief, two of his four beasts had already been slain. Staying any longer would be disastrous. "Forgive us, young master." One of the subordinates suddenly struck Xiongdali on the back of the neck, knocking him out. The bearman's solution was straightforward and direct: render the young master unconscious. They then crushed a jade talisman, hoping to instantly leave the battlefield. However, the expected spatial tear did not appear. Due to the presence of a space-restricting talisman, the escape talisman failed to work. For a moment, the three bearmen were stunned, realizing they had overlooked such a crucial detail. To retrieve the forbidden seal, Xiongdali has to take action himself. Jiang Chun noticed the situation but only glanced over without saying much. The opposing side had only 7 beasts left to resist, but they were struggling and clearly couldn't hold out much longer. As each beast was killed, several bear men coughed up blood due to the contract backlash, their eyes filled with deep despair. They never imagined that what seemed like a simple capture mission would end in complete annihilation. With the fall of the last bear beast, the battle concluded. Jiang Chen's side had successfully defeated all the opposing beasts without sustaining any injuries. This was mainly thanks to Yang Shen and Ping Tu. Ping Tu took on 99 of the damage, while Yang Shen continuously healed him, leaving Ping Tu without even a scratch. Seeing the battle end, Jiang Chen walked over. A group of beasts surrounded the 4 remaining bear men. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, the bear men lost any will to resist. Their opponent was too powerful, so much so that they didn't even have the thought of resisting. They knew it would be futile. "Do whatever you want," one of the bear men said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen just glanced at him and ignored him. His eyes fell on the unconscious Xiongdali. No matter how you looked at it, this guy was the core of the team. But for some reason, his teammates had knocked him out. Jiang Chen reached out to grab Xiongdali. This action startled the other 3 bear men, who wanted to resist. But a blue figure flashed a blue rabbit. It swiftly attacked, and with 2 strikes, the 3 bear men screamed in pain as their leg bones shattered, rendering them immobile. "What do you want?" one of the bear men asked angrily. Jiang Chen ignored him and slapped Xiongdali twice. The slaps were loud, but Xiongdali's thick bear skin prevented him from waking up. "Which tribe are you from?" Seeing he couldn't wake Xiongdali, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the other 3. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?" One of the bear men snorted coldly. Jiang Chen frowned but didn't act. He knew that killing them wouldn't help. These guys were prepared to die. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Xiongdali again. No matter how you looked at it, this guy's identity wasn't simple. He had 5 legendary beasts, and the unicorn skybird was probably prepared for him. Clearly, he was someone important. "I won't make it hard for you. They'll say one thing," Jiang Chen said coldly. "If you don't answer, he suffers." He pointed to the unconscious Xiongdali. "One more time, which bear tribe and clan are you from?" The 3 bear men looked at each other, still biting their tongues. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and called over a small skeleton. "Cut off one of his fingers," he said calmly. Hearing this, the 3 bear men's expressions changed drastically. Before they could respond, they saw a finger of their young master being cut off. Xiongdali, still unconscious, groaned in pain. "Same question. Which bear tribe and clan are you from?" Jiang Chen asked again, his tone even sharper. The 3 bear men frowned. Their purpose was to protect Xiongdali, but revealing their tribe would mean leaking information. Fine. Tough bones." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a killing intent. Almost simultaneously, the small skeleton understood and was about to act. "They'll tell you," a voice suddenly said. Jiang Chen looked at the speaking bear man. "Then speak." "We are from the Guangxiong clan, one of the 3 major tribes. As for his identity, he is the only son of the clan leader." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was initially stunned. Then a wave of joy surged through him. He never expected to catch such a big fish by chance. The Guangxiong clan, one of the 3 major bear tribes, and the only son of the clan leader. This was akin to capturing a prince. This was a huge catch, practically a military merit delivered to his doorstep. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. How did he always manage to get into something every time he entered a secret realm? Just then, the small skeleton suddenly reminded him, "Master, that bird is trying to escape." Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and turned to see the unicorn skybird sneaking away. "Heh," Jiang Chen sneered. This bird was no good. It tried to drag him down when danger approached. Now that the battle was over and the crisis averted, it wanted to slip away. "No way. Block it," Jiang Chen ordered. Xiaobai rushed out immediately. It had long been annoyed with the unicorn skybird, which had caused it trouble with its spatial powers before. Now that its abilities were sealed, there was no way it would let it go. With a swoosh, Xiaobai moved at lightning speed and blocked the unicorn skybird's path. Seeing this, the bird panicked and let out a sharp cry, caw caw. Xiaobai just glanced at it. Without its spatial powers, the unicorn skybird was nothing more than a weakling in its eyes. Roar. Xiaobai let out a majestic tiger's roar. The unicorn skybird shivered. It hadn't thought Xiaobai was that terrifying, but now it seemed like a beast that could devour the heavens and earth. It stood still, not daring to move, looking at Xiaobai with pleading eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chun also walked over. Begging it want help? You should beg me, he said leisurely. The unicorn skybird's gaze fell on Jiang Chun, and it cawed twice, tilting its head to look at him. Jiang Chun sneered. This bird was clearly playing dumb. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to drag him down earlier. I know you can understand me, Jiang Chun said bluntly. One word, become my beast, or well meet on the dinner table. These words made the unicorn skybird shudder, a look of panic flashing in its eyes. One chance, Jiang Chun said, summoning a beast seed. This was the last platinum-tier beast seed he had. He had used one to tame Defy, and another to sign an equal contract with Taotai, making 3 in total. Seeing the beast seed, a look of struggle flashed in the unicorn skybird's eyes. It wanted to flee, but Xiaobai's pressure held it down. Unable to escape, it chose to submit and accepted the beast seed. Jiang Qin didn't expect that this secret realm trip would yield 2 spatial beasts and capture a high-ranking outsider. This time, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner. After the contract ended, the unicorn void bird hung its head dejectedly, its entire demeanor lifeless. It let out a disgruntled caw, which made Jiang Chun roll his eyes. Don't give me that look. Did I force you? Jiang Chun questioned. The unicorn void bird glanced at Jiang Chun and instinctively nodded. This made Jiang Chun frown, his face showing displeasure. I'll give you one more chance, Jiang Chun said with a threatening smile. Did I force you? Sensing the menace behind Jiang Chun's smile, the bird instinctively wanted to nod again. However, a strange intuition told it that shaking its head was the safer option. In the end, the stubborn bird reluctantly shook its head. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. Haha, see? I didn't force it. This guy volunteered. The other beasts turned their heads away, pretending not to notice the scene. All right, you go to the nest of all races first, Jiang Chun said, collecting the unicorn void bird. In an instant, the bird found itself in a void, surrounded by spatial energy. Jiang Chun glanced around, realizing this wasn't a growth-type nest of all races, and that its talent was inferior to Debai's. Slightly disappointed, he withdrew. Outside, bear men were waiting for him. As Jiang Chun emerged, he also recalled some of his larger beasts, like Anton and Shaoqing, leaving only Little Skeleton, Flathead, and Xiaobai. Under the watchful eyes of these 3 beasts, the bear men had no chance of escape. Their beasts had been killed, damaging their essence. Even though they were physically robust, they needed time to recover. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of giving them that opportunity. In their current state, the bear men were as good as crippled. Jiang Chun looked at the bear men, who could barely walk, and regretted breaking their legs. He didn't want to heal them, fearing they'd cause trouble. At that moment, Bear Dolly slowly opened his eyes, groggily looking around. The other 3 bear men were overjoyed and quickly asked, Young master, you're awake? Bear Dolly, seeing the familiar faces, mumbled, Are we back at the tribe? Hearing this, the 3 bearmen's expressions turned awkward. Bear Dolly finally realized they were still in the secret realm. He quickly sensed that all his beasts were gone, their spiritual connections severed, meaning they were either dead or their contracts were broken. Bear Dolly trembled, muttering to himself, They're all gone. Young master, please don't be sad. The 3 bear men tried to comfort him. Bear Dolly glared at them angrily. Don't tell me to not be sad. Why did you hit me? He suddenly remembered that he was knocked out by his own people, not the enemy. Damn it. The 3 bear men hung their heads, feeling wronged. They had only wanted to ensure Bear Dolly's safety but forgot about the anti-flight talisman. They had knocked him out but failed to get him away, resulting in their capture. This realization made them feel deeply ashamed. Young master, we didn't mean it, one bearman whispered. Bear Dolly was even more enraged. Do you hear yourself? This sounds like something a traitor would say. On a battlefield, I'd suspect you were spies. Taking out the leader at the start, how is that not sabotage? Watching Bear Dolly pant with rage, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. Haha. He now understood why Bear Dolly had been knocked out. Bear Dolly noticed Jiang Chun and asked angrily, Who are you? Do you know who I am? He tried to use his status to intimidate Jiang Chun, hoping to create an opportunity to escape. Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately, curious to see how Bear Dolly would boast. Bear Dolly straightened up, trying to appear dignified. I am a prodigy of the Bearman tribe. If you dare harm me, my tribe will not spare you. Release me now while I'm still calm. or I will lead my tribe to crush your human settlement." Unfortunately, such threats had no effect on Jiang Chen. He walked up to Bear Dolly, grabbed his chest fur, and yanked hard. The three bear men were shocked and yelled, "What are you doing? Let go of our young master." Jiang Chen ignored them and punched Bear Dolly in the face. Bam! With just one punch, Bear Dolly was dazed. Although Jiang Chen was a beast master, his beasts were incredibly strong. Even sharing just 1% of their power, Jiang Chen had strength comparable to a platinum tier warrior. Bear Dolly, seeing stars from the punch, tried to speak, "You dare hit me." Before he could finish, another punch landed. Jiang Chen continued punching while speaking. "Do you have any idea of your current status? From the moment you lost, you became a prisoner of war." After a flurry of punches, Bear Dolly's face was swollen. Trembling with anger, he saw Jiang Chen ready to punch again and quickly surrendered. "No, no, I understand. Please don't kill me." He rubbed his bare face, lamenting Jiang Chen's ruthless blows. Luckily, his thick skin saved him from serious injury. "Being obedient now?" Jiang Chen asked. Bear Dolly nodded obediently, clearly afraid to resist. Satisfied, Jiang Chen nodded and considered whether it was time to leave. His main goal was to capture spatial beasts, and he had already secured 2, exceeding his target. Staying longer seemed pointless. Just then, a few figures appeared in the distance, seemingly drawn by the recent battle. The person who arrived was none other than Long Outyin, who had been stripped by the little skeleton. The moment Long Outyin saw Jiang Chen, his expression changed, and he even considered retreating. The humiliation of their last battle still lingered in his mind. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he would probably have been scarred for life. Jiang Chen recognized Long Outyin. Seeing that he wanted to slip away, he immediately shouted, "Hey, don't go. Come over here. I have something to discuss with you." Long Outyin glanced back, a look of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The proud prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom was being humiliated like this. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chen added, "Don't think you can run. You won't get away. Trust me, come over here quietly, or certain embarrassing incidents might get out." The whole world seemed to go silent at those words. Veins bulged on Long Outyin's forehead as he turned and roared through gritted teeth. "What do you want?" Jiang Chen smiled cheerfully. "No need to get angry, Brother Long. I just need a favor." Long Outyin looked at Jiang Chen's grinning face and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and said angrily, "Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If I summon all my beasts, it's hard to say who would win." Jiang Chen quickly reassured him, "Brother Long, I know I was wrong, but this time, it's definitely beneficial for you." He pointed to a few crippled bear men nearby. Long Outyin had already noticed the strangers, but was too proud to ask. Now that Jiang Chen brought it up, he was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen explained, "Nothing much. Consider these 3 bear men as my apology. I didn't expect my beast to hit so hard." He showed a hint of regret, seemingly sincere in his apology. Long Outyin thought for a moment, unable to resist the temptation. "Are you really giving these 3 strangers to me?" "Of course, Brother Long. Take them without hesitation," Jiang Chen said with a smile, though he was calculating inside. "These 3 are just guards at best, not much of a reward. Capturing Dali is the real prize. Besides, with their legs broken, they'll just be a burden." Long Outyin looked at Jiang Chen's bright smile and suddenly felt touched. For the first time, he thought he might be a bad person for provoking someone so upright. "Brother Jiang, I won't forget this kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." He clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "It's a small matter, Brother Long. Don't worry about it." The 3 bear men finally came to their senses, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen. Before they could speak, Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and knocked them out one by one. Long Outyin watched in confusion, and Jiang Chen explained, "These guys are very cunning. It's easier to take them away when they're unconscious." Long Outyin was moved again. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. I will repay you in the future." With that, he took the 3 bear men and left. Jiang Chen then had Xiao Bai reveal Xiong Dali behind him. "You're coming with me?" he thought. As the only son of the 3 tribal chiefs, this identity should fetch a good price. Xiong Dali glanced around nervously, not daring to make a sound. As a prisoner, he had no mind to care about his subordinate's fate. "Can you retrieve that talisman?" Jiang Chen pointed to the floating talisman in the sky. It was this talisman that had allowed him to easily subdue the single-horned bird, naturally piquing his interest. Xiong Dali's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, "Let me go, and I'll give you that talisman. It's an ancient divine talisman." Jiang Chen was taken aback, looking at Xiong Dali with a strange expression. Is this guy's brain full of mush? Did he forget the lesson so quickly? "Don't make me hit you," he said simply. Xiong Dali shuddered, and the wounds on his face seemed to hurt even more. "One word, are you giving it or not?" Jiang Chen pressed. Xiong Dali finally caved under the pressure and nodded. I'll give it. He recited a convoluted incantation to the talisman above, which Jiang Chen didn't understand at all. The talisman is yours, but please treat me well, Xiong Dali said, lamenting his tragic fate as the prodigy of the bear tribe. Jiang Chen took the talisman and examined it for a while but couldn't figure it out. Without another word, he kicked the pondering Xiong Dali. Teach me how to use this thing. Xiong Dali said reluctantly. You need spiritual power within you to use it, which you probably don't have. Then teach me, Jiang Chen demanded. Xiong Dali shook his head. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get angry, Xiong Dali quickly explained, I cultivate a technique specific to the bear tribe. Humans can't cultivate it. Forcing it will only cause your body to explode. However, your human leaders should have some methods for cultivating spiritual power. Fortunately, Xiong Dali spoke quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have faced another beating. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something important he had forgotten and frowned as he asked, by the way, why are you guys here? Upon hearing this, Xiong Dali's expression turned dejected, and he felt even more frustrated. He had originally planned to capture a beast, but not only did he fail, he ended up getting himself caught. What's worse, the beast he had his eye on now belonged to his enemy. This left him speechless and feeling blocked up inside. Seeing Xiong Dali's reaction, a sly look flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he pressed further. Hey, have you come up with a good excuse yet? Xiong Dali quickly defended himself. Yes, no, I'm not lying. We came here for that unicorn skybird. Those items were specifically prepared for it, but you intercepted us. His voice trailed off towards the end. After hearing this, a strange look crossed Jiang Chen's face. He found the story somewhat believable. After all, a forbidden air talisman was a valuable item for the bear men, not something they would use lightly. But he still couldn't rule out the possibility that Xiong Dali was lying. Suddenly, Jiang Chen punched Xiong Dali in the eye. The unexpected blow made Xiong Dali stagger and fall to the ground. Looking bewildered at Jiang Chen. I'm telling the truth. Why did you hit me? He asked, confused. Jiang Chen sneered as if he had seen through everything. Humph. You really think I don't know? I'll give you one more chance. Tell the truth. What's your real objective? Seeing Jiang Chen's aggressive stance, Xiong Dali felt a moment of wavering but quickly regained his composure. He gritted his teeth and insisted, even if you beat me to death today, I'm still here to capture the beast. Jiang Chen, seeing Xiong Dali's angry expression, felt that he might be telling the truth. He muttered to himself, oh, so it is true, and then displayed a look of sudden realization. Seeing this, Xiong Dali ground his teeth in hatred. He swore silently that as long as he was alive, he would avenge this humiliation. Only then did he realize that Jiang Chen had been testing him. Jiang Chen didn't leave immediately. He felt there was more to explore in this secret realm, considering that it was unusual for such a place to have two space element beasts. He decided to look around some more, hoping for another unexpected discovery. The scene suddenly shifted to a desolate plain. A group of bear men with bare heads and human bodies roared thunderously. They wore iron armor and were brimming with fighting spirit. In front of them stood a small team of elite soldiers clad in alloy armor. If Jiang Chen were there, he would have instantly recognized Ing Sha among them. Compared to before, Ing Sha seemed more composed, his killing intent more intense, and his weapon had been replaced by a large blade. At this moment, Ing Sha's small team was surrounded by thousands of bear men, while they numbered only a dozen. The middle-aged man leading the team wore a worried expression and said solemnly, this won't do. The bear men plan to ambush our base. If we let them pass, our base will suffer greatly. He continued, Ing Sha, you're the fastest. You go and deliver the message. Then he ordered the others, the rest of you, stay and fight to the death. Every second we hold them off gives Ing Sha more time. Upon hearing this, the dozen soldiers showed only determination and readiness for sacrifice. Ing Sha, however, was stunned, as he was a disgraced soldier and shouldn't have been given this chance for survival. Seeing Ing Sha hesitate, the middle-aged man shouted, what are you waiting for? Do you want us to die in vain? Ing Sha trembled, still hesitant. The middle-aged man gave him no chance to speak and barked, here, I'm in charge. Follow the order and go. Now. The others smiled at Ing Sha, gripping their weapons even tighter. An elderly man said kindly, go on, don't let us down. Ing Sha was even more shocked because this old man's child had died by his hand, and he had always been hostile towards him. Today, he was actually smiling at him. Seeing the enemy closing in, the middle-aged man scolded again, still not moving? Ing Sha glanced back, said nothing more, and ran desperately towards the human base. The middle-aged man turned to the old man and said, it's rare to see you smile at that kid, Ing Sha. The old man shook his head and sighed. Ing Sha has had a hard life, and some things weren't his choice. He was just a puppet back then. I've come to terms with it. I don't blame him anymore. Indeed, this young man is quite impressive, but he's a bit cold and doesn't really understand how to deal with people, one team member remarked. The others nodded in agreement. They recalled Shah's background growing up in an assassin organization where killing was the only option. How could someone raised in such an environment understand normal social interactions? To put it bluntly, they're just killing machines, another added with a hint of sympathy in their voice. Everyone nodded lightly, remembering how they initially rejected Shah. However, as they got to know him better, they witnessed his efforts to redeem himself. In every mission, he was always the first to charge and the last to retreat. Even the most stone-hearted among them couldn't help but respect such dedication. This kid is the most talented I've ever seen, an old soldier sighed. But he once mentioned that there's someone even more extraordinary than him back in Longhua, though he never got the chance to meet them. A middle-aged man interrupted their reflections. Enough of that. Now we need to focus on taking down more bear men. He pointed to the enemies less than 10 meters away, his tone serious. Hearing this, everyone instantly shifted into combat mode and launched an all-out attack on the bear men. As platinum-ranked warriors seasoned by war, they managed to hold off the enemy's advance for a moment. Meanwhile, Shah was running for his life. He didn't dare look back, and his eyes were filled with tears, but he couldn't stop. He had only one thought in his mind. Get back to report, kill these bear men, and avenge his comrades. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A giant bear over 30 meters tall appeared on the battlefield, with a burly bear man leader standing on its back. Do you dare to challenge the brilliance of the moon with your mere sparks? The bear man leader sneered at the struggling human warriors below. As his words fell, squads of platinum-ranked bear men surged towards the dozen humans like a tidal wave. In the critical moment, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "You're already within the human territory. If you don't retreat now, you will be annihilated." His voice echoed in the ears of all the bear men. However, this warning only elicited a scornful laugh from the bear man leader. Your people are already fighting the snake men. You have no strength left to deal with us. Faced with this taunt, no one responded with words. Instead, the determined figures of the dozen human warriors, slashing with all their might, showed their unwavering resolve. Jiang Chun searched the entire secret realm again but still found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly came to mind. "Xiong Dali," he shouted. Almost simultaneously, a voice responded, "Here." Xiong Dali came jogging over, his face still slightly swollen from the earlier punishment Jiang Chun had given him. Jiang Chun looked coldly at the guy who had once tried to escape. After a severe beating, Xiong Dali finally behaved himself. He now knew that if he didn't respond to Jiang Chin's call within 3 seconds, another beating was inevitable. "Come back with me," Jiang Chun said flatly. This simple statement caused Xiong Dali's expression to change dramatically. Following Jiang Chen back meant his chances of returning to the Xiong people tribe were almost nil. He hesitated. Seeing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. "What? Thinking of resisting again?" Xiong Dali trembled. The Xiong people were once known for their strength, always preferring to solve problems with their fists. But ever since encountering Jiang Chun, Xiong Dali had learned the importance of civilized conversation. He had been beaten into a psychological shadow. No, absolutely not. Xiong Dali quickly stood at attention, raising his right hand high above his head and responding loudly. Jiang Chun remained silent, merely staring at him. This gaze made Xiong Dali's scalp tingle, as if he were facing some terrifying beast instead of a human. "Tell me what you're thinking," Jiang Chen finally spoke. Xiong Dali hesitated for a moment, realizing this might be his last chance. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to say, "Can we talk?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Did the guy want to negotiate? He raised his fist, scaring Xiong Dali into a shiver. No, please listen to my conditions first, then decide if you want to beat me," Xiong Dali hurriedly said. Jiang Chen initially wanted to hit him, but then thought better of it. As the young leader of the Xiong tribe, Xiong Dali might know some secrets. "Speak," he said, lowering his fist. Xiong Dali breathed a sigh of relief and quickly laid out his terms. "If you let me go, I can help one of your beasts advance to mythical quality." This statement shocked Jiang Chen. He suspected that other races had methods to advance to mythic status, meaning they possessed mythic-level beasts. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of powerful beasts like Chongqi and the nine-tailed fox. Even with his current strength, encountering them would mean certain death. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Xiong Dali pondered silently. He suspected that Jiang Chen might already know how to advance to mythic status, but thought it unlikely. The ancient human race had vanished, and the methods should have been lost. Ultimately, he believed Jiang Chen had just been lucky to obtain a few mythical beasts. "Continue," Jiang Chen urged, eager to learn the advancement methods of other races. Xiong Dali didn't answer immediately, but instead proposed a condition. "Let me go and I'll tell you." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, and he stepped forward, delivering a series of punches and kicks. "Learned a bargain, have you?" he said between blows. Despite being beaten half to death, Xiong Dali held firm. He knew this was his only hope of returning. Even if you kill me, I won't tell, he insisted. After another round of punches and kicks, Xiong Dali still wouldn't yield. Jiang Qin realized the guy was serious. He might really keep his mouth shut even if beaten to death. Fine, I can't agree to that, but your information better be reliable, Jiang Qin finally conceded. Originally ready to give up, Xiong Dali suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. He got up from the ground and, after catching his breath, began to speak. I have a secret realm. Passing its trial grants a legacy. Jiang Chan was startled, worried that the mythic trial wasn't exclusive. But Xiong Dali's next words eased his concerns. It's an ancient secret realm, very rare, and it can only elevate one beast to mythic status, Xiong Dali explained, with a hint of regret in his voice. I was going to use it for he paused, as if recalling something sad, my beast, but it's dead. If you let me go, I'll give you the location. And if you give me an address from your world, where would I even start looking? Jiang Chun sneered. No, it's in your world. Xiong Dali shook his head. In ancient times, your world was a battleground for gods. It's just a pity that. He suddenly realized he had said too much and quickly shut his mouth, cautiously glancing at Jiang Chun. Seeing no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Besides this legacy method, are there other ways to advance a beast to mythic status? Jiang Chun pressed on. Xiong Dali didn't hesitate this time. There are ways, but they're difficult. For example, using various materials to assist in the evolution of a beast. This method is feasible but requires a lot of trial and error. Often, the beast dies for no apparent reason. Jiang Chan felt a bit disappointed. These methods were of no use to him. Mythic trials were just that. He needed a method that could be done discreetly. Any other ways? He asked again. Xiong Dali thought for a moment before answering. The human race supposedly has a sacred text that records many methods for advancing beasts to mythic status. Unfortunately, that book disappeared in ancient times. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, feeling a wave of helplessness. After all that, none of this was useful to him. Without another word, he delivered another series of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Xiong Dali was bewildered. Why are you still hitting me? Do I need a reason to hit you, prisoner? Jiang Chun replied coldly. After taking a beating, Xiong Dali clutched his bear-like face and gave Jiang Chun a pitiful look. The intimidation from this legendary beast tamer clearly made him fearful. Xiong Dali tried one last desperate plea, his voice trembling slightly. A mythical-grade beast can greatly enhance a beast tamer's power. If you spare me, you can have a mythical-grade beast. However, Jiang Chun had lost interest in the secret realm Xiong Dali mentioned. He thought to himself, isn't my own mythical trial better? Why bother with some damn secret realm that I'd have to find myself? Waiting 7 days is no big deal for me. Jiang Chun decided to probe Xiong Dali's worth further. This information isn't very tempting to me. Do you have anything else to say? Unfortunately, Jiang Chun was disappointed this time. The secret realm for advancing to a mythical beast tamer was the highest secret Xiong Dali knew. He had thought this information would buy his freedom, but Jiang Chun didn't care at all. Realizing he had taken a beating for nothing, Xiong Dali felt even more aggrieved. The young master of the bear tribe, being bullied like this. As he thought about it, tears welled up in his eyes. This over-2-meter-tall bear, looking so wronged, resembled a mistreated housewife, leaving Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. Despite this, Jiang Chun had no intention of showing mercy. He shouted sternly, "Shut up! If you keep crying, I'll torment you so much that you'll wish you were dead every day." Hearing this, Xiong Dali trembled. He thought to himself, I already feel worse than dead, getting beaten multiple times a day and not even allowed to cry. But considering Jiang Chin's ruthless methods, Xiong Dali held back his tears. Jiang Chun didn't want to waste more time here, worried that the secret realm's exit might close. Let's go, he commanded briefly. Xiong Dali hesitated, but under Jiang Chin's intimidation, he finally complied. Jiang Chin summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai, riding on Xiao Bai himself, while Xiong Dali was placed on Xiao He's back. Before taking off, Jiang Chin instructed Xiao He, take him along. If he acts up, drop him to his death. Hearing this, Xiong Dali shivered with fear. He thought to himself, you know how you treat me, right? How dare I resist? If I don't resist, I can live a bit longer. If I do, I'm definitely dead. Considering what he knew about Jiang Chun, he feared he would suffer terribly before dying. Soon, the two disappeared into the sky. Not long after they left, a spatial passage suddenly appeared. An alien with a white bear head emerged from it. Xiong Dali, that kid. It's been 3 days, and he hasn't returned. I have to come find him myself. When I find him, I'll give him a good lesson. The white bear person muttered, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the white bear person's expression changed. Holding 5 stone tablets, one of them suddenly shattered, and the other 4 dimmed significantly. Not good. Dali and the others are injured. The white bear person immediately realized something was wrong, exclaiming inwardly. He was holding the legendary soul tablets. Once bound, if the host dies, the soul tablet shatters. During their lifetime, these tablets can locate the host and indicate their basic condition. If they dim more than usual, it means the host is injured. If Dali were here, he would have been excited. For this white bear person was his master, a top-tier beast tamer. In the next moment, a golden feathered bear appeared behind the white bear person. This bear resembled Dali's mount but was clearly more powerful. This was a 4-winged golden feathered bear, an evolved form of the golden feathered sky bear king. The white bear person didn't waste words. He took out the life tablet representing Dali, quickly determining a direction. That way, he pointed, jumping onto the golden feathered bear's back. Jiang Chun was unaware someone was already pursuing them. At this moment, he was still heading towards the exit. Whether by coincidence or because Lu Yuanan was waiting for him, they encountered each other midway. Brother-in-law, over here! An excited figure shouted, waving enthusiastically, as if seeing a long-lost relative. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. He thought, this idiot is ruining my reputation again. I'm still a bachelor, and he calls me that? He intended to ignore the guy, but seeing Jiang Chun not responding, Lu Yuanan, summoning some unknown courage, called upon a purple eagle and flew towards him. His demeanor was utterly shameless. At this moment, Lu Yueyong, with a dark expression, looked at her animated brother and finally couldn't hold back. Stupid brother. Just you wait, she grumbled, turning away in exasperation. Lu Yuanan, however, seemed oblivious. After 3 days of deep thought, he felt Jiang Chun was truly suitable to be his brother-in-law. At least, better than Long Outyin. Although he knew Long Outyin and Ding Tian had extraordinary backgrounds, if given a choice, he would choose Jiang Chun. After all, Jiang Chun was an orphan. If he could marry his sister, he might even be able to live with the Lu family. This idea swirled in Jiang Chun's mind, prompting him to take the initiative and seize every opportunity. Just as he was pondering, a familiar figure approached. Jiang Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes, unwilling to engage. However, Lu Yuanan was not ready to give up. Brother-in-law, Lu Yuanan started to say, but stopped at Jiang Chun's sharp glance. He quickly corrected himself. Brother Jiang, do you have any plans for going out? Although he changed his address, Lu Yuanan was secretly plotting. Kid, just wait. One day, I'll make you willingly call me brother-in-law. Of course, he only dared to think this silently, knowing that saying it out loud would not only provoke Jiang Chun's anger but also strain their relationship. Jiang Chun responded casually, naturally, I have things to attend to. Lu Yuanan didn't give up and continued to ramble about his experiences over the past 3 days, his tone laced with disappointment. I had quite a haul this time, but I didn't even catch a glimpse of the spatial beasts, let alone capture one. Maybe it was just bad luck. I'll try my luck again after some time. Hearing this, Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before deciding to speak. After all, Lu Yuanan had kindly opened the secret realm for him to tame the beasts, and he felt he should show some gratitude. Actually, if you're after spatial beasts, there's no need to come again, Jiang Chun said straightforwardly. Lu Yuanan was stunned at first, then suddenly realized and widened his eyes in surprise. Brother-in-law, no, brother Jiang. Are you saying you caught a spatial beast? Jiang Chun nodded lightly to confirm. Instantly, both their gazes focused on him, filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone knew that this secret realm had been discovered a long time ago. People knew there were spatial beasts inside, but they had never been able to capture one, often not even catching a glimpse. Even diamond-tier experts found it difficult to capture these elusive creatures. Yet, Jiang Chun had succeeded on his first attempt. This news was like a thunderclap, exploding in their minds. What a pity, Lu Yuanan muttered softly, but his words inadvertently reached Jiang Chun's ears. Jiang Chun frowned and asked with displeasure, what are you pitying? Caught off guard by the question, Lu Yuanan quickly snapped back to reality and realized he had misspoken. He hurriedly explained, oh, nothing, nothing. Brother Jiang, you really have great luck. In fact, he wasn't feeling regret. He had originally planned to invite Jiang Chun to this secret realm several times to catch spatial beasts and strengthen their bond. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun's luck was so good that he caught a spatial beast on his first try, disrupting Lu Yuanan's plans. Damn it! Lu Yuanan cursed inwardly, then coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Brother Jiang, could you summon your spatial beast so I can take a look? Although he knew spatial beasts were black, he had never seen one in person and was quite curious. Jiang Chun initially wanted to refuse, but reconsidered since Lu Yuanan had helped him catch 2 spatial beasts. He decided it wouldn't hurt to let him see one. Without hesitation, he summoned Defy. Defy, clearly disoriented after being summoned, looked around in confusion. Upon realizing it was high up in the air, it became excited. Before Jiang Chun could react, Defy leaped and started diving towards the ground. They were 1,000 meters up. Even a platinum-tier beast would be seriously injured or killed from such a fall. This sudden turn of events left Lu Yuan stunned. Quack, 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 came Defy's cries from below. Holy crap! Jiang Chen exclaimed, urgently calling out, Xiaobai, Staobai, go save Defy, quick. His tone grew increasingly anxious. Hearing the name Defy, Xiaobai turned its head, curious to see what kind of creature dared to share its name. It saw a bird in free fall and froze, thinking, is this dumb bird really called Defy? Seeing Xiaobai still in a daze and Defy nearing the ground, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tap its head. What are you waiting for? Go save that goose. Xiaobai snapped back to reality. Although it looked down on the dumb bird, it couldn't disobey Jiang Chen's orders. It quickly descended, but it was already too late as Defy was about to hit the ground. Damn it, this idiot! Jiang Chen cursed, closing his eyes to avoid seeing Defy's crash. However, the expected thud never came. Instead, he heard a goose's cry. Quack! At the last moment, Defy chickened out and used a skill to counter the fall, landing safely. Xiaobai, initially disdainful, was now dumbfounded, its head full of question marks. It wondered, how did that dumb bird land? How did it disappear and reappear on the ground? Ever since evolving, Xiaobai had been confident in its abilities, but seeing Defy's maneuver made it question its own worth. How could a platinum-tier beast be outdone by a gold-tier dumb bird? This was absurd. Looking down, it saw the goose staring blankly at it. When Defy noticed Xiaobai looking, it quacked again, clearly wanting Xiaobai to come down and pick it up. Damn! Jiang Chen rolled his eyes but felt relieved that the dumb goose hadn't killed itself. Soon, Jiang Chen landed, followed closely by Lu Yuanan. Initially, they thought the goose could fly, but quickly realized it was in free fall, causing them to panic. They just wanted to look and had no intention of harming Jiang Chen's beast. If the spatial beast had died, they wouldn't just lose a friend. They'd gain an enemy. Thank goodness it's okay. That scared me, Lu Yuan sighed in relief, grateful he hadn't become an enemy. Jiang Chen, however, walked up to Defy with a dark expression. You idiot, jumping from such a height. Aren't you afraid of dying? He reached out to reprimand Defy, but it dodged him. Jiang Chen was furious. This was insubordination. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed something odd. Brother Jiang, isn't the spatial beast supposed to be black? This goose seems pure white. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But he quickly figured it out. Lu Yuan shuddered with excitement. Holy crap! Could it be that there are two spatial beasts in this secret realm? We've verified the black one multiple times, no mistake. And the one Brother Jiang caught is white, meaning they're different. Two spatial beasts in one secret realm. This is rarer than winning the lottery. Yes, there are indeed two spatial beasts. Jiang Chen nodded lightly and summoned the unicorn skybird. Caw, 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 caw. The unicorn skybird cried out as soon as it appeared. Lu Yuanan was dumbfounded, not understanding Jiang Chen's intentions. But upon seeing the unicorn skybird and comparing it to his memory, he conceived a startling possibility. With an incredulous look, he asked Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang, you don't mean to say? That's right. This is the other spatial beast. Jiang Chen confirmed straightforwardly. Lu Yuanan was left speechless, and so was Lu Yueming. They stared at Jiang Chen in shock. It was already rare for one spatial beast to appear in a secret realm, and having two was astronomically unlikely. Yet, Jiang Chen had contracted both, which was beyond belief. Realizing this, Lu Yuanan felt a pang in his chest. Not only was Jiang Chen exceptionally talented, but his luck was also extraordinary. Contracting two spatial beasts from one secret realm. The air fell silent. At this moment, words seemed utterly inadequate. For a moment, Lu Yuanan regretted her decision. Why did she have to seek out Jiang Chen? Just then, Defy suddenly let out a series of urgent calls towards Jiang Chen. Seeing Defy's questioning look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Ever since this white goose became his beast companion, it had been single-mindedly focused on advancing, showing a strong sense of purpose. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and reluctantly explained, wait for it. We don't have the materials for your advancement yet. Once we get them, you'll be the first to advance. Lu Yuanan keenly picked up on the keyword advancement. She knew very well that the path to advancement for spatial beasts was the most challenging. Not only were they rare, but the materials needed for their evolution were incredibly precious. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately patted her chest and said, Brother Jiang, tell me what materials you need. I can help you gather them. Jiang Chen refused without hesitation. No need. I have my own sources. He calculated in his mind that with the backing of both the military and Yanhuang University, he wouldn't need to rely on the Lu family. Moreover, leveraging these two powerful entities meant he wouldn't owe any favors. He thought to himself that at worst, he could use the spatial beast Yanhuang University owed him to exchange for materials. To Yanhuang University, Obtaining materials would be easier than acquiring a spatial beast. Suddenly, Jiang Chun remembered something and quickly turned to look at Xiaohei's back. Seeing that Xiong Dali was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's get out of here, Jiang Chun said to the two of them, as he retracted Defy and the unicorn skybird, preparing to leave. The two followed Jiang Chen's steps and finally noticed the figure on the black dragon's back. When they saw that it was a humanoid with a bear's head, they were stunned. Lu Yuanan nervously asked, Brother Jiang, where did you find this guy? Without looking back, Jiang Chun replied calmly, this guy was here to capture the spatial beast. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have caught the unicorn skybird. Lu Yuanan asked again, what's his level? Platinum Peak, Jiang Chun said coldly, but all his beasts have been slaughtered by me. If he didn't have some value, he'd be dead by now. Hearing Jiang Chen's indifferent tone, Xiong Dali felt even more miserable and screamed inwardly, heavens, someone save me. If anyone can rescue me from this hell, I, Xiong Dali, will never forget them for life. At that moment, a roar seemed to echo directly in their minds. Stop right there, thief. The three of them turned abruptly to see a massive figure flying towards them. The terrifying pressure made their faces look grim. Xiong Dali, seeing the familiar white bearman, was first stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He shouted excitedly, Master, I love you so much. Jiang Chen's face darkened, realizing that the newcomer was Xiong Dali's master and definitely a diamond-level powerhouse. With his current state, it would be hard to escape, especially with two burdens. Brother Jiang, what do we do now? Lu Yuanan asked nervously. Leave now, Jiang Chun said coldly. This is beyond your capability. Lu Yuerong, not backing down, shouted, Jiang Chun, who do you think you are? I'm not afraid of death just because I'm a woman. It's just a different race. It's not like I've never killed one before. Jiang Chun sneered. The ones you've killed were mere cannon fodder. The one coming now is a diamond-level peak beastmaster. He pointed at Xiong Dali, and he is the eldest son of the Mad Bear tribe, one of the three major bear tribes. The two of them were shocked upon hearing this. As descendants of prominent families, they knew well the hostile relationship between the bear tribes and the human race. Lu Yuerong stubbornly said, who do you think you are to tell me to leave? Jiang Chun frowned. You'll only hinder me if you stay, and you'll drag me down. Lu Yuanan, take your ignorant sister and leave. Just as Lu Yuerong was about to argue, Lu Yuanan decisively knocked her out. She said to Jiang Chun, brother-in-law, be careful. We'll go first. If you can't hold out, surrender. I'll get Uncle Meng to rescue you. Jiang Chun nodded. Go now? Lu Yuanan quickly left on her giant eagle. The white bearman, seeing this, roared in anger. You think you can escape? Dream on. He summoned a giant white bear with wings. Jiang Chun, already prepared, had Xiaohei approach. He grabbed Xiong Dali by the neck and coldly said, you can try and see if I can't kill this guy. Hearing this, the white bearman had no choice but to stop. Kid, I'll give you one chance. Let go of our young clan leader. The voice of the white bear man was thunderous, shattering the tense atmosphere. Jiang Chun tightened his grip on Xiong Dali's hand, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. Heh, if I let him go, will you spare me? Jiang Chun sneered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He was calculating, knowing he needed to stall for time, at least long enough for Lu Yuanan and another to inform Ming Ruya. Xiongbai, save me. Xiong Dali roared, seeing a glimmer of hope. However, his cry for help only made his situation more perilous as Jiang Chun's grip tightened. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun summoned the rogue rabbit. If he dares to move, crush his skull, Jiang Chun silently commanded. With the rogue rabbit's speed, even a diamond-tier beast wouldn't react in time before it could kill Xiong Dali. The white bear man narrowed his eyes, clearly aware of Xiong Dali's precarious state. Human, name your terms, he conceded, but his mind was made up. The moment Jiang Chun loosened his grip, he planned to strike and kill this insolent youth. Don't make any sudden moves, or if I get too excited and kill him, don't blame me, Jiang Chun warned, increasing the pressure on Xiong Dali's hand. Terrified, Xiong Dali shouted, Master Xiong Bai, back off, quickly, don't come any closer. Reluctantly, the white bear man took a few steps back but did not give up. Changing his strategy, he said, you are a true genius. If you join our wild bear tribe, you won't need to refuse now. Your human clan can't fully nurture your talents, wasting your potential. Join us and I guarantee you'll become stronger, surpassing the diamond tier. His words were tempting, clearly aware of the mythical quality of Jiang Chen's rogue rabbit. It was astonishing, given that humans were generally looked down upon in the myriad races battlefield, mainly because they didn't know how to elevate their beasts to mythical quality. Shut up. Jiang Chen's response was curt and resolute, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. In his view, despite the white bear man's strength, he was not invincible. Moreover, Jiang Chun harbored no goodwill towards the myriad races and had no intention of allying with them. The white bear man persisted, "You don't have to answer now, but remember this. The human stage is too small for someone like you." These words enraged Jiang Chun. Without a word, he began to harshly discipline Xiong Dali, whose cries of pain filled the air. "Xiong Bai, you idiot, stop talking. It hurts like hell." Time ticked by, 7 or 8 minutes since Lu Yuanen had left. The white bear man grew visibly impatient, knowing that if a human diamond tier expert arrived, even he would struggle to escape. "Young man, let's talk. What do you want to release our young clan leader?" The white bear man finally relented, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Jiang Chun calmly replied, "I'll release him in half an hour. During this time, don't try anything, or else." His words carried a shrewd undertone, more like a seasoned strategist than a youth. The white bear man frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. But after a brief contemplation, he nodded. "All right." With the agreement, Jiang Qian immediately focused his consciousness into the myriad race's nest. He arrived at the sleeping place of Teotia, boundless dark space. In this darkness, a small figure curled up in a corner, Taotia's nest. It was the most peculiar nest Jiang Qian had seen, devoid of anything but endless darkness, offering no aid in strengthening Taotai. "Little guy, it's time to wake up," Jiang Chun called out with his mind, but received no response. This was why he asked for half an hour. Taotia, due to old injuries, often fell into deep slumber, sometimes taking a good half hour to awaken. Jiang Chun didn't give up, repeatedly calling Taotia's name. After what felt like an eternity, Taotia's little paw finally twitched. Just as Jiang Chun felt a surge of hope, the white bear man's voice broke through the silence. "Time's up. Let go of our young clan leader," the white bear man demanded, causing Jiang Chen's face to change slightly. Tao Dai was not fully awake yet. Releasing Xiong Dali now would be dangerous. "5 more minutes, Jiang Chen said, suppressing his anxiety. A flicker of killing intent flashed in the white bear man's eyes. "You said half an hour. Going back on your word is dishonorable." At the moment that killing intent emerged, Tao Tai seemed to sense it, suddenly opening its eyes and letting out a low growl. Jiang Chen, overjoyed, immediately summoned Tao Tai. With this powerful ally, his safety was assured. "This is your last chance. Release our young clan leader," the white bear man demanded coldly, several giant bears appearing beside him. These bears, all of mythical quality and at the peak of diamond tier, represented top-tier strength in this world. At this moment, a black sphere appeared on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Taoya. Its presence instantly drew the attention of all the beasts present, even causing the white bear man's expression to change. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Honestly, I'm not afraid of you. Not even at the starfield level, and you dare to threaten me?" He hoped these words would intimidate his opponent, preferring to avoid a fight since Tao Dai was still injured. The sudden appearance of the Tao Dai left the white bear king stunned. He scrutinized the inconspicuous lump of coal in front of him, his expression changing dramatically as he involuntarily took a step back. Being part of the bear clan, their civilization had no historical gaps, and they were quite knowledgeable about ancient matters. The scrolls passed down within the clan depicted the forms of ancient ferocious beasts and mythical creatures, and this tiny creature before him reminded him of one of the 4 fiends of ancient times. Taoya. Although the white bear king found it hard to believe that this cute creature was related to the 4 fiends, he knew that Tao Dai had various forms. At that moment, the Tao Dai floated in front of Jiang Chun and let out a powerful roar. Just one roar made the white bear king's beast tremble, and fear filled his eyes. He was now certain that this was indeed the real Tao Dai. The white bear king was baffled. How could a human boy have such a terrifying guardian? Such a supreme and prideful creature had become a protector for a human? A terrifying thought crossed his mind, making his scalp tingle. He might have provoked someone with a significant background. Despite the Tao Dai being only the size of a palm, its level definitely surpassed the diamond tier, at least reaching the star tier. The white bear king realized he was in a dangerous situation. Even though the beasts under his command were legendary diamond tier creatures, they were no match for this. "Young brother, can we talk?" the white bear king asked cautiously, not daring to make any rash moves. Jiang Chun, aware of his own limited strength, pretended to be interested and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Hearing this, the white bear king breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was room for negotiation. He immediately showed his sincerity. "I am willing to offer 3 diamond tier cores in exchange for the return of our young clan leader. How about that?" Jiang Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. "I might as well kill him," he said with a cold smile. The white bear king panicked and quickly tried to persuade him. No, let's not be hasty. We can discuss this. Although I am his mentor, if anything happens to him, I will not escape punishment. In the bear clan, diamond tier warriors are numerous, and anyone below the star tier is considered insignificant. Name your price, young brother. If it's reasonable, I won't argue." The white bear king gritted his teeth and asked directly. Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately, but weighed the benefits that capturing Bear Dali could bring him. Finally, he stated his terms: 5 space-type cores and 10 other diamond tier cores. The White Bear King's face changed drastically at the demand, inwardly cursing Jiang Chun for his greed. Diamond tier life forms had undergone a transformation, possessing immense vitality, and were nearly impossible to kill without overwhelming power. No, that's too much, the White Bear King said with difficulty. I only have 5 diamond tier cores in total, and one of them is a space type. This space type core was originally prepared for Bear Dali, but now he had to use it to save him. 5? Are you kidding me? Jiang Chun shouted angrily, his face darkening. For the young clan leader of a tribe, 5 cores were indeed pitifully few. If you don't want to offer more, then forget it. Xiaobai, let's go, Jiang Chun said to Xiaobai. Seeing Jiang Chun about to leave, the White Bear King became even more anxious. If the only son of the Bear Clan's chief fell into human hands, the consequences would be dire. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wait!" Jiang Chun glanced back coldly and said, "We have no reason to continue negotiating. Your offer is too low, so I'll take this guy back and deal with your chief directly." These words almost made the White Bear King vomit blood. If that happened, he wouldn't need to return at all. "Wait, besides the 5 cores, I can offer you another treasure," the White Bear King said in desperation. "What treasure?" Jiang Chun asked, intrigued. The White Bear King didn't hesitate and took out a piece of green stone from his space ring. "This?" Jiang Chun almost blurted out, "Are you kidding me?" upon seeing the green stone. But for safety, he used his scanning function to check it. Scanning results. Name: Skywind Spirit Beast Egg Deceased. Quality: Mythical 3-star. Grade: None. Description: Once a powerful mythical beast, but for unknown reasons, it lost its vitality and cannot hatch. The egg contains terrifying wind attribute insights, which can be absorbed by wind attribute beasts with a certain chance of advancement. A mythical quality egg? But it's already dead. I don't know what this stone is, but I'm sure it's a valuable treasure, the White Bear King said, trying to sell it, although he himself had often doubted that it was just an ordinary stone. Haha, a worthless stone. And you call it a treasure? Keep it for yourself. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and prepared to leave. He was sure the White Bear King didn't know it was an egg, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter because the egg couldn't hatch. The White Bear King became even more desperate. "Wait, I'll add another treasure." He then took out a crystal-clear gem. Jiang Chun glanced at it casually, feeling speechless. Name: Moon Essence Gem. Quality: Legendary. Description: Contains abundant moon essence, can enhance the strength of beasts to some extent. As Jiang Chun was contemplating whether to accept the offer, a black shadow flashed. The Taotai suddenly appeared in front of the White Bear King and swallowed the Moon Essence Gem in one gulp. The sudden turn of events left both sides stunned. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.